Chapter 1. The Empress and the noble consort enter the palace. The eldest daughter of the Wei family, of noble lineage, possesses both grace and wisdom. She may be appointed as Empress. Thus decreed. With these few terse lines, the imperial edict felt almost meager, lacking the grandeur befitting an empress. The Wei family knelt to receive the decree, their gratitude echoing in the courtyard, yet it only deepened the sense of desolation. Wei respectfully escorted the messenger out, and Wei Xiangwan turned back into the chamber, where various maids and servants lined up to bow and offer their congratulations. Wei Xiangwan instructed, "I shall go to the ancestral hall to inform grandmother of this joyous news. Await my elder brother's return, for I shall be waiting for him there." The ancestral hall was solemn and quiet. Wei Xiangwan lit incense and placed it in the burner, kneeling on the mat, gazing at the relatively new spirit tablet with clasped hands. Grandmother once said that the palace is a den of dragons and tigers, and she could not bear to see me struggle within it. Yet in this world for women, where is there not a den of dragons and tigers? One must forge a path, so why not strive for the most significant one? Through the smoke, she seemed to glimpse her grandmother's loving gaze. Grandmother advised me to accept my fate and marry an ordinary man. But here, I find myself, having circled back to the position of Empress. Perhaps this is my destiny. Wei entered from outside, adjusting the incense and proclaiming, "Let our ancestors know that today, a daughter of the Wei family has been conferred the title of Empress, bringing honor to our lineage. Congratulations, sister." Wei sincerely congratulated Wei Xiangwan, turning to her. The emperor originally intended to appoint the daughter of the Du family as Empress, but the Empress Dowager opposed it. After much debate, the position fell to me. "It is premature to celebrate. Let me first secure my place in the palace, and then you may come to congratulate me," Wei Xiangwan replied, her joy tempered. "With your intellect, it is only a matter of time." Wei reassured her, displaying no concern. "Why worries do not lie within the palace, but rather with you," Wei Xiangwan remarked as she gazed at her brother. "In a few days, I fear the emperor will summon you." "Oh," Wei suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. "What if he inquires about matters of state? I know nothing beyond indulgence and revelry." "You need only speak to the emperor of merriment and leisure," Wei Xiangwan laughed. "Now, with you, there are 4 esteemed beneficiaries in the capital: the Empress Dowager's family, the emperor's maternal uncle's family, the late Empress family. The emperor has enough allies. He has no immediate need for you." "That is a relief," Wei nodded, reflecting on how he once reveled in being a dandy, without any self-reflection or concern. Yet, in a blink, the Wei family was reduced to just the 2 of them. The elder brother, if he failed to progress, how could he be a support for his sister and shield their family from adversity? "You are doing wonderfully, brother." Wei Xiangwan, sensing his thoughts, gently touched Wei's arm. "Let us hope that we, as siblings, shall never again endure the anguish of parting and death." Tears welled in Wei's eyes as he nodded solemnly. When the Wei family faced upheaval, those who once sought to betroth themselves to you vanished without a trace. The Wang family, recalling past affections, offered their daughter to you, allowing grandmother to depart in peace. Wei Xiangwan brought up another matter. "I shall send you Bao there shortly. If they have no objections, I wish to marry her as soon as possible. With a matron in our home, it will also be easier for you to marry off." Wei had long considered this. Now the maternal uncle, many sought his favor, yet he believed in honoring the Wang family's kindness, deserving of his respect and loyalty. Wei Xiangwan nodded, never harboring resentment towards her elder brother for his indolence and frivolity. In families like theirs, the more one does, the more mistakes one makes. To live a peaceful life is indeed a great fortune. Although her brother may lack utility, his heart remains steadfast. Brother should personally make a visit. The situation arose unexpectedly, and there is certainly no intention of neglecting or belittling the Wang family. The selection of the heir apparent by the Wei family left many in the capital astounded. Inside the palace, the esteemed concubine Song was deeply infatuated, while outside, cousin Du exhibited genuine affection. Many placed their bets on these 2 families, yet unexpectedly, Wei Xiangwan emerged as the beneficiary. Those with a good memory recalled that when the emperor first chose a consort, Wei Xiangwan was also present. The matriarch of the Wei family was a princess, maintaining close ties with the palace, and she had once been a popular candidate. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of Wei Xiangwan's father, Wei Qingtai, she might have become the empress. Now, with the family in mourning, the selection of the heir apparent was imminent. Could it truly be that there is such a thing as a phoenix fate? Du Yuzhen, unwilling to eat, cried with swollen eyes. And yet, it is the emperor who is so fickle with his words. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, do not speak so," her mother gently coaxed. "The emperor indeed intends to elevate you as a consort, but the Empress Dowager is opposed. She will never allow someone with the surname Du to ascend as empress. The emperor's grand gesture in bringing you to the palace as a favored concubine is a form of compensation. You must seize this opportunity to win the emperor's heart while the empress has yet to enter the palace. It is far more advantageous." "Concubine. A concubine is still but a secondary wife," Du Yuzhen lamented. "My cousin promised not to let me suffer indignities, yet I shall have to kneel before the empress, and I feel utterly wronged. Good child, the inner palace is unlike any other place. There, once you have won the emperor's favor, titles and ranks become inconsequential." Mrs. Du continued to persuade her. "As long as you bear him a son, in the future, what do you have to fear from her, the empress?" Du Yuzhen was somewhat pacified, while Song Hanju had been smiling all day long. "After all the scheming, I never expected to return to the starting point. If I were Rao Qingyun, I would surely be furious." Rao Qingyun was the name of the late empress, and her use of the name openly indicated her disdain for the late empress. Who would have thought that after such a long detour, she would still enter the palace and become the empress? Zhao Yiren speculated. "Now, everyone outside is spreading rumors that she possesses a phoenix fate. What phoenix fate? If such a thing truly existed, how could Wei Xiangwan have vanished so mysteriously, with neither sight nor sound of him to this day?" Song Hanju remarked nonchalantly. "Could it be that the emperor still remembers her?" Zhao Yiren inquired tentatively, for during the selection of the empress, they were all present at the same hunting ground, and Wei Xiangwan's beauty surpassed all others. The emperor had taken a liking to her at first sight. "You are overestimating our emperor's affections." Song Hanju shook her head. "Had it not been for Cousin Du's aggressive approach, the Empress Dowager would not have even considered Wei Xiangwan. In the selection of an empress, virtue is prioritized over beauty once the empress enters the palace. Will the other beauties not pale in comparison? Then it seems the new empress and the emperor will enjoy some time together," Zhao Yiren remarked, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Although she was among the first group of consorts to enter the palace after the emperor's grand wedding, her beauty, though still fresh, had long since lost its favor. Observe, for in this palace, the art of vying for favor is indeed a profound study, Song Hanju remarked with meaningful gravitas. While beauty may offer certain advantages, it cannot guarantee perpetual favor. Upon her initial elevation to the status of imperial concubine, Du Yuzhen made a grand entrance into the palace. The emperor graciously permitted her to bring a substantial dowry, and the Du family ceremoniously delivered 260 sedan chairs laden with gifts into the palace. The festivities, both within and beyond the palace walls, were lavish, leading the common folk to mistakenly believe that a new empress had arrived. Wei El declined the invitation from the Du family. The palace's instructing matron suggested that Wei Xiangwan ought to present a gift to the concubine. Wei Xiangwan, glancing at her brother's marriage list, replied nonchalantly, "When I enter the palace, her reward shall be inevitable." The matron implying that I should congratulate her on her nuptials now? The matron offered a sheepish smile, refraining from further comment. During her stay, she had discerned the temperament of the future empress. Her principles were quite clear, and those who served her need only to be obedient, as all else was superfluous. The first sedan chair of Du Yuzhen's dowry crossed the threshold of the palace. The Empress Dowager summoned the emperor. "Your Majesty, is it dissatisfaction with this humble one that prompts your actions?" she inquired. "Mother, how could you say such a thing?" "I would not dare," Qi Zhao replied, lowering his gaze. "You favor the Du family and elevate them without hesitation. I have no objections. However, allowing Du Yuzhen to overshadow the empress is not only a slight against me, but a transgression against propriety," the Empress Dowager admonished, her brow furrowed. "I bear no such intention," Qi Zhao clarified. "Initially, I consented to make Zhen'er the empress, yet I reneged on that promise that my actions have wronged her, and thus when she expressed a desire to bring her dowry into the palace, I acquiesced. The empress entered with a dowry of 240 sedan chairs, just as I did when I first came to the palace. Your Majesty should take note of how many chairs accompany your esteemed concubine, the Empress Dowager scoffed. I speak with good intentions, yet you perceive me as an adversary. In time, you shall see if my counsel is truly harmful that I would not presume to think so, Qi Zhao replied, and before he even reached the Sangyu Hall, the tally of the dowry was reported. The concubine has entered with 260 sedan chairs, a clear testament to the Du family's wealth and their regard for her, Wu Yang said obsequiously. A wave of unease washed over Qi Zhao, and his smile faded. Traditionally, only the Empress was permitted to bring a dowry into the palace, allowing a concubine to do so was already a significant privilege. Why, then, was the Du family so brazen as to present such a lavish dowry, thus inviting scrutiny? Did they believe that once she entered the palace, he would be diminished in her presence? Chapter 2. The Bride and the Frustration of the Ministry of Rights. Mississippi. Outside the curtain, Hong Yao called out repeatedly. Wang Yihui struggled to respond, but her body felt heavy and weary. The sight of her being held was warm, and awakening proved to be a daunting task. Fortunately, she remembered that today marked the first day of her marriage. Upon pulling aside the curtain, she noticed the day had brightened considerably, causing her heart to race as she hastily pushed Wei aside. "What are you doing?" Wei turned over, nestling against her neck. "There are no elders at home to pay respects to. Let's sleep a while longer." It was ill-advised for a bride to rise late on her first day. Wang Yihui gently inquired, "Will my lord not take me to the ancestral hall?" Only then did Wei wash his face. Once both were refreshed, they proceeded to the ancestral hall to burn incense and announce their union to their ancestors. They then went to visit Wei Xiangwan. Following the decree of her elevation, the palace had sent people to surround Wei Xiangwan's courtyard. Even if Wei wished to see her, he needed to seek permission. Wei Xiangwan, adorned in a light red long shirt and a sky-blue skirt, stood gracefully, evoking a sense of tranquility in those who beheld her. "Dear sister-in-law, I have eagerly awaited your arrival," she smiled, linking her arm with Wang Yihui's. "You should greet Her Highness," Wang Yihui softly reminded her. The Wei family, though hastily marrying off their daughter, had executed every detail with decorum. It was evident that Wei Xiangwan had orchestrated everything, as she and her brother were the only siblings left. In the future, there would be endless formalities to observe. Thus, it was prudent to conserve where possible. Wei Xiangwan laughed. "Let's nurture our bond, dear sister-in-law." The two exchanged gifts, and Wei had already seated himself at the table, instructing for the meal to be served, as hunger had overtaken him. Wei Xiangwan, holding Wang Yihui's arm, said, "Sister-in-law, I entrust my brother to you. Though he has his shortcomings, he is wholly devoted to our family. When he is impulsive, please restrain him. When he feels disheartened, offer him comfort to alleviate his gloom." Wang Yihui, touched by her earnest advice, felt as though she were speaking to an elder sister. "I shall do my utmost, but whether my lord will heed my words remains uncertain. Just take your time and reason with him. He will listen." Wei Xiangwan shared a small secret. "If all else fails, you can cry. My brother cannot bear to see a woman weep." Wang Yihui chuckled softly. After the three had breakfast while drinking tea, Wei remarked, "I will visit the Ministry of Rights shortly to inquire about the dowry preparations. The Du family can provide 260 sets. It is only reasonable for the Queen's entry into the palace to require 280 sets, with our own contribution bringing it to a perfect 320. Despite his wedding preparations, he remained well informed about palace matters. The Du family was quite ostentatious. How could the Wei family afford to fall behind? Wang Yihui savored her tea in silence. The Wei family was eager to complete the marriage to secure assistance in managing the Queen's wedding. Their mother had expressed some reservations, believing that preparing a younger sister's dowry was not the responsibility of a sister-in-law. However, their father asserted that the Wei family was in dire need of support. Should they ignore the difficulties faced by others? Regarding the Queen's dowry, her mother had repeatedly cautioned her to take no part in the arrangements. "Even if Wei intends to make the Wei family the dowry, you must remain resolute in your stance. My dowry, combined with the 238 sets prepared by the Ministry of Rights, will suffice." Wei Xiangwan replied softly, "Brother should convey this to the ministry as well." Wei El frowned. A minor concubine from the Du family presents 260 sets, while your status as the legitimate wife only garners 238. Is that not a source of ridicule? 238 sets? Just the dowry prepared by grandmother alone is insufficient. Wang Yihui observed Wei El's temper with a hint of fear, yet Wei Xiangwan remained unfazed, patiently elucidating that the former empress was ushered into the palace with 240 bearers, and her slight reduction of 2 bearers was merely a gesture. The Du family lacks decorum. Should my brother expect me to emulate their lack of refinement? Wei El was persuaded, though his anger lingered. Feeling that his sister had been overshadowed by a concubine, he berated the Du family for their ignorance of propriety while also chastising the former empress's household for their meager dowry. Seeing his escalating frustration, Wang Yihui gently advised, though the number of bearers is fixed, not all bearers are created equal. Some ceremonial headdresses count as one bearer, while certain jewelry sets may also comprise a single bearer. Wei El suddenly comprehended. Indeed, the number of bearers was established, yet the value of the items could still be enhanced. Wei Xiangwan refrained from further comment. Recognizing that some items were of little consequence, the Empress would have her established norms, yet it was prudent to prepare ample cash. Upon Wei El's departure from the residence, Wei Xiangwan instructed Ingu to accompany Wang Yihui to meet the household servants. As the family was composed of long-standing retainers, it was inevitable that some would take advantage of her unfamiliarity. Sister-in-law should merely observe with a discerning eye and address the most audacious among them without concern for the rest, she advised. Wang Yihui noticed Wei Xiangwan was hastily entrusting her with household affairs and the keys to the accounts, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Is there a need for such urgency? The absence of elders in the home has placed a burden on you, sister-in-law. The Wei family had relied solely on each other for the past 2 years. Now that the younger sister was to be wed, it was only natural for her to entrust the family matters entirely to her sister-in-law. This was unspoken, but understood, and Wang Yihui quickly affirmed, I only worry that I might not fulfill my duties well and thus disappoint the lady. Wei Xiangwan smiled and shook her head. Brother's wet nurse holds some esteem within the household. Should she cross paths with you, it might be difficult for you to handle. Should issues arise, you may seek the intervention of Granny Chui, who is a trusted servant of our grandmother and has been with her since her time in the palace. After grandmother's passing, she has devoted herself to piety and prayer, and it was she who initially guided me in managing the household. With complete trust placed in Wang Yihui, she felt she could no longer decline. She first met the servants in the main hall and then personally visited Granny Chui, who resided in the meditation hall. Ingu accompanied Wang Yihui throughout the day, and upon their return, reported to Wei Xiangwan that the lady was exceedingly amiable. She had merely greeted the servants and offered them rewards without further discussion. Upon meeting Granny Chui, she only inquired about her well-being and did not immediately inspect the storeroom, but requested that the name tags be brought to her. She is quite perceptive, Wei Xiangwan acknowledged, feeling that her grandmother's efforts to secure a favorable match for Wang Daren's daughter were not in vain. My lady, I fail to comprehend, the magpie inquired. Wang Daren is merely a 4th-grade official. Even if our family was once in dire straits, selecting a suitable wife from noble families should not have been overly difficult. Why must the old princess lower herself to beseech him? You do not understand. Wei Xiangwan gazed into the distance. Families like ours need not rely on the influence of relatives. Acquiring a virtuous and amiable matron is more than sufficient. Our grandfather, despite his illustrious background, was exploited and embroiled in treasonous conspiracies. Were it not for the connections in the palace in our grandmother's favor, the Wei family would have long suffered grave consequences. Subsequently, grandmother indulged father in his pursuits, and the same goes for brother. Only by remaining uninvolved in political matters can we safeguard our peace. Should brother's descendants continue their extravagance, the Wei family would ultimately face ruin. Grandmother recognized the integrity of the Wang family. Wang Daren raises his children well, and with such an extended family, there is hope for our nephews. However, this rationale need not be disclosed to others. Wei El sat in the Ming Hall of the Ministry of Rites, initially wearing a smile that gradually faded into a scowl as he listened. Finally, he coldly inquired of the left assistant minister, "Is this the will of the higher-ups? Or are you merely feigning compliance while obstructing us from within?" "General Wei, you truly overestimate my role," the left assistant minister replied, forcing a smile. "The treasury is devoid of funds, and furthermore, given the precedent set by the late Empress, we must not overstep our bounds." With a disdainful snort, Wei flicked his sleeves and departed without so much as a farewell. Once his figure vanished, the left assistant minister straightened up, lamenting, "Alas, I am left to bear the burden of such contentious matters. My lord, considering this is the new royal uncle, do you not think our actions may be ill-advised? What choice do I have? I am merely following orders," sighed the left assistant minister. "It is unfortunate that our lord, in his eagerness to curry favor with the Du family, prepared a dowry of 100 carts, leaving us to cobble together the dowry for the new empress. Thankfully, the Wei family is not entirely unprepared, with 238 carts, which should suffice. The new empress is indeed well-mannered. Yet it is a pity that those who are courteous often suffer the most." Upon returning home, Wei refrained from disclosing the sordid affairs at the Ministry of Rites and instructed Wang Yihui to prepare his court attire for the Grand Assembly the following day. Though endowed with a noble title, permitting him attendance at the Grand Assembly, he often feigned illness to avoid it. Wang Yihui, unaware of his father's habitual absence, assumed it to be routine. Had she known that Wei's non-attendance was the norm, she would not have hastened to prepare without inquiring about the reasons. Chapter 3. A dispute before the throne. High upon the dragon throne, Qi Zhao yawned nonchalantly, relishing the fact that no one was watching. The initial thrill of governance had long since faded over the past 3 years. After all, the so-called sovereign of the realm must bend to the whims of the elderly cabinet members. What the emperor desired did not always come to fruition. Yet whatever the cabinet wished invariably materialized. The role of emperor had become rather tedious. Initially, he had worried that the dowry from the Du family might attract criticism, but the recent tranquility in the court had allowed Qi Zhao to breathe a sigh of relief. Though he was the emperor, any misstep could lead to remonstrance from his ministers. Such remonstrance was no different from being openly rebuked. After enduring a few more meaningless exchanges, Qi Zhao discreetly signaled to the chief eunuch to dismiss the assembly. Just then, a figure emerged from the right rear of the hall, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." Turning to the newcomer, Qi Zhao found the face somewhat unfamiliar. The chief eunuch whispered, "It is the brother of the Empress, General Wei." "Ah, Wei, I was just about to summon you," Qi Zhao recalled. "In truth, you should have called for Wei as soon as the decree to confer the title of Empress was issued. Yet this new Empress was a result of his failed struggle against the Empress Dowager and the cabinet. Thus, he had delayed the summons out of reluctance to grant her any favor. What business do you bring forth today?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, I visited the Ministry of Rites yesterday to inquire about the Empress's dowry. The ministry lamented the scarcity of funds, as you commanded frugality," Wei stated. "I seek the imperial decree to alleviate your worries by having the general's residence prepare the dowry for the Empress." Qi Zhao, interpreting this as a challenge to the Du family, furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" The Minister of Rites, Qian Ning, hurriedly stepped forward to declare that the ministry was diligently preparing the dowry for the future Empress, feeling rather wronged. He asserted that while the general of the state wished to display grandeur, there were established protocols for the emperor's wedding, and the lady in question was not the original empress. Thus, any perceived slight was dictated by the rites, and not a deliberate oversight by the ministry. "You speak nonsense," Wei, losing his composure, retorted vehemently. "The lady has already been acknowledged as the future empress. All that is required is 238 loads of dowry. I wish to flaunt my wealth, yet I find no opportunity to do so." The general of the state had clearly lost his temper. The chancellor, Xiao Zhengyang, cast a glance at Wei, who struggled to suppress his urge to curse, kneeling to plead for forgiveness. "I have acted improperly before your Majesty. I request punishment." 238 loads of dowry for the future empress is acceptable. Qi Zhao nodded, pleased with the future empress's awareness. The empress would enter the palace next month. As long as things were manageable, there was no need to dwell excessively on this matter. Once she was in the palace, who would dare mistreat her? She is the mother of the world and ought to possess grace and understanding of propriety. Hearing this, Wei El's eyes glistened with tears. Even before entering the palace, he felt wronged, and he anticipated only greater grievances within. I request your majesty's grace. Aside from the Empress's ceremonial attire and phoenix crown, I shall prepare everything else myself. Even if my family is in decline, I still possess some imperial gifts to maintain appearances, and there is no need for the ministry to worry. Minister Qian, why not present the list prepared for the lady, so that we may review it together and ensure that nothing is lacking for the emperor's wedding? The royal family's minister, Prince Qiyu, spoke up, surprising everyone, as this elder prince seldom involved himself in state matters apart from familial affairs. The emperor's wedding is a matter of state as well as a family affair, he continued. The Duke of Huayan was about to offer his assistance, but Qiyu halted him with a glance, indicating that one voice was sufficient to represent Wei Xiangwan. If too many spoke, it might displease the higher authorities, especially since the Empress Dowager had chosen Wei Xiangwan precisely for her family's limited influence. The fact that the Empress was willing to bring in 238 loads of dowry despite knowing the favored concubine would enter the palace was indicative of her understanding. Rather than demanding more from the ministry, she simply sought to prepare her own contributions, revealing the ministry's awkward position in this matter. Many in the court shared this sentiment. A sheen of perspiration appeared on Qian Ning's forehead as he suggested that the dowry list was at the office, realizing that the back and forth was too time-consuming. If the emperor had no intention of supporting the future empress, this matter could be left ambiguous and thus resolved. He could later prepare a list simply to appease the situation. At this moment, an official rose to defend Qian Ning, stating that the empress's dowry list must be submitted to the emperor for review before the ministry could commence preparations. Does the prince doubt the emperor's judgment? The general of the state, cherishing his sister, found numerous issues, yet he could not fault the ministry. After all, the lady entered the palace late. The hierarchy of the new wife over the former was merely the way of the world. This is a reasonable assertion. Qiyu nodded and then countered. But why did no one speak up when concubine Du entered the palace with her 260 loads of dowry? Should the new wife be prioritized over the former? Does that mean a concubine can overshadow both? A commotion swept through the court. The mention of concubine Du's 260 loads of dowry left many stunned. Whether from shock or from the knowledge that the emperor had not married his desired bride, creating an atmosphere of discomfort where none dared to provoke the emperor's displeasure. Save for the Empress Dowager, who had privately discussed the matter with him. No one else had dared to voice an opinion on this issue in the court or beyond. The Empress, displaying remarkable restraint, proactively proposed a dowry of only 238 sedans, compelling the general of the state to attend court and seek the emperor's favor. Refraining from criticizing the Ministry of Rights, and instead suggesting he prepare the dowry himself. Traditionally, the Ministry of Rights has handled the Empress's dowry. I wish to inquire, Master Qian, was it the Emperor's decree to procure a dowry for the noble consort? Qiyu pressed insistently. Qian Ning trembled in trepidation. How could he confess that half of this was due to the Du family offering him silver to assist in preparing some dowry, while he, seeing the Du family at their zenith, was keen to curry favor and thus allocated many splendid items originally intended for the Empress to the noble consort? All these items were suitable for the noble consort, and there was no transgression whatsoever, Qian Ning retorted evasively. Qiyu turned again to the throne. Your Majesty, did you not decree that the Ministry of Rights handle the noble consort's dowry? Qi Zhao, cornered by the questioning, faltered. Uncle Wang, the noble consort and her dowry have already entered the palace. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The Ministry of Rights must diligently manage the subsequent dowry affairs. Should there be any deficiencies, I shall not spare you. After leaving court, Qi Zhao surveyed the civil officials across from him, a cold smirk escaping his lips, which was far more piercing than any verbal mockery. Wei El rose and discreetly expressed his gratitude to Qiyu, lamenting that it was his inferior status that had subjected the noble consort to such humiliation. What a statement! The noble consort is the Empress, the embodiment of law and propriety. I am keen to see who dares to bully her, Qiyu remarked pointedly. The events of the court swiftly reached the inner palace, where Du Yuzhen, weeping, approached Qi Zhao to plead her case, claiming that her father had merely used silver to request the ministry's assistance, worried that their own preparations would be inadequate within the palace. And now she was entangled in this mess due to his foolishness, incurring disgrace, having been summoned and reprimanded by the Empress Dowager for the Du family's lack of decorum. Qi Zhao found no inclination to console her, advising her to temper her behavior in the coming days. This was the first instance of Qi Zhao speaking so sternly to her, prompting tears to cascade down her cheeks. "Have I caused you embarrassment, cousin?" Yet, I only sought to express my frustration. Seeing her cry, Qi Zhao's heart softened, and he gently embraced her, assuring, "I do not blame you. Blame Wei El instead." Since the Empress Dowager understands propriety and requested only 238 sedans for the dowry, why then must he speak ill of the Ministry of Rights? Had it not been mentioned previously, matters might have settled without incident. However, now that it has been brought to light, various admonishments are likely already en route, causing Qi Zhao a headache. Chapter 4. The Dowry Affair. Wang Yihui, aware of Wei El's actions in court, anxiously sought out Wei Xiangwan, lamenting that such a significant matter had transpired without her husband noticing even the slightest detail. "I am far too obtuse." "This is not your fault," Wei Xiangwan reassured her. "My brother, feeling embarrassed, would naturally not wish for you to perceive it." Wang Yihui cast a worried glance toward Wei Xiangwan. "But the sources of embarrassment extend beyond Wei El alone. My brother fails to see that currently, the Emperor's dissatisfaction in court largely stems from the Empress Dowager's influence, necessitating the elevation of the Du family." Wei Xiangwan, however, maintained a pragmatic outlook, noting that Xiao Zhengyang, ever cautious, would not easily engage, and such restraint was mirrored by the highest officials, thus the lower ranks would naturally follow suit. Presently, with the court in disarray, it is not solely due to the Emperor's disfavor towards me. The noble consort sees clearly. There is no need for further persuasion regarding my brother. The fire within him will only extinguish once I have firmly established myself within the palace. At this point, any words spoken are futile. Wei Xiangwan expressed her apologies, indicating that it was not a grave matter, and reassured her sister-in-law to prepare for her return home without worry. As for the issue surrounding the dowry of concubine Du, the realization of its implications arose belatedly. The noble families and the gentry have always looked down upon one another, but no one anticipated that one day the gentry would be openly scorned by the royal family. Upon this realization, the gentry went into a frenzy. Before the words of the head of the imperial guards had even faded, someone stepped forward to accuse the Minister of Rights, Qian Ning, of misconduct and dereliction of duty. Additionally, accusations were directed at the Vice Minister of Personnel, Du Chengruo, for his arrogance and ignorance of propriety and hierarchy, as well as for his transgressions against his superiors. Furthermore, there were those who directly implicated the entire censorate, claiming that while they diligently reported trivial matters, they remained deaf to serious offenses, lacking even a semblance of integrity. Those standing pointed fingers in accusation, while those kneeling protested their innocence, raising their voices in exasperation. The commotion caused Qi Zhao great distress, prompting him to glance at the elder statesmen at the forefront of the assembly, signaling them to engage with the unfolding spectacle. To his surprise, they merely lowered their heads, clutching their tablets in silence. Frustrated, Qi Zhao allowed the uproar to continue, choosing to remain silent and noncommittal. After Wei Liu self-recommended himself to the court, the Empress Dowager graciously bestowed numerous gifts upon the general's residence, which Wei Xiangwan accepted with delight. Noticing her uplifted spirits, the matron seized the opportunity to speak, indicating that the palace was indeed considerate of the Empress's plight. The Empress should submit a memorial regarding her dowry, allowing the Ministry of Rights to arrange it, which would not only alleviate the Emperor's immediate concerns, but also demonstrate her magnanimity. However, since the matter had not been disclosed earlier, there was no necessity for me to submit a memorial. Now that it has surfaced, submitting one would serve no purpose. As Wei Xiangwan trimmed the branches of her bonsai, she reflected that while she could gain a measure of virtuous reputation, it would render her brother a figure of ridicule, an unworthy exchange. Her brother, who thought solely of her welfare, deserved not to be embarrassed. She could not allow him to bear the brunt of disgrace while she reaped the accolades. Such a course of action was untenable. The concubine had entered the palace, fearing that she might whisper ill of her in the emperor's presence, which would be detrimental to the empress. The matron lowered her gaze, suggesting that if the emperor could see the empress now, there would be no cause for concern. Wei Xiangwan smiled silently, as the matron mistakenly believed the emperor awaited her presence. The emperor possessed his own affections and would not easily change his mind upon seeing her. Due to the emperor's silence, the situation escalated, and the Du family's reputation as a harmful influence on the state became a burgeoning topic among the populace. The rumors of concubine Du as a bewitching figure began to circulate, adversely affecting the emperor's previously pristine reputation following his ascension to power. For the emergence of the bewitching concubine inevitably conjured images of a foolish ruler, ensnared by lust and devoid of wisdom. After several days of clamor in the court, Qi Zhao, though initially indifferent, found himself unable to remain passive amidst the rising public sentiment. He proactively made his way to the Hall of Governance, where the three chancellors, Xiao Jingyang, Lu Sang, and Jing Yang, awaited him. In their estimation, they questioned how long this turmoil would persist. The ministers merely sought a resolution from the emperor. Xiao Jingyang proposed that the matter of the concubine's dowry was not decreed by the emperor, but rather a result of Qian Ning's sycophancy. It was clear that this minister of rights could not retain his position. Lu Sang concurred. Jing Yang, unable to contain his discontent, noted that among the three chancellors, he was the youngest and had been promoted to right chancellor following the emperor's ascension. Yet he frequently found himself at odds with the emperor's views. Was it sufficient merely to deal with Qian Ning? Jing Yang inquired, Your Majesty, although there has been no decree for the Ministry of Rights to prepare the dowry for the favored consort without Your Majesty's approval, how could she possibly bring her dowry into the palace? Throughout history, only the Empress has enjoyed such grandeur. How can Your Majesty casually promise this to the consort, yet now find no fault in it? Qi Zhao displayed a hint of regret, admitting, I too harbor regrets. Jing Yang suggested, in that case, let the consort return the portion of the dowry arranged by the Ministry of Rights. As a court official, Du Changru should be aware of the situation and not cause Your Majesty distress. If he is reluctant to part with his daughter as a concubine, he should have refrained from sending her to the palace in the first place. Now that she has entered, she aspires to be on par with the Empress. If Your Majesty fails to see through this matter, the more benevolently you treat him, the deeper the harm it inflicts upon him. That should not be the case. Seeing the Emperor's displeasure, Xiao Jingyang intervened. Your Majesty, this predicament is not of your making. The true culprit is Qian Ning, an experienced official who has somehow conducted himself so poorly. Last night, Qian Ning sought an audience, but I did not grant it. While he curries favor with the consort, he cannot neglect the Empress, who is of noble lineage. That would be sheer folly. In the end, Qian Ning was found guilty of dereliction of duty and demoted to a commoner. The left Deputy Minister of Rights took over the position of minister and diligently prepared the Empress's dowry. Du Changru was penalized with a year as salary reduction, and the favored consort was to return the dowry to the Ministry of Rights. This last matter was conducted discreetly, although in the palace, secrets are hard to keep. Once so many items were moved from the consort's hidden hall, it was impossible for others not to inquire. The palace would relish this gossip for some time. Du Yuzhen felt deeply humiliated and refused to leave her quarters, weeping daily. To console her, Qi Zhao rewarded her with numerous gifts. Du Yuzhen lamented, Does cousin think I weep for mere possessions? I merely reflect on my own fate. Even as a consort, I remain leagues apart from the Empress. With sorrow welling within her, she mused, perhaps, like my aunt, I am simply lacking in fortune. Her aunt, the late Empress Li, had succumbed to grief after the previous emperor's death, leading to her demise. After her passing, her son was named Crown Prince and subsequently ascended the throne. Thinking of his mother, Qi Zhao's mood darkened, and he embraced Du Yuzhen, saying, It is I who have wronged you. I do not blame cousin, she cried. I know you are well-meaning, yet powerless. I can only lament my surname Du, which fails to please the Empress Dowager. She would rather select a lonely, Orphan girl and choose me. Qi Zhao, upon hearing this, harbored grievances against the Empress Dowager for her unilateral choice of the new empress, which he disapproved of. In such an atmosphere, Wei Xiangwan prepared to enter the palace for her grand wedding. On the eve of the wedding, Du Yuzhen hardly slept, troubled by the news that the empress's dowry had arrived, amounting to 238 loads, which the Longle Palace's storeroom could hardly accommodate. The flattery of those around her felt like mockery. The 260 loads she had once boasted of had failed to fill even the storeroom of the Hidden Jade Hall. Consort Song made her point clear, remarking, "Your Highness's family is indeed prestigious. You must understand that boasting about the number of loads serves no purpose." It was a blatant mockery of her attempts to save face. Du Yuzhen, incensed, snapped her nails in anger. However, in the public eye, she found it difficult to argue her case. With a darkened expression, she returned to the palace, hurling objects in a fit of rage, despite the Emperor's assurances from the night before that his affection for her remained unchanged regardless of the Empress's presence. Du Yuzhen felt an unbearable frustration welling up within her. Dressed in a gown as splendid as that of the Empress, adorned with jewels and an exquisitely detailed makeup, the palace maid flattered her, proclaiming that she resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Gazing into the mirror, Du Yuzhen felt a surge of pride, determined to demonstrate that the Empress's position was merely a matter of luck. In the palace, many sought to compete with the Empress in beauty, yet some were not merely driven by rivalry, but by the desire to avoid a humiliating defeat. After 3 years, could she have possibly lost her beauty? Zhao Yiren pondered aloud while admiring her reflection. Perhaps, she concluded, the palace attendants had never laid eyes on Wei Xiangwan. Was the Empress truly as stunning as rumored? You haven't seen her, Zhao Yiren remarked. Years ago, at the hunting grounds, she wore a peach blossom gown and stood by the Yu water pool, smiling as if she were the embodiment of the Luo goddess. The emperor was utterly captivated at first sight, and it took the palace attendants quite some time to regain their composure. At that moment, they all believed the empress's position was secured, and many felt disheartened at the prospect of vying for favor against such beauty. However, that very night, Wei Xiangwan left the hunting grounds for home and did not attend the formal banquet, as her father had gone missing. Subsequently, they were selected into the palace, and she mourned the loss of her grandmother. At the time, they had pitied her. Little did they know that fortunes would turn, although she entered the palace later. Her rank was now exalted. Less merely observed from the sidelines today, without excessive adornment, Du Yuzhen sighed. After breakfast, they awaited in front of the Dazhao Hall. Though the November sun shone brightly, the wind offered no warmth. They stood for 2 full hours before faintly hearing the sounds of ceremonial music heralding the arrival of the Phoenix carriage. After waiting another half hour, the carriage finally approached, prompting everyone to kneel in reverence. Concubine Song and Concubine Du stepped forward to assist the Empress as she alighted. As the carriage door opened, Concubine Du boldly raised her gaze to meet the Empress's eyes, only to be rendered momentarily speechless. She had heard tales of the Wei family's daughter being the most beautiful in the capital, but that was 3 years prior. Since then, the city's luminaries had changed repeatedly, and having never witnessed it firsthand, she remained indifferent. Wei Xiangwan, naturally beautiful, was breathtakingly stunning in her resplendent attire, akin to a garden of peonies in full bloom, captivating all who beheld her. Unfazed by Concubine Du's moment of disarray, Wei Xiangwan smiled at Concubine Song. "It is good to see you again." Concubine Song, with a lowered gaze, acknowledged, "Your Majesty, you are destined for greatness." Wei Xiangwan stepped onto the palanquin, passing by Concubine Du as if she were invisible, and approached the incense table in the Dazhao Hall to receive the Empress's decree. She then moved to the Wendy Hall to accept the congratulations of the officials and noble women. Before her, all knelt in reverence. Among them were envy, resentment, and indignation, but these emotions were of no concern to Wei Xiangwan. She cast a glance at the distant palace eaves, realizing this was to be her abode for the remainder of her life. As the rightful mistress of this Phoenix Palace, I shall no longer allow others to dictate my fate. The imperial wedding was a spectacle marked by intricate rituals and complex procedures. Yet each facet of the ceremony unfolded in its own distinct manner. Prior to the arrival of the emperor, Wei Xiangwan had not yet laid eyes upon his majesty. As she awaited the moment for the ceremonial exchange of cups, she removed her phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, changing into a more auspicious attire. The palace maids moved with decorum, and the vast hall was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Wei Xiangwan had brought 4 maidservants with her, though they were not those who had served her since childhood. Instead, they were specially selected individuals for this occasion, named after seasonal terms: Guyu, Xiaoman, Bailu, and Xiaoxue. The selection of attendants for the Empress was predetermined. Thus, the more individuals Wei Xiangwan brought into the palace, the more maids prepared for the Empress would have to depart. Therefore, until she took her seat, Wei Xiangwan had yet to see her own attendants, yet she remained unperturbed. The palace was not only her battlefield, but theirs as well. "Where is His Majesty now?" Du Yuzhen inquired sharply, her composure lost before the Dezhao Hall, leaving her uncertain of how to return to the Cangyu Hall. After a moment of bewilderment, she abruptly rose from her seat, frantically asking about the emperor's whereabouts. "His Majesty is currently receiving the emissaries and will soon proceed to the Kuan room for the ceremonial exchange of cups," a palace maid replied earnestly. "That cannot be." Du Yuzhen shook her head vehemently. "His Majesty must not see the Empress. Certainly, he loves her, but he is still merely a man. No man can behold the face of the Empress without being moved, especially as she is the Emperor's lawful wife. His affection for her is only natural." For the first time in her life, Du Yuzhen experienced the agonizing pangs of jealousy. Grasping her garments at her chest, she attempted to intercept the Emperor, declaring, "I shall die if I do not bring His Majesty to the Cangyu Hall today." "Your Highness," He Sheng implored gently, "today is the grand wedding ceremony of the Emperor and Empress. If you prevent His Majesty from attending, I fear the Empress Dowager will be displeased." "When has she ever favored me?" Du Yuzhen retorted, her voice rising. "Her opinion of me is of no consequence. What matters is His Majesty. Go quickly." Wei Xiangwan waited for an hour in the Kuan room, as the palace maids lit the lamps, yet the Emperor's presence remained elusive. Rising once more, she ventured to the inner hall, where those attending in the Kuan room exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb the Empress's demeanor. They had received word before Wei Xiangwan that the Emperor had been summoned by the favored concubine, Du Guofei, en route to the Kuan room. Xiaoman once again entered with a tray of tea, but this time, no palace maid approached with a cheerful smile to take it from her, instead urging her to rest. Upon entering the inner hall, Wei Xiangwan had already removed her hairpins and changed in her nightgown. "The Emperor will not come today. I shall sleep first. After a day of exertion, I am quite weary," she stated, displaying no signs of disappointment at being overlooked on her wedding night. "Shall I bring in some food for you, Your Highness, so you may eat before resting?" Xiaoman inquired. "I am but a disheartened and melancholic Empress. How could I indulge in a lavish feast?" Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. "A few tidbits of dried meat and pastries would suffice to appease my hunger discreetly." "It was Du Guofei who summoned the Emperor away," Xiaoman murmured, claiming she would die if he did not attend to her. "Such matters are bound to arise. It is not as if she is the only one vying for his attention," Wei Xiangwan remarked with indifference. "I merely did not anticipate her urgency. She could not even wait a single day. She must have seen Your Highness's true visage and grown anxious. What use is her anxiety? Can she truly prevent His Majesty from seeing me for a lifetime?" Chapter 6. Have the Emperor and Empress met? In the Hall of Hidden Jade, Wu Yang restrained Zheng Heng from calling out, insisting that the Emperor should rest a little longer, as he had no obligation to attend court today. The Emperor was to host a banquet for the Empress's relatives and various ministers, a matter far removed from the intrigues of the harem. "If you delay any further, the Empress Dowager's wrath will be upon us, and can you bear the consequences?" Qi Zhao lay on his back, with Du Yuzhen nestled in his embrace. Holding his hand tightly, Qi Zhao felt a slight headache. He had merely come to take a glance, yet here he was, spending the night. Last evening had been the grand wedding ceremony, and he knew he would face the Empress Dowager's incessant chiding for not visiting the Kuan chamber with the Empress. He pressed his fist against his forehead. "Your Majesty, it is time to rise," came Zheng Heng's voice from beyond the curtain. Qi Zhao acknowledged with a hum, but Du Yuzhen clung to his hand even tighter. "Cousin, do not leave. I shall meet with the ministers and return shortly. Qi Zhao reassured her. But your majesty need not attend court after such a grand wedding. What ministers could possibly require your presence? Be good. Qi Zhao comforted her. I cannot simply remain here. Du Yuzhen rose to assist Qi Zhao in dressing, insisting, once cousin has met with the ministers, he will return. I shall wait for him. Are you so fearful of my meeting with the Empress? Qi Zhao teased, causing Du Yuzhen to stiffen, her lips stubbornly retorting, I am not afraid. No matter who it is, even a celestial being from the heavens. Cousin has said, I shall always be the favored one. Indeed, I shall always hold you dear. Qi Zhao affirmed, recalling his late mother and his desire to grow closer to his maternal family. Disguised, he had visited his uncle's home, where he fortuitously encountered his cousin. Adorned in a crimson cloak, frolicking in the snow, her beauty striking him instantly. Unlike other women, she had captured his heart with her innocent charm. After a restful slumber, Wei Xiangwan awoke in splendid spirits. Once she had completed her makeup, she intended to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager at the Palace of Longevity, not forgetting to send someone to inquire at the Palace of Treasures regarding a suitable time for her to visit the Empress Dowager. In truth, the Empress Dowager was only 45, her youthful appearance belied by the sharpness in her gaze. Once Wei Xiangwan had completed her bow, the Empress Dowager remarked, From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an affinity. It was a pity you could not enter the palace. But it seems we are destined for a bond as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It is only because mother remembers her son that I have such fortune today, Wei Xiangwan replied, lowering her head. On your wedding night, your husband was taken away by a concubine. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for you, I cannot say. The Empress Dowager sighed, indicating the evident shortcomings in the upbringing of the daughters of the Du family. The Empress Dowager was referring to another daughter from the Du family, the posthumously honored Empress Xiaozi, the late emperor's mother. Perhaps the emperor's concern stems from illness. It is only right for him to check on her, Wei Xiangwan suggested, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Do not be deceived by them, the Empress Dowager remarked with a cold smile. Feigning illness is their specialty. They use it to vie for favor and evade calamity. Sometimes I wonder if there is anyone in this palace who is truly healthy. Wei Xiangwan chuckled lightly at this. Seeing her smile, the Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. Am I making jokes to amuse you? Do you truly comprehend the situation you are facing? To be humiliated on your wedding night, and still you can laugh. Someone, go to the Hall of Hidden Jade and convey my decree. Du Guifei displays a lack of respect and understanding of propriety. She is to receive 3 slaps as punishment. The Empress Dowager commanded. Wei Xiangwan's smile faded, for the imperial concubine had wronged her son. You must not show such compassion, cautioned Empress Dowager Lu. You are the empress, and she is merely a concubine. Under no circumstances should you allow her to overshadow your status. Do you understand? Upon exiting the Qingshou Palace, Wei Xiangwan took her seat in the palanquin. The lady-in-waiting Yang Zhihui inquired whether they should proceed to the Kuan room, but Wei Xiangwan shook her head, instructing them to return directly to the Changle Palace. Lady Li Xiuan, responsible for Changle Palace, hurried back after hearing the news from the Kuan room, leading the palace attendants to pay their respects. Wei Xiangwan accepted their greetings and instructed them to distribute the rewards. Is His Majesty attending the grand banquet today? She asked. According to protocol, His Majesty was to host a feast for the Empress's family, ministers, and relatives. Wei Xiangwan felt a twinge of anxiety. While it was trivial for her to be intercepted in the palace, she feared that if His Majesty failed to honor the Wei family's reputation outside, her brother might take some reckless action. His Majesty will certainly be present, replied Li Xiuan. He has elevated the general to the status of Chengyan Bo and has bestowed many gifts. Wei Xiangwan nodded, relieved that His Majesty still retained some rationality. The elevation to Chengyan Bo was expected after taking control. His Majesty had wished to ennoble her uncle as Chengyan Gong, but could only grant him the title of Chengyan Ho. At that time, the late Empress's family had also received the title of Chengyan Ho. Thus, having a Chengyan Bo in her family was quite satisfactory. But why has your highness returned to Changle Palace? Li Xiuan boldly inquired. The Kuan room was traditionally where the emperor and empress consummated their marriage, and it was customary for them to reside there for 3 days. However, it seemed that your highness was reluctant to go there today. His Majesty will not be going to the Kuan room either. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's decree, perhaps His Majesty would have visited. The Empress Dowager sent someone to slap the imperial concubine in the Sanyu Hall, so His Majesty will definitely not go. It would be pointless for me to remain there alone. It is better not to go at all. After the banquet concluded, Qi Zhao returned to the Changji Palace to change garments, only to hear that after the Empress had gone to the Qingshou Palace, the Empress Dowager issued a decree to slap the imperial concubine 3 times. His Majesty should go and take a look. The imperial concubine is crying to the point of losing her breath. Wu Yang expressed his concern. The pain of the slaps was secondary. The humiliation was unprecedented in the palace. The Empress had yet to be summoned by the Empress Dowager since entering the palace. Yet now she was publicly slapped by the Empress Dowager. Wu Yang felt sympathetic, and he lamented on behalf of the Empress. With a sigh, Qi Zhao raised his hand for the attendants to finish adjusting his belt before heading to the Sanyu Hall. Inside, Du Yuzhen lay on the bed, sobbing incessantly. Qi Zhao wanted to see her, but she avoided his gaze, saying it was somewhat unsightly and that His Majesty should not look. "Let me see," he insisted, grasping her hand to examine closely. A thin layer of powder concealed her abnormal flush. "Does it hurt?" Du Yuzhen bit her lip and shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Compared to the pain, the humiliation and rage were far greater. It was her first experience of being struck across the face. The lady-in-waiting in the Qingshou Palace had delivered the slap without expression, then admonished her to learn her lesson regarding hierarchy and not to repeat her mistakes. "How can I be at ease with you in such a state?" Qi Zhao sighed. Du Yuzhen shook her head resolutely. "I want to keep my cousin here. Even if the Empress Dowager comes tomorrow or the day after, I am unafraid. I am willing to endure this." Qi Zhao regarded her, advising, "Why must you oppose the Empress Dowager? It would be better to be a bit more compliant." Du Yuzhen shook her head defiantly, stating, "Because I bear the surname Du. The Empress Dowager will never look favorably upon me. I shall not exert myself to please her. In this palace, my only concern is for my cousin." As the night deepened, Qi Zhao offered comfort to his cousin, who hesitated over whether to visit the Kuan chamber. Eventually, upon learning from Wu Yang that the Empress had already returned to Changle Palace, he decided against the visit, reasoning that since the Empress was aware of his intentions, there was no purpose in going. Du Yuzhen embraced the Emperor, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the forsaken lovers, perceiving the Empress as someone who, despite her status, needed to be reminded of her insignificance. After the Emperor and Empress's wedding, he deliberately neglected her for 3 days. On the 4th day, when the ladies of the court came to pay their respects and congratulate the Empress, she distributed rewards. Among those absent was the noble consort Du, who received the most lavish gifts. Wei Xiangwan remarked with a smile that these were items the Ministry of Rites insisted on presenting, which the Empress had no use for, and thus offered them to the consort Du, ensuring they would be put to good use. The ladies quickly grasped that these were indeed the dowry originally prepared for Consort Du, but had been moved from the Sanyu Palace. Consort Ro chuckled, remarking on the Empress's generosity in bestowing such gifts upon someone who was not even present. In this world, everything must be done with propriety, and one could only hope that the Empress would learn from her mistakes and not repeat them, Wei Xiangwan said softly. While the concubines smiled outwardly, they were internally astonished by the Empress's confidence. It seemed she was undeterred by the Emperor's absence from Changle Palace, showing little regard for Consort Du, as if she were of no consequence. Consort Song, who had initially harbored concerns for Du Yuzhen due to the Emperor's fondness and familial ties, now felt reassured by the Empress's demeanor. Even with the Emperor's affection and favoritism, without intelligence, one would merely be a paper tiger in the harem, impressive in appearance but ultimately harmless. When the rewards from Changle Palace arrived, Qi Zhao was also present in the Sanyu Palace, observing the endless stream of gifts and remarking on the Empress's apparent generosity. However, Du Yuzhen's expression darkened. When Qi Zhao glanced her way, he saw her head bowed, realizing that the Empress was humiliating her, and he felt compelled to speak in her defense. These items were moved from Sanyu Palace, only to be returned as gifts. How generous she is. These are quite substantial. Qi Zhao perceived no issue with this. Now that they had crossed the bright road, she could use them without fear of them being taken back. Du Yuzhen glared at him, exclaiming, "I do not want them. Am I a destitute person? Do I lack for these things?" The fact that they were taken from me was already humiliating, and now to have them returned is an even greater affront. If I were to use these items, what would that make me? Her emotions surged, and Qi Zhao could only soothe her, saying, all right, no need for that." However, the Empress's gifts could not be returned, so he instructed that everything be sent to the Changji Palace for the time being. After calming Du Yuzhen, Qi Zhao felt utterly exhausted. He dined and then left, opting not to spend the night in the Sanyu Palace. As he passed by Changel Palace, he contemplated visiting the Empress, thinking that since she had entered the palace, it would be unreasonable for them to never meet. The Empress had been neglected upon her arrival, yet remained perceptive and gracious, choosing not to contend with the consort. A modicum of respect was still warranted. However, to his surprise, the palace maid informed him that the Empress was not present and had gone to the Baozi Palace to pay her respects. Chapter 7. A meeting unseen. The day following Wei Xiangwan's grand wedding, she was eager to pay her respects at the Baozi Palace. It was not until the fourth day that someone from the palace came to say that the Empress Dowager wished to see her. Wei Xiangwan could hardly contain her excitement, her fervor surpassing even that of her wedding day. Baozi Palace was home to the Empress Dowager, who had become increasingly reclusive in recent years, rarely receiving visitors except for the Emperor and the Empress. The late Empress had only visited once after the wedding, accompanying the Emperor to pay their respects. Qi Zhao inquired about the purpose of the visit, and upon receiving confirmation that the Empress Dowager wished to see the Empress, he furrowed his brow, wondering what business his grandmother had with her alone. "Come, let us pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." Inside Baozi Palace, the Empress Dowager scrutinized Wei Xiangwan's countenance, seeing a resemblance, yet feeling a disconnect. What did it matter if she bore some likeness? She was not the one the Empress Dowager had hoped for. With a sigh, she lamented that had she foreseen this outcome of marrying her to the Wei family, she would have kept her in the palace, where they could dine and converse together, perhaps even play cards. Wei Xiangwan's grandmother, Princess Annal, had grown up under the Empress Dowager's care. Years ago, when the Empress Dowager faced years of barrenness, someone had suggested she adopt a child to bring fortune. Reluctantly, she had agreed when Wei Xiangwan's mother brought the 2-year-old into the palace for a visit. The Empress Dowager, taken by the child's beauty, invited her to stay. Not long after, she conceived the late emperor. The Empress Dowager regarded her as a lucky star, and after her mother's passing, she raised Wei Xiangwan as her own daughter until her marriage. As the daughter of a princess, she ought to have been bestowed with a title of higher rank. However, the Empress Dowager deemed her and her mother equal, conferring upon her the title of Princess Annal, wishing her a life filled with peace and joy. When her grandmother departed, she clutched a small horse, a gift from the Empress Dowager upon her entrance to the palace. Wei Xiangwan reminisced alongside the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, brushing away the tears, recalling a colorful little horse that the late emperor had also admired and insisted on having. Although she had given it to him, she felt a pang of loss, secretly weeping under her blanket until a maid discovered her. Later, the Empress Dowager gifted the emperor a white jade horse in exchange for the colorful one. Wei Xiangwan felt a flicker of confusion, for her grandmother's grasp was on the white jade horse, not the colorful one. However, she concealed her bewilderment. Before her grandmother passed, she had held her hand, expressing concern that the Empress Dowager would have to endure the sorrow of losing her. "I'm a distant cousin, chosen and nurtured by the Empress Dowager, who has cared for me as tenderly as my own mother. It is my misfortune," she lamented. "In this life, I only wish for your long-lasting peace and longevity. Alas, I fear I shall disappoint her. In the next life, should you have the chance to enter the palace and see the Empress Dowager, tell her that I will surely be reborn as her daughter, and she must remember me." Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager choked back her tears, murmuring that whether as a daughter or a daughter-in-law, she awaited her return. Wei Xiangwan, observing the Empress Dowager's fluctuating emotions and waning strength, took the initiative to take her leave. The Empress Dowager nodded, and as a maid escorted Wei Xiangwan out, she remarked, "Do not take offense at the Empress Dowager's delay in summoning you. She has longed to see you, but feared the encounter. Since the princess's departure, the Empress Dowager's spirit has diminished greatly. Wei Xiangwan nodded, reflecting on how her grandmother had also been concerned for the Empress Dowager upon her departure. Your Majesty, when you have the time, do visit the Baozi Palace more often. It will be delightful for someone to accompany the Empress Dowager and share a few words. Certainly. As soon as the Empress's palanquin departed, a young attendant reported to His Majesty that the Empress Dowager had requested assistance to rest and suggested that he visit another day. She also instructed a matron to convey a message, advising that one should moderate their displeasure with the Empress. The harmony between the Emperor and Empress is crucial. His Majesty's avoidance of the Empress could destabilize the inner court, and such turmoil would inevitably affect the state. Then, she reconsidered and decided it best to remain silent, merely stating that she was fatigued and had already retired. The Empress Dowager gazed into the void, her demeanor not particularly astute, yet her granddaughter did not share her qualities. The Emperor's absence from the grand wedding was significant, albeit not insurmountable, but since the Empress had not mentioned it, she chose to feign ignorance. She uttered a simple remark. However, matters of intimacy between men and women cannot be forced merely by her desire for closeness. The princess was previously shielded by the Empress, thus did not need to exhibit shrewdness. The Empress's kin, lacking substantial influence, naturally necessitated her elevation. The Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with moisture. She now lamented having raised her too indulgently. While it was splendid to have her by her side, it posed countless challenges in the households of others. Since grandmother had retired for the night, I shall visit another day. Qi Zhao inquired of the matron regarding the Empress Dowager's mood. There was nothing said that might disturb her peace, was there? The Empress Dowager is well. The matron playfully queried whether His Majesty was aware of anything that might displease the Empress Dowager. Qi Zhao chuckled softly, offering no response. After the passing of the late emperor, the Empress Dowager had taken him into the Baozi Palace, where he resided until a month later when he ascended the throne and moved to the Changji Palace. His mother is his biological mother, while his grandmother is his true grandmother. Qi Zhao held a deep respect and affection for the Empress Dowager, fostering close relations with the palace attendants. There are no secrets within the palace. The Empress Dowager is always informed. The matron reminded him that if His Majesty wished to keep matters from the Empress Dowager, he ought to prepare in advance. I am aware, Qi Zhao nodded. At the tender age of 10, Qi Zhao became emperor. He has always been quick to learn and humble, diligently striving to be a wise ruler upon taking the reins of governance. However, after his wedding and assumption of power, he discovered that the reality was not as he had envisioned, leading to a delayed rebellion against expectations, commonly referred to as being dragged back despite his efforts to move forward. Initially intending to visit the Empress, he was disheartened when courtiers reminded him not to neglect her, which left him feeling irritated. Why must they meddle in his affairs? What autonomy does he truly possess as emperor? He decided against visiting the Changlu Palace and instead meandered to the Chao Hui Hall of Concubine Song. Concubine Song encouraged him to visit the Changlu Palace, stating that the Empress had been in the palace for some time, and his absence from there in favor of her chambers left her feeling quite anxious. What do you have to be anxious about? Qi Zhao inquired curiously. When the late Empress was alive, you did not seem fearful. Is the new Empress truly so formidable? If your Majesty says so, I must disagree. I entered the palace before the late Empress and did not prevent you from attending the grand wedding. Concubine Song playfully retorted, suggesting that the new Empress, being neglected by His Majesty, might not harbor dissatisfaction towards him, but would she not feel a sense of grievance towards us? Song Hanju, well-versed in the art of conversation, subtly implied that Du Yuzhen lacked decorum while hinting that the Empress might bear grudges and be less magnanimous. The Queen is protected by the Empress Dowager, and the favored concubine is safeguarded by His Majesty. Who, then, shall protect me when the time comes? Qi Zhao embraced her, asserting that since she was summoned into the palace by him, he would naturally shield her. The Queen was selected by the Empress Dowager, so let her provide the protection. Chapter 8. Still no meeting. Upon exiting the Tsunyu Hall, His Majesty did not proceed to the Changlu Palace, a clear signal indicating his disfavor towards the central palace. The Queen, having yet to behold the Emperor's visage, had already lost his favor. Regardless of external speculation, Wei Xiangwan maintained a steady demeanor. She humbly accepted the palace authority from the Empress Dowager, expressing her trepidation at being in charge for the first time and requesting the Empress Dowager to send someone to oversee her. Meanwhile, she swiftly grasped various palace matters, leaving the matron of the Qingshou Palace to merely observe. Her conduct was significantly more adept than that of the former queen. After receiving the matron's report, the Empress Dowager sighed, lamenting that her intelligence was not being effectively utilized. His Majesty had yet to meet her, and she remained unperturbed, holding on to this authority merely to chase after trivialities. Has she been visiting the Bao Ci Palace recently? The Empress Dowager inquired again. She goes every few days, spending about an hour each time, the matron replied, puzzled. Given His Majesty's neglect of the Queen, does the Empress Dowager not know? If you believe the Empress Dowager has grown senile, then you are indeed mistaken. There is nothing within this palace that she is unaware of. The matron's expression dimmed when discussing the late Empress Dowager, when His Majesty unexpectedly passed away without naming a crown prince or leaving a succession decree. She initially intended to select the younger Prince Chun for the throne, yet the late Empress Dowager firmly supported the current emperor's ascension. After His Majesty's coronation, she assisted in governance alongside him, and following His Majesty's marriage, it was the late Empress Dowager who first suggested he assume full control. With the late Empress Dowager's presence, her position as queen was far from comfortable. The Empress Dowager's absence could either signify the queen's failure to mention her or perhaps a request from the queen for her not to intervene. This servant truly cannot comprehend why the queen does not allow the Empress Dowager to take charge on her behalf, the matron mused. Have you observed whether the Empress Dowager's people assist the queen in managing the palace? Lu Taio suddenly pondered. Despite having overseen the inner palace for many years, she cannot guarantee that all were her allies due to the late Empress Dowager's influence. This is for the best. Observe with a discerning eye to see who provides her with assistance and uncover those hidden obstacles we are unaware of. Once the late Empress Dowager departs, we shall escort her away. Indeed, in the previous dynasty, there were 6 ministries, and the inner palace also had 6 departments. With the heads of the departments standing together, Wei Xiangwan smiled and said, "You are all essential personnel within the palace. As I am new here, I will require your guidance in many matters." "Your Highness is jesting," the chief minister replied, clasping his hands. "Though we do not reside in the Chonglu Palace, we are all at your service. Today, I merely wish to greet you. There are too many of you for extended conversation. It would be more efficient if each of you recorded your responsibilities, the number of subordinates, and any challenges faced. I shall meet with you gradually afterward. Once I have spoken to all 6 departments, I trust one will become familiar with palace affairs." "As your Highness wishes," the group replied, taking their leave after receiving the Queen's rewards. The chief of decoration glanced back, noting that this lady appeared far more formidable than the previous one. Though the Queen had been in the palace for over 3 years, she had yet to truly govern, burdened by her worries. And this might certainly provide a reason for her demeanor. "I must forewarn you that this noble lady hails from a distinguished lineage, accustomed to the finest treasures. Should you wish to dismiss her as you did with the late Empress, you might find yourself in grave peril. The imperial physician cautions, your words are unfounded. The late Empress never accused me of dismissing her, so refrain from making baseless allegations. Although the attendant may feign resilience, she is internally resolved to navigate this situation adeptly." Wei Xiangwan returned to her chamber, resting her hand upon a cushion. Before long, the red jade bracelet adorning her wrist transformed into an eerie shade of purple. Bai Lu cast a worried glance at Wei Xiangwan. This was not a safe omen. On the very first night in the Chonglu Palace, similar occurrences transpired, and even a mere 2 items had changed color, alarming the maidservants. Although Wei Xiangwan reassured them that not all changes indicated poison. Any item treated with medicinal substances would react upon contact with the red jade. Yet Bai Lu was concerned. Why would something so fine be subjected to such treatment? If it were not poison, it might still be detrimental to one's health. During her time in the palace, there had been no whispers of the Empress's ill health. Shortly after her wedding, she was already with child, and it was evident that her fate was not one of early demise. This was part of the dowry prepared by the Ministry of Rites, and the palace had already possessed it prior to the lady's arrival. All 3 layers of these items were tainted. Bai Lu had replaced everything in Wei Xiangwan's quarters on the very first night. But Wei Xiangwan sought to ascertain the purity of other items, retaining a few small pieces for examination. She pondered slowly, uncertain whether the issues lay solely within her palace or if they permeated the entire harem. It was simple to concoct 1 or 2 items, but the sheer volume and variety, both inside and out, being tainted was indeed disquieting. Who would have imagined that the solemn and opulent Chang Lu Palace, the Empress's residence, could be a den of poison? She understood that others would say she had been neglected by the emperor upon entering the palace, failing to vie for favor. Yet her singular ambition was to seize control of the palace's power. Regardless of public opinion, she was determined to hold authority firmly in her grasp. She could not feel secure even in her own home, let alone in this perilous environment. Moreover, if she were to bear a child, how could she allow them to grow up in such a treacherous atmosphere? They each selected a few items to mix into the rewards meant for the 6 ministries, particularly the Ministry of Rights, observing their reactions to gauge their awareness. Wei Xiangwan remarked, if the opportunity arose to venture into other palaces, she would also test the waters there. On the 6th day of the 12th month, the Ministry of Internal Affairs presented winter-potted landscapes, and the Empress Dowager commanded a viewing banquet to be followed by distribution to the various palaces. Du Yuzhen was somewhat reluctant. Such cold weather was truly taxing. After the Laba festival, there would be grand feasts, lacking in entertainment. This was the last chance to revel before the year's end. Qi Zhao appeared carefree, asking, "Is this your first time attending? Aren't you at all curious? The winter scenery in the warm halls is not cold at all." Du Yuzhen mused that the Empress Dowager was not merely seeking amusement. She intended for her cousin and the Empress to meet. Though her cousin could not avoid the Empress forever, delaying their encounter, even slightly, was preferable. It had been a month since her cousin had last visited the Changlu Palace after their wedding, and while everyone praised his affection for her, she could not bring herself to relax. Could her cousin truly remain indifferent upon seeing the Empress? Chapter 9. Finally encountering after meticulously adorning herself, Du Yuzhen accompanied His Majesty to the Dongguan Palace. The palace radiated warmth akin to spring, where the concubines vied for beauty, their allure surpassing that of blooming flowers. The Empress Dowager, upon seeing Qi Zhao, was in high spirits. Even Du Yuzhen by his side could not dampen her mood. "The Emperor has arrived. The Empress is here," echoed the announcement from outside the palace. Qi Zhao suddenly recalled that the Empress had yet to arrive, and he absent-mindedly glanced towards the entrance. As the palace attendants drew back the curtains, a lady in a crimson gown gracefully stepped forward, her skin as fair as snow, with features as exquisite as a painting. Upon removing her cloak, her elegant figure was accentuated by her winter attire, and atop her head rested a delicate golden crown, without overly extravagant adornments. She appeared as radiant as the snow on Mount Ya, fresh like a stream in the valley, bringing a sense of tranquility to those who beheld her. The concubines bowed their heads in greeting as Wei Xiangwan approached Qi Zhao, performing a curtsy. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Qi Zhao was momentarily entranced the moment he laid eyes upon her, rendered speechless until she stood before him. Du Yuzhen discreetly lifted her gaze, feeling a pang of discomfort, clutching her handkerchief tightly. "Is His Majesty not going to summon me?" Wei Xiangwan tilted her head and inquired of Qi Zhao. Finally coming to his senses, Qi Zhao hastily stammered, "Rise, rise, rise." The Empress Dowager, satisfied with his reaction, deemed her purpose fulfilled. She engaged in light conversation before departing for the palace, allowing the emperor and the concubines to enjoy their time together. As everyone stood to respectfully see the Empress Dowager off, Qi Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Wei Xiangwan. She appeared oblivious, instead explaining to the others the reason for her tardiness, having calculated her time well, only to be unexpectedly halted by someone who obstructed her palanquin, resulting in her late arrival. The emperor observed the empress's moment of indiscretion, and though the onlookers felt a twinge of sorrow, they forced smiles to comply with decorum. Who dared to impede the empress's procession? Wei Xiangwan waved cheerfully, and a small dog, cradled in Xiaoshua's arms, approached. It was unclear who had abandoned it. The poor creature had been huddled against the cold wall. "This little dog is indeed fortunate," Ro Fei remarked. "If it catches the Empress's eye, it might find a home in the Chonglu Palace, soaring to great heights. I will have someone remain there, hoping to reunite it with its mother." Dogs typically have multiple pups. It remains uncertain whether the mother is owned or stray. Wei Xiangwan conversed with a serene smile, seemingly indifferent to the emperor's presence. Qi Zhao took his seat, yet continued to cast glances at the empress. It was indeed she. Years ago, at the hunting grounds, he had fallen for Wei Xiangwan at first sight, but before he could grow familiar with her, she departed. Subsequently, with the wedding, the empress, the noble consort, and various beauties, he gradually forgot about Wei Xiangwan, merely considering her a fleeting dream by the waterside. He could not even be certain whether he had truly encountered her. Even when the Empress Dowager proclaimed her as the Empress, he had not associated that name with the image in his memory. He had unwittingly neglected her for so long, leaving him restless in his seat. Seeing the emperor in such a state stirred a sense of melancholy in Song Guifei. Yet witnessing Du Guifei's jealousy and embarrassment brought her a sense of satisfaction. Had she allowed the emperor to properly meet the empress that day, he would not have publicly faltered today. "It is better to be open than to block, foolish one." Ro Fei suggested that the princesses should come to pay their respects to their father and mother, as they were overdue for such greetings. Yet fortune had not favored their gathering until today. Qi Zhao could not help but glare at her for bringing up an inappropriate topic. Only Wei Xiangwan nodded and said, "Then let us summon her. I prepared this gift for a long time, and it would be a shame for it to become outdated." Currently, the imperial harem had no princes, only 3 princesses. The eldest princess, born of the late empress, was the legitimate firstborn, holding a noble status and still in mourning attire. The third princess was the child of the favored Lady Li, who hailed from a noble family. Her appearance was unremarkable. In contrast, the second princess, born of the esteemed consort Ro, was the only one among the high-ranking concubines to have given birth. Though still young, she adorned herself with pearls and gold embellishments, wearing a pearl hat and a necklace of golden locks shaped like auspicious symbols. Watching her bow deeply on the ground, Wei Xiangwan couldn't help but worry whether her delicate neck could bear the weight. The 3 princesses received identical rewards, with the eldest princess granted an additional auspicious scepter. At the age of 3, the eldest princess looked at Wei Xiangwan, still not fully understanding what it meant to replace her mother. However, her nursemaid often lamented her fate, warning that she would have to live according to the whims of the new empress. Despite being the most revered legitimate princess, she was now left vulnerable and alone. If the new empress bore a child, her status would be diminished. "Will you kneel to my mother, the empress?" the eldest princess suddenly inquired. Wei Xiangwan looked at her in confusion. "My mother is the empress. Everyone must kneel before her." The concubines gasped, exchanging glances, while Qi Zhao sternly demanded, "Who taught the princess to speak such words?" The princess's nursemaids and attendants knelt in alarm, and the eldest princess broke into tears. Wei Xiangwan intervened, saying, "The princess is still young and does not understand. We should speak gently to her. You are to serve the princess because I trust you. Is this how you serve her?" Qi Zhao raised an eyebrow. The once joyous banquet ended on an unhappy note. Qi Zhao ordered the eldest princess to reside in Chonglu Palace, stating, "From now on, the empress will be your mother. You must show her respect and affection. Do you understand?" The eldest princess bowed her head and sobbed. Wei Xiangwan, observing Qi Zhao's expression of self-satisfaction, sighed inwardly, realizing that she could not rely on him and that he often made matters worse. The eldest princess had originally lived in Chonglu Palace, but after the late empress's passing, she was taken to Qingshou Palace by the Dowager Empress. Now, she was to return with all her belongings to Chonglu Palace, and the Dowager Empress was already aware of the eldest princess's remarks at the banquet. "I pity her for having lost her mother at such a tender age." Those around her are unmoved. Yet, who would have thought that amidst seemingly good company, there lurked someone with ill intentions, inciting the princess to speak in such a manner? The Dowager Empress explained to Wei Xiangwan that the incident had nothing to do with her. "I believe it is not malice, but rather foolishness," Wei Xiangwan replied. Shaking her head, the princess, fearing disfavor from the matriarch, had unwittingly passed on her concerns to the princess. The princess, born of noble lineage, if raised with such pettiness, would surely cause the late empress to lament from beyond. Since his majesty has spoken, the eldest princess shall return to your care. You must pay close attention to her upbringing and education, the dowager empress instructed. Being a stepmother is no easy task. Many eyes are upon you within the harem. I trust you will not act foolishly. Initially, it was the emperor's idea to place the eldest princess in Qingshou Palace, fearing that the concubines would not nurture her properly and that the new empress might not be attentive. It was deemed best to raise her under the dowager empress's watchful eye, yet unexpectedly, after just one meeting with Wei Xiangwan, he changed his mind and decided that the empress should raise the princess. Men, after all, are invariably drawn to beauty, believing that a lovely appearance begets a kind heart. Very well, I shall not detain you. Perhaps His Majesty is already at the Palace of Eternal Joy. Wei Xiangwan took her leave and returned to the Palace of Eternal Joy. His Majesty was absent, but there was indeed a weeping princess clamoring for her wet nurse. Wei Xiangwan gazed at her, wondering if she missed her mother. The eldest princess looked up at her and asked, "Can you take me to see mother? The mausoleum was somewhat distant, yet I can certainly escort you to view your mother's portrait." Wei Xiangwan gently caressed her face. "However, you must cease your tears." The eldest princess gradually stilled her sobs as Wei Xiangwan guided her to the Hall of Eternal Tranquility. After passing several portraits of empresses, they finally halted before the portrait of Empress Rao. Wei Xiangwan lit incense for the princess, encouraging her to pay respects to her mother. The eldest princess gazed up at the portrait, her eyes clouded with confusion, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Is she truly my mother? I can scarcely remember." Chapter 10. Stepmother Qi Zhao was indeed eager to visit the Palace of Eternal Joy, yet the sorrowful gaze of concubine Du made him hesitate. Despite sending numerous gifts to the palace, he remained in the Hall of Hidden Jade. "The Empress truly is remarkable," Du Yuzhen remarked with a hint of bitterness. "Not to mention His Majesty. I too am moved by her." "Foolish girl," Qi Zhao chuckled. "You both possess your unique merits. There is no need for comparison. It is indeed her beauty that grants the Empress such confidence in elevating her as Empress. His Majesty would surely not be displeased." Du Yuzhen's tone grew somber. "It is unfortunate that my surname is Du, failing to align with the Empress's wishes." Qi Zhao's heart softened. "In my eyes, you are no less than the Empress. Do you not trust others? Can you not trust me?" Du Yuzhen leaned gently against his shoulder. "I want to believe in you, yet you promised to make me Empress, and I am left merely as a concubine. You profess to hold me dear, but will this affection endure?" Exiting the Hall of Hidden Jade, Qi Zhao sat in a sedan chair, uncertain of where to go. He instructed his retinue to meander aimlessly until they reached the Hall of Eternal Tranquility, where he decided to take a look. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of fresh incense. "Who has visited just now?" The Empress brought the eldest princess to pay respects to Empress Ci, an attendant reported, bowing his head. Qi Zhao nodded and ventured further inside. Stopping before the portrait of Empress Xiao Cic, a pillar of incense burning steadily before him, Qi Zhao offered a stick of incense to his mother. Peering through the smoke at the portrait, the solemn woman depicted seemed to cast him into a reverie. Was this truly the visage of his mother? It had been so long that he had nearly forgotten what she looked like. His Majesty's first bestowal of the Palace of Eternal Joy marked a thawing in their relationship. Yet Wei Xiangwan felt no excitement. She summoned Lady Rao into the palace, assisted by her daughter. The pride she felt at her daughter's elevation to Empress was met with profound sorrow following her untimely demise. After the Empress's death, she had barely been able to walk, struggling to make her way into the palace this time. Once the formalities were completed, Wei Xiangwan allowed the eldest princess to approach her maternal grandmother and aunt. Lady Rao longed to touch the princess's face, but hesitated, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wei Xiangwan offered no consolation, merely informing Lady Rao, "His Majesty has permitted the princess to reside once more in the Palace of Eternal Joy." "This is as it should be," Lady Rao replied cautiously. Her Majesty is the princess's biological mother. It is indeed a blessing for the princess to reside alongside her. That is precisely her fortune. Yesterday, His Majesty hosted a banquet to present the newly acquired bonsai to the imperial harem. The princesses arrived to pay their respects, and the eldest princess inquired whether I would kneel before her mother. Lady Rao gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that the princess was still young and could not possibly speak such words. It must have been a mischief of some small-minded individual nearby that led the princess to utter them. The elderly matriarch shared the same sentiment as me. Those surrounding the princess initially intended to remain unchanged, but it soon became evident that such a course was untenable. Wei Xiangwan, with a serious demeanor, recognized the gravity of corrupting the princess's character. A change was indeed necessary. Lady Rao nodded in agreement, as her original intention to keep them around was to prevent the princess from undergoing a drastic transformation overnight. Since their intentions were dubious, it was prudent to replace them entirely to avoid any negative influence on the princess. The elderly matriarch's understanding was paramount. I summoned you today to discuss the preparation of 2 attendants to serve the princess in the palace. This was against proper protocol, Lady Rao demurred. Yet since the princess could speak frankly, we all believe that she would not neglect the well-being of the princess. The selected attendants should be loyal and diligent, ideally aged 7 or 8. Those too young would be ineffectual in the palace, while older ones might foster too close a bond with the princess. Wei Xiangwan disregarded her objections, insisting that among the young ladies of a similar age at home, attention should also be given to 1 or 2 who are literate and well-mannered, so they could accompany the princess when she commences her studies. Wei Xiangwan was forthright. She would not harbor ill will towards a young girl, and allowing the Rao family to send someone to assist the princess was an open gesture, preventing any whispered doubts about her treatment of the princess. Lady Rao expressed her profound gratitude, and before departing, she reminded the princess not to cry or cause trouble now that she had a mother, lest she displease the emperor and empress. The eldest princess, either unable or unwilling to comprehend this, clung pitifully to Lady Rao's garments, pleading for her not to leave, shedding a torrent of tears. Once outside the palace walls, Lady Rao collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, and Lady Rao struggled to support her mother-in-law, nearly falling as well. The servants waiting outside hurriedly rushed to assist them back to the carriage. Lady Rao wept silently, clutching her chest in anguish, lamenting, "My child, why did you depart so early?" Lady Rao had grown accustomed to such scenes and produced a handkerchief warmed by the hearth to wipe her face. Fortunately, the new empress seemed amiable, alleviating concerns about the eldest princess's life in the palace. Yet, no matter how kind the new empress may be, she was not of her blood. How much genuine affection could there truly be beyond mere appearances? Lady Rao closed her eyes, lamenting that the eldest princess, despite her noble status, must now live by the whims of others. In Chonglu Palace, Wei Xiangwan too reflected on the futility of life, pondering how, in just half a year since her departure, her husband had remarried, leaving behind a young daughter who could not fathom her sorrow. Perhaps only the mother who bore her still mourned on her behalf. "Your Highness, the eldest princess refuses to reside in the side chamber," Li Xiangwan reported, her expression troubled. When the late empress was alive, the eldest princess always stayed in the Western Warm Pavilion. "Then let her stay in the Western Warm Pavilion," Wei Xiangwan replied, nodding. The interior should remain as it was before, adhering to the eldest princess's preferences to avoid provoking her tears. Present her with the gifts bestowed by the emperor and let her choose what she likes to move to her quarters. Additionally, remind her attendants to take good care of the princess, refraining from idle chatter. Li Xiangwan acknowledged her orders and departed. Qi Zhao yearned to visit the Chonglu Palace. Yet he found himself unable to lower his pride, feeling that by approaching Wei Xiangwan after her entrance into the palace, he would be diminishing his own dignity. It had already been a month. Now to feign indifference and attempt to draw closer felt rather improper. Curiously, the rewards sent to Chonglu Palace were merely accompanied by the phrase, "Your Majesty." The Empress thanks His Majesty for the gifts, without any gesture of reciprocity. Not even a simple bowl of silver ear soup to provide both parties with an exit. Du Yuzhen, with a tinge of bitterness, remarked that if His Majesty wished to visit Changlu Palace, he should feel free to do so. It was her fault for being so clueless as to hinder His Majesty's visit. Qi Zhao attempted to conceal his intentions, dismissing the notion of going to Changlu Palace. Yet he had no desire to linger in the Zhangyu Hall either, opting instead to sit in the Zhao Hui Hall. Du Yuzhen, ever vigilant, ensured that Qi Zhao would not venture to Changlu Palace, believing that a visit to Zhao Hui Hall posed no threat. Song Hanzhu was delighted by His Majesty's arrival. Yet upon observing his restless demeanor, she discerned that his heart was elsewhere. Where could it possibly be? She pondered, feeling a pang of jealousy as she endeavored to play the role of a comforting flower, smiling as she spoke, suggesting that the Grand Princess had returned to reside in Changlu Palace, and wondered how well she would adapt. Your Majesty should pay her a visit. Qi Zhao, grappling with an absence of excuses to visit Changlu Palace, felt a surge of joy at her words. You are right. I ought to see the Grand Princess. Song Hanzhu rolled her eyes internally but maintained a gentle smile, stating, I shall accompany your Majesty. Her intentions, however, were anything but pure. The Grand Princess, already prone to tears in the Empress Dowager's palace, would undoubtedly weep incessantly upon returning to the now altered Changlu Palace, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. It was inevitable that her cries would be met with suspicions of the Empress's lack of compassion. Moreover, she doubted that even the most exquisite beauty could maintain His Majesty's interest amidst the cacophony of a child's lament. Upon arriving at Changlu Palace, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil, devoid of any children's cries. Wei Xiangwan awaited at the entrance of the main hall, having heard that His Majesty was there to visit the Grand Princess, and promptly sent someone to summon her from the rear hall. The rear hall? Song Hanzhu feigned surprise. It has always been unoccupied, in contrast to other palaces, where the main consort would be accompanied by one or two lower-ranking concubines. The Empress's Changlu Palace was solely hers, with the rear hall primarily utilized for storage. Chapter 11. Were the Emperor and Empress harmonious today? The Grand Princess resided in the same west-warm pavilion as before. Wei Xiangwan observed her with a knowing smile. The old matriarch had just visited, leaving the princess somewhat despondent. I permitted her to select a couple of items from the storeroom that she fancied. In the harem, women were rivals rather than allies. Even the order of their speech could reveal one's stance. Song Hanzhu secretly chastised herself for her impatience, having inadvertently exposed a flaw. She quickly rectified her comment, assuring, I am certain that the Empress would never allow the Grand Princess to suffer. Why did the old matriarch enter the palace? Qi Zhao inquired of Wei Xiangwan. I thought to have the Rao family select one or two individuals to serve alongside the Grand Princess, as her current attendants were chosen by the Rao family. Lacking insight and understanding due to their humble backgrounds, Wei Xiangwan explained in a soft tone. Qi Zhao frowned. Choose whom you deem suitable without concern for the Rao family. As the Grand Princess entered the hall, Wei Xiangwan suppressed her inclination to dispute further. The Grand Princess had scarcely encountered her father, the Emperor, on numerous occasions. In her infancy, her ignorance could be excused, but as she grew old enough to recognize faces and names, her interactions with him were limited to mere formalities. She would be summoned to pay her respects and then promptly dismissed. After Rao Qingyun's demise, Qi Zhao regarded the young girl as an innocent, motherless child, deserving of careful attention, yet he could not bear to look at her for long, fearing it would evoke sorrow. When the Grand Princess approached to perform her courtesy, Qi Zhao admonished her to behave in Changlu Palace, to heed her mother's words, and to refrain from mischief. The Grand Princess, bewildered by the sudden changes in her surroundings, implored her father not to send her companions away, assuring him of her obedience. In response, Qi Zhao sternly reprimanded her, suggesting that those who had attended to her were unsuitable, their words jeopardizing her bond with her mother, and that he had replaced them for her own good. The Grand Princess, however, was too young to comprehend such reasoning. She burst into tears, lamenting her lost mother and rejecting the notion of a new maternal figure. In her distress, she cast aside the jade pendant she had painstakingly selected from the storeroom, an emblem of her previous affection. Qi Zhao, unaccustomed to managing a child's tantrums, found himself at a loss, attempting to maintain a stern facade to quell her cries, yet the 2-year-old, unversed in the gravity of her father's authority, continued to wail unabated. The scene was undeniably comical. Wei Xiangwan let out a subtle sigh, rising to embrace the distraught grand princess, and gently implored Qi Zhao for patience, acknowledging that a child's tears were inevitable and would not be easily quelled. Disheartened, Qi Zhao remarked on the grand princess's lack of decorum, stating that she had behaved better in her mother's presence. Wei Xiangwan covered the princess's ears and advised the concubine to assist the emperor in his departure. This was their way of bidding farewell. What a statement he had made! To expect compliance from a child barely 3 years old, and to compare her behavior unfavorably to that of her late mother, was akin to thrusting a dagger into tender flesh. It was fortunate that the child was still young and forgetful. Otherwise, she might carry the burden of this estrangement with her for a lifetime. Qi Zhao arrived with high hopes, but departed in disappointment, while Song Hanju trailed closely behind, casting a glance back as she exited. Wei Xiangwan was soothing the crying grand princess, treating her as if she were her own flesh and blood. Was it conceivable that someone would prioritize another's child over their own husband? Even for the sake of reputation, this was excessive. Song Hanju retracted her gaze, reassessing Wei Xiangwan's character with newfound respect, resolving to observe her further. As the child grew weary from her tears, Wei Xiangwan instructed Xiaoman to carry her to the West Warm Pavilion for a nap, decreeing that upon awakening, no one was to mention the day's events, but rather to engage the princess in playful distractions. The atmosphere in Changlu Palace was somewhat somber, as this was the emperor's first visit since his grand wedding, and the palace's attendants felt the weight of their queen's embarrassment. Their own dignity diminished alongside hers. Maintaining a positive mindset, Wei Xiangwan smiled at Gu Yu and remarked that since the emperor had left her waiting for a month, she would afford him the same courtesy and fairness. Gu Yu inquired whether the empress would not wish to keep him should he return. Casual dining and conversation are one thing, but an overnight stay is out of the question. Even if I wish for the emperor to stay, others would surely object. Du Yuzhen, upon learning that Song Hanju had taken the emperor to Changlu Palace, erupted in a tirade, questioning whether she was but a mere lapdog to the empress. Such unwavering loyalty, yearning to lead his majesty to her side, hoping that the empress, once satiated, might reward her with a mere morsel of meat to lick, would suffice for her contentment. Fuming, she strode towards the Changlu Palace but halted midway upon hearing that his majesty and concubine Song had already departed, reportedly due to the outcry of the eldest princess, which displeased the emperor. In a flurry, she contemplated intercepting her cousin, Song Hanju, but after a deep breath, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to retreat to the palace. Her cousin's harem was not hers alone to command. She could not restrict him from venturing elsewhere. For now, it was enough that he disregarded the empress. Qi Zhao's second attempt to ingratiate himself with the empress ended in failure. He had never actively sought to please a woman. When he was inclined, the right words would naturally flow to him. However, Wei Xiangwan was not accommodating, leaving him feeling awkward and at a loss for how to proceed. As Wei Xiangwan presided over the New Year celebrations in the harem for the first time, the myriad details demanded her full attention, leaving no room for distraction. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the Laba Festival to distribute porridge, she retained Wang Yihue to inquire about her arrangements for the new year. The lady-in-waiting expressed her gratitude on behalf of her father for the empress's benevolence in bestowing porridge. Wang Yihue thanked the palace for this favor, noting that typically, porridge was only granted to those of third rank or higher. Unexpectedly, this year, the Wang family, owing to the empress's influence, was also honored with a bowl of porridge. "Why must you be so formal in my presence, sister-in-law?" Wei Xiangwan urged by Lu to assist her. Although the Wei family was small in number, they had numerous relatives outside. After years of mourning, during which they observed propriety without visiting, they were now emerging from mourning and with a new bride. It was inevitable that her sister-in-law would need to make several rounds of visits. Feeling unsteady in her first year overseeing the new year at the Wei household, she had long invited Granny Chui to oversee the arrangements, including the guest list, banquets, and invitations. She had even taken care to document everything for the Empress's review, mindful of any potential oversights. With her sister-in-law being both astute and assisted by Granny Chui, there was little doubt of success. Wei Xiangwan felt no need to scrutinize her sister-in-law's notes. With established protocols in place, there would be no errors. She merely reminded her to heed the advice of the princess consort of Ping, as her grandmother, though a princess, had been raised in the secluded palace, and, due to her grandfather's missteps, had not maintained close ties with other relatives, save for her direct cousin, the princess consort. Wang Yihui nodded in understanding. Her maternal grandfather resided in Jiangnan, and the customary gifts and greetings had already been dispatched. However, her grandfather had a brother who practiced Taoism in Yushan, visiting only once a year for New Year's greetings. He was an easygoing man, likely to take your pulse and offer you medicinal pills upon their first meeting. So her sister-in-law need not worry. My husband has mentioned this. Wang Yihui smiled, observing her husband's admiration for this distant maternal relative. In his youth, he had even expressed a desire to learn Taoism from his little uncle, only to be deterred by his grandmother's warning that practitioners could not consume meat. Mention of her brother brought a smile to Wei Xiangwan's face. Seizing the moment, Wang Yihui added, "Everything else seems fine, but your husband is particularly concerned about the Empress." Wei Xiangwan paused, perplexed. What rumors were circulating outside the palace? There were whispers that the Empress had not seen His Majesty's face even a month after their wedding. Wang Yihui spoke plainly. Given that Wei Xiangwan was already unaware of the happenings beyond the palace walls, if she kept things hidden, Wei Xiangwan would remain even more oblivious. Is this information coming from the Du family? Everyone has their own accounts. Wang Yihui remarked that whenever there are young ladies in the palace with familial connections, whispers of their encounters inevitably circulate, lending credibility to the rumors. Wei El now spends his days inquiring about the situation, returning home with a heavy heart, pacing the room in despair. He wishes to assist his sister, but feels utterly helpless. They seem to relish the prospect of my misfortune. If His Majesty truly intended to disregard me, why would he send the eldest princess, raised in the Empress Dowager's palace, back to Changle Palace? Wei Xiangwan reassured Wang Yihui, stating that he has certainly conveyed enough to his brother. Therefore, you should return and inform him that I shall certainly meet with him personally before the year concludes. This would be the best course of action. Wang Yihui was genuinely concerned that Wei El might act rashly out of excessive worry. In Chapter 12, the Empress can summon her family at any moment within the inner palace, albeit limited to female relatives, to see her brother. She can only do so within His Majesty's Wujigang. While Wei Xiangwan contemplated how to broach this topic with His Majesty, she fortuitously encountered him once more at the Qing Show Palace. After the Empress Dowager expressed her fatigue, she instructed the Empress to escort His Majesty outside. She was earnestly trying to facilitate a connection between the two, hoping they would not be oblivious to the opportunity before them. Qi Zhao appeared quite pleased and even winked at Wu Yang, attempting to signal him to withdraw the palanquin so he could spend more time with the Empress. However, Wu Yang, clearly unaware of this unspoken understanding, hurried ahead with small, brisk steps, urging them to return to the palace sooner due to the biting cold outside. Qi Zhao and Wei Xiangwan exchanged only a few words before they were obliged to part ways. Observing Wei Xiangwan's countenance, Qi Zhao suddenly proposed that the Empress should ride in his palanquin back to the palace. Wei Xiangwan glanced behind her, indicating that her own palanquin was close by. Qi Zhao, feeling somewhat disheartened by his unsuccessful invitation, noticed her expression and, in a moment of inspiration, grasped her sleeve as he turned away. "I have a request for His Majesty," she said, leaning in towards Qi Zhao, whose eyes widened with surprise. "Your Majesty, you are aware that my only remaining family member is my brother. We rely on each other, and I have not seen him since entering the palace. I miss him dearly." She spoke softly, tightening her grip on his sleeve, her voice imbued with a gentle tone, her brow slightly furrowed, exuding a delicate vulnerability. "You wish to summon your brother into the palace. As the Empress, this is your rightful privilege." Qi Zhao felt momentarily paralyzed, yet his senses involuntarily perked up. detecting a scent from Wei Xiangwan that was not typical of the fragrances used by concubines, but rather reminiscent of some kind of wood. In the crisp winter air, it exuded an ethereal freshness, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Yet now, as she clung to his sleeve with a beseeching demeanor, tilting her head to reveal her exquisite features, she resembled an orchid growing beside a grand tree, in need of tender care. Qi Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to fulfill whatever desire she might have at this moment. Men are not permitted in the inner palace, Wei Xiangwan gently cooed. If your majesty were to summon him, I might bring some refreshments to Wuzhigong and have a brief glimpse of him. Would that be acceptable? I shall summon Wei El to the palace tomorrow. You will see him at Wuzhigong, he replied. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Xiangwan achieved her objective with ease, releasing her grip and stepping back to graciously bid his majesty farewell. She let go of his sleeve so abruptly that Qi Zhao, having settled into the palanquin, instinctively turned to look back at her. She stood there with her hands at her sides, as if the earlier moment of affection had merely been a figment of his imagination. Wu Yang had not anticipated the depth of his majesty's thoughts. Once seated comfortably, he promptly signaled for the palanquin to proceed back to the palace. It was indeed a rather chilly day. His majesty still holds affection for the Empress, Gu Yu observed keenly. It is merely superficial, he mused. Wei Xiangwan was not unfamiliar with his affections. Yet what could she do? Upon returning from the hunting grounds, her family was engulfed in anxiety due to her father's mysterious disappearance. She had once harbored hopes that the emperor, who had fallen for her at the edge of the Yu water pool, might remember her and send someone to assist in locating her father. However, reality swiftly shattered her dreams. The emperor was joyfully preoccupied with selecting a new empress and had long forgotten her existence. Upon realizing this, the flicker of affection within Wei Xiangwan extinguished, for the love born from superficial beauty dissipates more readily than dew in the morning sun. Her grandmother had warned her that the palace was no place for the faint-hearted, claiming that heaven had spared her the trials of court life. It was only during her grandmother's final moments, when she murmured about why Wanwan had not entered the palace and her son had yet to return. That way, Xiangwan understood her grandmother had suspected her father's misfortune was somehow connected to her, a truth she had never dared to acknowledge. Her father was her grandmother's sole child, cherished like a precious jewel, and had he not vanished so abruptly, her grandmother's health would not have deteriorated so rapidly, leading to her demise. With her eyes closed, the frigid air enveloped her, bringing clarity. She resolved to take her time, unhurried, vowing to uncover the mysteries that puzzled her. Wei Lu received an edict from the palace and began to prepare himself meticulously, ensuring that every strand of hair lay perfectly in place. Wang Yihui observed his nervous disposition and remarked that the Empress had mentioned he would be seen by the Emperor before the new year, predicting the edict would arrive shortly. You may as well ease your mind and not be troubled by the gossip outside. As your brother, I feel powerless to assist the Empress. Wei Lu gazed into the bronze mirror, recalling the Empress's words that the Emperor was in need of someone to entertain him, and he must fulfill that role himself, for he could not always rely on others to speak on his behalf. Wang Yihui expressed her doubts, noting that his words sounded as though he aspired to be a sycophant. It was not that she underestimated him. Such roles were not easily assumed. Without offering further explanation, the next day, Wei Lu entered the palace with a square wooden table for his audience. No need for excessive formality. Greeted Qi Zhao warmly upon his arrival. Kulme, take a seat. The Empress will join us shortly. The Empress is coming too? Wei Lu feigned surprise, adding, Then I have only brought a small token for your majesty, which would not do justice to the Empress. What have you brought for me? Qi Zhao inquired with curiosity. It matters not. I am one with the Empress. A gift for me is a gift for her. It took 4 guards to carry the large table inside, while 2 others brought in a stand, and another carried a cloth bag with 2 long rods. Is this what you call a small token? Qi Zhao chuckled. For amusement, even if it is large, it remains a mere trifle, Wei Lu replied, instructing the servants to set up the table. He explained to Qi Zhao that on pleasant days, everyone played polo outdoors. But when the weather was unkind, they had no means of entertainment. Thus, he devised an indoor game inspired by the traditional sport. The table measured 2 meters in length and width, with slightly elevated edges forming walls. For lines were drawn, with 8 holes excavated at each corner, each hole marked with a distinct color. Wei Lu retrieved 12 porcelain balls from a bag, each the size of a woman's fist, adorned with various colors. The balls were arranged in the center of the table, and players used their rods to strike the corresponding colored balls into the matching holes to score points. Striking a ball into an incorrect hole yielded no score. Each player took turns with 10 strokes, after which the victor would be determined. Such a small table. It hardly took a moment to sink the ball. Qi Zhao found it quite simple, quickly forgetting his initial complaint about the table's size. Wei El encouraged him to give it a try. The porcelain ball was difficult to control, and sinking it was already a challenge, let alone aiming for a pocket of the same color. The table was cluttered, with 12 balls creating obstacles, and any ball that was pocketed would allow for the next shot to be placed arbitrarily. After a single game with Wei El, Qi Zhao had only scored 2 points. A competitive spirit ignited within him, prompting him to challenge Wei El again. "You are quite adept at these matters," Qi Zhao remarked, delighted. "I am quite vexed with the winter's lack of diversion, cooped up indoors each day, and this game serves as a splendid way to pass the time." Wei El, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "If I can ease your Majesty's worries, it is my honor." "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived," announced a voice from outside. In truth, Wei Xiangwan had arrived some time ago, but upon hearing that Duke Qingyin was inside enjoying leisure with the Emperor, she chose to wait in the side hall before entering. This was her first time donning the full regalia of a queen since their grand wedding, and she appeared like a walking treasure, resplendent in jewels. Qi Zhao was momentarily entranced. The queen looked stunning in such attire. After offering her greetings, Wei Xiangwan gestured behind her, "Your Majesty, please try these chestnut pastries I made myself. Duke Qingyin should also have taste." Wei Xiangwan glanced at her brother, who had been watching her intently. Upon meeting her gaze, he immediately broke into a smile. "As long as I see the queen well, I am content." "How could the queen not be well in the palace?" Qi Zhao chuckled, adding, "But the bond between you siblings is admirable. I find myself somewhat envious." The two siblings exchanged only a few words in the emperor's presence, and after some light conversation, Wei Xiangwan suggested it was time for Duke Qingyin to leave the palace. Fortunately, Qi Zhao, sensing the moment, allowed Wei Xiangwan to escort her brother out. She rose to express her gratitude. However, the farewell could extend no further than outside the Wuzhigong Palace, where Wei El halted at the palace gates. His myriad sentiments condensed into a single phrase, "I shall see you off, my lady." Wei Xiangwan smiled at him. "Brother, do you not trust me?" "I trust you, and naturally, you will find comfort in the palace," Wei El replied with a furrowed brow, unable to shake the thought that she might feel as lonely and disheartened as they described. Hearing his words, Wei Xiangwan felt a pang of sorrow as well. "Do not heed their words. They wish for my misfortune, deliberately trying to unsettle your heart. The matter of vying for the emperor's favor is one I must handle alone. Others cannot assist me." She took hold of his sleeve, reminiscent of their childhood, and playfully said, "If I need your help, I will speak to sister-in-law. Rest assured at home, await my good news." Chapter 13. A year after the issuance of the final edict, Qi Zhao elevated Wei El's title from a third-class general of the state to a second-class general of assistance to the state. This was far superior to the title of Duke Qingyin, as the titles within the Qingyin lineage were typically stripped posthumously. Wei El's title as general of the state was inherited by descent. If his son were to inherit, he would become a fourth-class general of favor. Now that Wei El's title had ascended, his descendants gained an additional generation of nobility. It is worth noting that the Wei family had originally been a hereditary ducal house. However, their grandfather had been manipulated and ensnared in a treasonous plot. Due to the connection between my grandmother and the palace, my grandfather was secretly executed, thereby preserving the safety of the rest of the Wei family. Of course, the noble title of the Duke of Wei could not be retained. However, the late emperor granted the young Wei Changtai the title of General of the Guard, which served as a reassuring token for the precarious members of the Wei family. The reckoning for the Wei family ended here. Wei Qingtai was merely missing, his body never found. Initially, the Wei family did not intend for Wei El to inherit the title. However, As my grandmother's health deteriorated and she realized she would not be able to see her son return, the Wei family head was left with only the siblings Wei and Wei Xiangwan, with no external support. Internally, even the title of a mere general of the guard was fiercely contested. If Wei could not inherit the title, Wei Xiangwan's prospects for marriage would be equally grim. The two young heirs, possessing the generational wealth of the Wei family, were akin to meat on the chopping block. Resigned to fate, my grandmother sought to secure the title for Wei, hoping to close her eyes only once the title was conferred. Wei Xiangwan expressed her gratitude to His Majesty, who playfully suggested that such gratitude could wait until next year. In response to Wei Xiangwan's puzzled gaze, he, unable to contain himself, shared his thoughts candidly. Did you not mention how much you missed your brother? Next year, I shall allow him to join the Imperial Guard, where he may serve as a captain at the Wuzhigong Palace. This way, whenever you wish to see him, he will be nearby, and he will also have more opportunities to meet the Empress. Wei Xiangwan felt a stirring in her heart, but appeared troubled. But my brother is not skilled in martial arts. How can he join the Imperial Guard? Peace has reigned for a long time. There is no need for the Imperial Guard to engage in battle. As long as your brother is loyal, that is sufficient, he replied, further praising the billiard table sent by Wei. It is rather dull to play alone. None of Wu Yang and the others can play. Were it not for the impending new year, I would have summoned Wei to the palace to keep me company. He certainly excels in the art of amusement. Wei Xiangwan smiled modestly. Do you not mind my joining him in leisure? He inquired. The role of an empress, a virtuous wife, entails constant loyalty and counsel to the sovereign. He recalled how rigidly Rao Qingyun adhered to this principle. Even a light-hearted jest from him would earn him a lecture on being the son of heaven and a role model for the realm, admonishing against frivolity. It was rather tedious. One must balance leisure and diligence. It is the essence of governance, Wei Xiangwan replied earnestly. His Majesty's diligence in governance is well known. Indulging in leisure during his free time is no grave matter. Upon hearing the phrase governance, his smile faded, and his expression grew inexplicably strange at the mention of diligence. Moreover, my brother is adept at enjoying himself, yet he does so with propriety, Wei Xiangwan stated proudly. My grandmother indulged my father and brother in their amusements, but also set boundaries. They could enjoy themselves within safe limits, steering clear of women, gambling, and court affairs. Even if Wei were to be near His Majesty, I would not worry that he would lead the emperor into disreputable pastimes. Curious about what constituted playing cleanly, he observed as Wei Xiangwan animatedly recounted her and Wei's youthful exploits. In spring, they would ride horses and practice archery. In summer, they would row on lotus ponds. In autumn, they would climb heights and throw fruits. In winter, they would skate and frolic. They engaged in all manner of games, both indoor and outdoor. And Wei would even innovate new games, setting trends. My brother has always been the king of children, she declared. To an outsider, Wei may seem like a frivolous individual, lacking in any substantial value. However, in the eyes of Wei Xiangwan, there is no one better than her brother. What is wrong with not striving for more? He is destined for wealth and privilege. Where else could he possibly aspire to go? Qi Zhao placed his hand over Wei Xiangwan's, saying, the Empress's words are so vivid they ignite my aspirations. When Wei enters the palace, I shall observe his talents closely. Wei Xiangwan glanced down at his hand and then lifted her gaze to the outside, noticing the dusk. Your Majesty should take your leave. Qi Zhao intended to inform her that he would be residing in Chonglu Palace today. But just then, Wu Yang whispered from outside the hall, Your Majesty. Someone from the Congyu Palace inquires when you shall arrive. Qi Zhao hesitated, and Wei Xiangwan had already risen to respectfully see the emperor off. Not wishing to overstay his welcome, Qi Zhao left with a flourish of his sleeve. At the entrance, Li Xiuwen and Yang Zhihui murmured, just moments ago. They were laughing and talking. Why does it seem the emperor departs in anger? If anyone should be displeased, it ought to be the empress. Li Xiuwen lamented. In the past, when Empress Rao was alive, the emperor was often summoned away by concubine Song from Chonglu Palace. Now, with the beautiful Wei Empress, she too cannot escape the fate of being called away by concubine. Do the emperor indeed holds deep affection for concubine? Do you are foolish not to recognize that? remarked Yang Zhihui, casting a subtle glance at her. The emperor's departure is due to the empress's unwillingness to retain him. Why wouldn't the empress keep the emperor? They pondered. They have yet to consummate their marriage. Wei Xiangwan grew anxious, stating that while a month ago it could be said that the two had not met, now that they had encountered each other, the emperor could not be entirely indifferent to the empress. Why the delay in their intimacy? Such matters, if made public, would surely shake the very foundations of the court. The empress has her own plans. Our impatience is futile. Yang Zhihui had an inkling of Wei Xiangwan's thoughts, yet she refrained from sharing them with Wei Xiangwan, for the more who know, the worse it could become. This empress, appearing gentle and soft, initially faced pressure from concubine due upon entering the palace, yet she possesses her own pride. Not only Yang Zhihui is perceptive. Qi Zhao also sensed that the empress was reluctant to have him settled in Chang'e Palace. How perplexing it was! Yet, he desired to court her favor, feeling guilty for his intentions, and even considered elevating her brother's rank. Yet it seemed fruitless. Wu Yang, Qi Zhao called, only to change his mind and summon Zheng Heng instead. Given Wu Yang's close ties with Sanyu Palace, it would be unwise to discuss matters of Chang'e Palace with him, lest it incite further complications. Zheng Heng entered and knelt. What is your relation to the head eunuch of Chang'e Palace? Qi Zhao inquired, replying to your majesty. Zheng Yang and I hail from the same hometown and entered the palace together. We share the same godfather and have worked in the imperial kitchen and the rare good department. I had not previously served a master, but upon the empress's arrival, I suggested he try, not expecting that he would be chosen by the empress, Zheng Heng explained. Initially, he aimed to assist his younger brother, fearing he might end up in the menial service. As a young man, he must serve a master to achieve success. Very well. You shall inquire discreetly of him what thoughts the empress harbors, Qi Zhao commanded. Do so quietly, without letting anyone know. Understood. Wei Xiangwan did not manage to find the mother and siblings of the little dog she picked up. Zheng Yang, having interacted with the pup, immediately recognized it as a common breed, not particularly valuable. If the princess desired a dog, there were far more exquisite breeds available in the royal kennel. Yet, I chose to keep it, believing there was a destined connection between us. Nonetheless, the dog ultimately did not belong to Wei Xiangwan. The grand princess took a liking to the pup, holding it tightly, and Wei Xiangwan permitted her to adopt it and even name it. The grand princess named the little dog Huadian and would sleep beside it every night. As a result, the grand princess's attitude towards Wei Xiangwan improved significantly, and she began to address her as Mother Empress. Besides subtly guiding the princess in etiquette, Wei Xiangwan imposed no other restrictions on her. During their leisure, she would often have the princess brought to her, allowing her to play with Huadian, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Your Highness, the Grand Princess has entered the palace. You are requested at the Qingshou Palace. Chapter 14. As they approached the main hall of Qingshou Palace, laughter and joy resonated from within. Bailu glanced nervously at Wei Xiangwan, who wore a solemn expression but smiled as they entered the hall. Chongping Grand Princess Qi Lingyue, the sole daughter of Empress Lu, had not been favored during Empress Lu's reign as a consort. Thus, this singular legitimate princess held little esteem. However, once Lu ascended to the position of Empress Dowager, Chongping Grand Princess became the most favored among the previous dynasty's court. During the Wuzhou period, Princess Taiping wielded immense power, nearly equal to that of the emperor himself, and Qi Lingyue once likened herself to Taiping, seemingly oblivious to the latter's unfortunate fate. Wei Xiangwan observed Qi Lingyue nestled beside Empress Lu, both laughing heartily over an unknown jest. The remaining guests, including the dowager and consort Song, had already risen to greet the empress, while Qi Lingyue appeared unperturbed, comfortably seated alongside Empress Lu, receiving her honors. You returned from visiting Prince Chun and missed the emperor's grand wedding. Today marks your first meeting with him, does it not? Empress Lu remarked with a smile. Qi Lingyue fixed her gaze upon Wei Xiangwan, embodying innate nobility and power, capable of obtaining whatever she desired in this world. Yet, she felt a profound inadequacy, as her natural beauty was immutable. Qi Lingyue favored opulent attire, using her grand presence to to mask her merely delicate features. In the presence of Wei Xiangwan, whose beauty was effortlessly striking, she could not help but feel a deep-seated aversion. You are indeed quite beautiful. Yet I have heard that His Majesty has yet to share a chamber with you, Qi Lingwei remarked with disdain. Mother Empress, after much deliberation, you have chosen someone inferior to Rao Qingyun as your Empress, she added bluntly. Her words were unrefined, causing the accompanying guests to lower their heads, wishing they could shut their ears. Wei Xiangwan maintained a calm demeanor as she seated herself, while Empress Lu feigned reproach, stating, your words are excessive. To gain promotions and titles for the Wei family without sharing a chamber with the emperor. Now, that is true skill, Empress Lu observed, her gaze fixed on Wei Xiangwan. She is accustomed to speaking freely before me. Do not take offense, Your Highness. Her Highness speaks candidly. It is well known to all. How could a daughter not mind? Moreover, what she says holds truth, Wei Xiangwan replied, remaining composed, while the court treated the exchange as commonplace. Who would dare to provoke the Empress Dowager's beloved pearl? Even the emperor must tread carefully around the Grand Princess, lest he inadvertently offend her and be compelled to offer apologies. After all, it was the Grand Princess who once held the upper hand while Rao Qingyun stood. With such prominence, even the esteemed consort Du would not heed my summons. Qi Lingwei scoffed, noting how the world perceives His Majesty as dutiful, yet he knowingly brought a daughter of the Du family into the palace. Despite the Empress Dowager's disdain for her, such duplicity hardly befits a filial son. The assembly fell silent, unable to respond. Qi Lingwei turned to Wei Xiangwan, Your Majesty. Do you not agree with my observation? I believe His Majesty's filial piety indeed led him to welcome a daughter of the Du family into the palace. Wei Xiangwan replied, casting a glance at Empress Dowager Lu. The late consort Li departed early. If the Empress Dowager wishes to reminisce, Consort Du is the most suitable companion. Empress Dowager Lu was not a woman of broad-mindedness. She resented the favor bestowed upon Consort Li, particularly as her son ascended to the throne, placing her in the annals of history alongside him. In her heart, she wished for the Du family's decline, and with Du Yuzhen not entering the palace, she found herself at a loss. Yet, should Du Yuzhen come to court, she could readily use her name to belittle Consort Li, satisfying her inner desires. Understanding the insinuation, Empress Dowager Lu remarked, I merely cannot bear to see His Majesty suffer for love. If he desires this trivial woman, I shall abide by his wishes. Just then, word arrived from outside that Consort Du had arrived. Upon hearing the summons to Qingshou Palace, Du Yuzhen's heart raced, and she sought out Qi Zhao. Upon learning that the Grand Princess wished to see her, Qi Zhao cautioned, the elder sister can be quite domineering, no matter what she says. You must acquiesce and avoid confrontation. Feeling a twinge of grievance, she thought, upon my return, I shall seek recompense. Was it truly impossible to avoid this encounter? Du Yuzhen, aware of the Grand Princess's notorious temperament, felt trepidation. If you do not go, she will seek you out, and then it will be far more challenging to manage the situation, Qi Zhao urged, adding, with the Empress Dowager and the Empress present, they will support you. Upon hearing this, Du Yuzhen was displeased. Why does cousin presume the Empress will aid me? In his eyes, is she a paragon of virtue? Reluctantly, she prepared herself and made her way to Qingshou Palace. She did not even dare hope the Grand Princess would spare her. The more wretched her experience there, the clearer it would become to her cousin the true nature of his Empress. Upon entering and paying her respects, Qi Lingwei scrutinized her before addressing Wei Xiangwan. She is not even as lovely as you. How is it that she is so utterly subdued? In the past, when Rao Qingyun was present, Consort Song would at least allow the Empress a sip of soup. Song Hanju sat upright, as if the Consort Song mentioned were not herself. As long as she serves His Majesty well, Consort Du alleviates my burdens, Qi Lingwei remarked with a scoff, inwardly seething at the hypocrisy veiled in her words. Consort Du was undeniably haughty, arriving later than even the Empress. Qi Lingwei inquired of Du Yuzhen, after receiving word from Qingshou Palace. Did you not come to seek His Majesty, only arriving at his behest? Du Yuzhen intended to flaunt Qi Zhao's affection for her. Wei Xiangwan closed her eyes, thinking, what a fool to invite such hardship upon herself. Are you implying that if His Majesty wished for your absence, you would not comply? Qi Linghua laughed heartily. Is Qingshou Palace truly a den of tigers and dragons that you should fear it so? Du Yuzhen bowed her head. She had always felt an innate opposition to Qingshou Palace since her arrival. Empress, is this how you instruct the concubines of the harem? Qi Linghua challenged Wei Xiangwan. In these times, even a concubine dares to show displeasure to her elders. His Majesty's affection for Consort Du is naturally endearing, Wei Xiangwan responded, skillfully evading the crux of the matter. However, Qi Linghua was determined not to let the matter pass lightly. She insisted that Wei Xiangwan discipline Du Yuzhen. When Wei Xiangwan ordered Du Yuzhen to transcribe the female precepts, Du Yuzhen glared at her with indignation. Qi Linghua was discontented, feeling that the Empress's methods were excessively lenient. Observing Du Guifei's expression, she feared that Du Yuzhen might be discontented. Bring forth the ruler's rod. Let us properly instruct Du Guifei on propriety, lest she embarrass herself at the New Year's banquet. The matron from Qingshou Palace approached with the rod, requesting Du Guifei to extend her hand. After all, as a Guifei, it was better to provide guidance privately for a more graceful resolution. Wei Xiangwan intervened, stating that His Majesty would surely be pained by this. Du Guifei had spoken disrespectfully first. I am merely assisting you, Empress, in educating her. If she cannot withstand this, it would be better for His Majesty to send her out of the palace to preserve her life. Enough, Empress. You are too soft-hearted. Why must you trouble her? Empress Dowager Lu intervened, recalling that the day after the wedding, she had someone slap Du Guifei, and since then, neither the Emperor nor the Empress had visited Kuen's chamber. She had meticulously chosen her as Empress and did not wish to exhaust her so soon. Since Du Guifei believes this is a den of tigers and dragons, she need not return here. See her out. As Du Yuzhen departed, she cast a resentful glance at Wei Xiangwan, who, in turn, displayed a pained expression, feigning concern over His Majesty's potential reprimand. A mere fool, no matter how exquisite in appearance, is of no great use. Qi Linghua, perceiving Wei Xiangwan's weakness and incompetence, instantly lost interest in asserting her authority over her. Chapter 15. Harmony restored. Du Yuzhen tearfully lamented her grievances before Qi Zhao, her face adorned with tears resembling pear blossoms. In Qingshou Palace, amidst so many people, the Empress merely watched as the royal princess chastised me with the ruler's rod. I'm still a Guifei. I'm treated as lesser than a mere maid. Those with a modicum of refinement would never reprimand a maid in public. Qi Zhao's countenance darkened, not due to Du Yuzhen's veiled insinuations against the Empress, but rather from disappointment. He was the Emperor, the sovereign of the realm, and his wife should rightfully be the matriarch of the harem. Yet, the true matriarch was Empress Dowager Lu and her daughter. Strained by the affairs of the court, the Empress was also relegated to a lesser position, which only added to his frustration. The previously warming relationship between the Emperor and Empress had abruptly frozen, and Qi Zhao ceased to visit Changlu Palace, no longer feeling inclined to send gifts as he had before. As the palace busied itself with New Year festivities, Wei Xiangwan found herself overwhelmed with numerous responsibilities, ensuring that no one could find fault with her management. At such a time, it was advantageous not to have to set aside special moments to appease His Majesty. Even on New Year's Eve, Qi Zhao sleeping in the Zhangyu Hall was of little consequence. A woman who could not retain her husband on their wedding night would naturally not regard the 1st and 15th days of the month with great significance. Empress Dowager Lu sighed as she observed Wei Xiangwan. Why must you, just as things seem to improve, slip back into the situation? Empress, your strength must be wielded wisely. As a woman, without His Majesty's favor, life in this deep palace is arduous. Mother speaks wisely. Your son shall remember this. Qi Zhao's coldness was limited to their absence from one another, but upon seeing Wei Xiangwan's face, he began to regret his aloofness. He realized he should not have been so distant towards the Empress, as her initial cold reception upon entering the palace was already a burden. After all, being chosen as Empress was not her fault. He should not have vented his frustrations with the Empress Dowager upon her. She had done all within her power. If not for the intervention of the Empress, Du Yuzhen's unrestrained words within the Qingshou Palace might have led to her downfall. Should the Empress Dowager publicly humiliate Du Yuzhen, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon his deceased mother and himself. As the new year commenced, it was time for a fresh start, and he should not allow the Empress to bear the brunt of resentment any longer. Thus, during the ancestral offerings at the time Yao, Qi Zhao discreetly squeezed Wei Xiangwan's hand through the veil of his sleeve. The Empress had endured much. It was part of her duty. Wei Xiangwan withdrew her hand, employing a change of posture. After the ancestral rites, they would proceed to Baozi Palace to pay New Year respects to the Empress Dowager, who allowed only the Emperor and the Empress to enter, while others bowed outside the hall. Du Yuzhen gazed up as her cousin and Wei Xiangwan's figures vanished through the door, her heart a tumult of emotions. Song Hanju, tilting her head, remarked that it was of little consequence in Baozi Palace, as the Empress Dowager did not meet with anyone. They all knelt together. However, the situation would be quite different upon their arrival at Qingshou Palace. What do you mean? Du Yuzhen glared at her. Surely you do not need reminding that your visits to Qingshou Palace are few and far between. Song Hanju smiled knowingly. Once at Qingshou Palace, all concubines above the rank of a mere maid can enter the hall to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, while you, as a noble consort, will kneel outside with the lower-ranked concubines. It remains to be seen who will be embarrassed then. Du Yuzhen's face turned pale, instinctively shaking her head. My cousin would not allow me to fall to such a state. Song Hanju observed her with a hint of innocence. When will you realize that your man is not just your cousin, but the Emperor as well? The Emperor will not risk his wrath for a mere beauty. Otherwise, you would not find yourself kneeling here. Moreover, the palace intrigues were akin to a subtle blade carving flesh, imperceptible to the Emperor, and even if he noticed, he would not make a show of it. Such trivial matters, if disclosed, would only bring shame. However, Song Hanju would not enlighten her. She relished the prospect of Du Yuzhen's humiliation. Did she truly believe that by being close to the Emperor, she could rest easy in the harem? This time, however, the Empress Dowager did not deliberately complicate matters, and Du Yuzhen followed the large group into the hall to pay their respects. With Qi Lingwa absent, no one cast any barbed remarks, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. The Empress Dowager jested with the Emperor and Empress, and the stars in attendance echoed her sentiments. The warmth in Qi Zhao's gaze towards Wei Xiangwan only darkened Du Yuzhen's countenance. Yet, no one paid her any heed. As she departed Qingshou Palace, Du Yuzhen hoped Qi Zhao would accompany her, but he remained seated, not even casting a glance in her direction. At the New Year's grand banquet, the Wei family's seating was quite close, with the Emperor bestowing wine and dishes upon them, signaling intimacy and favor. The Du family's position was not far either. Yet Du Yuzhen understood that her father's presence was due to his relationship as the Emperor's uncle, not because of her. Had she not been the Emperor's cousin, would he have elevated her family's status so high at the New Year's banquet? Du Yuzhen recalled her mother's words about her elder brother inheriting the Du family, while her second and third brothers would need to seek their own paths. She knew her mother was hinting at her, hoping she might secure the Emperor's favor for her brother's futures. If the Empress's brothers could be promoted, why could not hers? Du Yuzhen found it difficult to swallow her meal, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. To others, it appeared as though she had overshadowed the Empress since her entrance into the palace. Yet the Emperor had not spent a night in the Changlu Palace. Why, as time stretched on, did she feel increasingly devoid of victory? Qi Zhao had not returned to the Tsangyu Hall with Du Yuzhen. She sent someone to inquire where the Emperor would spend the night. The messenger returned, forehead pressed firmly to the ground, reporting that the Emperor would be in the Kuan chamber tonight. Kuan chamber, Du Yuzhen murmured. No wonder Wei Xiangwan did not rush to get close to her cousin after their meeting, as the officially recognized Empress. Her rituals with the Emperor in the Kuan chamber were a matter of propriety. The absence of ceremonial rites on their wedding night. Did Wei Xiangwan take advantage of that? Du Yuzhen found it amusing. And what of the Emperor? Did he allow her pride to be restored in the Kuan chamber, genuinely feeling indebted to her? Du Yuzhen longed to scream, a fire igniting within her that she could not release, causing her entire being to ache. The exhilaration of keeping the Emperor close once felt so liberating, Yet today, it was sheer torment. By tomorrow, the entire palace would know of the emperor and empress's harmony, while she, Du Yuzhen, would be nothing but a complete joke. Should she seek out the emperor, claim illness, declare she was on the brink of death? It was too late for that. Could she not sleep in the Changla Palace? Why the insistence on the Koan chamber? What was so extraordinary about it? Just another pair of dragon and phoenix candles lit until dawn. It was not their wedding night, after all. Du Yuzhen lost control, shouting, prompting He Sheng to decisively usher everyone out and secure the door, insisting they remain silent. She stayed inside, embracing Du Yuzhen. Miss, please calm yourself. This time, the emperor is intentionally accommodating the empress. No one can summon him back, and such actions may only provoke his disdain. He Sheng felt a pang of sorrow. Du Yuzhen had not always been this way. If the empress insisted on consummating their union in the Kuan chamber, such a day would inevitably come. And how many times could the young lady thwart it? Du Yuzhen stood frozen, tears welling up. She was the empress, a figure of distinction far removed from her status as a favored concubine. She sat while Du Yuzhen stood. She stood while Du Yuzhen knelt. There were countless places reserved solely for her and the emperor, which Du Yuzhen could not access. Why did she still compete for the emperor's affection? With her beauty, she could easily win his heart. What then was Du Yuzhen? What significance did the vows the emperor had made to her hold? Wei Xiangwan's arrival at the Kuan chamber was not unexpected. After all, her desire for the ceremony had been subtly conveyed to Zhengyang by Xiao Shui. The face she had lost would be returned to her in full measure. She was the empress, carried in through the main gates, and deserved every privilege that title entailed. Inside the Kuan chamber, red candles flickered, casting a crimson glow that intertwined the essence of a wedding and the new year. Qi Zhao donned his wedding attire, accompanied by all the ceremonial officials. Apart from the timing being amiss, it was in essence a recreation of their wedding night. On the wedding night, I wronged the empress. Qi Zhao confessed, taking Wei Xiangwan's hand and placing it upon his knee. Wei Xiangwan blushed. I thought I would never see the emperor again. To my surprise, fate has turned, allowing me the fortune to serve you in the palace. I'm truly grateful. I never anticipated it would be you. Qi Zhao felt compelled to justify himself, recalling how she vanished by the waterside, believing her presence to be but a fleeting dream. Had I known it was you, how could I bear to neglect you on our wedding night? Wei Xiangwan, shedding her previous demeanor of respectful distance, lifted her gaze shyly, her eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Even Qi Zhao, despite his seasoned nature, found himself irresistibly enthralled, the flickering candlelight casting a tender glow. Chapter 16. A War of Words when Wei Xiangwan was awakened. She felt a lingering haze of sleep. She had retired late the previous night and felt as though she had just drifted off when called. Today, she was to attend the agricultural altar to offer sacrifices to the land, hoping for favorable weather. Once she returned, she could rest. As the banquet for the clan had been postponed slightly, Qi Zhao felt a twinge of regret for his lack of restraint, which had left Wei Xiangwan in less than optimal spirits. Wei Xiangwan playfully chided, "Your Majesty, now you show concern. You couldn't recall last night despite my earnest pleas." Qi Zhao wrapped his arms around her waist, acknowledging, "It was my fault. I acted recklessly." Wei Xiangwan, feeling the strain in her back and legs, knew that once she donned her empress attire, she would regain her composed and dignified demeanor. The banquet would commence punctually, ensuring no slight was rendered. Qi Lingyuezi was beside the Empress Dowager, facing Wei Xiangwan, and she took the opportunity to tease Wei Xiangwan, congratulating her on her new status as a bride. Wei Xiangwan cast a glance at the men nearby, noting the heavy presence of the crown prince's wife, who, being with child, ought to be excused. With familiarity came ease, and the tension of their first encounter had dissipated. The Princess of Ping remarked, "To enter the palace and gain blessings is no trivial matter. It begins from the womb." The crown prince's wife and the grand princess had wed in the same year, and while the former was expecting her second child, there was still no news regarding the latter. As the conversation shifted, Qi Lingyue pursed her lips, choosing to drink in silence. The Empress Dowager, concerned for her daughter's well-being, inquired about the crown prince's wife's dietary supplements and the physician she consulted, hoping to glean wisdom to help her own daughter conceive soon. "Mother, do not fret over this matter," Qi Lingwei retorted, casting a glance at her husband. "Childbearing is not a solitary endeavor. If I were to give birth, it would be a significant affair." Her husband remained expressionless, silent since his departure from the table, resembling a finely crafted doll. The rumors were indeed true. The Grand Princess's husband had been compelled into matrimony, forced to solemnize their union. Yet how could one be coerced into consummation? His family was not without foundation. Offering a son was already a testament of loyalty, but further coercion could lead to dire consequences, risking the royal family's reputation. Whispers among the relatives circulated these old tales. "Mother, your concern for me would be better directed towards the emperor's younger brother, who is yet to father a son. After my visit with Prince Chun, he already has his third child." Qi Lingwei sought to divert attention away from herself, emphasizing the greater issue of the emperor's lack of heirs. Qi Zhao's expression remained impassive at her words. Wei Xiangwan smiled and remarked, "Prince Chen's progeny flourish. Your Majesty must be pleased." She naturally inquired of Qi Zhao, "Has Prince Chun submitted his petition for the establishment of an heir this year? Is his eldest son of similar age to the Grand Princess?" 1 month younger than the Grand Princess, Qi Zhao recalled. "Indeed, he is already 3 years old, yet there has been no petition for the heir's establishment. Perhaps he wishes to wait until the heir reaches maturity before formally requesting the title." Wei Xiangwan smiled, turning her attention to the performance of song and dance. The crown prince is the son of the royal consort, who is not favored by the prince, a favored concubine of the crown prince. After giving birth to his second son, was elevated to the status of a secondary consort and has now borne another son. The position of heir remains a matter of contention within the crown prince's harem. The relatives, merely distinguished by their noble lineage, gather to engage in idle gossip regarding trivial family matters, such as the discord between the Grand Princess and her husband, and the rivalry among the consorts within the crown prince's household. These musings sufficed to pass the time during the festive season. It was only at night, as he lay down to sleep, that Qi Zhao contemplated the implications behind Wei Xiangwan's mention of establishing an heir for the crown prince during the banquet. He abruptly sat up, startling Du Yuzhen. "What is the matter, cousin?" she inquired. Qi Zhao intended to discuss the matter with her, but hesitated upon seeing her drowsy face. Recalling her earlier insistence on why she needed to assist the Empress in the Koan chamber with the rituals, he quelled his thoughts, realizing that a discussion about the Empress would keep them both awake through the night. "It's nothing, you should rest," he urged, then lay back down, his mind preoccupied with the thought of inquiring with the Empress the following day to discern if her actions were deliberate. The New Year festivities are endless banquets, and as the matriarch of the palace, Wei Xiangwan bears the greatest burden. Yet in public, she always presents herself with grace, warmth, and elegance, thereby earning a commendable reputation. Though some draw comparisons between her and Rao Qingyun, the most significant distinction lies in their family backgrounds. Rao Qingyun's family boasts no higher than a fourth-rank official, and their wealth is modest at best. Thus, Wei's position as Empress often feels constraining, as there are many complexities she is left to navigate without guidance, leading to ridicule from others. Currently, with the presence of consort Du drawing attention, the malevolence of consort Song has been somewhat overshadowed. As the most privileged in the harem, Song Hanju embodies a certain arrogance. On good days, she concedes some dignity to the Empress, but on bad days, her subtle manipulations leave Rao Qingyun in a state of turmoil. Rao Qingyun aspires to be a good Empress, yet the obstacles are numerous, and her concerns are manifold, often eliciting remarks about her cautious nature. Though Wei Xiangwan's family has dwindled, it remains a prestigious lineage, endowing her with an inherent confidence. Upon entering the palace, aside from lacking the emperor's affection, she manages the rest with commendable poise. Song Hanju observes from the sidelines, hoping that Du Yuzhen will emerge to challenge the Empress. She refrains from provoking the Empress directly, while Du Yuzhen currently stands as the apparent victor, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented harmony in Qi Zhao's harem. Wei Xiangwan merely instructs her attendants to shield the Grand Princess from any sordid rumors, since she has taken on the responsibility of raising the Grand Princess. It is imperative that she nurtures her without fostering enmity. During the first month of the new year, Qi Zhao often resides in the Wuzhigong Palace, occasionally visiting the harem, 3 times to the Cangyu Palace and twice to the Chaoyi Palace, while he has considered visiting the Changlu Palace. Each time he sees Wei Xiangwan's weary visage, he refrains from disturbing her rest. After the Lantern Festival, the palace banquets gradually come to an end. Wei Xiangwan tactfully falls ill and subsequently declines invitations, citing advice from the imperial physician for rest and recuperation, entrusting the management of palace affairs to the 2 consorts during her convalescence, with the Empress Dowager overseeing their collaboration. Given her long-standing presence in the palace, Consort Song is appointed to manage the affairs, with assurances that the Empress Dowager will keep a watchful eye. The son understands that after Consort Du entered the palace, she displayed a lack of decorum and discipline, which displeased the Empress. Wei Xiangwan advised that, nonetheless, she holds the title of a consort, ranking equally with Consort Song. To demote her would reflect poorly on us in the eyes of outsiders. Furthermore, the son harbors personal motives by assigning Consort Du some responsibilities. Other consorts would have the opportunity to meet the emperor more frequently. Empress Liu, realizing the wisdom in this notion, nodded in agreement, praising the ingenuity of youth. With nothing to occupy her, Du Yuzhen would incessantly cling to the emperor. Delegating some duties to her would alleviate this fixation. Moreover, given Du Yuzhen's lack of acumen, the likelihood of her making errors in palace affairs is quite high. You should focus on your health. We shall proceed as you suggested. Wei Xiangwan hinted at her ill health and the need for rest, prompting Qi Zhao to visit her in Changlu Palace immediately. You appeared perfectly well yesterday. How did you suddenly fall ill? He inquired. It is New Year's, and even if you feel unwell, you must endure until the festivities conclude. Wei Xiangwan had donned her attire for recuperation, a simple garb paired with a headband, eschewing cosmetics, which lent her an air of fragility. If you feel unwell, you must summon the royal physician. Even during the new year, we must not neglect important matters. Qi Zhao replied earnestly, your health is paramount. We cannot afford to be negligent. I shall remember His Majesty's teachings. Wei Xiangwan smiled. My body is uncooperative and I cannot attend to palace affairs. I have already discussed with the Empress that Consort Song and Du shall jointly oversee palace matters. Qi Zhao frowned. You must prioritize your recovery. Palace duties should remain under your rightful control. I have already issued an edict to appoint your brother as a Tiger Ben colonel, and once he assumes his post within the Imperial Guard, you will have the opportunity to see him. Chapter 17. Concerned Wei Liu was packing items to have Wang Yihue bring into the palace. Wang Yihue, surveying the heap of brocade boxes on the table, remarked that the quantity was excessive. One typically only removes items from the palace. It is unusual to send in so many gifts. As the Empress, this could imply that the palace treats you poorly. Do you think her status as Empress grants her any privileges? Wei Liu tightened her brow. The finest gifts should be reserved for the Empress Dowager. Who knows how much will actually reach her? It would be better if we prepared our own gifts to present. Wang Yihue could only assist in the packing. Before long, Wei Liu sat before her, a serious expression on her face. I can't shake the feeling that the feng shui of Changlu Palace is unfavorable. Wang Yihue exclaimed. Why are we discussing the feng shui of Changlu Palace again? She glanced around, relieved that only Hong Yao was present. Since she had become aware of Wei Liu's unguarded remarks, she had been diligent in keeping the household staff discreet, preferring to have fewer people around. Empress Rual can be considered to have passed away too young. From childhood to adulthood, you rarely fell ill. How is it that after merely a few months in Changlu Palace, your health has declined, necessitating rest? The more Wei Liu spoke, the more convinced she became. It's infuriating that you must enter the palace tomorrow. Otherwise, I would seek a protective talisman at the temple. I am not limited to entering the palace only tomorrow. There will be many opportunities in the future, Wang Yihue reassured her. Besides, with His Majesty having assigned you duties, once you are in the palace, you will be closer to the Empress. Perhaps she will sense your presence, and her health will improve. Wei Liu then lamented the lengthy production time of armor, stating that without it, she could not fulfill her duties in the palace. Wang Yihue conveyed all this to Wei Xiangwan. who knew that her husband was eager to serve in the palace. She advised him not to be anxious, as even if he entered the palace, he would not encounter her. Instead, he might consider hiring a martial arts instructor to learn the art of enduring hardships. Wei Xiangwan laughed and suggested that he speak the truth to her brother, explaining that she was not ill and that her claim of needing rest was merely a pretense. This was a statement she ought not to have made, as Wei was deeply concerned about her health, making her ailment seem more genuine. After all, it was common knowledge that the siblings depended on each other, their bond profoundly strong. Yet, Wei Xiangwan could not bear to see her brother worry for her. Since they could not meet, she wanted to avoid causing him undue distress. Why does the lady say her health is poor? Wang Yihue expressed some concern, pondering the implications if her words turn out to be true. It is rightful for the Empress to wield power in the palace. Yet the Empress Dowager is reluctant to relinquish her authority. Currently, His Majesty's heart is not with me. I must devise a legitimate approach. Wei Xiangwan laughed, reassuring her sister-in-law not to fret, for her strategy involved retreating to advance. If there is anything you require of us, please do not hesitate to ask. Our actions outside the palace are indeed more convenient. Upon hearing this, Wang Yihue realized that life in the inner palace was not as easy as it appeared. There is a matter that requires your assistance, dear sister-in-law, Wei Xiangwan said with a smile. Please keep an eye on Lord Kai from the Jinling Weaving Bureau. His family maintains close ties with certain individuals. I am acquainted with Lord Kai. His household has a somewhat indirect familial connection to my mother, but my father forbids my mother from associating with them. Wang Yihue furrowed her brow. Once I return home, I will inquire with my mother in detail. For now, let's keep my curiosity about him discreet. Wei Xiangwan advised, there is no need to mention this to my brother. Otherwise, he will fret unnecessarily. After Wang Yihue entered the palace and returned with a wagon load of goods, Qi Zhao visited Wei Xiangwan at Chang'e Palace. Have you felt more at ease seeing your family? He inquired. Wei Xiangwan nodded. If it were possible, I would love for my sister-in-law to visit me daily to converse. Since you enjoy her company, why not? Qi Zhao raised an eyebrow. After all, your household lacks many people, and matters require the mistress's attention. Wei Xiangwan playfully chided him. My sister-in-law and brother are newlyweds. I hope she can soon bring forth the next generation for the Wei family. Qi Zhao glanced at her abdomen. Do you not concern yourself with your own condition? Regrettably, I'm currently focusing on my health, which prevents me from serving His Majesty, Wei Xiangwan replied, gently stroking the edge of Qi Zhao's sleeve. Your Majesty, spring is the season of flourishing life, and your diligent efforts in the inner palace have not gone unnoticed. Many concubines eagerly await a glimpse of you. You are quite magnanimous. As a couple, I am bound to the emperor. Outsiders worry that he has no heir. How could I remain indifferent? Wei Xiangwan soothed Qi Zhao, who was not one to seek novelty and preferred to go with the flow. When Du Yuzhen obstructed him, he retreated to the Canyu Palace, where there were no pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Since palace affairs prevented Du Yuzhen from impeding his movements, the inner palace should now flourish in diversity. Wei Xiangwan took some fabric from her private stash to reward the lower-ranking concubines, encouraging them to adorn themselves beautifully and strive for improvement. Concubine Du never allows me to visit other places. She expresses reluctance. With one such person in the palace, it suffices. Wei Xiangwan shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. She withdrew her hand, harmonizing yin and yang into orthodoxy. Your Majesty has summoned numerous enchanting young maidens to the imperial harem, yet remains indifferent, allowing them to wither away, which is an affront to heaven. I merely hope that when I come to see you, you do not push me away. Qi Zhao looked at her with a smile, provoking a lecture from you. Perhaps the Empress Dowager's judgment surpasses mine, and you would make a splendid empress. Wei Xiangwan was taken aback by Qi Zhao's words. Though her time in the palace with him was limited, it was sufficient for her to discern that Qi Zhao was not a difficult person to engage with. Just when she thought she had seen through him, she unexpectedly discovered an aspect of him that she had overlooked. Wei Xiangwan ceased to speak of others and played a couple of games of chess with him. Qi Zhao intended to dine at Chang'e Palace before departing, so Wei Xiangwan summoned the eldest princess. Having completed her mourning period, The princess no longer donned plain attire. Her hair was adorned with gold beads and a red ribbon, and her cherubic face glowed with a rosy hue, making her appear exceedingly adorable. She leaped onto Wei Xiangwan's lap, calling her mother. Children are innocent. Your kindness towards them elicits their affection in return. You have raised the eldest princess splendidly. She appears far more vivacious than before, Qi Zhao remarked with admiration. I plan to begin the princess's education, Wei Xiangwan inquired of Qi Zhao, suggesting that your majesty should bestow a name for her studies. Qi Zhao then recalled that he had not yet named the princesses or conferred titles upon them. They were merely addressed by their order of birth. Zhao, Ming, and Guang signify brightness, and my daughter should embody brilliance and virtue. As she is the eldest, she shall be titled Princess Yuan Zhao. After pondering, Qi Zhao turned to Wei Xiangwan, asking for her thoughts. Yuan Zhao sounds grand and befitting for our eldest princess. Wei Xiangwan mused as she gazed at the princess, cupping her cherubic face. Let the name be yours to choose, your majesty. If you wish for your daughter to embody brilliance and virtue, shall we call her Yin? De Yin Kong Zhao. The eldest princess shall surely live up to your majesty's expectations, growing into a paragon of virtue and grace. Thereafter, Qi Zhao commanded someone to visit Ruo Fei and Li Guiren, and with the title of the eldest princess established. The titles for the second and third princesses were also determined as Ruo Zhao and Li Zhao respectively. The names of the princesses would be bestowed by their respective mothers. Chapter 18. Rising Stars. Wei Xiangwan's recuperation did not solely consist of lying indoors. On pleasant days, she would stroll through the Shirling Garden, with the eldest princess leading Hua Diandian as they frolicked about. Should any lower-ranked concubines seize the opportunity to pay compliments, Wei Xiangwan did not intervene. After observing for several days, the Xian of Chuxiu Palace made a dog outfit for Hua Diandian, which Yuan Zhao adored, pulling her before Wei Xiangwan to seek her approval. Are there still Xian in Chuxiu Palace? Wei Xiangwan queried, somewhat surprised. During the selection of concubines, those chosen became minor consorts, while those not selected were relegated to servitude. Those who did not wish to become servants were released from the palace. Servants without homes have no means of survival outside, since the harem requires no additional personnel. They must remain in Chuxiu Palace, the Xian replied, lowering her head. Wei Xiangwan instructed her to raise her gaze, admiring the girl's delicate features and doe-like eyes. Innocent and naive, such a beauty. How could your majesty have overlooked her? The Xian lowered her head once more, explaining that she entered the palace in the year of the former empress, but was too young at the time for your majesty to take notice. Wei Xiangwan nodded. Your continued presence in the palace signifies your destiny here. Await your fortune patiently. She arranged for her to be rewarded with fabric and jewelry. Indeed, within 3 days, Qi Zhao was summoned to the Chuxiu Palace, where she was bestowed the title of beauty. A fortnight later, she was elevated to the rank of Rongpin. Her ascent within the imperial harem unparalleled. Even the previously entangled Song Hanzhu and Du Yuzhen, who were embroiled in palace intrigues, suddenly found clarity, both turning their gazes towards this emerging star of the harem. During Wei Xiangwan's convalescence, she was exempted from the customary greetings of the concubines. Yet she personally visited the Qing Shou Palace every 3 days. As for the Bao Ci Palace, she would only go if summoned. You are quite astute, avoiding direct competition for favor, instead presenting a Rongpin to vie for your place. Empress Dowager Lu scrutinized Wei Xiangwan. She chose Wei for 2 reasons. First, her family was sparse, devoid of external support, necessitating her reliance on the Empress Dowager to secure her position. Second, her beauty was a strategic asset to undermine Du Yuzhen's ambitions. However, after entering the palace, Wei Xiangwan did not engage in the fierce battles Lu had anticipated, even requiring assistance in the competition for favor, which left Lu with a sense of having recruited a mere incompetent. Yet, even if she were inept, Lu was unconcerned. She did not require a clever and capable empress. Is it the Rongpin you spoke of, mother? Wei Xiangwan queried, puzzled. My son has not tasked her with anything. Her current standing is her own fortune. Did you not discover her in the Chuxiu Palace? Wei smiled and shook her head. I merely crafted garments for Yuan Zhao as pet dog. When Yuan Zhao sought a reward for her, I bestowed some jewelry and fabric, nothing more. Then she's indeed a clever one, the Empress Dowager remarked. Are you feeling better now? Much improved, though I still experienced some breathlessness when hurrying. Wei chuckled. I observed that Song Guifei and Du Guifei managed the palace affairs quite efficiently, so I thought I'd take a step back and let them shoulder more responsibilities. Are you not a bodhisattva? The Empress Dowager inquired curiously. Your Majesty, you do not vie for power, nor do you desire authority. What then do you seek? Wei Xiangwan blushed and smiled. I desire what all do, yet my health does not permit it. After attending to the Empress Dowager, she returned to the palace where Xiaoman awaited her at the entrance. Song Guifei had arrived early, and upon hearing that the princess had gone to Qingshou Palace, she bore no resentment and chose to wait for her return. No matter, for yesterday His Majesty mentioned conferring the title of Rongpin, and I suspect she will come to visit today, Wei remarked with a smile. Go to the storeroom and select 1 or 2 dubious items to blend among today as rewards. I wish to test her. Since the Empress's arrival, Song Hanju had enjoyed a peaceful existence, hoping to observe the conflict from a distance. However, Wei Xiangwan's absence from the fray, coupled with the grand spectacle surrounding a single Rongpin, was unexpected. Rather than hastily seeking out Rongpin to ascertain the situation, she preferred to consult Wei Xiangwan first. If the Rongpin had her as a backing, it would shift the dynamics of their rivalry. The Guifei has arrived. Wei Xiangwan nodded lightly, supporting Song Hanju before she could bow, signaling that private matters required no formalities. Your Highness is magnanimous. Once seated, Song Hanju probed. You are exceedingly generous to the concubines of the harem, and they are immensely grateful for your Highness's gifts. Some fabric has grown outdated in the storeroom. It will be better to present it to them for embellishment. When they adorn themselves beautifully, it brings me joy as well, Wei replied with a smile. You too are a wealthy benefactor in the palace. Are you not envious of the gifts I bestow upon them? Your Highness's rewards are blessings. Even if I lack such items, I am still in need of fortune. Song Hanju half complained, ever since the entrance of Consort Du into the palace. The women of the harem have become mere decorations. Who could have known that Her Highness would find someone so to His Majesty's liking? Having spent more time in the palace than Her Highness, I was utterly unaware of the existence of such a remarkable figure as Consort Rome. Do you think I insist on having you and Consort Du manage the affairs of the palace for no reason? Wei Xiangwan laughed. Consort Du, with her lofty ambitions, would never miss the opportunity to wield power. Her energy is limited, and she cannot entangle His Majesty, which presents an opportunity for you. In truth, this fortune belongs to the entire harem. It is merely that Consort Rome has grasped it. Song Hanju secretly gritted her teeth, for she too desired power within the palace. When Rao Qingyun was present, authority was tightly held, and she did not anticipate that Wei Xiangwan would so readily relinquish it. She wished to place her own people in crucial positions within the harem, for rank and power would provide her with a more stable foothold and greater leverage. To abandon the pursuit of authority now in favor of seeking His Majesty's favor was something she could not bear. His Majesty would not flee. But one could never tell when Wei Xiangwan might restore her health and reclaim the power she had relinquished. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Song Hanju took her leave. Wei Xiangwan never allowed anyone to leave her palace empty-handed, especially since Song Hanju had mentioned the rewards she bestowed upon lower-ranking consorts. Therefore, she naturally had to grant her something. Song Hanju expressed her gratitude, her gaze sweeping over the gifts with an unchanging expression. The maidservants observed Song Guifei's demeanor, seemingly unaware of any underlying issues with these items. Xiaoman assisted Wei Xiangwan in changing her attire. It was possible that she did not know that Song Guifei's family had not entered the palace for quite some time. Wei Xiangwan inquired about the news that Wang Yihui had gathered, revealing that Minister Kai and Song Yunzhong shared a close relationship as family friends. Both had been successful candidates in the same examination, and Minister Kai's daughter was married to Song Yunzhong's nephew. This connection greatly enhanced the Song family's prospects. Moreover, Song Yunzhong had always aspired for his daughter to become Empress. Having previously lost to Rao Qingyun, he certainly had motives for seeking revenge. The gifts I present to her, regardless of whether she uses them, signify little. What matters is whether more will follow in the future. Wei Xiangwan sighed, noting that someone desired the Empress to be in poor health. No matter who becomes Empress, there are risks involved. Her feigned illness may also serve to deceive those behind her. Rao Qingyun had not been rumored to be weak. She likely endured discomfort quietly until her condition deteriorated and claimed her life within a month. Should she also meet an early demise, the world would surely begin to question the feng shui of Changlu Palace. Is my brother on duty today? Wei Xiangwan asked, sending someone to Wuzhigong to deliver some pastries to His Majesty. Chapter 19. Wei Liu's precautionary measures. Wei Liu was indeed on duty today, engaged in a game of cricket fighting with Qi Zhao in the side hall. The crickets Wei Liu had brought from outside the palace swiftly triumphed over those within, allowing him to switch several times. Qi Zhao, unable to maintain his composure after losing, questioned Wu Yang, "Is this truly the best cricket you could find?" Wu Yang responded with caution. Wei Liu chuckled, "Do not blame Wu Shijian. He has certainly procured the finest crickets in the palace. However, these crickets I brought are descendants of champions from over 100 matches in the capital, with individuals having scoured the countryside for superior specimens, resulting in extraordinary offspring." Wei El carefully secured the cricket before handing it to Wu Yang. Wu Shijian released the cricket within the palace, anticipating that next year's catch would vastly differ from this year's. "You must have expended considerable effort to procure this cricket, only to release it now," he remarked. "It merely serves as a diversion, a playful amusement for His Majesty. Once it has provided entertainment, its purpose is fulfilled." Wei El replied, "Next year, should I wish to indulge again, I shall procure another. This pastime does not enthrall me. I harbor a distaste for conflict. The cricket, though diminutive, has its charm. Unlike the more popular pastimes of cockfighting or dogfighting, which are loud and head-pounding, what joy can be found in such ruckus? I have yet to witness cockfighting or dogfighting." Qi Zhao lamented. As the sovereign, he found such amusements wearisome, and there were numerous experiences he had yet to encounter. "If your Majesty has an interest, I shall arrange a gathering for you to observe. Yet, one's curiosity often wanes upon familiarity. You, who preside over the court daily, are already privy to the most elite forms of competition in the realm." Qi Zhao gestured dismissively. "This is a matter best kept between us. Should it reach the ears of the censor, I shall not intervene. I am well aware of my boundaries," Wei El assured him. At that moment, a young palace attendant entered, bearing delicacies from the Empress. Qi Zhao glanced at the offerings and remarked, "These are not truly for me. I must rely on the favor of Lord Wei to partake in the Empress's treats. Your Majesty's words leave me feeling unworthy." Wei El chuckled. "Were it not for your permission to serve in the palace, I would never have tasted the Empress's confections. Truly, your Majesty is my greatest fortune. Pray, consume some pastries to silence your flattery." Qi Zhao jested, his spirits lifted. Their camaraderie blossomed, and despite the complexities of Wei Xiangwan's relationship, Qi Zhao found comfort in Wei El's company, an affable brother-in-law who sought no rewards but offered companionship and wit, a rare gem indeed. Wei El inquired about the Empress's health, noting her recent illness. Just then, the announcement of the noble consort has arrived echoed alongside the delicate voice of Du Guofei. Upon entering, Du Yuzhen noticed the presence of others and shot a fierce glare at Wei El, prompting him to bow and declare, "Your Majesty has pressing matters. I shall take my leave." He remembered to take the plate of pastries with him, stating, "One piece is sufficient for your Majesty," with a charming interlocutor present. "What more is needed?" Qi Zhao observed as a half-eaten chestnut pastry remained, wishing to savor another bite, but could say nothing as he watched Wei El depart. Before Du Yuzhen spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls, and she addressed Qi Zhao cousin. Qi Zhao, still holding the half-piece of pastry, asked, "What troubles you so? Why do you weep so sorrowfully? Has someone wronged you?" "My cousin has wronged me." Du Yuzhen stamped her foot in frustration. "He favors Rong Pin and allows her to bully me." "Rong Pin? Surely not." Qi Zhao pondered, recalling Rong Pin's gentle demeanor, akin to a fawn. How could she possibly torment Du Yuzhen? "See, even now you defend her." Du Yuzhen cried louder. "I have been in the palace for merely half a year, and my cousin has already taken a new interest. If it is thus, why must I endure this heartache? Qi Zhao could only comfort her, assuring her that others were merely engaging in play. In his heart, he knew she was the one he cherished most. Du Yuzhen demanded that Qi Zhao strip Rong Pin of her title. I have just elevated her status. She has not committed any grave error. So how can I alter my decree hastily? Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, stating that if you are sorrowful, I will console you, for that is a matter of affection. Yet if you choose to act unruly, that is simply unbecoming. Du Yuzhen, having failed in her machinations, requested that Rong Pin reside with her in the Zhangyu Palace. Ordinarily, a concubine could serve as the matriarch of a palace, but under Du Yuzhen's incessant insistence, Qi Zhao acquiesced, allowing Rong Pin to move into the Zhangyu Palace. Before the harem could even fully appreciate Rong Pin's favored status, they were once again reminded of the immense favor bestowed upon Du Guifei. What fortune could Rong Pin expect while residing in the Zhangyu Palace? Wei Xiangwan regarded Rong Pin, who had come to pay her respects, noting the Guifei's capriciousness, advising caution in all matters henceforth. Yet, caution seemed futile. Rong Pin presented a delicate garment crafted for Huadian. But Du Yuzhen had already subjected her to humiliation at her residence in Rongfang Pavilion, and now she sought to occupy the Zhangyu Palace. It seems that making garments for Huadian may no longer be feasible. I implore the esteemed lady to offer an explanation on my behalf. For it is not a matter of pride or unwillingness, but rather the scrutiny I would face could inadvertently cause trouble for His Highness. You are now the stepmother of a princess. Such tasks are beneath your station. I shall forever remember the delightful sight of His Highness leading Huadian in playful circles, bringing unrestrained joy to all who witness it. Rong Pin cast a gentle glance at Wei Xiangwan, inquiring if the lady thought similarly. For one to express happiness at another's joy is a true virtue. Indeed, the lady is a good person. However, in this palace, kindness bears little weight. Wei Xiangwan dismissed her probing, focusing solely on her own matters, indifferent to the troubles of others. The lady would not entertain such thoughts. Rong Pin quietly mused that she had long been solitary, uncertain of what lay ahead. Yet, if the lady believed in her fortune, she would surely find it. Her desire to please the princess was also a veiled attempt to gain favor with the Empress. Yet her aspirations had dwindled after 3 years of inaction in the Shushu Palace. However, the Empress adorned her with exquisite jewels and garments, and the following day, His Majesty summoned her, granting her the title of beauty after their intimate encounter, elevating her status dramatically. With her own chamber in attendance, she ascended 3 ranks in merely half a month to become Rong Pin. Even if she were to perish now, this brief period would suffice for her to be remembered. All of this was made possible by her encounter with the Empress, for which she was deeply grateful. His Majesty, having not seen her, held no desire. Residing in the Zhangyu Palace surely afforded more opportunities to see him. After offering her a word of caution, Wei Xiangwan instructed her to depart, advising that she need not visit the Chonglu Palace alone in the future. Initially, His Majesty wished only to ascertain her suitability as the personal maid to the Grand Princess. How did his intentions suddenly shift to retaining her service? Xiaoman was perplexed. Wei Xiangwan had jestingly remarked about someone currying favor with Yuan Zhao, expressing her desire to observe for a few days to ascertain if she was fit to be Yuan Zhao as chief maid. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhao stated he would oversee the matter, ultimately resulting in her becoming a part of their inner circle. Within the imperial harem, there had yet to be a woman so endearing in appearance. It was only natural for His Majesty to be moved upon seeing her. Wei Xiangwan was not surprised. After all, His Majesty was but a man. Yet, she had not anticipated Du Guifei's significant influence over His Majesty's affections. Xiaoman tilted her head, noting that with such arrogance, the lady would inevitably have to endure her for several years. Patience would yield no harm. Wei Xiangwan was indifferent. Her entrance into the palace was not driven by a desire for favor, and she regarded Du Yuzhen with disdain. The dynamics of courtly intrigue are fickle. Qi Zhao, for the sake of Du Yuzhen, could easily neglect Wei Xiangwan and Rong Pin. When a third woman appears, will he remain steadfastly by Du Yuzhen's side? In Chapter 20, Unforeseen challenges. Zhao Ping'an lamented, "Your Highness, I am wronged." The two concubines were embroiled in a dispute over palace affairs, seeking to punish him as a means of asserting their authority. Yet, his reluctance to relinquish his position stemmed not from a love of power, but from the chaos that would ensue if he allowed their rivalry to continue, leading to a disarray among the 6 departments. In this ever-changing court, where new rulers bring new ministers, such transitions are to be expected. Wei Xiangwan, tending to a bonsai with scissors, paid no heed to Zhao Ping'an kneeling before her. As the one responsible for delivering messages to the emperor and recording the affairs of the harem, her role was vital. Thus, it was only natural that she faced obstacles. Although the court was subject to the whims of its rulers, there was but one true mistress of the harem, herself. What concern was it of theirs? Zhao Ping'an, too, was gambling. Having ascended to the rank of Empress, could she truly resign herself to a lesser position and watch others bask in glory? The mistress of the harem extended beyond her own person. Wei Xiangwan set down her scissors, admiring the bonsai, recognizing the cleverness of Si Fu, who sought the Empress Dowager's favor to maintain her position. If one were to seek her protection, what could she possibly offer? Si Fu, already secure, was merely a pawn of concubine Song, who employed her to create confusion. Zhao Ping'an understood that allegiance must come with a demonstration of loyalty. Wei Xiangwan merely lacked a deeper understanding of the harem's intricacies, but she would inevitably come to know them. Currently, the staff of the 6 departments were in disarray, scrambling to find a patron. Having chosen the Empress, Zhao Ping'an had to display sincerity. At last, Wei Xiangwan regarded her with attention, signaling to Gu Yu, who assisted Zhao Ping'an to her feet. "Speak, Xijun," she urged. The turmoil of the 6 departments was apparent to the mistress of the harem. Her silence was a strategic waiting game for the Empress Dowager's decision. After all, during the reign of Empress Rao, it was the Empress Dowager who had the final say in all matters of the palace. Empress Rao was not particularly forceful. Thus, it fell upon Wei Xiangwan to be more resolute. Zhao Ping'an stammered, "She is the former empress, revered by the emperor, while I am merely the successor. Without his favor or the support of children, what power do I hold to confront the Empress Dowager?" Wei Xiangwan sighed as Zhao Ping'an left in despair. Gu Yu returned to report, "Your Highness, you have frightened her. Only through fear can one ascertain to whom she truly wishes to pledge her loyalty." Since taking charge of palace affairs, Wei Xiangwan had recognized the complex loyalties among her subordinates. She could not afford to act recklessly. Instead, she would delegate authority to Du Yuzhen and Song Hanju, allowing them to battle it out, while she observed from the sidelines, ready to reap the rewards. Concubine Du, buoyed by the emperor's affections, displayed a haughty demeanor, while concubine Song stood her ground, demonstrating her depth of character. Xiaoman speculated. Having once believed the palace was entirely under the Empress Dowager's sway, she now realized that concubine Song had also placed numerous allies. Did Empress Rao truly possess not a single trusted confidant during her reign? Observing the aftermath of her demise, those who fell from grace were clearly her closest associates. Wei Xiangwan smiled. "One day, should I find myself in decline, you shall be among the first to be purged." "Speak kindly, Your Highness," Xiaoman pouted. "We have yet to experience our own glory." "Indeed, have you considered Yang Jiwei and Li Xiangwan? Which of them is more suited to serve in the 6 departments?" Wei Xiangwan inquired, having brought only 4 maidservants into the palace. These 4 were the most trusted among her confidants, distinguished ladies assigned to Chonglu Palace. Yang Jiwei and Li Xiangwan were selected after her confirmation as empress. After such a lengthy period, it seems regardless of any backing, the individuals are astute. Being assigned to Chonglu Palace inherently aligned them with the empress's faction, and for the sake of their own survival, they would not dare to act disloyally. Wei Xiangwan intended for one of them to be dispatched to the 6 departments, subsequently choosing someone to replace that individual during the 4 seasonal festivals. Faced with Du Yuzhen's exclusive favor, Song Hanju could remain an onlooker. However, in matters of court affairs, she fiercely contested every inch of influence. It appeared she understood well that in the harem, the emperor's affection is fleeting, while wielding power is fundamental to one's status. Although illness precluded her from sharing the emperor's bed, Qi Zhao would frequently visit Changlu Palace, as if Wei Xiangwan were a tantalizing delicacy, something to savor, yet ultimately out of reach. Qi Zhao's visits were merely a means to appease his desires. Wei Xiangwan permitted his gaze, focusing on her own affairs. After her enlightenment, the Grand Princess devoted specific hours each morning and afternoon to study and practice her writing under Wei Xiangwan's guidance. Should Qi Zhao appear, Wei Xiangwan would encourage Yuan Zhao, saying, "Go, let Father Emperor see your writing." The novice's script was barely legible. Qi Zhao would strain to identify any merits to praise his daughter, and Yuan Zhao would instantly straighten up, beaming with pride, exuding vitality, entirely unlike the pitiable child mourning her lost mother. "You are too kind to Yuan Zhao," Qi Zhao remarked once the lessons concluded and Yuan Zhao was taken away for refreshments. "Is that so?" Wei Xiangwan replied, perplexed. "It is merely appropriate. She calls me Mother Empress, and as a mother, I must fulfill my duties. Moreover, I shall have my own children in the future. What if His Majesty were to perceive my differing attitudes toward the two and deem me a wicked stepmother?" Speaking of children reminded her of their origins, and Qi Zhao's countenance flickered with desire as he reached for Wei Xiangwan's hand. "When will your health improve? I yearn for the crown prince." Wei Xiangwan lowered her head, blushing. Du Yuzhen's intent to have our Ying Pin enter the Canyu Palace was certainly not born of sisterly affection. Fortunately, she retained her wits. The treatment was not overtly cruel, but rather a subtle torment under the guise of propriety. Our Ying Pin had spent 3 years learning how to serve before her elevation, and thus the protocols were not particularly burdensome for her. The true hardship lay in Du Yuzhen's refusal to allow our Ying Pin to meet the emperor. Each time Qi Zhao visited the Canyu Palace, Du Yuzhen would ensure our Ying Pin was closely monitored, instructing her to remain compliant and not wander. Our Ying Pin found it nearly impossible to escape the Canyu Palace. During this time, Qi Zhao did not once think of her. Gazing into the mirror, our Ying Pin beheld the same visage that the emperor had professed to admire. How could he so easily forget? She recalled the empress's words. The emperor forgets those he does not see. If they were never to meet again, would he truly forget her? Song Hanju, unwilling to relinquish her hold on court power, yet unable to find the time to serve and please the emperor, resolved to select 2 from the concubines who depended on her, employing them to subtly test the waters before sending them out to vie for favor. Du Yuzhen was perhaps stirred by the worries ignited by consort Rome. She desired both the power of the palace and the favor of His Majesty. When overwhelmed, she simply delegated her responsibilities to Qi Zhao, inadvertently finding that he excelled in this role. The others in the palace, though silent, harbored their own thoughts. Wei Xiangwan sighed, realizing that His Majesty indulged Du Yuzhen to such an extent. The Empress Dowager might soon intervene, yet the time was still too brief for the stirred waters to settle. Moreover, given the deepening affection between His Majesty and Du Yuzhen, any attempts to thwart their union would only strengthen their bond. Wei Xiangwan contemplated whether she should recover the power of the palace once she regained her health. On the day the Grand Princess entered the palace, a new entry was made in the daily records, noting a fortunate maidservant assigned to the Qingshou Palace. This lucky individual remained in the inner palace, elevated to the status of a noble lady. Du Yuzhen was nearly driven to madness, while she could guard against others. She found it impossible to protect herself from those outside the palace. She was aware that her cousin would attract many. But why had it to be the Grand Princess's maid? Qi Zhao, disturbed by her commotion, sought solace in wandering aimlessly until he arrived at the Changlu Palace. Inside Changlu Palace, Wei Xiangwan was practicing her calligraphy, her brush strokes chaotic, yet the character she inscribed was one of endurance. Chapter 21. The first night of spousal conversation only when reminded did Wei Xiangwan realize Qi Zhao had arrived. She set down her brush and greeted him with a smile. "Your Majesty." Qi Zhao glanced at her writing desk, but did not inquire about the character she was working on. They shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to discuss the newly favored noble, and instead engaged in their customary pastime of chess and casual conversation about the world. After dinner, Qi Zhao expressed his intention to rest in Changlu Palace, and Wei Xiangwan made no effort to persuade him otherwise. They lay side by side on the bed, doing nothing. Qi Zhao sensed Wei Xiangwan gently caressing his right thumb. He lifted her hand and asked, "What is the matter?" "Our family doctor has ancestral ties to the Miao people and is skilled in crafting various jade and silver ornaments. I wish to create a signet ring for you, akin to the one I wear, which changes color upon contact with anything amiss." Wei Xiangwan raised her right hand for him to see, revealing a loose circle of rosy beads around her fair wrist. "Is this true? Such magic? Your Majesty, do not underestimate it. This is medicinal jade. It serves to alert and also to nourish the body." Wei Xiangwan withdrew her hand, adding, "I have worn it since childhood, sparing me much trouble." "I never said you shouldn't wear it. Why then the displeasure?" Qi Zhao reassured her, "Feel free to bring it to me. I shall wear it." His words were as binding as a royal decree. Wei Xiangwan seemed to have anticipated this response, promptly sitting up and retrieving the signet ring from a box at the foot of the bed. She placed it on Qi Zhao's hand, explaining that normally it could be disregarded like any ordinary signet, but if His Majesty had doubts, he should touch the ring. If the red jade turns purple, it signifies something amiss, indicating it is not of natural origin. A slight color change suggests a balance of good and ill, while a deep color shift indicates a potential danger to the body, warranting immediate avoidance. Qi Zhao chuckled and clasped her hand in return. "The Empress is so concerned for me. I shall certainly take note." Wei Xiangwan reclined once more. In truth, after Qi Zhao had favored the maidservant, Wei Xiangwan was summoned by the Empress Dowager. The Grand Princess sat regally at the head, inquiring with a smile how she intended to arrange the favored lady. The noble woman was fair-skinned, with timid, delicate eyes, though not possessing the captivating beauty that could topple kingdoms. She exuded an air of gentle fragility reminiscent of the likes of Consort Rome. His Majesty has been rather hasty, fixating on the maid of honor from Chongping. Why can he not exhibit a modicum of patience? To engage with her in the Qingshou Palace is rather scandalous when the news spreads. The Empress Dowager, her visage marred by concern, bore a bittersweet heart. The Emperor's dalliance with a mere maid is trivial. She was introduced by the Grand Princess, and the affair transpired in the Qingshou Palace, which renders the situation quite peculiar. Wei Xiangwan mused that Qi Zhao, not lacking in intelligence, had been quite astute during his youthful reign, remembering details well. Over the years, he had engaged in a battle of wits, demonstrating only a superficial filial piety toward the Empress Dowager, devoid of genuine affection. It was unfathomable that he would act so irrationally within the Qingshou Palace. Moreover, that maid unmistakably mimicked the demeanor of concubine Rome, a pointed jest at her for having elevated a maid to such a position. In an instant, Wei Xiangwan grasped the essence of the matter, her countenance reflecting a struggle. She suggested placing the noble lady in the Xiangshui Pavilion, conveniently close to the Qingshou Palace, allowing the Grand Princess to summon her former attendants with ease. Now that she was favored by His Majesty, proximity to him sufficed. The distance from the Qingshou Palace was of little consequence. Qi Lingyue cast a provocation-laden glance at Wei Xiangwan, who still treated her with kindness. Historically, maids of the Grand Princess often became favored consorts. Perhaps Our Lady Li might yet enjoy the fortune akin to that of the illustrious Han Wuzi. To assert before the Empress that a lesser noble could easily replace another was to trample upon Wei Xiangwan's dignity. Upon hearing these words, Wei Xiangwan fell silent, and the Empress Dowager intervened, instructing her to accommodate Lady Li. Ultimately, Lady Li was settled in the Chonghua Hall. The main hall was uninhabitable, relegating her to the side hall. Once her retinue was arranged, Wei Xiangwan returned to the Changlu Palace to pen the character for endurance. The heavens, wishing to bring about one's downfall, often first incite their hubris. Her current forbearance was solely aimed at orchestrating Qi Lingyue's dramatic fall from grace, reclaiming her own princely glory. Qi Zhao reclined, caught in a state between wakefulness and slumber when Wei Xiangwan remarked that Lady Li had birthed the third princess. Yet His Majesty had not elevated her status. Perhaps he ought to bestow upon her a title now. In your view, she should be named Zhaoyi, Qi Zhao replied. At this juncture, he began to connect the dots regarding Wei Xiangwan's series of actions, absently sliding the ring on his finger. Do you believe I was ensnared by someone's design in the Qingshou Palace today? A mere noble lady is hardly worth such elaborate discourse. Wei Xiangwan wished to avoid delving deeper into the matter. Whether intentional or not, His Majesty understood that the Grand Princess's faction was not easily subdued. I visited the Qingshou Palace to pay my respects and was led to the side hall. That woman approached, claiming to serve at the behest of the Empress. Tell me, could I have declined? Qi Zhao gazed at the canopy above, a wry smile forming. The Empress Dowager had long desired for the Crown Prince to ascend, not only because he was more manageable in age, but also due to the Liu lineage flowing through his veins. The Crown Prince's mother was the Empress Dowager's kin, brought into the palace to bear a child for her. However, the Empress Dowager's decisions came too late, and the late Emperor's demise was premature. Although the Crown Prince had more backing than Qi Zhao, he ultimately fell short, being conferred the title of Crown Prince only to be dispatched to his fief before reaching maturity. Were it not for the Empress Dowager, the identity of the current emperor would remain uncertain. Even now, he did not rest easy, hoping merely for the longevity of the Empress Dowager until he could firmly grasp power. Initially, the Empress Dowager may have envisioned the Crown Prince's ascendance, yet she must now realize that his reign may not surpass that of His Majesty. Facing Qi Zhao's perplexed gaze, Wei Xiangwan elucidated that Prince Chun was not merely a product of the Empress Dowager's womb. While one cannot write to Liu with a single stroke, Prince Chun possessed his own maternal uncles, and how much benefit could the Empress Dowager's faction truly derive from him? The Grand Princess frequently visited Prince Chun's fief. Qi Zhao was particularly concerned about the close interactions between the Empress Dowager and Prince Chun, knowing that she had never relinquished her aspirations for Prince Chen's ascension. This realization drove him to feign filial piety towards the Empress Dowager, engaging in frequent disputes and enduring constant failures. His inability to decisively sever ties with the Empress Dowager left him fearful that the day of their rupture might coincide with his own demise. If the Empress Dowager did not maintain a close rapport with Prince Chun, how could His Majesty be so lenient and indulgent towards her? Similarly, had Prince Chun not been dangled with the care of the throne, he would not willingly serve her. The Liu family operated as a unified front, obedient to the head of the family, with the majority of the tax revenue from Prince Chen's fief flowing into the Grand Princess's residence. She had wielded considerable power when she was Empress. Qi Zhao lamented that he had not considered this angle before. The two spent the night disparaging the Empress Dowager, Prince Chun, and the Grand Princess, and upon waking, they felt a newfound closeness to one another. As Wei Xiangwan assisted Qi Zhao in dressing, he suddenly instructed her that despite her health still being fragile, she should still consolidate the palace's power, delegating tasks to others as needed. Wei Xiangwan acquiesced. Once Qi Zhao departed for court, Bai Lu cheerfully remarked that His Majesty had begun to appreciate the Empress. Wei Xiangwan smiled and shook her head, asserting that he did not truly value her. Rather, he feared that Consort Du might act irrationally in managing the palace, prompting him to seek her cousin's support. Nevertheless, reclaiming authority in the palace under the auspices of His Majesty was an advantageous situation for her, so she did not begrudge his ulterior motives. She instructed someone to inform the harem that she would be receiving them for greetings that day. Chapter 22. 3 matters. The Yuzhen had quarreled with His Majesty the previous day, resulting in him spending the night at Chonglu Palace. Angered, she had not slept a wink. Now, having received notice to pay her respects at Chonglu Palace, her immediate reaction was to find an excuse to avoid going. As her visits there were infrequent, Hisheng advised her that since the Empress had not summoned the harem in a long time, this sudden call surely indicated an important matter. Moreover, His Majesty had stayed at Chonglu Palace the previous night, which might suggest his wishes were being conveyed through the Empress. Du Yuzhen was persuaded, but upon seeing the dark circles under her eyes in the bronze mirror, she erupted in fury, demanding that her attendants apply several layers of makeup to conceal her weariness before proceeding to Chonglu Palace. She was the last to arrive. Consort Du carries quite the air. Everyone has been waiting for you, Du Yiren remarked sarcastically. This is how I have always been. Does Consort Zhao have any objections? Du Yuzhen rolled her eyes, dismissing the junior consort's audacity to speak so freely in her presence. The Empress has arrived. Upon entering the side chamber, Wei Xiangwan made her way towards it, naturally not willing to wait idly for Du Yuzhen. The room was filled with concubines, all bowing and greeting. "Please, take your seats." Wei Xiangwan warmly addressed them. "I summoned you all here today, and I presume you are all quite curious as to why. Your Highness has been recuperating, and we have missed you dearly. We are overjoyed by your summons," Ro Fei responded. Du Yuzhen sneered, her laughter jarring amidst the atmosphere. Wei Xiangwan chose to ignore her, stating, "The reason I called you here today is to discuss 3 important matters. Firstly, a new sister, Lady Li, has joined the palace, residing in the side hall of the Chonghua Palace. During leisure hours, we often visit one another to alleviate our boredom, which serves as a delightful pastime." Lady Li, standing at the back, felt the weight of the crowd's gaze and was at a loss as to how to respond. The Empress, being the favored daughter-in-law of the Empress Dowager, naturally aligned herself with her mother-in-law's sentiments, allowing all manner of unseemly affairs to linger within the palace. "I fear that this harem will soon be engulfed in foulness." Du Yuzhen's biting remarks left Lady Li trembling, on the verge of tears. Song Hanju merely cast a cursory glance at Lady Li before retracting her gaze. The Chonghua Palace? The previous Lady Li also resided there. Now, with 2 Ladies Li in the same palace, confusion is inevitable. This brings us to the second matter. Wei Xiangwan smiled at the original Lady Li, who, having achieved pregnancy, was elevated by His Majesty to the rank of Li Jiaoyi. The decree will be issued in a few days, but from today onward, Li Jiaoyi shall enjoy the privileges befitting her new status. Li Jiaoyi promptly stepped forward, kneeling in gratitude, expressing her heartfelt thanks to Her Majesty the Empress for her immense favor. She was merely an ordinary palace maid, fortunate enough to serve the emperor once, resulting in the birth of a princess. However, her humble beginnings and lack of favor led her to believe she would remain a mere concubine. To her astonishment, the empress would consider elevating her status. Thus, when Princess Li Zhao grow up and marries, she might ascend to the rank of a higher concubine. Should the emperor pass away, she would become a noble matriarch, with her own burial chamber and dedicated individuals to honor her memory. Li Jiaoyi sincerely bowed her head, expressing deep gratitude to the Empress for her remarkable benevolence. "Take good care of the 3rd princess. Your blessings are yet to come." Wei Xiangwan encouraged her to rise. She then addressed Lady Li, saying, "Do not underestimate yourself. Upon entering the palace, you become His Majesty's woman." Li Jiaoyi shares a similar background, yet she has attained the rank of Jiaoyi. Serve the emperor diligently, and a promising future awaits you. Only then did Song Hanju realize Wei Xiangwan's intention to place Lady Li in the Chonghua Palace. On the surface, she remarked that Li Jiaoyi, having originated from the palace maid ranks, was renowned for her amiable temperament, ensuring that Lady Li would not endure undue hardship in Chonghua Palace. However, in a more subtle sense, Lady Li's origins would be prominently displayed henceforth, and elevating Li Jiaoyi at this juncture was akin to a slap in her face. Whether she had the fortune to aspire to become a Jiaoyi remained to be seen. Consort Ro jested that with Li Jiaoyi's pregnancy, a celebratory feast should be arranged to invite them all for merriment, to which Li Jiaoyi eagerly acquiesced, saying, "Please do come, dear sisters." As for the 3rd matter, Wei Xiangwan hesitated. Her health had yet to fully recover, and she had not intended to rush matters. However, the emperor's insistence made it difficult for her to evade her responsibilities, compelling her to delegate palace affairs to Song Guifei and Du Guifei. The empress intended to reclaim her authority over palace matters. Both Song Hanju and Du Yuzhen were taken aback, and Wei Xiangwan continued, "Yet my health cannot endure excessive strain. I propose that when you come to pay your respects, I shall entrust certain specific tasks to you. How do you feel about this?" "To alleviate the empress's burdens is our duty," replied Consort Ro readily. The 2 Gaifais wielding power were of no concern to her. The empress held authority, and those willing to work were needed, thus providing opportunities for all. Moreover, the empress would not demand that the Gaifais perform laborious tasks, thus offering them greater benefits than before. Whether she holds power or not is of little consequence. She is already the mistress of the imperial palace. In this vast and intricate inner court, there are merely tasks to occupy her time. The maidens of Changlu Palace have gone to retrieve documents concerning palace affairs from the Canyu Hall and the Zhaohui Hall. The Zhaohui Hall is tolerable, but in the Canyu Hall, she faced a barrage of veiled insults. The power in her grasp can vanish in an instant, and for this, Du Yuzhen has even neglected his majesty, resulting in the emergence of another Rong Pin, Eneli Gairen in the harem, a classic case of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds, an immense loss indeed. Du Yuzhen is perplexed. Why has the Empress Dowager summoned Wei Xiangwan? What prompted her sudden interest in Jin Li Zhao? She suspects that the Empress is purposefully showing her disdain. It is difficult to distinguish between the two Li Gairens, and considering that Li Zhaoyi has contributed to the imperial lineage, a mere Gairen is somewhat insufficient. If Li Gairen were to become pregnant, her ascent would be hindered, especially with Li Zhaoyi as a precedent. Wei Xiangwan's response is reasoned and sound, leaving no room for criticism. The Empress Dowager nods. Have you reclaimed the palace authority? It was His Majesty's directive for me to do so. If you have reclaimed it, manage it well. The 6 departments are in disarray due to the mischief of Du Guifei. You must allay their fears. I understand, she replies, though one might doubt it. During this period, Wei Xiangwan has been a silent observer, initially gaining a general understanding of everyone when she first assumed control of the palace. She has witnessed how they expose their webs of relationships in their attempts to ingratiate themselves and safeguard their positions, without dismantling the Empress Dowager's minions. How could she claim the title of master of the harem? Every few days, Wei Xiangwan visits the Baozi Palace, where she attends to the Empress Dowager by tending to flowers, reading, and reciting scriptures, never once mentioning the troubling matters of the harem. The Empress Dowager inquires about her health. I am well, truly. Wei Xiangwan blushes and smiles. Grandmother has always said that good health surpasses clever schemes. You taught me martial arts, and to keep my strength up, never allowing me to go without my meals. My physique can be described as robust. The Empress Dowager laughs. You, with your little arms, are robust? Shall I demonstrate a set of punches for you? Wei Xiangwan asks eagerly, and upon receiving permission, rises to perform a series of punches impressively. The Empress Dowager claps in approval. After finishing her routine, Wei Xiangwan is slightly perspiring. She only dares to practice in her sleeping quarters at Changlu Palace. Today, she has embarrassed herself before the Empress Dowager. You must always remember your grandmother's words. Good health surpasses clever schemes, especially now that you are the Empress. With a strong body, you will outlive everyone. That is your victory. Chapter 23. Matters of importance. Wei Xiangwan visits the Wuji Palace and happens upon Wei El. The siblings exchange smiles. I am delighted to hear that the Empress is in good health. You are unaware of my true condition, dear brother. I am merely feigning illness to avoid exertion. Wei Xiangwan replies, chatting and laughing in the sunlight. I know the Empress as well, yet I do not trust the feng shui of the harem. No matter how virtuous the person sent in, they seem to weaken for unknown reasons. Wei El frowns. I have arranged for a protective talisman from the temple. Whenever you summon my sister-in-law to the palace, let her bring it to you. You must not only consider me, think of my sister-in-law as well. Of course, I have sought one for her too. I have already written to invite Master Long back to the capital. Wei El recalled something he wanted to discuss with Wei Xiangwan. I am aware that Mr. Long has returned to his hometown for retirement. But given your current position in the palace and the absence of a trustworthy physician by your side, I am quite concerned. At Mr. Long's age, I fear that once he returns, I will be unable to arrange for him to enter the palace. Therefore, I have requested that Mr. Long send a student here. Wei El was not the least bit troubled by the notion of imposing on others. The Wei family has supported Mr. Long throughout his life. And now that the head of the family is in distress, it is only natural for him to reciprocate. We shall wait for Mr. Long's student to arrive before proceeding further. Wei Xiangwan had pressing matters requiring Wei El's assistance. Brother, please inquire whether there are any handsome young men in the residence of the Grand Princess. You wish to know if the Grand Princess has an intimate companion? Wei El asked candidly. There should be none. Such rumors are easily spread, yet none have reached my ears. Li Yunlang is suffering greatly within the Grand Princess's residence. And Li family can only watch. However, if the Grand Princess dares to keep a male lover, the Li family would no longer tolerate it and would certainly petition for a divorce. Since the Grand Princess is fond of Li Yunlong's appearance, brother, seek out several who bear resemblance to him. At times, Wei Xiangwan found it perplexing why Qi Lingyue would pursue such things. As the esteemed Grand Princess, she wields power and influence. Yet for the sake of a consort who offers her no kindness, she endures such neglect. However, recalling her friend who died in solitude before marriage, Wei Xiangwan's heart grew cold. All of Qi Lingyue's current tribulations seem self-inflicted. Yet a blood debt must be repaid with blood. Qi Lingyue owes her a life. In broad daylight, why is the Empress entangled with the guards? What kind of decorum is this? A sudden voice interrupted, prompting Wei Xiangwan and Wei El to turn in unison. It was Du Yuzhen. Noting Wei Xiangwan's frequent visits to the Wuji Palace, she decided to come as well to see His Majesty. He Sheng whispered to Du Yuzhen, explaining the guards' identities. Du Yuzhen rolled her eyes, saying, "You mere captain, why do you not pay your respects to me?" During duty hours, aside from His Majesty, the Imperial Guards are not required to bow to others. Merely nodding is sufficient. Du Yuzhen was about to continue her tirade when Wei Xiangwan, with a smile that masked her disdain, inquired, "Why did the favored concubine not pay her respects to me?" Du Yuzhen, relying on the Emperor's affection, treated decorum with disdain, neglecting to show respect to the Empress and failing to use honorifics. Wei Xiangwan did not wish to hold her accountable. Otherwise, the mere act of greeting during each encounter would be sufficient to keep her occupied. Du Yuzhen rolled her eyes and rushed through the palace doors. Wei El observed her retreating figure, his brows furrowed. Such a lack of decorum. Does the Empress permit her to behave in this manner? These are trivial matters. Wei Xiangwan reassured her brother. For now, His Majesty favors me, and I can't afford to be a little audacious. One day, she will learn that arrogance can lead to her downfall. Wei El remained irate. The cherished eldest daughter of the Wei family had never endured such indignities. Brother, you need not worry about my affairs. I am well aware of my own boundaries. With that, Wei Xiangwan proceeded to leave. Are you not going in to see His Majesty? Xiao Shui queried. How could I possibly showcase Du Guifei's favor by entering? Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. I have no desire to become embroiled in a contest of wives and concubines, where everything hinges on a mere word from His Majesty. She never regarded Du Yuzhen with any seriousness, for their desires were entirely different. Once inside the palace, Du Yuzhen began to sulk and complain to Qi Zhao, lamenting how the Empress had treated her coldly. What has the Empress done to you? Qi Zhao replied with a lack of seriousness, his mind still occupied with political matters. Upon my arrival at the Wuji Palace, I observed the Empress engaged in lively conversation with a guard, their camaraderie apparent. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired a few questions, though I had never encountered the Empress's brother, and thus had no familiarity with him. Du Yuzhen puted. While the Empress remarked that I was ignorant of proper etiquette. Has the Empress arrived? Qi Zhao asked, glancing towards the entrance. Why has she not yet entered? Zheng Heng, standing outside, clearly observed that the Empress had departed. Bowing his head, he returned to report. The Empress has left, likely to avoid interruption upon seeing the imperial concubine's arrival. How perceptive of her! Du Yuzhen, feeling pleased, affectionately wrapped her arms around Qi Zhao's neck and coquettishly said, Cousin, please bring my second brother into the palace as a guard. I miss him, and this way I could see him from time to time. Du Yuzhen's second brother, Du Qining, currently remained unestablished, as he could not match the talents of their father and elder brother, leaving the family ambivalent about his future. However, the path they envisioned for him certainly did not include guarding the gates for the emperor, despite the Du family's status as relatives of the royal house. With Du Changruo now a capable official and his eldest son Du Qizhen having entered the civil service through the imperial examinations, the family aspired to a legacy of scholarly merit rather than military prowess, which was often reserved for the sons of nobles to enhance their prestige. Little did they know that Du Yuzhen felt envious of the Empress's frequent visits to the Wuji Palace, attributed to her brother's duty there. She desired a similar privilege. Qi Zhao, aware of his uncle's sentiments, initially resisted the idea, yet Du Yuzhen's relentless persistence compelled him to acquiesce. Upon receiving the decree for Du Qining's appointment to the Imperial Guard, the Du family, was left bewildered. Du Yuzhen even sent He Sheng back to the family to claim credit. Du Changruo endured his irritation, questioning why his daughter suddenly sought a military position for her second brother. He Sheng, I entrusted you to accompany the young lady into the palace to serve as her advisor. Do you not comprehend what she fails to understand? He Sheng knelt on the ground, explaining that the lady often expressed a desire for His Majesty to bestow favor upon the second young master, implying a title for him. Yet His Majesty refused. Upon seeing the Empress's brother serving at the Wuji Palace, the young lady wished for her second brother to enter the palace as well, to diminish the Empress's influence. Du Changruo cursed under his breath, lamenting that only he possessed a title within the Du family. His wife only saw the Empress's brother's title, failing to consider that the Empress had no one left in her family but him. If she did not bestow grace upon her brother, whom else could she favor? Their father was missing, and the Wei family had yet to set up a memorial for him. How could they pursue a posthumous title? Their grandfather was implicated in treason, and the noble title he was born into had been entirely revoked. Would he truly covet a posthumous title of a meritorious lord? The lady's temperament was capricious, but the harem was unlike the household. She must learn humility, refrain from creating enemies, and especially avoid antagonizing the Empress. Duke Changruo instructed He Sheng. How is the young lady's health? The young lady is in good health. Then why is there no news after such a long time? Du Changruo froned. Tell her that everything else is inconsequential. This matter must be prioritized. If she can bear His Majesty's eldest son, her position will be secured. Chapter 24. New arrival during the Dragon Boat Festival. Auspicious news abounded in the harem. Zhao Jiaoi, Li Jiaoi, and Rong Pin all announced pregnancies. The others were insignificant in comparison. The fact that Rong Pin could conceive under the vigilant watch of Du Guifei was truly remarkable. Wei Xiangwan went to report good news to the Empress Dowager, and afterward, she needed to arrange medical care and nourishment for the 3 pregnant consorts, assigning experienced nurses to attend to them, ensuring that their rewards were ample. Once she completed these tasks, she recalled an important matter and instructed Zheng Yang to inquire about the emperor's whereabouts. If he was available, she had pressing matters to discuss. Qi Zhao directly arrived at the Chonglu Palace, his mood lifted by the auspicious news from the harem. Upon arrival, he comforted Wei Xiangwan, explaining that his previous infrequent visits were due to her poor health. He assured her that he would visit more often, and naturally, children would follow. Wei Xiangwan blushed and smiled, refraining from responding to this remark, and instead mentioned the residence of Consort Rong. She expressed her concerns regarding the young and inexperienced Du Guifei, fearing that any oversight could lead to misunderstandings about Consort Rong. It would be prudent to select a different residence for her. Given the spaciousness of the harem and the limited number of adults, Consort Rong certainly deserved to be treated as a leader of a palace. You have considered this matter thoroughly. Qi Zhao nodded. Make the arrangements as you see fit. I have no objections. However, after visiting the Tsangyu Palace, Qi Zhao changed his mind, aware of his shortcomings. He did not dare to approach Wei Xiangwan directly, and instead sent Zheng Heng with a message that Consort Rong would remain in the Tsangyu Palace for the time being, with any relocation to be discussed after her childbirth. Was Zheng Neguan present while His Majesty was at Tsangyu Palace? Wei Xiangwan inquired. I was indeed present, he replied. Could you tell me what Du Guifei said that changed His Majesty's mind? Du Guifei, relying on her relationship as His Majesty's cousin, had cried and pleaded, claiming that His Majesty's request for Consort Rong to move was a sign of distrust. Faced with such emotional appeals, His Majesty found it difficult to refuse and yielded to her wishes. Zheng Heng replied cautiously, having aligned himself with the Empress, and by introducing Zheng Yang to Chonglu Palace, he had effectively chosen his side. In truth, he was loyal to the rightful order, serving the Emperor, the Empress, and the future Crown Prince. His Majesty is deeply fond of her. She occupies his heart and mind entirely, and he cannot bear to see her tears. Wei Xiangwan was not particularly surprised. She was well aware of Qi Zhao's soft-heartedness. It was a known fact. Poor Consort Rong, she looks so frail, and with her pregnancy, she has lost even more weight. I fear her living conditions are uncomfortable. Your Highness has arranged for her the most capable nurses and instructed consort Rongs maid to be vigilant. If anything goes awry, they're to seek your assistance. Your Highness has done more than enough. Consort Rong's fate is in her own hands, Yang Zhihui advised. In the harem, where consorts vie for favor, as long as no lives are at stake, I do not wish to interfere excessively. However, should anyone harbor malicious intentions, I shall not hesitate to employ severe measures. Du Yuzhen was not so foolish. Although consumed with jealousy and hatred, upon hearing that the Empress intended to relocate Consort Rong, she realized that both her cousin and the Empress suspected her of harboring ill will towards Consort Rong. Thus, she acted spoiled and refused to allow Consort Rong to move. If Consort Rong were to relocate, it would only confirm her as a woman of malicious intent. She must remain in Sangyu Palace, ideally giving birth there in peace. Once the child was born, she could claim it for her own. Du Yuzhen smirked coldly, knowing that a palace head had the authority to adopt the children of lower-ranking consorts. Furthermore, since she desired it, her cousin would surely oblige her wishes. He furrowed her brow, feeling that it would be better to allow Rong Pin to smoothly move out of the Sangyu Palace. However, she could not dissuade Du Yuzhen, who urged her to prepare medicine. The fertility potion brought in from outside the palace made her frown even more due to its pungent aroma. Du Yuzhen, who had been pampered since childhood and needed the entire family to coax her into taking medicine when ill, swallowed bowl after bowl without a change in expression. Yixing truly wished to inquire if all of this was worth it. If she were married outside the palace, having been wed for less than a year, she would not have to endure the anguish of seeking a child so soon. In the Chaui Hall, Song Hanju smiled as she reassured Du Yiren to focus on her pregnancy and not to overthink. Their shared experience of entering the palace together was a bond. As long as there was no betrayal, she would always protect her. She planned to have her mother bring Du Yiren's mother into the palace to visit her. Once Du Yiren left, Song Hanju removed her smile, lowering her head to place a hand on her abdomen, questioning why she had yet to conceive. Despite being the favored one in the harem, why was she still childless? Your Highness, do not dwell on it, Shi Tsui advised, noticing her low spirits. Once Zhao Zhaoi gives birth, you can hold her child close for 2 years, and then the attending boy will bring your own child to you. This time, with 3 children, surely not all would be girls. Song Hanju pondered. Li Zhaoi came from a humble background, so her child was not desired for fostering. Although Rong Pin also hailed from a modest family, she entered the palace as a legitimate selection, having served as a palace maid for 3 years, though not in a genuine capacity. Moreover, she currently resided in the Sangyu Palace. Duke Gui Fei, her foster mother, held significant influence if Rong Pin bore a son, and the Empress remained childless thereafter. This powerful, illegitimate son would be the greatest contender for the throne. Rong Pin's child could not be allowed to remain. Furthermore, Rong Pin did not appear to possess the fortune to bear the emperor's heir. Song Hanju glanced at Shi Tsui, Gova's sister. With Gui Fei's temperament, lending a hand to her was indeed a means of saving her. Otherwise, a life would be lost in the Sangyu Palace, leaving no hope for the future. Shi Tsui understood and nodded in agreement. After learning of her pregnancy, Rong Pin was indeed troubled. Merely the sight of Du Yuzhen was enough to instill fear. Soon, the Empress's appointed personnel arrived, led by a formidable wet nurse. The palace attendants serving Du Yuzhen picked up on the subtle cues, relishing the opportunity to criticize Rong Pin, insinuating that she was a flirtatious vixen who could still serve the emperor despite her apparent shortcomings. Each time, Rong Pin endured the slights in silence. This time, Nurse Jiang directly summoned the imperial physician, claiming that Rong Pin's pregnancy was unstable. Now that Rong Pin was with child, she was a coveted prize. How could she appear in such disarray, manipulated by a few young maidservants? Fearing Du Yuzhen's wrath, Nurse Jiang reassured her, after calling for the physician several times. It is the Gui Fei you should fear. Rong Pin contemplated moving out of the Sangyu Palace. She had indeed heard that someone from the Chonglu Palace intended to invite her to relocate, but soon there was no further word. Du Yuzhen would not allow it. Thus, she remained trapped in the Sangyu Palace. Rong Pin felt utterly despondent. She was terrified that Du Yuzhen would not let her carry this child to term, and equally worried that if she did give birth, the child would be taken away by Du Yuzhen. Both scenarios were intolerable to her. Day after day, burdened by worries. The two esteemed ladies have gained weight, while she, in contrast, continues to wither. Du Yuzhen sent precious medicinal herbs and supplements, yet she dared not consume them. Even when compelled to do so in front of others, she would soon regurgitate them, nearly soiling Du Yuzhen's shoes on several occasions. Du Yuzhen's expression darkened, her anger almost spilling forth, but she ultimately departed with only a dismissive remark about her lack of gratitude. Rongpin leaned over the basin, retching bile, her eyes vacant. She pondered when this torment would come to an end. Had she known, it might have been better to remain an invisible maid in the Shusho Palace. Under the weight of her profound anxieties, she felt little affection for the child growing within her. As she repeatedly caressed her belly, a bold thought flickered in her mind. She must escape from the Sanyu Hall. Remaining there would surely lead to her demise, and if she perished, what would become of the child? Yet as long as she lived, there would always be hope for a child. Chapter 25. Arrangements regarding the myriad thoughts swirling around Rongpin. Wei Xiangwan was not fully aware. She smiled and invited Zhao Ping'an to take a seat, expressing her relief that the recent turmoil had not affected her. Thanks to the Empress, Zhao Ping'an replied, hesitant to fully sit, positioning herself just slightly forward on the stool. After leaving the Chonglu Palace, she quickly realized that the Empress would not place her trust based solely on a few words. If she sought to ally herself with the Empress, she must demonstrate her capabilities. The Emperor had favored Lady Li in the Qingshou Palace, and though she had not informed the Empress in advance, she diligently reported the events surrounding the Emperor's visit afterward. The Emperor had been ushered into the purification chamber, and the encounter was brief, leaving him in a rather poor state upon his exit. This indirectly confirmed Wei Xiangwan's suspicions that Qi Zhao had not consented. Subsequently, Wei Xiangwan regained control over the palace affairs, naturally quelling the turmoil involving Zhao Ping'an. I now possess a general understanding of those managing the palace, Wei Xiangwan mused, tilting her head as Xiaoman handed Zhao Ping'an a notebook and pen, unaware of which individuals might be deemed suitable to retain. You have been in the palace for quite some time. Assist me in discerning this. Upon receiving the notebook, Zhao Ping'an observed that it meticulously documented each person's name, their entry into the palace, the locations they had served, and their close affiliations. This was not merely a general understanding. It was as if she possessed a comprehensive grasp of the situation. Your Highness? Zhao Ping'an hesitated, uncertain of Wei Xiangwan's intentions. You are well aware of the allegiances behind these individuals. Why then do you inquire about whom to keep or dismiss? Some matters may be concealed from the upper echelons. Yet I am cognizant that in this palace, loyalty is a rare gem. Most individuals merely follow orders, drifting along with the current. The inner palace can never have a single sovereign, thus I permit a portion to serve their own interests. However, I disdain those who act ruthlessly, employing underhanded methods. Such individuals have no place in the realm I govern. Upon grasping the underlying meaning, Zhao Ping'an scrutinized the names on the list once more. This was the foundation of the Empress's trust in her. If she fulfilled her duties well, she would surely become one of the Empress's own. I believe those circled are worth retaining, Zhao Ping'an suggested, though they may have certain shadows behind them. They still adhere to palace regulations and hold the Empress in high regard. She returned the marked notebook to Xiaoman. For 5 years, I have resided in the palace, most familiar only with my contemporaries, the superiors who ushered me in, and the fellow court ladies, akin to elderly aunts or wet nurses, merely privy to fragments of gossip. Devoid of comprehensive understanding, Zhao Ping'an conveyed the significance of the matter, stating that when the late Empress entered the palace, the Empress Dowager relinquished her authority. Although the current Empress Dowager appears outwardly similar to the previous one, the late Empress never truly governed the inner court. I dare not boast of my command over this harem. Wei Xiangwan forced a smile, acknowledging that while the Empress Dowager's influence must be navigated, it is crucial to avoid raising her suspicions. It seemed that her demeanor was more proactive than Rao Qingyun's, wielding a greater share of power. Yet she had yet to unsettle the Empress Dowager's favored ones, always deferring to her, reporting diligently from dawn till dusk. The Empress Dowager desired her to vie for favor with Du Yuzhen, while granting leniency in other matters. Wei Xiangwan was pressed for time, eager to replace the Empress Dowager's confidants before she noticed, or to implant her own people at critical junctures. However, the ongoing rivalry between Du Yuzhen and Song Hanju had already muddled the hierarchy. By the time the Emperor's eldest son was born, they would take advantage of the festive occasion to rid themselves of those unwilling to depart. As for the Empress Dowager's trusted aides, they were to be preserved until the moment of triumph, to be presented to her one by one as a clarion call for her offensive. You have served in the position of head of the sleeping quarters for a year. I now wish to assign you to a different role. What say you? Wei Xiangwan inquired. I shall heed your command, Your Highness, Zhao Pingyun replied as he rose to bow deeply. Wei Xiangwan transferred Zhao Pingyun to the Department of Control. Despite both departments being of equal rank, the transition from the head of the sleeping quarters to the Department of Control was well understood as a descent from a hot stove to a cold hearth. Zhao Pingyun remained unfazed by the probing of others, maintaining a calm demeanor as he transitioned to his new role, while his young maidservant expressed her discontent, lamenting that the head of the sleeping quarters, loyal to the Empress, had met with such a fate. Who would dare to pledge loyalty now? The palace is dominated by two formidable concubines, sister. Perhaps you should consider change. Silence. Zhao Pingyun admonished her with a glare. Today, sister shall teach you a lesson. A wise bird selects its roost. Once a choice is made, do not waver lightly. Having become a servant, if one shifts allegiances as easily as the tides, a fate akin to that of a three-surname household slave is inevitable. The young maiden nodded in understanding. Rest assured, will have you seen me suffer. Having chosen the Empress, I shall remain steadfast in my loyalty. The position of head of the sleeping quarters was assumed by a certain Li Yu, who had originally been a mere court lady, an elevation deemed irregular yet overlooked, given Du Guifei's current prominence in the harem. In contrast, Yang Zhihui from Chonglu Palace, who moved to the Department of Records, attracted little attention. Outside the palace, news arrived of Wang Yihui's pregnancy, causing Wei Xiangwan to exult in joy. She promptly arranged a plethora of rewards, consulted the Empress Dowager, and summoned a skilled physician and an experienced wet nurse to attend to her in the Marquis's residence. Wei Xiangwan even took the time to seek out Wei Lu, advising sister-in-law, this pregnancy is of utmost importance. With no elder at home to care for her, discuss with her. If your mother-in-law is willing to assist, that would be ideal. If she is unavailable, please invite Granny Chui to help manage the household affairs. These matters have already been thoughtfully considered by your sister-in-law. She can manage in the early stages of her pregnancy, and as it progresses, she will summon Granny Chui to oversee household affairs. By the 7th or 8th month, she intends to have her mother come and keep her company until the delivery. Wei Xiangwan nodded, expressing her deep concern for her sister-in-law, yet recognizing that calling her to the palace at this juncture would only cause unnecessary distress. Instead, she resolved to have Xiaoman visit their home from time to check on her sister-in-law, hoping she would not take offense. You have planned everything meticulously for her. She understands your intentions and would not hold it against you, Wei Liu reassured. Your sister-in-law, bearing your brother's child, is a great asset to the Wei family. You must avoid actions that could sadden her. It is imperative that she experiences a joyful and serene pregnancy and delivery. Wei Xiangwan gently admonished Wei Liu, who appeared somewhat perplexed by her words. She felt compelled to be explicit, stating, given her current condition, your sister-in-law cannot attend to you, and I worry that you might be distracted by others. I shall not tolerate any behavior that might distress her. If I find that you have been consorting with other women, I shall ensure you are dealt with severely. My dear lady, do you truly fret about such matters? Wei Liu replied, somewhat resigned. My thoughts are solely focused on how to please His Majesty. I have no inclination for anything else. Furthermore, I cannot bear the thought of you being mistreated in the palace, pushed aside by those lesser individuals. How could I ever demean another in your presence? I remember well the words of our grandmother. In times of instability for the Wei family, the Wang family has offered their daughter as hand. I shall honor the Wang family's goodwill and ensure my wife is treated well. Wei Xiangwan squeezed her brother's arm through his heavy armor, lamenting her own inadequacies that made him worry for her. If you are inadequate, then my brother is but a pile of mud, Wei Liu jested, attempting to lighten the mood with a playful grimace before sighing. Setting aside other matters, the Du family does possess a couple of capable individuals. I perceive that His Majesty holds them in considerable esteem. If I can assist him, perhaps he will look favorably upon you. Do not entertain such thoughts, Wei Xiangwan interjected. He is the Emperor's uncle. That alone distinguishes him from others. She added, however, Du heir is quite lacking. Wei Liu spoke of Du Yuzhen's elder brother, Du Qining, a fellow officer in the Imperial Guard, whose temperament was somewhat overbearing, relying on his royal connections and not taking his duty seriously. In the ranks of the Imperial Guards, there are many with connections, yet none exhibit such arrogance as he does, even referring to the Emperor as cousin in private. Wei Liu shook his head, recognizing that he was merely a commoner born of the Imperial clan, having learned the ways of obsequiousness in just 2 generations. Regardless of how arrogant he may be, do not engage in conflict with him, Wei Xiangwan cautioned. The Emperor is still young and may tolerate such rudeness, but as he matures, those who disrespect him will surely face consequences. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall remain unbothered. However, should Du Qining seek trouble, I not want to shy away from it. Chapter 26, Miscarriage in Principle. Du Yuzhen chose to ignore Rong Pin entirely. It was as though she did not exist in the Sanyu Palace, where previously palace maids would deliberately provoke Rong Pin to please Du Yuzhen. However, due to frequent summons from the midwives requesting the physician, they ceased their visits. Once the physician confirmed that the pregnancy was stable, the midwives insisted that Rong Pin should not remain confined to her quarters, but should engage in more movement to facilitate a smoother delivery. The Sanyu Palace was not expansive, and with Rong Pin outside, Du Yuzhen found herself confined within. As soon as she conceived the Dragonair, consort Rong trembled with unease. In the past, she dared not raise her voice in the presence of the Empress, yet now she boldly paraded her pregnant form in public. Who was she trying to impress? Tian felt indignation. She was a maid prepared for the esteemed concubine Du, and since Du Yuzhen had brought along a maid named Hisheng, all the senior maids in the Sanyu Palace had names beginning with He. Tian was adept at flattering Du Yuzhen, winning her favor effortlessly. The Empress was the true mistress of the Sanyu Palace, so why should she step back for a mere consort? How heart-wrenching it would be for the Emperor and the Duke of State to learn of this. Du Yuzhen gazed coldly outside the palace, realizing that despite ordering her attendants to keep a close watch on consort Rome, she had still managed to conceive. Now, even if her anger simmered, she had to endure it. The Empress would be delighted if consort Rong stumbled into Sanyu Palace, eager to cast the blame back on Du Yuzhen. Du Yuzhen could not allow such a scheme to unfold. The maid understood the Empress's plight, but felt sorrow for the injustice she suffered. Noting Du Yuzhen's reluctance to fall for the provocation, Hien refrained from further inciting her. To showcase the Empress's magnanimity, why not bestow some gifts upon consort Rong while the Emperor was present? This way, the Emperor would naturally understand the Empress's intentions. Although Du Yuzhen was averse to rewarding consort Rong, she recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances and nodded, signaling for Hien to proceed with the arrangements. Consort Rong received the gifts and deliberately waited until the Emperor had departed before coming to the main hall to express her gratitude. Du Yuzhen's patience only held when consort Rong was out of sight. Upon witnessing the radiant joy on consort Rong's face, her jealousy surged uncontrollably. How skillful consort Rong was, residing right beneath her nose, and yet Du Yuzhen had no inkling of when she had been summoned by the Emperor. Typically, consort Rong would bow her head in silence, waiting for Du Yuzhen's sarcastic tirade to conclude before taking her leave without adding fuel to the fire. However, this time, consort Rong responded shyly, attributing her fortune to the Empress. On several occasions, when the Emperor visited Sanyu Palace and the Empress was unwell and unable to attend to him, he had summoned her to the side hall to serve him after she had fallen asleep. It was during those moments that she realized the Empress's true intentions in bringing her to Sanyu Palace. Had she been assigned to a more distant palace, the Emperor might have forgotten her entirely. Du Yuzhen, enraged, seized a teacup and hurled it at Consort Rong. Unflinching, Consort Rong knelt gracefully, urging the Empress to quell her fury. You claim to have served the Emperor after I fell asleep? Du Yuzhen found this utterly absurd. She had once believed that her cousin, Wei Xiangwan, preferred to stay in Songyu Palace because of his affection for her. But it turned out he had come for Consort Rong. In her rage, Du Yuzhen found an unsettling calm and turned to her maidens, demanding to know why they had kept silent about when Consort Rong attended to the Emperor. I instructed you to keep an eye on her, and yet I am the only one left as the laughingstock. Your Highness, Wei Xiangwan stepped forward to console her. It is not that we chose to remain silent. It is the Emperor who forbade us from speaking. He cares for you and fears your wrath. If he truly cared, he could have refrained from sleeping with her. Why conceal it from me after the fact? While I lay asleep, he lavished affection on another in the side hall. What kind of care is that? Du Yuzhen's fury ignited further, and she began to shatter everything within her reach. What does he take me for? In a fit of tears, curses, and destruction, she appeared utterly unhinged. Wei Xiangwan struggled to calm her, urging Consort Rong to leave and not provoke Du Yuzhen further. However, Rong Pin remained kneeling, attributing the blame entirely to herself, lamenting her own foolishness that provoked the Empress's wrath. What fault do you bear? You seem quite pleased with yourself, Du Yuzhen scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You have been on guard day and night, yet the true treachery lies within your household. It is the Emperor who thinks of you. It is the Emperor whose heart holds you dear. Countless shards of tile flew around Rong Pin, and despite her previous fortune, her face and hands bore new wounds from the debris. Wei Xiangwan desperately held onto Du Yuzhen, pleading, Miss, Rong Pin is with child. If you cause her to miscarry, even the Emperor cannot protect you. Du Yuzhen fixed her gaze on Rong Pin's abdomen, who instinctively covered it, realizing the significance of her pregnancy. A blessing indeed. Du Yuzhen chuckled ominously. I shall see if he possesses the fortune to witness the child's birth. Rong Pin suddenly prostrated herself in a fervent plea for mercy, pressing her forehead to the ground with such force that it quickly swelled and bled. Your Highness, spare me. I harbor no ulterior motives. My womb belongs to you, and my child is your child. As long as this child is born safely, I am willing to do anything. Please, Your Highness, spare me. While chaos reigned in the Songyu Hall, an announcement was made outside that the Emperor had arrived. Wei Xiang's heart raced with anxiety. Who summoned the Emperor? As Qi Zhao entered the Songyu Hall, he was met with a scene of utter disarray, with Du Yuzhen's tear-streaked face radiating fury as she glared at him. Rong Pin knelt on the floor, her figure obscured. Just as he was about to speak, one of Rong Pin's maids cried out in panic, Madame Rong is bleeding. Blood spread from her thigh, and Rong Pin's complexion turned ashen as she mournfully uttered, My child, before collapsing to the ground. Qi Zhao hurriedly rushed forward to lift Rong Pin, calling for the imperial physician. Dear cousin, if you do not carry her out of this hall, I will die before your eyes, Du Yuzhen cried out in despair. Without looking back, Qi Zhao departed. Du Yuzhen, devastated, sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face. Vows of fidelity now revealed to be mere illusions. Wei Xiangwan lamented, Miss, you have fallen into a grave misfortune without realizing it. The physician arrived too late, declaring that Rong Pin had miscarried. Qi Zhao was at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with such a tragedy. He ought to comfort Rong Pin, but as he gazed upon her swollen forehead and pallid complexion, words escaped him. It is my misfortune. Unworthy of receiving such heavenly blessings as the Emperor's heir, Rong Pin wept silently, tears cascading down her cheeks. The calamity of today is of my own making and has no connection to the imperial consort. The fault lies with me. Be magnanimous towards the consort, for her child's temperament is that of a child. Qi Zhao finally remarked after a pause, You must rest and recuperate. There will be more children in the future. Your Majesty. He Yin rushed in, breathless. It is terrible. The imperial consort has hanged herself. Qi Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically as he cursed under his breath and dashed away. Once he departed, Rong Pin immediately inquired of her maid, Have you gone to find the Empress? Why has she not yet arrived? If the Empress did not come, this tragedy would be concealed by the Emperor, and her suffering would be in vain. Those sent to fetch the emperor and the empress had gone together. It was unclear why the emperor arrived so early while the empress had not yet appeared. It was evident that the emperor had not been summoned by Rong Pin. Her expectation was to seek the emperor and the empress after her bleeding began, but even before Du Yuzhen started throwing cups. Someone had already gone to summon the emperor to the Canyu Hall. Upon entering the Canyu Hall, Wei Xiangwan was met with the distressing sight of Du Yuzhen, whose reckless actions had led to the miscarriage of consort Rong, now hanging in despair. The gravity of the situation left her feeling dizzy. Du Yuzhen was even more willful and ignorant than she had previously imagined. Had the Du family never imparted any lessons on handling such matters? Taking a deep breath, she ordered the palace gates of Canyu Hall to be secured, forbidding any entrance or exit, and summoned the supervisor. Chapter 27. Disposition as Wei Xiangwan entered the main hall. The white silk that had been used for the hangings still swayed in the air. Du Yuzhen clung to Qi Zhao, weeping uncontrollably. Upon noticing Wei Xiangwan, she buried her face in Qi Zhao's embrace, wailing, "I do not wish to see her. Cousin, send her away." Qi Zhao glanced at Wei Xiangwan, clearly uncomfortable. Wei Xiangwan casually sought a place to sit, stating, "If His Majesty does not wish to see me, then I shall have to confer with Her Majesty. Matters concerning the imperial heir should be resolved within the inner palace to prevent them from reaching the outer court. Wouldn't you agree?" Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, recognizing the sensitivity of the situation. It was preferable for the Empress to assist in managing the aftermath rather than allowing it to escalate further. He gently coaxed Du Yuzhen. "The Empress has merely inquiries. This is an unfortunate incident that no one wished for." Du Yuzhen shook her head, unwilling to cooperate. In the inner palace, a consort as suicide was a grave taboo that could bring ruin upon her family. Wei Xiangwan remained composed, aware that many were eager to witness the downfall of the Du family. The dagger had been willingly offered by the favored consort, and with His Majesty's protection, they would have to accept their misfortune. Weiyang, Qi Zhao suddenly recalled, promptly summoned his personal eunuch, instructing strict surveillance of Canyu Hall. Anyone who dared to speak of today's events would be executed on the spot, without the need for a report. He released his hold on Du Yuzhen, allowing He Sheng to assist her in freshening up despite her protests. Qi Zhao's expression turned stern as he commanded, "Behave." He then took a seat beside Wei Xiangwan, stating that today's events were merely an accident. Wei Xiangwan regarded him, hesitating momentarily before shaking her head with a sigh, softly remarking, "In the inner palace, women are ranked in various tiers. I had thought the child would be different. You may have just lost your firstborn, yet you remain indifferent. Your concern lies solely with the woman you cherish." Before Qi Zhao could respond, Wei Xiangwan had already summoned the imperial physician to inquire about the cause of consort Rong's miscarriage. Indeed, fright and extreme emotions could lead to such outcomes, particularly since consort Rong's condition had not been stable. "Was the previous auspicious pulse you felt for consort Rong summoned by you?" Wei Xiangwan inquired. "It was not me, Your Highness," the physician replied. "Bring forth the physician who previously examined consort Rong, along with the medical records and prescriptions," Wei Xiangwan commanded. This was an unforeseen incident. The favored consort could not have anticipated that consort Rong would be so fragile. The fear of punishment drove her to contemplate suicide as a means of atonement. Qi Zhao quickly devised a pretext for Du Yuzhen, catching sight of the white silk still hanging and ordering it to be removed and burned immediately. "Handle it as you see fit. Do not inquire further." "And how does His Majesty intend to address this matter?" Wei Xiangwan asked. "It was merely an accident. What more could be done?" Qi Zhao replied, feeling a headache coming on. The miscarriage pained him. He lamented Du Yuzhen's reckless behavior. Yet the sight of her hanging had frightened him to the core. As Du Yuzhen cradled the child, it nearly felt as if she were invoking her ancestors. The thoughts of her youngest daughter, yearning solely for his affection, clouded her mind. She was reproached for seeking the emperor's favor in the hours when her daughter lay asleep, while Du Yuzhen lamented, "You render me wretched. I forsake my rightful place as the primary consort to come into the palace for you, driven by the love we share." "Cousin, do you truly still love me?" Qi Zhao felt a pang of guilt upon hearing her words, attempting to soothe and persuade her, oblivious to the plight of the unfortunate Rongpin. Rongpin had been elevated beyond her station, and further promotions were now improbable. Her family offered little support. Perhaps a land grant or some gold and silver would suffice. Qi Zhao speculated. Wei Xiangwan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Time was needed for the royal physician, and when summoned, the palace attendants assisted Du Yuzhen. Handling her gently, they merely stated that Rongpin's ungracious remarks had incited the displeasure of the imperial concubine, who, when angered, had a penchant for throwing objects, alarming in appearance but ultimately harmless. They suggested that once the concubine's fury subsided, all would be well, albeit they had underestimated Rongpin's temperament. Meanwhile, Rongpin's servants had already received her tacit approval to speak out, for if they failed to do so in the presence of the Empress, they would have no further opportunities. They knelt in deep reverence, imploring the concubine, who suspected the lineage of Rongpin's potential offspring. It was only under duress that Rongpin revealed the timing of her intimate encounters, unaware that the concubine would seize the moment to retaliate, claiming that their pleas were futile. The concubine further declared that Rongpin would never bear the emperor's child. The room fell into a heavy silence. "How shall your majesty proceed?" Wei Xiangwan inquired. "Now that you are aware of the circumstances, will your opinion alter?" The concubine's jealousy was evident. Though her intentions were not malicious, she did not desire for Rongpin to suffer miscarriage. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiangwan concluded that there was little to discuss with a man so biased. "Your majesty should command that Rongpin be removed from the Cangyu Palace." "I shall not permit it," Du Yuzhen retorted, having prepared herself but remaining concealed behind the curtains. Upon hearing Wei Xiangwan's decree, she rushed forth. "Rongpin must remain in the Cangyu Palace. She cannot be banished." "This is not within your authority," Wei Xiangwan replied coldly. "The one residing in your side chamber shall attend to his majesty in your absence. This is the unspoken custom of the harem. If you cannot accept Rongpin serving his majesty in the Cangyu Palace, what purpose does retaining her serve? Such a stubborn disposition." Du Yuzhen clung to Rongpin, yet refused to allow her to serve the emperor. "Rongpin is his majesty's consort, not a possession of mine. Anyone may serve, except for her," Du Yuzhen insisted defiantly. "I do not like her. She is unworthy of bearing my cousin's child." "You do not like her, therefore she is unworthy?" Wei Xiangwan echoed, turning to Qi Zhao. "Does his majesty share this sentiment?" Qi Zhao hesitated before responding. Wei Xiangwan rose, stating, "Then I implore his majesty to issue an edict to depose the empress and disband the harem." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qi Zhao exclaimed, taken aback. "The concubine merely harbors disdain for Rongpin. She has not targeted anyone else. Disliking Rongpin grants the right to frighten the child within her womb into oblivion, a life. The emperor's own offspring, not worth a single tear from concubine due? Is there any necessity for the harem's existence?" Wei Xiangwan asserted solemnly. "She has no child yet, so her grievances are merely directed toward Rongpin. When she does bear children, will she genuinely come to cherish the offspring of the other consorts within the harem? She desires that all the royal sons in the harem bear the surname Du, and does his majesty acquiesce to her wishes? His majesty and the noble consort share a profound bond, and there is truly no need to sacrifice the lives of others for mere embellishment." As Wei Xiangwan was about to step out of the palace, Qi Zhao called out to her, stating that this matter was entirely at the queen's discretion, and he would not intervene. Cousin Du Yuzhen stamped her foot in frustration. "If you wish to preserve your life, you must obediently heed the queen's commands." Qi Zhao gazed at his stubborn and naive cousin, regretting for the first time bringing her into the palace. Her temperament was wholly unsuitable for life in the harem. Wei Xiangwan returned to her seat, while Rongpin relocated from the Cangyu Palace to the Shaoshan Palace. The noble consort spent half a year in solitary reflection, studying the virtues and regulations of women. However, this punishment was not excessively severe. Qi Zhao felt a sense of gratitude, for the queen was still mindful of him. Du Changruo, having failed in teaching his daughter, saw her turn into a source of calamity, and thus he faced a year-long salary deduction. Du Qizhen returned to his estate to recuperate, awaiting the day when the noble consort would recognize her errors and be reinstated to her former position. Qi Zhao frowned as Du Yuzhen cried out, "Why punish my father and elder brother as well?" The answer was clear. It was due to the noble consort's obstinacy and refusal to heed counsel. Only through experiencing the consequences would she understand the pain inflicted. Wei Xiangwan regarded Qi Zhao, asserting that the punishment of the Du family was imperative. Otherwise, the matter would not be resolved. And there would always be those who would cling to this issue. The initial punishment was strategic, as it was not overly harsh. The Du family had not suffered irreparable damage, merely a loss of face. Qi Zhao nodded with closed eyes, while Du Yuzhen stomped her feet on the verge of tears. During the noble consort's period of reflection, all those serving her returned to the inner palace for retraining. Their inability to counsel the noble consort and control the situation rendered them useless. The queen handled matters adeptly, and they would proceed according to her wishes. Qi Zhao disregarded Du Yuzhen's lamentations and made a definitive decision. "Then I shall report to Mother Empress," Wei Xiangwan announced as she rose. Chapter 28. Persuasive words. Wei Xiangwan recounted the unexpected events at Sangyu Palace, and the Empress Dowager remained silent for a considerable time. Wei Xiangwan maintained a respectful demeanor, her head bowed and hands at her sides, awaiting a response. This was the heir to the throne. How could it be so easily overlooked? After a long sigh, the Empress Dowager remarked that in the harem, once a woman dared to harm a child, no child would be safe thereafter. If not for the preceding emperor's many sons, how could His Majesty have claimed the throne? All the others had perished. The Empress Dowager had not hesitated to take action in the past. Perhaps it was retribution, for she had only borne one daughter, failing to produce the coveted crown prince she so dearly desired. A 6-month period of solitary reflection was already the maximum punishment. His Majesty would not truly cast her into the cold palace, and the salary deduction was hardly painful. Wei Xiangwan found herself in a dilemma. You are the queen. You should decide on matters of the harem. Is His Majesty unwilling, and are you as well? The Empress Dowager reproached her. Your excessive compassion and leniency may lead you to follow in the queen's footsteps. Wei Xiangwan offered a wry smile. Even so, is still the life of a child. The Empress Dowager was naturally reluctant to let Du Yuzhen off so easily. She dispatched someone to reprimand her and sent 4 matrons to Sangyu Palace to instruct Du Yuzhen in decorum. Even the Du family outside the palace received a stern reprimand from the Empress Dowager, commanding Du Yuzhen and her mother to don their formal attire and stand before the hall to listen as a female official read the rules of conduct, ensuring that she would learn the proper way to educate daughters. Du Yuzhen did not suffer any physical pain this time, but the Du family experienced a total loss of face. Du Yuzhen initially sought out her cousin and the emperor in a desperate bid for help. Yet the introspective period she faced was no trivial matter. The entire court, both the former dynasty and the harem, were scrutinizing her every move. The Empress Dowager's attendants were particularly unforgiving, wielding their canes with no semblance of mercy. Born into affluence, Du Yuzhen had known no hardship during her upbringing, as her cousin ascended to the throne soon after her birth. Now, tormented by the attendants, she harbored a deep-seated resentment. Yet, she was not one to easily succumb. The Sangyu Palace was rife with chaos, and the palace walls were now lined with curious onlookers, drawn by the commotion. Concubine Rong had relocated to the Shaoshan Palace, with only Wei Xiangwan paying her a visit. Though you have moved from the Sangyu Palace, your future may still hold challenges, Wei observed. Concubine Rong's complexion was pale, yet a relaxed smile graced her lips. Regardless of difficulties, it is certainly an improvement, she replied. You may not realize, but I slept soundly last night, without a single dream, resting until dawn. Such tranquility has eluded me since my time in the Sangyu Palace. Even if having children may no longer be a possibility? Wei Xiangwan inquired. Concubine Rong maintained her smile, stating, During my years in the Shusho Palace, I learned but one lesson, the art of patience. What is fated to be will come in due time. I need only to wait. You possess a remarkable sense of calm, Wei remarked, nodding. Take good care of yourself. A healthy body is essential for waiting. Your Highness, Concubine Rong said, performing a deep bow from her bed, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving kindness. It is I who has stated that should you encounter difficulties, you may seek my assistance. That promise remains steadfast, Wei Xiangwan replied as she turned to leave. She felt no qualms about concubine Rong seeking her support. Indeed, without needing explicit mention, she understood that concubine Rong merely wished to escape the Tsangyu Palace. On that day, Wei had discreetly consulted the imperial physician. The two doctors, along with concubine Rong's personal maid, had been at odds. Previously, concubine Rong's pulse had been steady. The sudden instability was attributed to fright, stemming from her consumption of incompatible foods. The records of her dietary supplements indicated that these items had been served in the presence of Lady Du. Despite the maid's lamentations about concubine Rong's inability to refuse the favored dishes, Wei Xiangwan had assigned experienced attendants to pregnant concubines for their protection, prioritizing the royal offspring above all. Earlier, the attendants had urged the physicians to bolster concubine Rong's health. Yet, upon learning of her consumption of incompatible foods, they fell silent. The only plausible explanation was that concubine Rong had withheld this information from them. While Du Yuzhen was capable of intimidation, she lacked the cunning to deliberately serve incompatible dishes to concubine Rong. Wei contemplated the necessity of re-examining the individuals within the Tsangyu Palace, but for now, the matter could only be attributed to Du Yuzhen. The physicians and maids were instructed to document their statements and file them away, sparing the need to inform the emperor. Qi Zhao approached Wei Xiangwan, requesting her to counsel Du Yuzhen against further confrontations with the Empress Dowager, expressing his genuine concern for her safety. I dread the thought of her life being forfeit within those walls. How would I explain that to my uncle? Your Majesty truly wishes for me to intervene? Wei replied, astonished. I fear my involvement may only incite her further. Perhaps it would be better for Consort Song to attempt it instead? You harbor no ill intentions, Qi Zhao remarked. And though you may not favor her, you would not wish her harm. In this palace, I believe you and I are the only ones who would not. Wei Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh. What was the man thinking? How could he guarantee that she harbored no ill intentions, considering the direct conflict of interest between them? Not only did she possess such thoughts, but they were also rather profound. Furthermore, you are clever. Even if Zhener is reluctant to heed your words, you will always find a way to make her listen. Qi Zhao, filled with anticipation, implored, Dear Wanner, assist me this once. Hearing such an intimate term of endearment from Qi Zhao for the first time made Wei Xiangwan instinctively shudder, as she attempted to suppress the goosebumps that arose. If His Majesty commands me, I shall comply, though I cannot guarantee success. Wei Xiangwan accompanied He Sheng to the Tsangyu Palace, and along the way, she remarked, this time, you are the only maid spared from the Tsangyu Palace. Next time, who knows if luck will be on your side again. He Sheng quietly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. You need not thank me. It is merely that your lady holds you dear, and His Majesty cherishes her, hence your preservation. Wei Xiangwan still had the leisure to gaze at the sky, but she mused that if your lady continues to be so obstinate, there may come a day when no one can protect her. Upon entering the Tsangyu Palace, they found only 4 matrons and Du Yuzhen present. Du Yuzhen, disheveled and ghostly in appearance, glared fiercely at the matrons. One wrong word would earn her a strike from the ruler's baton, wrapped in cloth. Initially, there was no cloth, but as Du Yuzhen proved unmanageable, the matrons, fearing for her well-being, resorted to binding the baton. Mississippi. He Sheng rushed to embrace Du Yuzhen, sobbing uncontrollably. The matrons bowed to Wei Xiangwan, yet she did not permit them to rise. Although the matrons were dutiful, there existed a balance between rules and human sentiment. Did they not consider the future of His Majesty's favored? Yet, the matrons felt wronged as well. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager ordered us to instruct the noble consort in etiquette, yet the noble consort shows no progress. We find ourselves caught between 2 difficult positions, unable to satisfy either side. They represented the Empress Dowager's intentions. The noble consort was His Majesty's favored, and with her unwillingness to yield, the Empress Dowager would not back down either. In this conflict, the matrons would endure no loss. They were truly engaged in a perilous task, with death as a possible outcome. You may retire for now. I wish to speak with the noble consort. Du Yuzhen glared at Wei Xiangwan with hatred. There is no need for your feigned sympathy. Had you not come that day, none of this would have happened. The troubles of Rome Pin are none of my concern. Wei Xiangwan regarded her. At this juncture, is this all you can conceive? Du Yuzhen turned away, unwilling to engage, while He Sheng tenderly smoothed her hair. Do you believe that your obstinacy will leave the Empress Dowager powerless? If she were to strike me down, I would accept my fate, Du Yuzhen retorted defiantly. The first day, I faced the ruler's baton. From the afternoon onward, it was wrapped in cloth. The Empress Dowager would not dare take my life. If she still disdains me, she can only watch me enter the palace in splendor, favored above all. Daughters of noble families often feel more sympathy for their mothers. Yet the Du family seems to be an exception, Wei Xiangwan thought, shaking her head. Du Yuzhen turned back. What of my mother? She is the wife of a marquis. Holding a title, she is His Majesty's maternal aunt. Who dares to insult her? Wei Xiangwan coldly fixed her gaze upon her. Du Yuzhen, Onxiu, Prest, speak. What of my mother? Has the Empress Dowager insulted her? My mother holds the esteemed title of a noble lady. Even the Empress Dowager cannot unjustly humiliate a woman of virtue. Are the censors mere specters? Is there truly no one to offer counsel against such insolence? How could it be without cause? Wei Xiangwan countered, noting that Lady Ho fails in her duties as a mother, parading daily in her ceremonial attire while awaiting reprimands in the courtyard. Du Yuzhen, unsteady on her feet, was supported firmly by He Sheng. The Empress Dowager. Indeed, why do you still dwell on the Empress Dowager? Wei Xiangwan sighed. The crux of the matter lies with you. As long as you refuse to yield, Lady Ho will continue to impose her reprimands. You should count yourself fortunate that you have no other sisters, as this will not impact their marriages. As for your nieces, they are still young. Perhaps by the time they mature, others will have forgotten this incident. Du Yuzhen collapsed to the ground, realizing that lack of decorum is the most despised trait among the nobility. The Du family's foundation was already fragile, cherishing their reputation above all, and now, thanks to her, both the family's honor and her motheress have been irrevocably tarnished. Du Yuzhen struggled to catch her breath, and He Sheng hurried to assist her. Reflect upon it deeply, Wei Xiangwan urged as she stood. The Emperor holds you in his thoughts. If you only care for him, disregarding your family and kin, then indulge your whims. Become a captivating consort, and leave a legacy that endures through the ages. Du Yuzhen appeared profoundly shaken, and matters concerning the royal chambers could be addressed another time. It is hoped that by then she might grow stronger, able to withstand the impact of those reports. Chapter 29. A subtle approach. Du Yuzhen seized her defiance against the matriarchs, who in turn abandoned corporal punishment in favor of gentle guidance on propriety. The hidden Jade Pavilion became devoid of lively gatherings, with foot traffic outside reduced by half. Song Hanju, with great determination, aimed to win the Emperor's favor during Du Yuzhen's period of seclusion, hoping to secure a child or two. However, Qi Zhao remained disinterested, seldom visiting the harem, and when he did, it was merely to Longle Palace. Qi Zhao found great comfort in Wei Xiangwan's company. Her attentiveness and wit were remarkable, allowing for seamless conversation. A rarity indeed. In contrast, discussions with the other concubines felt dry and uninspired. They either flattered him or feared him, shying away from unfamiliar topics. Year after year, their exchanges revolved around the same tired subjects, with novelty hinging upon the concubine's ability to charm and Qi Zhao's willingness to flirt. Everyone requires companions with whom they can converse freely. Wei Xiangwan was such a companion, capable of engaging in delightful conversation, yet also respecting his need for silence during moments of distress, providing a tranquil space. After a brief nap on the couch, Qi Zhao awoke to find Wei Xiangwan seated by the window, engrossed in her book, the sun illuminating her desk, casting light upon her skin, which appeared almost translucent. She was thoroughly absorbed in her reading. After a considerable time, she noticed that Qi Zhao was awake and watching her, and with a gentle smile, she asked, "Your Majesty, will you rise?" Qi Zhao shook his head, replying, "I shall simply gaze upon you. It brings me great joy." Wei Xiangwan's smile deepened. "Am I to be regarded as a painting for your admiration? A mere work, not worthy of comparison with the Empress. With such flattery from your Majesty, I am at a loss as to how to repay it." Wei Xiangwan set aside her book, rose, and approached the couch, suggesting, Your Majesty should take a stroll. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to sleep tonight. Qi Zhao took Wei Xiangwan's hand and placed it upon his chest, remarking how curious it was that only within the palace could he find solace and sleep soundly at any time. Shall I send some of the incense used in Changlu Palace to Wuji Palace? Wei Xiangwan suggested. Qi Zhao did not respond, but instead displayed a look of confusion. Over the past few days, Wei Xiangwan had discerned that such expressions from Qi Zhao likely indicated thoughts of Du Yuzhen. The youthful emperor, still tender-hearted, began to reflect on whether his leniency towards Du Yuzhen had fostered her arrogance. Arrogance, after all, breeds downfall. Du Yuzhen was not only his woman, but also his cousin, his uncle's bloodline. The early loss of his mother had caused him to project his affections onto Du Yuzhen, hoping that this girl, who bore a resemblance to his aunt, could attain the happiness her aunt had not enjoyed. In light of the matter concerning concubine Rome, aren't we to handle a group of palace maids? I wish to take this opportunity to clear out the old remnants within the palace. Wei Xiangwan conferred with Qi Zhao about selecting a small group of palace maids to enter the palace. This is a task meant for you, as the Empress. Act on your own accord without needing to consult me, Qi Zhao replied, his interest waning. He found himself unable to engage in court matters, nor did he wish to assert authority over the trivial affairs of the harem. He had adopted a philosophy of effortless governance. The relationships among the elder palace members were intricate and fraught with complications, with many having climbed the social ladder. It was likely that legal disputes would arise in due course. Wei Xiangwan leaned against Qi Zhao, requesting, Your Majesty, please do me a favor and divert the Empress Dowager's attention. Qi Zhao lifted his gaze to meet hers. The Empress Dowager's sole focus was on the eldest princess. Should anything happen to her, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly be consumed with worry, unable to attend to other matters. Wei Xiangwan seemed completely oblivious to the rebelliousness of her words. I thought you were quite obedient to the Empress Dowager, Qi Zhao murmured after a moment. Haven't you always heeded her words? To divert the Empress Dowager's attention and drive her away, isn't that tantamount to undermining her influence? The Empress Dowager appreciates my compliance, but until I am strong enough to stand on my own, I must remain obedient, Wei Xiangwan confided, revealing her thoughts to Qi Zhao. She recognized the necessity of securing the emperor's support, especially as more children were being born in the palace, with the legitimate heir arriving too late, which could be detrimental to him. If it were Empress Dowager due, she would wholeheartedly consider Your Majesty's interests, and I would simply need to fulfill my role as a dutiful and obedient daughter-in-law. This sentiment, however, was disingenuous. Even with a mother-in-law, the dynamics between mothers and daughters-in-law often had their hierarchy, leading to discontent. Rumor had it that the beautiful concubine possessed a delightful temperament. Yet whether she could maintain such a disposition while reigning as Empress Dowager was uncertain. If the beautiful concubine had Du Yuzhen's temperament, she would hardly have survived in the previous emperor's harem, let alone give birth to a prince and be fortunate enough to see him ascend the throne. Nevertheless, Qi Zhao harbored deep affection for his deceased mother, as evidenced by his support of his uncle's family. Praising someone who is no longer present incurs no loss to oneself, and can indeed bring joy to Qi Zhao. Thus, why not do so? Wei Xiangwan gazed into Qi Zhao's eyes and softly stated, Yet in the Empress Dowager's heart, Your Majesty does not hold the foremost position. If I were to constantly align myself with her, would that not be a betrayal of Your Majesty? I am Your Majesty's wife, bound to share in your fortunes and misfortunes. Qi Zhao encircled Wei Xiangwan with one arm, allowing her to lean against his chest, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing. How would you like me to assist you? He inquired. Quite simply. She NGWN tilted her head, noting that His Majesty had summoned the princess's husband to the palace, urging him to consummate his marriage and produce an heir. Upon leaving, he would be presented with nourishing supplements and a physician. Was this not a tactic frequently employed by the Empress Dowager? Qzho was perplexed. What was the purpose? The husband was like a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding, impervious to reason. If he were amenable, would they have endured years of discord? The Empress Dowager conducted her affairs in secrecy, whereas the emperor made his intentions public. The princess, known for her pride, would surely object to her private matters being subjected to scrutiny. Her temperament would inevitably lead to an uproar. Envisioning the princess rebuking the emperor, who would merely claim he wished to spare the Empress Dowager distress and alleviate her burdens. He might suggest that the Empress Dowager permit the princess to divorce, emphasizing the futility of remaining with a man who did not love her. While still young, she could remarry and bear her own lineage, which would be far more fulfilling. Thus, the Empress Dowager and the princess would become entangled in the dilemma of divorce, leading to a delay in their awareness of minor court affairs. You are thinking too simplistically. Qzho shook his head. Despite being married for a year, the couple has yet to consummate their union. The Empress Dowager once contemplated a divorce, but the princess refused. She had been so incensed that she did not enter the palace for half a year, ultimately forcing the Empress Dowager to relent and cease her inquiries before the princess returned. Wei Xiangwan was unaware of these details and gasped at the husband's obstinacy. Had the Empress Dowager never considered employing unorthodox methods? The princess did not strike one as particularly docile. Liu had attempted suicide 5 or 6 times, at least to Wei Xiangwan's knowledge. In truth, Qzho admired his resolve. One could only wonder how great his aversion to the princess must be for him to despise her so fervently. Then why was the marriage arranged in the first place? I did not arrange it, Qzho interjected. When the princess first took a liking to Liu, the Li family sent word to the court, indicating that he was already engaged to a match of equal status and mutual affection. Subsequently, news emerged that his fiancée had died unexpectedly. Who could ascertain the truth of her demise? When she requested my assistance in the marriage, I was unwilling. Offending the Li family, whose historical records are well regarded, left me with a tarnished reputation for no fault of my own. But the public believes the princess was granted this marriage by His Majesty. Wei Xiangwan countered. She wrote the imperial decree herself and brought it to me for my seal, Qzho admitted, revealing his own humiliating history. Being an emperor is truly disheartening. It can be intriguing, Wei Xiangwan reassured him. They may take advantage of His Majesty's youth for now, but he cannot remain a target of their whims indefinitely. Qzho, heeding Wei Xiangwan's advice, summoned Liu to the palace. Observing his gaunt appearance, he found himself at a loss for words and instead chose to sit down and speak candidly with him. Dear husband, indulge a little more in drink. When the candlelight flickers, who lies beside you becomes inconsequential. Your stubbornness with the princess only tightens her grip. Should you acquiesce to her wishes, she might find it uninteresting and grant you an escape. Why must you endure such discomfort? Liu remained silent, offering only formal greetings, his usual method of response. No matter what was said, he would not listen or reply. Dry and parched, Qzho waved him away, reminding him not to forget the supplements and physician. Qi Lingwei had been waiting since she heard that His Majesty summoned the prince consort. But as the sun began to set, there was still no sign of him. Frustrated, she left the palace at noon. With a cold snort, she thought to herself, this stubborn fool believes the emperor could persuade him. She must be a simpleton. Concealing her tears from view, Qi Lingwei stormed back into the palace, demanding to know why His Majesty had summoned the prince consort. Her affairs with the prince consort were her own and did not require the emperor's intervention. At this moment, Qi Zhao was in the Qingshou Palace, having a lengthy discussion with the Empress Dowager. The mention of Lilan Dao brought a furrow to his brow, and when faced with Qi Lingwei's accusations, he merely expressed his concern for her. I do not need your concern. You should worry about yourself, she retorted. After so many years of marriage, you still have no child. What if you end up adopting another's offspring? Her words were harsh. However, Qi Zhao had previously received counsel from Wei Xiangwan, who advised him to ignore her outbursts, as she would say anything when angry. The emperor, concerned for her well-being, would not engage in quarrels with her. Her inability to recognize kindness was her own issue. Do not argue with her, lest the situation veer off course, Qi Zhao said, glancing at the Empress Dowager. If I truly lack the fortune of a son to inherit the throne and must adopt, then it shall be a scion of the Qi dynasty. If the eldest princess continues in this manner, I fear the Li family will be reluctant to adopt a child to serve our ancestral line. He also worried for his elder sister, who might waste her life and end up with nothing. His words struck a chord with the Empress Dowager, without a bloodline to carry on her legacy. Who would remember her in the future? While she still had time, she could still exert influence over the emperor, arrange a new marriage, bear a child, and secure her future. Otherwise, once she was gone, could she rely on anyone to care for her? Lingwei, you should divorce Li Landau, the Empress Dowager frowned. Chapter 30. A few trivial matters. Qi Lingwei contemplated employing her old tricks. However, the Empress Dowager called out from behind her, "If you dare to leave the palace today, I shall immediately decree your divorce." There was no need for Qi Zhao to witness her madness towards the Empress Dowager. Qi Zhao, in high spirits, hurried to the Changlu Palace, dismissing those around him before discussing the events in Qingshou Palace with Wei Xiangwan. Indeed, upon mentioning the issue of offspring, the Empress Dowager grew anxious. He had hoped to enjoy the unfolding drama a moment longer. "There is plenty of excitement for you to see," he remarked. Qi Lingwei would not be easily swayed, or they would not be in their current predicament. Although she remained in the palace, she feared the Empress Dowager might truly issue an edict. However, she steadfastly refused to concede to a divorce. Her outbursts in Qingshou Palace, though fierce and destructive, had not leaked a whisper outside. Wei Xiangwan inferred from the list of supplies drawn up for Qingshou Palace that the anger was merely for show. "Do you not throw things when you are angry?" Qi Zhao asked, noticing Wei Xiangwan's concern for the items. "I seldom lose my temper," she explained. "When I was young and angry, I would toss soft toys or cushions, things that wouldn't break. My grandmother taught me to cherish blessings and care for my health. Born into a life of great wealth, I need not fret over daily sustenance. All that we use and consume is born from the toil of the people. One must never indulge in extravagance or waste, for it would diminish one's self. Your grandmother, raised in a princess's household, nurtured under the Empress Dowager's care, and married into a noble family, possesses such insights. It is indeed rare." Wei Xiangwan observed him, having been nurtured under the care of the Empress Dowager. The teaching she received naturally stemmed from her. "Did your majesty not reside in the Empress Dowager's palace for some time, and heard such words?" Qi Zhao pondered for a moment, and indeed, he recalled such sentiments. The Empress Dowager had always been of simple tastes, having endured hardship in her past. During turbulent times at the borders when military funding was scarce, she led by example and frugality, later realizing that such austerity did not adversely affect their lives. Thus she maintained the practice. "You are aware of these matters?" Qi Zhao inquired with curiosity. "My grandmother enjoys sharing these stories with me. It is thanks to her counsel that I know how to interact with the Empress Dowager when I visit the Baozi Palace." Wei Xiangwan hesitated, suggesting that His Majesty ought to frequent the Baozi Palace more, as one who has been nurtured by the Empress Dowager should express gratitude publicly. "I wish to do so," Qi Zhao quickly clarified, "but the Empress Dowager prefers tranquility and has advised me against frequent visits." "What did grandmother say? Did she reproach me for not visiting often?" "No," Wei Xiangwan reassured her. "The Empress Dowager is exceedingly kind. How could she blame His Majesty for not visiting her? She enjoys her solitude. Yet, as you see, I now visit every 3 to 5 days, and she has not barred my entry. Furthermore, outsiders are unaware of her preference for seclusion. No one criticizes His Majesty for being remiss in visiting the Baozi Palace, simply because the Empress Dowager herself does not go often. Since the Empress Dowager does not attend, no one speaks ill of your Majesty, yet the truth remains unspoken, silently observed and remembered. You have reminded me," Qi Zhao lamented. "Even if grandmother prefers solitude, I ought to pay my respects daily, if only to greet the matrons of Baozi Palace. Without grandmother, I would not be here today, and I foolishly believed her words that I need not visit. Surely, in her heart, she must feel she has wasted her efforts on me. How could that be? The Empress Dowager speaks of you with utmost praise." The Empress Dowager has indeed mentioned Qi Zhao, yet her commendation was mild, noting his potential but criticizing his disposition as somewhat lacking. It was also the Empress Dowager who shielded him, allowing him to withstand the fierce winds of courtly politics without being utterly crushed. Thus, he remains rather naive. However, Wei Xiangwan would not voice such sentiments. It is akin to her understanding that Qi Zhao's various actions stem from his frustrations in court affairs, yet she refrains from mentioning this, instead guiding him to contemplate alternative paths to alleviate his predicaments. Qi Zhao's mother, of humble origins, felt compelled to elevate her brother. Yet how could one man alone establish a formidable presence in court, inadvertently leaving the impression of nepotism? The Empress Dowager, born of noble lineage and having presided over the court for many years, chose to retreat to Baozi Palace for her rest, avoiding external interactions so as not to wield her influence over the new emperor. Yet the Empress did not relinquish her hold, publicly allowing Qi Zhao to assume authority. She covertly empowered the princess to amass influence within the court, a power cultivated during the Empress Dowager's reign. A newly ascended Qi Zhao was no match for the Empress. He had not even considered leveraging the Empress Dowager's influence. Had it not been for his fortuitous position as the eldest surviving son of the late emperor, the throne may very well have eluded him. Qi Zhao began to visit the Baozi Palace daily to pay his respects. The Empress Dowager would meet with him when time permitted, and sometimes she would not. Initially, after 2 days, they thought he was merely acting on a whim, but soon they realized he was genuinely committed to his daily visits. The Empress Dowager remarked to Wei Xiangwan that her choice of you as empress could be seen as a commendable act of a motherly figure. Wei Xiangwan merely smiled, not denying that her presence influenced Qi Zhao. Recently, the Qingshou Palace had been abuzz with activity. If you wish to take action, now is the perfect opportunity. I shall refrain from intervention, replied Wei Xiangwan obediently, contemplating the emperor's approaching birthday and the release of a group of palace maids to pray for his longevity. Your intentions are noble, yet I fear some may not appreciate it and resist going. As the saying goes, one must first offer courtesy before using force. Those who wish to leave will be regarded as benefactors, while those who resist will face scrutiny from the officials, who have numerous cases to resolve. Are you not concerned that my people may face repercussions? The Empress Dowager inquired. I am not, Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. The Empress never imposes hardship on others. If my people lack the discernment to appreciate the situation, their departure would not be unjust. The Empress Dowager chuckled, noting that palace attendants are minor affairs, akin to little mice, gathering tidbits of information without causing significant disruption. The intricate relationships within the 6 ministries are crucial, should a complete overhaul be pursued. One could risk unforeseen complications. Patience is key. I am in no rush, replied Wei Xiangwan, massaging the Empress Dowager's legs. Ultimately, even the gravest matters must be handled by human hands. We must first cleanse these minor nuisances, ensuring that those who encounter misfortune are not aligned with me. Stirring a few palace attendants should not disturb the Empress Dowager. She is currently in a standoff with her daughter, tormented by sleepless nights. You wretched child, you were born to torment me, the Empress Dowager exclaimed in anger. As the legitimate eldest princess, why do you fixate on Li Landau, a man who seems unattainable? If I can attain anyone in this world, why is Li Landau an exception? He harbors no affection for you. The Empress Dowager slammed the table in frustration. You have been married for 4 years, yet he has never so much as touched you. Are you truly willing to live your life as a widow? Do you not desire a child of your own? Qi Lingyue's expression darkened. Her husband's indifference was her sore spot, one that no one could address. Not even her mother. She rose to leave. Stand right there, the Empress Dowager shouted, striking the table again. He does not cherish you in life, nor does he wish to be buried beside you in death. The Li family is esteemed. After his passing, he can easily adopt an heir and continue to honor his lineage. When the time comes, who will remember you? Once I am gone, who will protect you? Do you think that bearing a child will ensure your safety? Qi Lingyue retorted. He may wish to escape me in life, but he shall not be free in death. You are so stubborn. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, the Empress Dowager replied sternly. Li Landau is obstinate, and the Empress Dowager cannot bear to watch her daughter squander her youth on him. If separation is not an option, then she must endure widowhood. Do as you please. Mother, Qi Lingyue scoffed. Whether he lives or dies, the outcome remains the same for me. She no longer cared for the Empress Dowager's feelings and left the palace. leaving the Empress Dowager clutching her chest and staggering back, unable to stop muttering curses. Qi Lingwei arrived at the Duke's residence, where Li Landau had always treated her with indifference, allowing her complete freedom of movement. Li Landau was initially engrossed in playing the qin when he noticed her arrival and abruptly ceased, unwilling to engage in an unseemly pursuit in front of the servants. He remained seated, focusing on his breath and heart, as though he were transcending to a higher state of being. Do you not realize that this princess has just saved your life? Qi Lingwei, undeterred by his demeanor, took a seat before him. My mother is nearing her limit. If you do not touch me soon, death will be the only outcome. With a heart bent on self-destruction, the Empress Dowager would fulfill her wishes. Li Landau the mai unfa. Qi Lingwei, incensed, thought to herself how everyone wishes to live, yet he seemed to desire death. Was she truly so unbearable that he found her intolerable? On their wedding night, Li Landau refrained from touching her, and at that time, Qi Lingwei, still a bashful bride, did not press him. However, as the months passed, Li Landau would only enter the princess's residence if summoned, and even then, he would merely spend the night seated in a chair. The matron had prepared a potent aphrodisiac with deer blood and enticing incense, while Qi Lingwei donned revealing attire with the intent to seduce. Yet with bloodshot eyes, Li Landau snatched a hairpin from her head and plunged it into his own thigh, causing blood to splatter across her face, eliciting a scream. What frightened her most was the gaze he cast upon her, filled with an overwhelming loathing. Qi Lingwei had acquired him, yet he remained eternally beyond her grasp. Later, the Empress Dowager, aware of their situation, sent someone to coerce Li Landau into consummating the marriage. Li Landau, refusing to comply, resorted to stabbing himself with the hairpin, creating a gaping wound, the most serious of which nearly pierced his throat, bringing him to the brink of death. The Li family prepared to claim his corpse from the princess's residence. The Li family valued chastity above all. Death was not a misfortune, but succumbing to tyranny was. Li Landau was forced by the Grand Princess. When the imperial edict was issued, he contemplated suicide. Yet Qi Lingwei leveraged the lives of hundreds within the Li family to hold him in check. Li Landau's father, aware of his son's inner turmoil, remarked on the day of his wedding, "By marrying the Grand Princess, you demonstrate loyalty to your superiors and repay your parents' kindness. Afterward, you may live as you choose, free from further obligations." The Li family was not to be trifled with. To resist an imperial decree was deemed treasonous, yet having already wed under such an edict, the principles of righteousness would not be lacking. If a young couple could not coexist harmoniously, there would be grounds for discussion. No one could claim that the prince consort's refusal to consummate the marriage constituted treason. Li Landau's aversion to Qi Lingwei meant that should she push him too far, he would rather choose death. He feared not for his own life, but rather for those who would grieve his passing, compelling them to acquiesce to his will. Qi Lingwei remained oblivious to the depths of his hatred towards her, mistakenly believing that her assertive pursuit had driven him away. For the sons of noble families often cared for their reputations. Thus, she endeavored to placate him, hoping that one day he might reconsider his stance. Had she known that his profound animosity stemmed from his betrothed, she likely would not have adopted such a conciliatory approach, nor would she have sought to appease him, occasionally losing her composure. Instead, her madness would have manifested in a far more thorough manner. Chapter 31. A quiet event unfolds. The imperial harem silently released 2,000 palace maids. Wei Xiangwan did not target any of the trusted confidants of her rivals. The 2,000 maids were largely menial workers. However, her ability to command the release of so many was itself a formidable deterrent, signaling that she could sever the ties of any adversary at will. Although there were no changes among the 6 department's overseers, the mid-level personnel had long since sensed the shifting tides. The Empress possessed both cunning and strategy, and her rightful position ensured that the harem would eventually become her domain. By aligning themselves with the Empress now, they positioned themselves to ascend once she began to reorganize the oversight. When Yang Zhihui came to report at Chang'e Palace, she elucidated the situation. Now, she navigates the 6 departments with ease, and her subordinates are eager to facilitate her. Wei Xiangwan nodded, acknowledging that very few fools can survive in the inner palace. When others extend goodwill, one should accept it without feeling compelled to reciprocate. You are my subordinate. And the more proud you appear, the more respect you will garner from others. Wei Xiangwan indicated that those working in the 6 departments are either loyal to me or indispensable, as long as they adhere to palace rules and manage their duties well. That suffices. Your Highness is magnanimous, Yang Zhihui remarked with a frown. Yet, the people in the palace seek to align themselves with a master. Having a master provides them with a sense of purpose. If your Highness does not embrace them, they will feel uncertain, swaying to the whims of those with ulterior motives. What kind of master are they seeking? Wei Xiangwan retorted. In the palace, including myself, we have but one master, His Majesty. Yang Zhihui seemed to grasp the underlying truth. After her departure, Xiaoman inquired why the Empress did not seize the opportunity to win people's hearts. One must acquire both literary and martial skills to serve the imperial family. Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. Have you ever seen His Majesty attempt to consolidate the loyalty of his officials? I am the Empress. Those in the inner palace ought to heed my commands. If they do not comply, they may be replaced. If I require them to pledge their loyalty before employing them, then I would be a truly hollow Empress. One must understand that aside from one's own heart, one cannot guarantee the loyalty of others. Due to the Empress refraining from extravagant displays of favor and not positioning her own people throughout the palace, the Empress Dowager did not comment on Wei Xiangwan's conduct. Some low-ranking palace maids could leave the palace without affecting her affairs. Her primary concern now was to address matters regarding her daughter and the prince consort, setting everything else aside for the time being. Qi Zhao had never witnessed the Empress Dowager in a compromised position. Now, observing the tension between the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess, he reveled in the spectacle, occasionally visiting Qingshou Palace to persuade Qi Lingyue, always framing his remarks as being for her benefit. Despite Qi Lingyue's harsh words, he remained indifferent, even suggesting that Li Landau be brought into the palace. No matter the means, he wished to see them succeed, believing that since his elder sister had never been with him, she could not let go of her feelings. In truth, once one has experienced intimacy, it is merely a fleeting matter. Once the elder sister fulfills her desires, there would be no need to oppose their mother. Li Landau's desire for children would require adoption, while it would be far simpler for the elder sister to have her own. Qi Zhao consistently considered all aspects for Qi Lingyue, remaining staunchly aligned with the Empress Dowager, who became significantly warmer towards him. Should Qi Lingyue scold Qi Zhao, the Empress Dowager would admonish her for her rudeness. Once the two began to shout at each other, Qi Zhao would slip away to Changle Palace to share a laugh with Wei Xiangwan. His Majesty's idea is rather cunning, Wei Xiangwan remarked, observing him. Is he truly prepared to allow Li Landau into the palace? Qi Zhao shook his head, asserting that Qi Lingyue would not permit it. She was acutely aware that if she forced Li Landau into intimacy, it would indeed lead to his demise. If not for her reluctance, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Wei Xiangwan idly stirred the incense ash, noting that the eldest princess harbored deep affection for the prince consort. Such a fateful connection, considering the myriad talented individuals in the capital. The Empress Dowager had long contemplated suitable candidates for the prince consort. Yet, Qi Lingyue fell irrevocably in love with Li Landau. Qi Zhao pondered, recalling that it was during that year's spring banquet at Yushui when Li Landau passed through 3 challenges to seize the flower ball, capturing her attention and rendering all others insignificant thereafter. The floral ball at the spring banquet of Yushui is a token plucked for the beloved, Wei Xiangwan murmured, recalling a time when she, alongside Kong Miaochen, stood by the banks of Yushui. As Li Landau passed through the barrier, Kong Miaochen clutched her hand tightly, breathless with anticipation. It was only when Li Landau turned to look back after retrieving the floral ball that Kong Miaochen relaxed, feeling a sudden wave of shyness wash over her, prompting her to turn and leave. Wei Xiangwan remembered teasing her then, wondering if she would simply abandon the floral ball, which had been so hard-earned by the young suitor. Kong Miaochen, embarrassed, played for the pinch-tar. The spring day was radiant, fragrant with blossoms, as young couples, blissfully enamored, awaited their marriage after the emperor's grand wedding. The spring banquet of Yushui provided a splendid opportunity for the youth to display their valor. The young men, eager to prove their mettle, devised a contest for seizing the floral ball, showcasing both literary and martial prowess, culminating in a climb to the heights for the coveted prize. Deemed a mark of courage, each year, only one brave soul could claim the floral ball, a token of honor bestowed upon a lady of beauty. In ordinary circumstances, the clandestine exchange between the sexes was frowned upon. However, at the spring banquet, a young man presenting the floral ball to his beloved was celebrated as a romantic gesture. Kong Miaoqin's name rang out far and wide, her virtues lauded, and it was only fitting that the finest lady be paired with the finest gentleman. Yet, Li Lando's pursuit of the floral ball for Kong Miaoqin ultimately led to her untimely demise. Who could be held accountable for such tragedy? Qi Lingwei, accustomed to her domineering ways since childhood, dismissed her merely as an unwed fiancée, failing to regard her with any seriousness. Qi Zhao, oblivious to Wei Xiangwan's unease, believed that even if Li Landau married, she would find a way to have him divorce and remarry. Yet Li Lando's resolve was far more steadfast than anyone could have anticipated. Qi Zhao lamented the nature of men who sought power and wealth. Should they acquire a wife of high status, their fortunes would ascend in an instant, leaving them elated. Even if unwilling in heart, it would not deter them from feigning affection, only to later exploit the influence of their wives for their own gain. Ironically, Li Landau held power in contempt, and Qi Lingyue's advantages were the very source of his disdain. To avoid defying imperial decree, he wed Qi Lingwei, yet after marriage, he remained utterly passive, unable to issue further commands that would lead to their consummation. Such imperial edicts would become a source of ridicule, due to the discord in their marriage. Qi Lingwei thrived on causing turmoil within the court. Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, pondering whether it might indeed be beneficial to bring the two together. If Qi Lingwei remained occupied with childbirth and child-rearing at home, she would be less prone to meddling. Before becoming a mother, the Grand Princess had relished in her games of power, enjoying the privileges of status while being unburdened by mortality. However, the arrival of children fundamentally altered her perspective. Wei Xiangwan pushed aside the damaged incense cover, contemplating whether the emperor sought a daughter-in-law of Grand Princess lineage or superior prince who was not his own blood. Qi Zhao chuckled to himself, lamenting his lack of son. Yet, if Qi Lingwei were to bear a daughter, it could very well lead to her marrying into the palace. Currently, Qi Lingwei and the Empress Dowager were at an impasse. The Dowager was far more decisive than Qi Lingwei. It was worrisome to think that Qi Lingwei might fear the Dowager's intentions toward Li Landau, potentially leading her to bear a child to attribute to him. A child of unknown parentage, yet emboldened by the title of a princess, seeks power and status, and even aspires for his daughter to become his daughter-in-law. The thought alone fills Qi Zhao with resentment. He must devise a plan to ensure Qi Lingwei remains barren. Should the Empress Dowager harbor such intentions, she may well arrange for Li Landau to take concubines, allowing any offspring to be attributed to the princess, leaving no room for reproach when the princess herself wishes to conceive. Wei Xiangwan deliberately attributes the actions Qi Zhao believes Qi Lingwei would undertake to the Empress Dowager instead. Li Landau stands resolute regarding the princess, but what of other women? Throughout history, it has not been uncommon for powerful princesses to maintain several lovers. However, due to Li Landau's somewhat respectable lineage, even as a princess, she cannot brazenly tarnish the Li family's honor, lest they demand the emperor intervene for justice and restore Li Landau's freedom. The princess is unwilling to grant Li Landau his liberty. Wei Xiangwan smiles, pondering that if it were not to appease the Empress Dowager, the emperor would not be so indulgent towards the princess. Hoping she might soon grasp the heartfelt concerns of both the Empress Dowager and the emperor and abandon her stubborn delusions. Qi Zhao senses an underlying message in Wei Xiangwan's words, yet upon looking her way, her gentle smile seems to suggest that nothing is amiss. Chapter 32. The connection: where there is an exit, there is an entrance. With so many palace maids released, nearly 3,000 young girls aged 8 to 12 have been selected to enter the palace. As the emperor is in the prime of youth and the harem lacks a prince. Many harbor aspirations of seizing immense wealth and fortune by entering the palace. Among these maidens, there are certainly those of striking beauty. Wei Xiangwan remains unconcerned, merely instructing the matron to provide proper guidance, teaching them practical skills while discouraging any thoughts of sowing discord. Leaving the palace at 25 is rather late. Marriage outside the palace offers only the options of becoming a concubine or a secondary wife, neither of which are ideal matches. Departing at 22 would yield far better prospects. For those who are determined, waiting a couple more years is not a daunting task. Women of humble origins often face abandonment. Even if raised with care, they become valuable commodities when hardship strikes. Since they are to be sold, why not to the palace, where they can enjoy a few years of royal sustenance, acquire skills, and learn the ways of the world, ensuring they can thrive upon leaving? In her chambers, Wei Xiangwan, alongside Kong Miaojin, visits the orphanage. Kong Miaojin often laments how the most vulnerable suffer the most before reaching adulthood. If only there existed a place for them to find solace until they could establish their own roots, countless lives would be spared from premature demise. Though Kong Miaojin is no longer present, Wei Xiangwan recalls their discussions on aiding the impoverished. As long as she adheres to Miaojin's ideals, her spirit remains with her, never truly departed. Your Highness, the imperial physician has come to check the pulse, Guyu announces upon entering. Wei Xiangwan nods. Has the pulse at the Zhangyu Hall been checked as scheduled? Yes, Your Highness. The pulse is checked every 5 days for you, every 10 days for the noble consort, and every 30 days for the consort. The pulse records are meticulously maintained and easily verifiable. Should anything seem amiss at the Zhangyu Hall, report it to me immediately. Despite facing punishment, she remains a cherished figure in the Emperor's heart, and no reminders from Wei Xiangwan are necessary. Noticing a young physician bowing with an unfamiliar face, she casually inquires, I am Yang Muqing from Weining. Yang Muqing bowed his head, for his master had merely instructed him to enter the palace without any additional instructions, only saying that the Empress would recognize him and that he should heed her commands. He had never encountered the Empress. How could she possibly know or trust him? Weining? Wei Xiangwan inquired earnestly. I have heard that Weining possesses extraordinary scenery, with waterfall-like springs cascading from the cliffs. Is this true? Indeed, but not in its entirety. Yang Muqing replied with a wry smile. The spring at the cliff is genuine. However, the abundant waterfall is a rare sight. In ordinary years, it merely flows as a gentle stream. My master once witnessed such a spectacle during a certain year, mistakenly believing it to be the norm, and upon returning, he invited friends to admire the spring's beauty. Naturally, they found nothing resembling a waterfall and accused me of leading them astray. Mr. Long, who abstained from alcohol, was thought by the Empress to be nurturing his health. Yet, on the occasion of his wife's birthday, he had taken a sip of apricot blossom wine and became immediately inebriated, rambling incessantly about the merits of Weining, praising the spring as unparalleled. Everyone merely regarded him as boasting about the forest streams. The spring water, however, is indeed pure, Yang Muqing answered earnestly. It is sweet and clear, incomparable to any stream. His master, when intoxicated, would act erratically, and with a limited tolerance for alcohol, he was aware of the embarrassment it could bring, hence his avoidance of liquor. As their conversation continued, Yang Muqing's eyes widened suddenly. Did this mean he had established a connection with the Empress? Did she recognize him as his master's disciple? Dr. Yang, please take a seat. Wei Xiangwan smiled. Mr. Long has been with our family for 20 years. We are practically kin. You should visit the general's residence when you have the time. My brother is of a similar age to you, and I am sure you will find common ground. After my master instructed me to enter the palace, I have only followed the Empress's wishes. Whatever the Empress commands, I shall obey. Yang Muqing, concerned that Wei Xiangwan might not know his capabilities, sought to demonstrate his worth. Upon entering the Imperial Medical Institute, I assisted the chief physician in taking the pulses of the two ladies-in-waiting. Their right pulses were smooth and rapid. Both young princesses are in good health and will surely deliver without complications. Both are princesses? Xiao Man exclaimed in surprise. That makes 5 princesses in the palace. Although they say flowers bloom before fruit, How many blossoms must open before there is fruit? Wei Xiangwan furrowed her brow. It has been 5 years since Qi Zhao's grand wedding, and still there is no son. To outsiders, this appears to be a shortcoming. The Empress need not worry. Yamuking replied confidently, raising an eyebrow. The matter of bearing sons or daughters does not rest with the women, but lies with the men. I believe that the Emperor's 5 daughters indicate an imbalance of yin and yang within him. Once he is properly adjusted, he will naturally be blessed with a son. Wei Xiangwan pondered his words. If you are so certain, when the Emperor arrives at Wuzhigong, you shall come to take his pulse for peace of mind. Ensure that your assessment is favorable and does not reveal any bitterness that might arouse suspicion. To regulate the body, dietary supplements are paramount. After taking the Emperor's pulse, I shall prescribe several medicinal dishes that, after 3 months of nourishment, may yield results. Yang Muqing held one concern. During the period of adjustment, it was best to refrain from excessive desires. Focus solely on your restorative recipes. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Qi Zhao remained oblivious to his own imbalance, preoccupied instead with resolving the disputes among his brothers-in-law. Wives and concubines are, after all, natural adversaries. Du Yuzhen confined herself in deep contemplation, while the Du family chose to overlook the life she had extinguished within Rong Pin, disregarding her suicidal intentions marked by the white silk in the palace, and instead placed the blame squarely on Wei Xiangwan. They believed it was the Empress who could not tolerate her, deliberately ensnaring her in this predicament. The Wei family was small, with the matriarch now sequestered at home, nurturing her pregnancy and rarely venturing out. The only active member, Wei El, was either occupied with his duties or at home with his wife, leaving little opportunity for encounters with outsiders. Only Du Qining was able to see him. Both served within the Imperial Guards, holding the rank of Tiger Ben Junior Officer. Yet the Tiger Ben General, being astute, ensured they never appeared together, maintaining an uneasy peace. However, Du Qining, seeking to provoke, manipulated the duty roster to serve alongside Wei El, known as a frivolous and inept young man. Du Qining held him in disdain and thus engaged in veiled insults. When Wei El remained unresponsive, Du Qining mistakenly assumed him to be obtuse, unable to grasp the underlying meanings. In truth, Wei El comprehended everything. His explosive temperament was tempered by prior counsel from Wang Yihui, who advised him to remain vigilant. Wang Yihui, having married into the Wei family, was often told that Wei El was easy to manipulate, with Wei Xiangwan even asserting that she could dominate him. Yet, it was only after Wang Yihui became pregnant that she transitioned from being compliant to assertive. Wei El, though simple-minded, was receptive to reason when presented clearly. His most cherished possession was his sister, and for her sake, he would acquiesce to anything concerning Wei Xiangwan. When news of Du Yuzhen's self-imposed isolation surfaced, Wang Yihui subtly broached the topic with Wei El, cautioning that the Du family might seek trouble with their husband. "Let them come. I fear them not," Wei El declared, holding little regard for the Du family, even with their current flourishing status, which eclipsed the Wei family. Their husband had no fear of them, only concerned that they might resort to unscrupulous tactics, deliberately inciting his ire and embroiling him in conflict, subsequently shifting the blame for Du Guifei's errors onto the Empress. "They dare," Wei El fumed. Wang Yihui articulated the undercurrents at play. Those of lower status who plead for sympathy do so to evoke pity. Now, who would dare confront the Du family? Such an act would surely provoke Wei El, who, once agitated, would express himself harshly, allowing them to kneel and weep before the Emperor, seeking his compassion. Ideally, they would attempt to attribute Wei El's missteps to the Empress, creating a misunderstanding. A gaggle of lowly women, wretched and unrefined, Wei El erupted in anger. Wang Yihui had grown accustomed to Wei El's sudden outbursts, and, adjusting her posture to accommodate her pregnancy, reflected on the Empress's capabilities. How could Du Guifei act with such arrogance when the Empress had already seen through her? These fools, ignored by the Empress, would ultimately bring about their own downfall. Had the Empress truly regarded her as a worthy adversary, the Emperor would have already intervened. Wei Xiangwan found herself ensnared in such a precarious situation, The emperor had his own sentiments, while the empress, possessing exquisite beauty, would not openly confront the favored consort without understanding the complexities of her situation. Now, as Du Yuzhen remained in self-reflection, the emperor's trust in the empress only grew stronger, and it was imperative that they did not hinder her from taking action, lest the Du family exploit the situation. If the empress chose to intervene, would there be any escape for the Du family? Wei El was incensed. Given her actions, who would not find them laughable? How could she even dare to compare herself with the empress? Despite her numerous shortcomings, the emperor held her in his heart, which was her only means of survival. Wang Yihue shifted the conversation, as the young lord's heart brimmed with resentment toward that family. Anger simmered within him, threatening to erupt into a torrent of curses, perhaps even cursing their ancestors. Of course I shall curse. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Their ancestors nurtured a fine young lady, who, having attained wealth, shows no gratitude and instead causes mischief. Truly, they're like monkeys in human skin, not even resembling real people, merely living beasts. Wei El, who had never been fond of studying, preferred to roam the streets and play. Cursing was second nature to her. Wang Yihue, waiting for her to vent her frustrations, brought a cup of tea to soothe her throat. The young lord vented his anger, momentarily forgetting that half of the emperor's bloodline belonged to the Du family. How could he expect the emperor to be pleased by curses directed at the Du ancestors? Wei El fell silent, her brows furrowing. Dear lord, venting your anger at home is one thing. Out here, regardless of how others provoke you, you must endure. Do not think of it as enduring. Consider it theater, observing those who believe themselves clever, attempting to provoke your wrath for their own gain, hoping to elicit the emperor's sympathy. The young lord must not fall for such tricks, infuriating them instead. Wei El, relying on her resolve not to be provoked, endured for 3 days. Du Qining, frustrated by Wei El's composure, lashed out against the empress. No wonder the empress had such a sour disposition. It seemed the Wei family had lost its strong male figure, leaving only 2 weaklings. Praises for their propriety and discernment. As if the empress would dare to contest anything? This statement enraged Wei El, her eyes blazing red. Unable to think clearly, she lunged at Du Qining, and it took 4 or 5 people considerable effort to separate the two. Du Qining's eyes swelled, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, while he seized the opportunity to retaliate with a few punches when Wei El was restrained. Their brawl had left them both disfigured, necessitating a clear resolution before the emperor. After all, both fighters were the emperor's uncles. It would be interesting to see how he would address the matter. Du Qining, with his face marred and appearing pitiful, lay on the ground sobbing. When he spoke with Wei El, he leaned in closely and used a hushed tone, ensuring no one else could hear, which allowed him to feign innocence regarding Wei El's sudden outburst. Perhaps he was defending the empress, seizing a long-awaited opportunity after previous offenses by the favored consort. When Wei El knelt before the emperor, her mind was still in a daze, emotions swinging wildly. She had not yet collected herself when she heard Du Qining speak, thinking that her wife had indeed perceived the truth. Observing the 7-foot man, she realized he resorted to petty tactics. She wondered why she had allowed herself to be so easily provoked. Having lost her grandmother at a young age, she had heard many unkind words. After her father went missing and her grandmother passed, Wei El was acutely aware of how others spoke of them, an orphan mother and child left behind. The Wei family had been reduced to 2 incapable children, marking the complete decline of their once noble lineage. Even if her sister became empress, what did it matter? They were still bullied by others due to the Wei family's perceived weakness. Upon hearing Du Qining's words, Qi Zhao approached to inquire about Wei El, only to be taken aback by the sight of her kneeling with tears streaming down her face. What has befallen you? I have yet to blame you. So why are you already in tears? Chapter 33. Injuries. Upon hearing that Wei El and Du Qining had fought, Wei Xiangwan immediately rose and took a few steps before hesitating, instructing Zheng Yang to check on her uncle to see if he had been harmed. Zheng Yang returned, reporting that their uncle had been holding his own against the young Du, incurring no losses. Only then did Wei Xiangwan feel a sense of relief and sit down, bitterly smiling at the absurdity of the situation. They had indeed fought, Yet her uncle had emerged unscathed. Her brother was not one to instigate trouble without cause. It was evident he had been provoked into a loss of composure by Du Qineng. What did it matter if he had won? The emperor still had to make a judgment. She considered that her brother would have to stay at home for a while. The emperor did not punish their uncle, Zheng Yang said, nor did he penalize the young Du, despite the latter's claim that their uncle had attacked him without provocation. The emperor merely suggested that they engage in friendly sparring next time, making it clear that he would not be lenient in the future. Thus, their altercation was framed as a mere exercise. A hint of a smile appeared on Wei Xiangwan's face. The emperor was not wholly biased in favor of one side. As the empress, she finally perceived a glimmer of hope. She instructed Wei Xiangwan to take some items to the Du family to soothe them and to remind the general to perform his duties diligently and refrain from any frivolity. These actions were all for appearances. Wei Xiangwan would never speak ill of her brother. Qi Zhao arrived at the Chonglu Palace, where the atmosphere was lively. Wei Xiangwan, with a radiant smile, inquired if he was aware that Wei Xiaowei had fought today. Qi Zhao, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it merely a spar with Du Erling?" The emperor did not punish him, so it must not be a significant matter. Wei Xiangwan personally attended to Qi Zhao's needs. That was me holding him back. Wei Xiaowei suddenly lashed out at Qineng. You still claim your brother's martial skills are lacking? Did you not see how he struck Qineng, leaving him looking like a pig's head? Qi Zhao shook his head. I thought you were not one to weep, yet your brother's tears seemed to flow effortlessly. I had not even mentioned him, and he was already crying. What more can I say? Wei Xiangwan mused, it is best to downplay the incident. Her attentive hand froze midair. My brother cried? Qi Zhao, still unaware of the shift, jokingly continued. Indeed, he was kneeling upright, silent, with tears streaming from his eyes like a fountain. Wei Xiangwan's heart sank, and she ceased to attend to Qi Zhao, allowing a young palace maid to take over. What is wrong? Qi Zhao asked, sensing her sudden change in mood. Wei Xiangwan could not muster even a forced smile. She felt a wave of discomfort wash over her and could no longer stand. Forgive me, your majesty, she said, sending someone to summon the eldest princess to keep Qi Zhao company during the meal. Without looking back, she retreated to the inner hall to collect herself. Qi Zhao was bewildered. He had specifically come to dine with the empress, yet she had left him by the wayside. In any other circumstance, he would have departed immediately. However, out of respect for the empress, he remained. When the eldest princess arrived, round and cheerful, Qi Zhao playfully lifted her, teasing, "Whose little piglet is this?" After the morning period, Yuan Zhao began her education, which included not only reading and writing, but also 2 sessions of outdoor activities that Wei Xiangwan had added. With palace maids guiding the princess in playing ball and kicking shuttlecocks, her physical activity increased and her appetite improved, leading her to gain weight. Yuan Zhao, still unaware of the concept of beauty, delightedly assumed that Qi Zhao was praising her, as her mother had told her that eating well and consuming meat would keep her healthy. The atmosphere has notably lightened in the past. I would only exchange pleasantries with Qi Zhao, daring not to engage him in extensive conversation. The emperor wishes to observe how much meat Yuan Zhao can consume. Father and daughter enjoyed a warm meal together, and after dining, Qi Zhao played with his daughter for a while to aid digestion. Wei Xiangwan remained absent, prompting Qi Zhao to instruct Zheng Heng to inquire about the queen's condition upon returning to the Wuzhigong Palace. By the time Zheng Heng returned, Qi Zhao was on the verge of sleep. Upon questioning, nothing substantial was revealed. Why must it be such an effort to gather information? Zheng Heng lowered his head, explaining that the queen governs her affairs adeptly, leaving the palace attendants unaware of her discomfort. Is she truly unwell? The queen did not partake in dinner this evening, nor did she have anyone accompany her, choosing instead to sit alone by the window, gazing at the moon. Qi Zhao was perplexed and found sleep elusive, contemplating a visit to the Chonglu Palace for clarity. Zheng Heng hesitated, and Qi Zhao, noticing, sternly urged, if you have something to ask, speak candidly. Who are you trying to spare with your hesitation? This matter was not one that a servant could easily uncover. Zheng Yang had remained in the Chonglu Palace, piecing together rumors and speculating. Yet even he could not ascertain if the queen's distress was tied to this. Speak. Zheng Heng swallowed hard. revealing that during his time in the Changla Palace, he had not heard of the Duke weeping, only that there was a taboo within the Wei family against discussing orphans and widows, and that the Duke had once quarreled over such a matter. Qi Zhao immediately grasped the situation. The Wei family, with its sparse lineage, had no elders or younger kin to speak of, save for a sister who had married away, rendering their plight quite pitiable. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. There is no occurrence devoid of reason in this world. Du Qining feels wronged. And Wei L's silence amidst his tears is also a form of grievance, despite Qi Zhao's inclination to favor his maternal uncle's family. He recognized that his second cousin's temperament was not particularly commendable. Having spent half a year with Wei L, he understood that he was not one to instigate trouble. Thus, he decided to dismiss the matter with a wave of his hand. However, Du Qining's injuries were apparent, and Qi Zhao granted him a considerable reward as a gesture of compassion. In light of today's reward for Du Qining, he resolved to prepare a similar offering for the Wei household, instructing that if Wei L's wife were indeed with child, the bounty should include some supplements suitable for expectant mothers. The circumstances awaiting the two parties upon their return home were starkly contrasting. Du Qining, Birinund, returned amidst chaos yet felt a sense of pride, thinking how easily Wei L could be provoked. A few more instances like this, and the Imperial Guard might no longer be necessary. Wei L, on the other hand, returned in a somber mood, apologizing to Wang Yihui for losing his temper and striking Du Qining. "It is done," he said, observing his despondency. Wang Yihui could not bring herself to speak harshly, recalling the adage about enduring insults. Du Qining had provoked him repeatedly, and if Wei L did not retaliate, others might indeed be frightened by his bravado. Dealing with such a brash individual, it was better to confront him directly. The question remained whether his words were tougher than Wei L's fists. "Though His Majesty has not punished me, I wonder if he might direct his ire towards the Queen." Wei L expressed his concern. "His Majesty has not reprimanded you." Thus he would not take out his frustrations on the Queen. Wang Yihui reassured him with a smile. "My lord has reminded me. Soon the Queen will send something over, as she understands the grievances you have faced." The Queen and His Majesty's bestowals arrived in swift succession. After bidding farewell to the angel, Wang Yihui first sifted through the gifts from His Majesty, while the gentleman tucked his heart away. Not only would His Majesty refrain from chastising the Empress, but he also harbored concern for her well-being. Brawling in the imperial presence is hardly commendable. Wei Lu was the first to strike, yet faced no reprimand, instead receiving rewards to soothe him, indicating that His Majesty understood the reasons behind Wei Lu's actions. Wei Lu found it peculiar that he had not uttered a word. Surely, the Empress, with her keen intellect, had adeptly resolved the matter on behalf of the gentleman. With a sigh, Wei Lu lamented his own inadequacy as a brother, always causing the Empress worry. If Du Changrua discovered that Du Qining and Wei Lu had come to blows, he would demand that Du Qining kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect upon his misdeeds. Unilding, Du Qining protested, while Du Qizen explained. "You were bested by Wei Lu to such an extent, and yet His Majesty imposed no punishment upon him. Do you still believe you acted rightly? It is well to remember that when the decree for the Empress's coronation was issued last year, His Majesty waited until after the grand wedding to meet Wei Lu privately. Should this incident not suffice, any future transgressions would surely merit punishment." Angered, Du Qining retorted that it was only because his sister was in the inner palace for reflection that the Empress could whisper in His Majesty's ear. "Knowing your sister is currently unable to speak freely, why provoke Wei Lu at this juncture?" he demanded. "Would you prefer to stand idly by as the bond between His Majesty and the Empress grows ever closer?" Du Qining exclaimed, "Wei Lu is but a fool, yet he remains the last kin of the Empress. Without him, she is utterly isolated in the palace. What can she use to contend with my sister?" Du Changrua delivered a sharp kick to Du Qining's heart. What audacity! The second-ranked general of the state, a direct relative of the imperial family. You believe you can simply dismiss him? I might as well eliminate you early, lest you bring ruin upon our family. Chapter 34. No gloom. The four maidens brought into the palace by Wei Xiangwan were exceptionally tight-lipped. Any information that slipped through was undoubtedly at the behest of Wei Xiangwan herself. The tale of her tragic lineage, while pitiful when spoken of by oneself, only garners greater admiration and sympathy when discovered by others. Had it not been for Qi Zhao mentioning that Wei Lu had wept, Wei Xiangwan would never have considered confiding in him regarding her familial matters. The sparse numbers of the Wei clan were a reality, indeed. The primary reason for Empress Lu's selection of her was not her beauty, but rather her illustrious yet fragile family background. With so many noble families in the capital, she wished to ensure that none could threaten the Lu family's standing. The Rao family, though renowned, held little real power, which is precisely where Rao Qingyun surpassed Song Hanju. When others claimed that only 2 members remained of the Wei family, how could Wei Xiangwan, as a member of that family, show weakness? The more isolated one is, the more one must maintain dignity. This was a lesson learned by her grandmother after her grandfather's departure, and one her father instilled in her after his own disappearance. No matter how frightened she felt within, she could not allow it to show on her face. To betray any sign of fear would invite disdain from others. Upon hearing that His Majesty had subsequently augmented the Wei family's rewards, Wei Xiangwan understood that the matter had been thoroughly resolved. Should her brother clash with Wei Lu again in the future, she would no longer need to fear that it would affect her. Nor would she need to hold her head high and remain silent, tears falling instead. However, the following day, the Du family requested a leave of absence for Du Qining to recuperate, and Wei Xiangwan took the initiative to visit the Wuzhigong to express her grievances to His Majesty and to apologize on behalf of Wei Lu. This matter has already been settled. There is no need for anyone to apologize, Qi Zhao reassured her. Du Qining was embarrassed due to his facial injuries and thus requested leave. The Empress need not concern herself. Wei Xiangwan sent her personal female attendant along with a skilled physician and high-quality ointment to the Du family once again, demonstrating her apology and sincerity. Whether the Du family accepted her gesture was of no consequence. It was primarily for the sake of appearances. The Empress Dowager and the Grand Princess had been at an impasse for over half a month, both sides weary from the stalemate. Just then, they heard of the altercation between Wei and Du Qining. The Empress Dowager summoned Wei Xiangwan, expressing her disdain for Du Qining's audacity. Despite both he and your brother being Tiger Band cavalry officers, your brother holds a title of nobility. How dare he? Assaulting a noble without cause is something the emperor should not overlook lightly, lest it alienate the hearts of meritorious officials. Qi Lingwa lounged on the other side, smirking. I find the empress's temperament more amiable than that of the late empress. Back then, Song Hanju acted shamelessly in the presence of Rao Qingyun, who, though usually mild-mannered, retaliated with a slap, though it was more of a playful gesture than painful. Yet now, your brother is being held down and beaten by Du Yuzhen's brother, and you show no reaction, instead sending gifts to the Du family. TSK. One praises, the other fans the flames. Both mother and daughter find amusement in Wei Xiangwan's predicament. Currently, concubine Du is in seclusion to reflect upon her actions. At this juncture, unless it were a grave mistake, the emperor would likely let it slide. Wei Xiangwan maintained her composure, for it was her brother who was being assaulted. The emperor held deep feelings for Du Yuzhen. The Empress Dowager, sensing the sarcasm, recalled how the emperor often visited his uncle's home, and she had thought it a rare opportunity for him to relax. It was only when he expressed a desire to establish a daughter of the Du family as empress that she realized he might have been entangled with Du Yuzhen all those years. After all, where would such affection originate? If the Du family were not so unscrupulous, why would she oppose Du Yuzhen's ascension to empress? Though she had her reservations about concubine Li, she accepted that the emperor's affection for her was warranted. No one in the palace could compare to her. What then? Did Du Yuzhen possess? The Empress Dowager pondered, thinking that someone as arrogant and disrespectful as Du Yuzhen would not survive even a year in the late emperor's court. Yet, the emperor still believed her to be a source of distress for him. It was utterly perplexing. Concubine, Du had sown the seeds for future troubles. Wei Xiangwan cleverly redirected the conversation towards the late emperor's concubine Li and Du Yuzhen, which piqued the Empress Dowager's interest. She recounted many past events with great enthusiasm, sharing captivating tales of palace disputes during her reign. interspersed with some dissatisfaction regarding Wei Xiangwan's handling of the harem and her soft tactics. Wei Xiangwan expressed her willingness to learn, which further delighted the Empress Dowager. As the time for her departure approached, Wei Xiangwan noticed the Empress Dowager's throat beginning to ache. Qi Lingyue observed keenly beside her, realizing that Wei Xiangwan was not as simple as she appeared. The Empress Dowager looked at her, and Qi Lingyue inquired whether her mother still remembered the purpose of summoning her. Was it to sow discord between her and the Du family? Yet, in the end, the Empress Dowager merely exchanged trivial words with her before allowing her to leave. The Empress Dowager's hand, holding the teacup, froze momentarily, and she then defended Wei Xiangwan, stating that the emperor did not favor the Du family, but rather leaned towards the Wei family. The Empress, not being foolish, recognized that it was her brother who initiated the altercation. If she were to persist, it would only drive the emperor closer to the Du family. Surely, she was not lacking in intelligence. Qi Lingyue smiled, pondering whether she was wielding that cleverness to deal with her mother. The Empress Dowager set down her teacup, lamenting her old age and confusion, admitting that even her own daughter could outmaneuver her, let alone others. Qi Lingyue rolled her eyes at this familiar refrain. Regardless, her affection for the Duke remained steadfast. She would not part from him, but rather choose to share life and death together. Rising to her feet, she suggested that instead of advising her here, her mother should devise a way to win the Duke back to her side. In the Imperial Medical Academy, only 3 physicians were deemed worthy to check Qi Zhao's pulse for safety, and it was sheer folly for a novice physician, having only recently joined, to aspire to do so for the emperor. The favor granted to the queen for her pulse check was earned through considerable effort and flattery towards the head of the academy, as many sought to gain favor before the nobility. Yet, fortune smiled upon the young man, as he shared a hometown with a maidservant close to the queen, thus gaining an advantageous position. It was only natural for the queen to send Yang Muqing to perform the pulse check. Qi Zhao and Wei Xiangwan were engaged in a game of Ludo, not Go. Their progress was dictated by the roll of the dice, a game of chance that they found quite enjoyable. Xiaoman entered to announce that a physician had come to check the pulse for safety. Wei Xiangwan welcomed him in, and after Yang Muqing completed the pulse check and assured her of her good health, she naturally extended the invitation for Qi Zhao to have his pulse checked as well. Without hesitation, Qi Zhao extended his wrist. Yang Muqing took a bit longer than usual, but Qi Zhao remained oblivious. Typically, pulse checks conducted by the imperial physician were thorough and time-consuming. His Majesty is robust and healthy, a blessing for the dynasty, Yang Muqing remarked. Observing him, he wondered if there were any minor ailments stemming from excessive worry. Physicians often cautioned him about overthinking and advised him to rest and not to dwell on state affairs. He had long wished to voice his thoughts. State matters were resolved among the 3 ministers. He had merely to be aware of the authority he possessed. So what was there to fret over? Yang Muqing, facing the emperor for the first time, appeared quite inexperienced. The pulse indicated what it indicated. If it was absent, it was absent. The emperor's broad heart and wealth of spirit did not suggest any signs of distress. Chapter 35 measures the emperor's dietary and medical regimens were exclusively managed by designated individuals, beyond the scrutiny of others. Qi Zhao, being young and vigorous this year, found little of interest in his medical records. In terms of diet, although the eunuchs attempted to distribute the dishes evenly, personal preferences were an inherent aspect of human nature that could not be concealed. Enjoying favored dishes would elevate one's mood, while consuming disliked fare would lead to a poor appetite. Those within the palace were astute enough to understand the emperor's preferences. Would they dare present him with meals he did not favor? Yang Muqing listed the foods prescribed for the emperor's health, most of which were items he detested and would never appear before him. Left with no choice, Wei Xiangwan resorted to sending a message outside the palace, instructing the family cook to come in. The individuals trained by grandmother are few in number. Wei Xiangwan initially intended to keep them all at the Wei residence, but circumstances took an unexpected turn. Mr. Long returned to his hometown to enjoy retirement, while the students preparing to take over have entered the palace. And now even the cook must follow suit. It is imperative to clarify the matters concerning the palace as soon as possible. allowing both the doctor and the cook to return to the Wei household. This was Wei Xiangwan's contemplation. However, Wei El was quite pleased to hear that the palace required personnel. He feared he would be unable to assist his sister in any meaningful way. The household cook, surnamed Zhang, was originally brought out of the palace by grandmother and had been a royal chef. The Wei residence was a commendable establishment, and Zhang Yufeng had firmly decided to remain as the family cook, taking on apprentices according to the number of household members. When Wei Xiangwan was born, Zhang Yufeng was already scouting for her dowry cooks and maids, meticulously training a young boy aged 7 or 8, so that he would be ready to serve when the girl married. Unexpectedly, the girl possessed great fortune and entered the palace as a lady. Thus, Zhang Yufeng could only advise his young apprentice to cultivate a rapport with the maids around the lady, discerning her culinary preferences. He believed the lady to be practical and unlikely to desire so many cooks in her household. I have made it clear, he stated, that the recipes I teach may be used for the Wei family, but if they are employed outside the Wei household, I shall consider it a breach of trust, resulting in the apprentice being expelled from my tutelage. They could forget about becoming a cook for the rest of their lives. The junior sister had it easy. Now she was preparing nourishing medicinal dishes for the lady, ensuring her place would be secure. Master, what do you think about me seeking a way into the imperial kitchen? The young apprentice inquired, looking pale. I have inquired, and the imperial kitchen is not composed solely of eunuchs. Zhang Yufeng rolled his eyes. Do you think entry to the imperial kitchen is easy? The chefs there are hereditary. Despite being a group of men, they possess shrewd minds. With your capabilities, you would only serve as a cook for the eunuchs and palace maids. Master Zhang, the master requests your presence. Someone called from outside the kitchen. Zhang Yufeng quickly stood, checking his appearance to ensure he looked presentable. In truth, he had scarcely found a moment to cook a single dish lately, and there was nothing that required adjustment. All the while, Zhang Yufeng pondered what special occasion warranted his presence, as there was no birthday or feast anticipated, especially with the lady in a delicate condition. Wei El greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Grandfather Zhang has come. Zhang Yufeng nearly fell to the ground from such an address, but dared not respond in kind, fearing the master would be displeased. You have watched me grow. I can call you grandfather with sincerity. I still recall how, every autumn, I would eagerly seek you out for your freshly roasted chestnuts, so fragrant, said Wei El, licking his lips. If the master desires roasted chestnuts, I shall prepare them immediately. There are still some stored in the cellar. While they're not as fresh as those picked this year, they will still taste delightful. Zhang Yufeng began to rise, but Wei El pressed him back down by the shoulder. I am not in a hurry for roasted chestnuts. The lady in the palace is eager for your osmanthus cakes. Wei El observed Zhang Yufeng's graying hair, realizing that the old gentleman was now 60 years of age. Compared to the bulkiness of ordinary cooks, Zhang Yufeng appeared slender. The thought of sending him into the palace at such an age stirred a sense of reluctance within Wei El. I understand this places you in a difficult position. My grandmother once mentioned that only a few people remain from the palace, and she urged me to treat you well. However, the Empress surely has her reasons for wanting the palace chef. I am aware that you have disciples. Yet you know better than anyone that the palace is not a place where one can easily send inexperienced hands. The consequences could be dire if anything were to go awry regarding the Empress. When Zhang Yufeng accompanied the princess out of the palace, he thought he would never return to that unfortunate place again. However, witnessing Wei El's flustered demeanor stirred a sense of sweetness within him. The princess is a good person, and the children she nurtures are equally kind. They regard others as human beings. If the Empress desires the dishes I prepare, it is indeed an honor for me, and I could not be more delighted. There is no reason for distress, he remarked with a smile. When I first left the palace, I hadn't even entered the imperial kitchen. Perhaps, thanks to the Empress, I might have the chance to indulge in the delights of the kitchen. The palace kitchen is divided into 3 sections. The imperial kitchen caters exclusively to His Majesty. The upper kitchen serves the imperial consorts, and the lower kitchen is responsible for the meals of the palace maids and eunuchs. The imperial kitchen is undoubtedly the most prestigious, while the upper kitchen is commendable as well. The lower kitchen, though lacking in lavishness, poses little risk in dealing with the maids and eunuchs. Upon hearing that Zhang Yufeng was willing to enter the palace, Wei El immediately smiled and hastily arranged for him to go in, advising him to select a disciple to accompany him. I will be stationed at Wuzhigong, so should any matters arise, you may send someone to find me. If I am unavailable, you may seek others, but under no circumstances should you approach anyone with the surname Du. Zhang Yufeng entered the palace with great ambition, believing he was to undertake some perilous task for the Empress. However, Wei Xiangwan merely provided him with a list of ingredients and preferences, instructing him to prepare delectable dishes. The Empress's taste has changed since entering the palace, Zhang Yufeng surmised. Wei Xiangwan chuckled. Recently, His Majesty has been dining with me often, growing accustomed to the dishes of the imperial kitchen, and I wish to reciprocate by allowing him to sample my flavors. Master Zhang, these ingredients are not commonly used by His Majesty. Please put in some effort to make them appealing. Zhang Yufeng replied, I need to serve His Majesty a few meals to feel assured. Then let us start with a few of my favorite dishes. I have truly longed for them during my time in the palace. Wei Xiangwan instructed Zheng Yang to find a clever young eunuch to relay messages to Zhang Yufeng. When Qi Zhao arrived in the afternoon, Wei Xiangwan mentioned that she had brought a chef from home to satisfy her cravings. Having grown up on his cooking, I have genuinely missed it after such a long absence. If you enjoy it, then let him stay. Is it not the case that as Empress, you cannot even enjoy a meal that pleases your palate? Qi Zhao paid little heed to such trivialities. Wei Xiangwan simply wanted to provide clarity and a reason for Qi Zhao to experience her dining table. Zhang Yufeng indeed possessed considerable skill. Although his time in the palace was short, he prepared several quick dishes: stir-fried lamb with scallions, crispy chicken, salt-fried pork, side fish balls, stir-fried mushrooms, lily, and shrimp, and a cold dish of candied walnuts and cilantro beef. Observing Wei Xiangwan relish her meal, Qi Zhao had someone serve him a portion as well. Upon tasting, he realized that the chef from outside the palace surpassed even those within its confines. It was, after all, His Majesty's first taste, and the novelty made it enjoyable. Wei Xiangwan is modest. In truth, the meals prepared in the royal kitchen adhere strictly to a predetermined menu, with no alterations permitted. Qi Zhao, accustomed to the same old dishes, naturally finds a newfound delight in the sudden introduction of a novel flavor. Due to Zhang Yufeng's influence, Qi Zhao not only joins Wei Xiangwan for dinner, but also frequents her at lunchtime. On occasions when he doesn't appear, he has someone transport a replica of the Empress's meal from Changle Palace. I had assumed His Majesty was a picky eater, disliking many dishes, only to realize he had never tasted them. Zhang Yufeng took a moment to breathe. He had come prepared to exert himself fully, only to find it unnecessary. Physician Yang remarked that these foods were beneficial for His Majesty, hence he implored her to invest considerable effort in varying the dishes for him. Wei Xiangwan presented him with a medicinal dietary recipe, encouraging Zhang to ponder how to create something that doesn't resemble traditional medicinal meals. Does His Majesty typically avoid medicinal dishes? Wei Xiangwan shook her head, affirming his aversion, which is precisely why she was going to such lengths. She trusted Yang Muqing's judgment. Yet the reality of His Majesty's inability to father children required discreet management. Yang Muqing asserted that dietary supplements merely served as a catalyst, with abstinence being paramount. He believed this to be the most challenging aspect to accomplish. However, Wei Xiangwan had already devised a plan. She gazed towards the direction of Sangyu Palace, where Du Yuzhen had been in self-imposed confinement for 4 months. It was indeed time to persuade His Majesty to show mercy and allow her release. Qi Zhao must have longed for his cousin, yet he could not vocalize it. He needed a subtle intermediary. Though Wei Xiangwan wished to avoid this role, she realized that mentioning her longing for Du Guifei during her greetings to the concubines would suffice. Naturally, someone with insight would bring it up. Song Hanzhu was reluctant to see Du Yuzhen freed, yet she understood that bringing up her release would endear her to His Majesty. Smiling, she remarked that she had heard Du Guifei had transformed significantly after studying etiquette and literature in Sangyu Palace, and since she had acknowledged her mistakes, it would be fair for His Majesty to grant her reprieve. It wasn't a grave offense, and 4 months of confinement was ample punishment. Chapter 36. A turn of events, Qi Zhao did not echo Song Hanju's sentiments. Instead, he inquired with Wei Xiangwan whether Du Yuzhen could be allowed to conclude her self-reflection prematurely. In the palace, who could defy His Majesty's wishes? Wei Xiangwan delicately reminded him that without persuading the Empress Dowager, it would be challenging to secure Du Yuzhen's early release. The Empress Dowager and Qi Lingyue were at an impasse. At this juncture, advocating for Zhen'er's release could very well make her a target for the Empress Dowager's ire. Qi Zhao frowned, realizing the difficulty of his predicament. The standoff between the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess had persisted for some time. It was inappropriate for the married princess to remain in the palace indefinitely. How could he navigate this? Initially, Qi Zhao had found amusement in the turmoil, feigning concern while covertly fanning the flames. Now, attempting to broker peace proved troublesome. He could not simply retract his previous statements and rephrase them. Others were not naive. Perhaps His Majesty could assign the prince a task, ideally one that requires him to leave the capital, suggested Wei Xiangwan, with the princess accompanying him. The two could escape the confines of the capital, and perhaps, as they journey together in a carriage, their bond might grow closer. Is that feasible? Qi Zhao pondered. Your Majesty, feel free to heed the Empress Dowager's advice. The two of you need not be separated by the Princess S and the Prince Consort's residences, allowing for greater convenience in your endeavors. Wei Xiangwan spoke with measured restraint. Qi Zhao did not readily agree, as he harbored concerns. A prince consort from a prestigious lineage wielding power could be both a blessing and a curse. With a smile, Wei Xiangwan served him dishes, remarking that while the eldest princess was adept at wielding influence, the emperor was discontent, yet under the watchful eye of the Empress Dowager. The emperor had no choice but to endure. The prince consort, however, enjoyed a certain latitude. If the emperor could not manage the eldest princess, how could he hope to reign in the prince consort? Qi Zhao exchanged a glance with Wei Xiangwan, sharing a fleeting smile, and found her suggestion quite clever. He resolved to speak with the Empress Dowager after their meal. Upon arriving at the Qingshou Palace, Qi Zhao found the Empress Dowager in a foul mood. Having just parted on less than amicable terms with her daughter, she met Qi Zhao with a displeased expression. Pretending not to notice, he addressed her, Mother. Recent verses mocking current affairs have been circulating in the capital, originating from the Yangzhou Poetry Society. I wish to send someone to investigate the situation. The matters of the court are yours to decide, the Empress Dowager replied curtly. I have long returned governance to you. Such matters no longer concern me. Qi Zhao nearly betrayed his emotions upon hearing her words. While she claimed to have relinquished power, the court was filled with her appointed ministers. And though she chose not to intervene, the affairs of the court still unfolded in accordance with her desires. To whom, then, had governance truly been returned? He was at a loss. Taking a deep breath, Qi Zhao forced a smile. I wish for Li Landau to undertake this journey. The Empress Dowager regarded him with a skeptical gaze. The prince consort has been idle in the capital for too long, and his temperament is stubborn. A sojourn to the southern waters might provide him with clarity, Qi Zhao suggested, proposing that the eldest princess accompany him. The prince consort does not hold actual power. It would not be a serious assignment for him to observe the thoughts of the scholars in Yangzhou. He waved his hand dismissively, continuing, I believe this stalemate cannot persist. Mother, consider it another opportunity for the prince consort. The Empress Dowager nodded. Since your Majesty is inclined, I shall defer to your wishes. Hoping that Li Landau recognizes the opportunity presented to him. Once Qi Zhao departed, the Empress Dowager's maid, Ru Xin, joyfully remarked, Your Majesty has devised an excellent plan. Once outside, the prince consort cannot maintain his distance from the princess, and with Granny's encouragement, a favorable outcome is assured. The Empress Dowager agreed, instructing, Summon Granny Wang. I have a few words to impart. Everyone presumed that the Empress Dowager intended to facilitate a union between the princess and the prince consort, employing aphrodisiacs that had proven effective in the past. However, in private, she confided to Granny Wang, if the prince consort proves resistant, administer the medicine to you, I shall prepare an appropriate remedy for the man. Your Highness, Granny Wang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is the Empress Dowager truly encouraging the princess to stray? If Li Landau were to encounter you, she might seek to end her life, but surely you would not contemplate such an act if she were merely touched. The Empress Dowager had grown weary of her daughter being manipulated by Li Landau. Since you had yet to be acquainted with men, she patiently allowed Li Landau to wear her down. Once she grasped the nature of men, she would understand that they were all much the same. Once she bore a child, their bond would be inseparable. No matter what Li Landau or who Landau schemed, she would remain indifferent. Should a prince consort perish, the Empress Dowager would ensure he received a grand burial. Qi Lingwei remained unaware of her mother's intentions. She only knew that the Empress Dowager was finally willing to let her leave the palace, and the emperor had instructed her to lead the prince consort to Yangzhou for a respite. She clung to the Empress Dowager's arm, playfully declaring, "Once I arrive in Yangzhou, I shall gather exquisite gifts to present to you, mother." After several moments of contemplation, the Empress Dowager shook her head. "Mother, His Majesty has devoted considerable thought to our welfare during these recent days. Let us reward him for his pure filial piety and allow him a moment of reprieve." Qi Lingwei displayed a semblance of conscience. Having received kindness from Qi Zhao, she reciprocated with gratitude, ensuring neither party owed anything to the other. "You may return to your preparations. These matters need not trouble you," the Empress Dowager remarked with a hint of indifference. "In times of scarcity, it is better to carry more than necessary, lest one finds oneself in need and succumbs to frustration." "I understand, Mother," Song Hanju reiterated, once more broaching the subject of Du Yuzhen, arguing that 4 months of punishment was sufficient and suggesting that His Majesty should lift her ban early. "This is not merely my opinion. Even the Empress Dowager found it agreeable when mentioned in the Palace of Longevity." Song Hanju believed she was being clever, unaware that this cleverness was, in fact, a product of Qi Zhao's own efforts. Qi Zhao, eager to visit the Tsangyu Hall and meet Du Yuzhen, arrived shortly after Wu Yang had previously proclaimed her release from confinement. The doors of the Tsangyu Hall, which had been sealed for 4 months, swung open once more. The palace maid from the Palace of Longevity quietly departed after the decree was announced, leaving Du Yuzhen standing at the center of the hall, her attire modest, her expression as still as water. She appeared diminished, and Qi Zhao felt a pang of compassion, recognizing that Du Yuzhen had truly suffered greatly. "Bring the imperial concubine a fresh ensemble," he commanded, "for she favors vibrant colors, and such plainness must never be seen again." He then urgently called for Wu Yang, instructing him to deliver the latest jewelry and fabrics to the Tsangyu Hall for the imperial concubine selection. Du Yuzhen regarded Qi Zhao with cold indifference, offering neither salutation nor gratitude, her demeanor a stark contrast to the previous times when she would eagerly rush to him with affection. "Zhenu?" Qi Zhao sensed something amiss as he took her hand. "I know you have endured hardship. Speak, and whatever you desire, I shall grant you." With a bitter smile, Du Yuzhen retorted, "Then your Majesty should send away Ro Fei, Wan Zhaoi, Long Giran, Tsin Marin, Zhou Marin, Chu Marin, and the palace maid Jiang Qian and Lin Qian to the Cold Palace." She listed a long string of names, causing Qi Zhao to furrow his brow. "What grievance do you hold against them? What grievance do I hold?" Du Yuzhen's laughter sent chills down his spine. "I have been confined within these walls, with neither heaven nor earth to turn to, all the while relying on thoughts of you to endure. What have you been doing, dear cousin? You indulge them in sweet whispers and tender affections. Have you truly thought of me at all?" "Du Yuzhen, you overstep your bounds," Qi Zhao responded, feeling both embarrassed and angry. "Do you expect me to remain chaste for you? The Empress does not dare to make such demands of me. She does not dare because she does not love you. I love you, so why can I not ask?" Du Yuzhen's voice rose in intensity. "You cannot share your bed with another in my palace, nor can you express your affections for other women while I suffer. This is what you owe me. You profess your love for me, which is why I entered the palace to serve you as a concubine," she cried out, her voice mingled with despair. "Yet your love is nothing but a fade. You cannot even muster compassion for my plight. You have betrayed our vows." Du Yuzhen wept and lamented, her demeanor bordering on madness. Qi Zhao found himself at a loss for words, storming out in frustration, having turned what should have been a joyful occasion into one devoid of enthusiasm. Chapter 37. The Source of Anger Fuming. Qi Zhao arrived at the Palace of Eternal Joy, where Wei Xiangwan regarded him with curiosity. "Your Majesty, did you not visit the Cangyu Hall?" Qi Zhao, still seething, took a seat, and Xiaoman promptly served tea. Zheng Heng leaned in to whisper, "Your Majesty has just emerged from the Cangyu Hall. The imperial consort has just been unsealed. She may wish to meticulously prepare herself before presenting herself to the Emperor." His Majesty's hasty arrival interrupted her plans, naturally inciting her ire. The rapid return suggests that a quarrel ensued. What could have transpired? Having not seen her for such an extended period, I eagerly rushed to visit her, only to be met with an outburst of anger directed at me. Qi Zhao, feeling vexed, consumed 2 cups of tea in quick succession. Fortunately, Xiaoman, sensing the tension, offered only warm tea, preventing any further irritation. The consort also feels aggrieved. Within the palace, she is closest to His Majesty, and her grievances are only voiced in his presence. Wei Xiangwan speaks in defense of Du Yuzhen, questioning what she has to be upset about. Every matter she faces is one of her own making. Qi Zhao frowned, recognizing that if it were not for his protection, she would have perished countless times. "I think of her, I shield her, yet I am left in a position of indebtedness to her." Qi Zhao felt a sense of frustration. If she found living in the palace so distressing, I would grant her the freedom to leave and remarry. "Your Majesty," Wei Xiangwan interjected, disapproving of Qi Zhao's words. "You clearly care for her deeply. There is no need for such harsh words. She is already your woman. How would it benefit her to leave the palace?" Qi Zhao fell silent. Wei Xiangwan reassured him, stating that as a magnanimous ruler, there was no need to dwell on grievances. Wu Yang entered, bending slightly as if to avoid drawing attention. Upon noticing him, Qi Zhao beckoned him forward to speak, instructing Wu Yang to investigate the sudden outburst from Du Yuzhen. Wu Yang wore a smile, but hesitated to respond, casting sidelong glances at Wei Xiangwan. Did he feel her presence made the conversation inappropriate? Wei Xiangwan chuckled inwardly, preparing to leave and provide them with privacy. However, Qi Zhao grasped her arm, insisting she remain seated, asserting that there was nothing a queen could not hear. Wei Xiangwan was taken aback, realizing that Qi Zhao had begun to trust her. Qi Zhao was a man of deep emotion, always displaying tenderness towards women who captured his interest. Without question, Wei Xiangwan had captured his attention, though he had initially overlooked her, having neglected her since their wedding. This neglect left him with an innate sense of guilt towards her. Yet, Wei Xiangwan bore him no ill will and never placed him in a difficult position, causing his guilt to remain unaddressed and weigh heavily on his heart. Wei Xiangwan's beauty was undeniable, but it was her gentleness and the way she handled matters that rendered her a refreshing presence for Qi Zhao. Now, she had even procured a cook who pleased him. Qi Zhao, unbeknownst to himself, found himself preferring to linger in Changlu Palace rather than return to Wuji Palace to indulge in the company of favored consorts. He need not consider what he desired. Wei Xiangwan would arrange everything for him with clarity. Wu Yang felt uncomfortable speaking in front of Her Majesty, but His Majesty persisted, compelling Wu Yang to lower his head and respond. The consort was reflecting in solitude, with no one else intruding, save for the matron of the chambers who visited the Cangyu Palace every other day to inform the consort of the Emperor's affections for favored consorts. This revelation left the consort in disarray, leading to a misunderstanding of the Emperor's intentions. Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, questioning why the matron of the chambers would visit Cangyu Palace. Wu Yang, in a hushed tone, remarked that the matron was only to report to the Empress. This insinuated that the Empress had instructed the matron to visit Cangyu Palace to provoke the consort. Wei Xiangwan deliberately paused before reacting, glancing at Qi Zhao to gauge his belief in these developments. Unexpectedly, Qi Zhao directly inquired of her regarding the purpose of the Siqin's visit to the Cangyu Palace. Wei Xiangwan, in his mind, was a paragon of beauty and kindness, gentle and considerate. How could he believe she would engage in such actions? "I too wish to know." Wei Xiangwan responded with a soft smile. The Siqin mentioned discussing the Emperor's favoritism towards the consorts with the noble consort, yet she has never conveyed such matters to me. Each day, she merely delivers the tonsure for my seal. Perhaps we should summon her for clarification. Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that during the queen's convalescence, Du Yuzhen had overseen palace affairs for a time. It was plausible that this Si Qin was one of her appointed personnel, hence the regular reports to the Sanyu Palace. I have no desire to behold any joyless individuals today, Qi Zhao commanded Zheng Heng to investigate. Should it be true that the Si Qin transgressed protocol in her communications, she would be immediately relegated to the Yetting, with no prospects of promotion or replacement. Indeed, as the chronicler of the emperor's nocturnal escapades, the Si Qin would certainly be present when the emperor favored the consorts, privy to every detail. Within the palace, only the queen and the empress dowager held the authority to scrutinize the tongshi. The queen perused it daily solely to ascertain whom the emperor had spent the night with. The specifics of the encounters were not matters she would inquire about. Zhao Pingyan had previously sought to curry favor with the queen, thus clarifying that the palace attendant in the Qingshou Palace was not motivated by lust. Later, when Zhao Pingyan was repositioned, the Si Qin was supplanted by Du Yuzhen's associates. Those who ascended to the Si Qin station typically had their own confidants, and vacated positions were often filled by trusted allies. Zhao Pingyan's relocation inadvertently benefited outsiders, rendering her an object of ridicule for her allegiance to the queen. Yet, she maintained her composure, refraining from questioning Wei Xiangwan, accepting the situation with equanimity. As anticipated, Wei Xiangwan summoned her unexpectedly, inquiring if there was anyone capable of succeeding the Si Qin. Zhao Pingyan recommended 2 candidates, and Wei Xiangwan nodded in agreement. With the noble consort currently in seclusion, she must be eager for news concerning the emperor. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Pingyan grasped her intent. Liu Wuzlavia, a subordinate of Du Yuzhen, had yet to pledge loyalty before the latter entered seclusion. Unfamiliar with the other attendants in the Si Qin circle, Liu, sensing a potential uprising among the subordinates, would seek refuge with Du Yuzhen for self-preservation. The Zhangyu Palace's seclusion was less stringent for the attendants, allowing Liu to conveniently inform Du Yuzhen about who had been attending to the emperor during this period. Upon learning of the queen's penchant for inquiring into the emperor's intimate details, she revealed everything to Du Yuzhen. In truth, the matron of the Qingshou Palace had played a significant role, for she had instilled a sense of restraint in Du Yuzhen, who otherwise might have acted impulsively. Had she been in her earlier na-ve state upon entering the palace, she would have likely resorted to flames to incinerate those who reveled in the emperor's affections with others. Though Du Yuzhen harbored a smoldering ire, she endured as she listened to Liu, engaging in a form of self-torment. Ultimately, upon encountering Qi Zhao, her frustrations erupted. The emperor was the one who engaged in such liaisons, while it was Du Yuzhen's own kin who prattled on, and it was she who sought the sting of jealousy. Wei Xiangwan, standing apart from the turmoil, mused that given Du Yuzhen's temperament, a mere 3 months of turmoil with the emperor, as suggested by Yang Muqing, would surely fulfill the vow of abstinence. She, too, needed to hasten her efforts in organizing the palace, preparing a secure environment to welcome her child with peace of mind. Chapter 38. The child Qi Zhao discerned that Liu was under the influence of Du Yuzhen. Apart from dealing with Liu, there seemed to be no other recourse. Du Yuzhen, aware of Liu's confinement, displayed no outward signs of concern. However, when Qi Zhao prepared to bestow favors upon his consorts, she would send someone to seek him out. Upon his arrival at the Sanyu Palace, she would either feign indifference or exhibit erratic behavior, ultimately driving him away. Frustrated, Qi Zhao would return in a foul mood, finding solace only in slumber beneath his thick quilt. Miss, after so many days, you must have vented your frustrations enough. When His Majesty next visits, please do not quarrel with him. Instead, converse amiably and reconcile, He Sheng advised. How many times do you believe His Majesty will tolerate such behavior? I am compelled to act thus, for only then can I ascertain His Majesty's feelings for me. Du Yuzhen replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I have sequestered myself for 4 months in reflection. It has only been a short while since then. Until I release this pent-up frustration, I cannot return to normalcy. Wei Xiangwan wished to remain uninvolved in the emotional tug-of-war between Qi Zhao and Du Yuzhen. Whenever Qi Zhao visited her, she refrained from broaching the subject. If he lamented, she merely smiled and advised him to be more accommodating, urging him to endure his self-imposed trials. Song Hanju, sensing the discord between Qi Zhao and Du Yuzhen, decided to interject. Since Wei Xiangwan entered the palace, she had intended to observe from a distance, hoping to benefit from the conflict between Wei Xiangwan and Du Yuzhen. Unexpectedly, Wei Xiangwan did not engage in a rivalry with Du Yuzhen and instead appeared to be losing her advantage in the competition for favor. In the realm of palace intrigue, abstaining from participation equated to defeat. Although Song Hanju possessed greater aptitude for gaining favor than Du Yuzhen, Qi Zhao still held Du Yuzhen in higher regard. Especially since Du Yuzhen had been in seclusion, the two had not shared a genuine moment of intimacy, leaving Qi Zhao inclined towards her. Even within Song Hanju's palace, their interactions were limited to sleep. No further activities ensued. Qi Zhao earnestly wished to avoid provoking Du Yuzhen further, yearning instead for her to expel her simmering discontent. With their daughter absent, the Empress Dowager found herself with the leisure to oversee the affairs of the imperial harem, relishing the ensuing rivalries. She favored Song Guifei and dispatched a matron to reprimand Du Yuzhen for her perceived jealousy and assertiveness. Rather than feeling wronged by the chastisement, Du Yuzhen's resolve only intensified. Under her influence, Qi Zhao refrained from showering favors upon his consorts, maintaining a passive stance. Wei Xiangwan aided in concealing this from the Empress Dowager, understanding that if the Dowager were to learn of it, their delicate game would be jeopardized. During this period, Zhao Jiaoyi and Li Jiaoyi successively gave birth to the fourth and fifth princesses. Beyond the two mothers, both the former and current courts expressed disappointment regarding the births of these princesses. It had been some time since His Majesty's marriage, yet no prince had been born, a situation that threatened the stability of the realm. A lack of heirs signified a decline in national strength. Qi Zhao's ascension was neither through primogeniture nor from a prominent lineage. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's unyielding determination, the throne would have likely been held by the Crown Prince, whom the Dowager supported. Presently, the Crown Prince had been granted territories and had sired numerous offspring. In comparison to Qi Zhao, the disparity was stark. He contemplated the precariousness of his situation. Should misfortune befall him, or should he dare to oppose the will of the Dowager and the court officials, his reign could swiftly come to an end. Amid this existential crisis, Qi Zhao found little time to console his cousin, consumed instead by anxiety over how he might beget a son. Wei Xiangwan organized a lively celebration for the two princesses' 3 washings and full moon ceremonies. With their father no longer concerned, it would be truly unfortunate if she did not take the initiative to arrange such festivities. Once the preparations were complete, joyous news arrived from outside the palace. Wang Yihui had given birth to a healthy baby boy. Overwhelmed with joy, Wei Xiangwan clasped her hands in gratitude, beseeching the heavens and their ancestors for blessings. She immediately dispatched Li Xiuwen and Gu Yu to visit Wang Yihui, showering her with generous gifts that flowed like water. With carriages from the palace occupying an entire street in front of the General Fugui's residence, Wei Xiangwan made a special trip to Wuji Palace to find Wei El, advising him that their elder brother was overjoyed with the birth of a son, but should refrain from announcing it to their ancestors until Wang Yihui completed her month of confinement and the child had reached his 100th day. Healthy and ready to pay respects, Wei El had initially intended to visit the ancestral hall after the 3 washings to share this wonderful news. The newborn's primary concern was to eat and sleep well, avoiding unnecessary disturbances. Aware of this, Wei Xiangwan felt compelled to remind him, as the ancestral hall was cool and the ceremony lengthy. If the child were to catch a chill, it would lead to irreparable regret. Your reasoning is sound. We shall heed your counsel, Wei El replied. The siblings contemplated the continuation of the Wei family line, sharing smiles at the thought. Their sister-in-law was indeed a great contributor to the Wei family, and their elder brother must cherish her more, ensuring she never faces hardship. From now on, I shall abide by her wishes. Wei El had also contemplated bringing the child into the palace for Wei Xiangwan to see, knowing she would be eager to lay eyes on the chubby infant. The midwife had remarked on the child's remarkable appearance, with rosy skin that would soon lighten. Reminiscent of their mother in her youth, a plump rice dumpling. It feels as if I can envision it, Wei Xiangwan remarked. Have a painter create a portrait for me to admire. I wish to see my nephew, but at least wait until he is 6 months old. A painting will suffice for now, she added. Qi Zhao, observing the siblings' exuberance, cleared his throat, noting that Wei El's joy was palpable with the arrival of his son. His Majesty has become a father for the 5th time, exhibiting remarkable composure. While this is my first experience, naturally, I am elated, Wei El responded boldly. Wei Xiangwan noted Qi Zhao's increasingly dark expression. The emperor was aware that the Wei family lacked a patriarch, and Wang Yihui had given birth, thanks to the support of their family matriarch. However, it was unreasonable for her to be burdened with additional responsibilities after childbirth. The emperor granted her brother leave, instructing him to return to duty only after the child's full moon celebration. He has a son, and I grant him time off. All the good fortune in the world should be his, the emperor mused. Qi Zhao now found himself envious of those with sons, feeling a pang of jealousy. Wei Xiangwan exchanged a glance with her brother, urging him to step outside. She took a seat beside Qi Zhao, pondering that with the consort's release from confinement, it was indeed time for Du Erlang to recover and resume his duties, suggesting that her brother should avoid potential conflict. Is His Majesty truly intent on reigniting their rivalry? She mused. With a son now, will they still resort to fighting? Qi Zhao replied sarcastically. Does having a son mean one need not lift a finger? Wei Xiangwan inquired playfully. If I were to have a son, I would surely revel in happiness every day. She gently pressed his shoulder, reassuring him. There is no need to rush. A son will eventually come. One must only hope that when the time comes, there will not be too many, for His Majesty may not favor them all equally. Qi Zhao regarded her. At present, who could present me with a robust, chubby boy? I would shower her with affection beyond measure. With that, he suddenly lifted Wei Xiangwan and strode toward the inner palace. As the birth of a son had become the utmost priority, Qi Zhao, feeling elated, became more agreeable, not only granting Wei El time off, but also promoting him to a position within the royal city's military. Although still a mere commander of the Tiger Band, the imperial guards encircle the palace, while the imperial city army oversees the safety of the capital. The number of troops under their command differs greatly, and it is evident that the commanders of the imperial city army hold greater weight. It was also due to Qi Zhao's request to Wei Lu that Du Liz Hen finally ceased her disturbances. She sought out Qi Zhao, weeping profusely, and the two reconciled. Yet, whether they could regain their former intimacy remained a mystery known only to them. Song Hanju, heeding her family's counsel, expressed to Qi Zhao her desire to adopt the 4th princess, Zhao Jiaoyi. I believe that with my elevated status, having the princess under my care would be mutually beneficial, she asserted. Zhao Yiren, who had relied on Song Hanju since entering the palace, naturally did not oppose her wishes. When questioned by Qi Zhao, she merely stated, "It is a blessing for both me and the 4th princess to be nurtured under the esteemed concubine." As a mere princess, this arrangement brought them joy, and Qi Zhao found no reason to object. Thus, the 4th princess became the adopted daughter of the concubine. Presently, there are 5 princesses in the palace. The eldest princess, the legitimate daughter of the late Empress, is now under the direct care of Wei Xiangwan, ranking first in nobility, followed by the 4th princess, adopted by concubine Song. The 2nd princess, born of Ro Fei, and the remaining 3, the 5th and 3rd princesses, are offspring of Li Jiaoyi. Though Li Jiaoyi holds the lowest rank, she is the only concubine in the palace to have given birth to 2 children. Naturally, she yearns for both a son and a daughter. However, after the birth of another daughter, a subtle disappointment mixed with joy ensued. Zhao Jiaoyi and her daughter now face separation, and even though the daughter's status has elevated, a mother's longing to embrace her child is irreplaceable. How can one counsel oneself to accept such a reality? In the depths of the palace, is it not one's very own flesh and blood that one cherishes most dearly? The emperor's affection is but an ephemeral illusion. Only that which one bears oneself is truly dependable. Li Jiaoyi, cradling her 2 daughters, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Du Yuzhen, however, never entertained the notion of adopting another's child. She even mocked Song Hanju, suggesting that her desperate attempts to secure a princess for companionship were futile. Even the eldest princess does not seem to hold the emperor's favor. She scoffed, let alone the others. Concubine Song does not seek to compete for affection. She is merely following old advice to adopt a child as leverage. What worth is there in adopting a princess, only to find oneself busy with trivialities? Having spent less time in the palace than Song Hanju, Du Yuzhen, without children, felt no anxiety. It seemed to her that Song Hanju's prolonged inability to conceive indicated a fate devoid of offspring. Naturally, Du Yuzhen's biting remarks reached Song Hanju's ears. In response, Song Hanju merely chuckled coldly. Her fate may seem favorable, but I shall see how long it takes for her to bear even one child. Wei Xiangwan withdrew her hand as Yang Muqing beamed with delight. Although the pulse was still faint, it was highly likely she was with child. In another 15 days. The signs would be unmistakable. Let us keep this matter private for now, Wei Xiangwan stated, regaining her composure after the initial excitement. I wish to announce it only once the pregnancy is stable. With my presence, rest assured, the stability of the fetus is assured. My pregnancy will naturally attract attention, and I must proceed with utmost caution. Wei Xiangwan would never jest with her own well-being. Have you discovered the materials I provided to you earlier? Where they crafted from? The fabric bestowed upon me by Her Highness has been partially retained for examination, while the remainder has been sent back to my hometown in Weining for my master's appraisal. I have already formed some conjectures, and now await correspondence from home to confirm my findings before reporting back to Her Highness. Please share your deductions. The fabric utilized by Her Highness contains invigorating herbs such as samlang and fuzi, which, while harmless for the average individual, may pose issues for women suffering from blood heat and qi deficiency, Yang Muqing replied. Wei Xiangwan furrowed her brow in contemplation and inquired, Are you able to access the pulse records of Empress Rao at the Imperial Medical Bureau? The pulse records of Empress Rao have been archived, accessible only with the key held by the head of the bureau. If there is an opportunity to peruse the pulse records of Empress Rao, it would be prudent to also note the physician who examined her, Wei Xiangwan remarked. If the toxins in Changlu Palace were specifically aimed at Empress Rao, it is no wonder that after her clearance of the palace's belongings, Zhao Ping found no traces of wrongdoing while stationed in the Bureau of Construction. The intention appears to be her death, or perhaps that of the Empress. If the target is indeed the Empress, when did this tailored fabric first appear? Would it coincide with the time of her childbirth when her health was at its most fragile? Chapter 39. The possessive princess Qi Zhao's spirits remained low, showing no signs of improvement until the 12th lunar month. Wei Xiangwan discreetly confided in Qi Zhao about her pregnancy, which indeed uplifted his mood. How long has it been? Is it a boy or a girl? It is still too early to ascertain the gender. Wei Xiangwan smiled. It was Dr. Yang who detected my steady pulse, and I asked him to keep it under wraps until after the Lantern Festival. I intend to announce it publicly after 3 months for prudence. Qi Zhao gazed at her abdomen as if it were a treasured artifact, proclaiming, Our heir has arrived. Your Majesty, please do not let your joy become evident. Otherwise, it would be in vain, Wei Xiangwan cautioned. I had not planned to disclose this to your Majesty. However, seeing your persistent melancholy, I believe this good news would bring you happiness. Thus I could not withhold it any longer. Qi Zhao lifted Wei Xiangwan into his arms, exclaiming, I now feel entirely at ease. My unhappiness has vanished. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Qi Zhao still bestowed numerous rewards upon Changlu Palace. And with the year drawing to a close, it was somewhat justifiable. More intriguing than the rewards given to Changlu Palace was the fact that His Majesty now often resided there. Last year, during the New Year, the court jested about the Empress's beauty being overshadowed by the favor enjoyed by concubine Du this year. However, the Empress had evidently ascended to the forefront of the harem, unmatched by any other. Wei Xiangwan paid little heed to this. Her concern lay with the information Yang Muqing had just revealed. His Majesty instructed the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare Shiji pills for concubines Du and Song, as well as Rong Fei. The Shiji pills are renowned for their beautifying properties, endowing women with skin as smooth as cream, a complexion akin to spring blossoms, and a delicate grace accompanied by a unique fragrance. However, they're also a potent toxin that can harm a body. Prolonged use of Shiji pills can lead to complications in childbirth. The head of the Bureau has modified the formula, reducing the quantity of musk, ensuring that after discontinuation, 2 doses of restorative medicine can be taken without adverse effects on fertility, Yang Muqing explained. As for the other concubines below the 3 favored ones, they should resort to the contraceptive decoction. Qi Zhao has recently shown little favor to the consorts. Once he resumes his attentions, she will be able to validate her suspicions that the 3 favored consorts are using Shiji pills while the rest, including the lesser-ranked ladies, are utilizing the contraceptive decoction. Qi Zhao seems determined that she is bearing a son, wishing to space out the ages of the other children from the crown prince. After all, his elder brother, the crown prince, found himself embroiled in bitter rivalry for the throne due to an abundance of nearby princes, leading to fraternal discord and enmity between father and son. Wei Xiangwan lowered her head, gently caressing her abdomen. The emperor is indeed a good father. It is fortunate that the crown prince resides within me rather than in another. Yet, she could not ascertain whether the child within her was a son. Your Highness, this time you do not bear a child, but next time, surely you shall. Bai Lu encouraged. It is because you are with child that His Majesty holds you in such high regard. Only the son born of you is destined to be the rightful crown prince. Your Highness, did the court official inquire if you were pregnant? Yang Muqing, once an obscure physician, had now become the Empress's exclusive doctor. The Emperor suddenly tasked him with concocting a tonic for the muscles, and the court official, having spent long years in the palace, had his own judgments. He took Yang Muqing to procure the necessary ingredients for the tonic, a gesture of goodwill. This matter would inevitably come to light. Informing him early would allow him to consider you as one of his own. Wei Xiangwan regarded Yang Muqing, acknowledging her vulnerability in the palace, hence her desire to seek an ally in Mr. Long. As for whether you wish to remain a physician or return home to establish your own practice, I shall make every effort to facilitate your choice. This was to indicate to Yang Muqing that the decision to cultivate a relationship with the court official lay entirely in his hands. Should he choose merely to be a fleeting visitor, then all overtures of goodwill could be disregarded. For instance, Zhang Yufeng, the emperor's favorite chef for the Empress, had swiftly garnered attention from the royal kitchen, and upon inquiry, he promptly responded that he was merely a chef for the Wei family, having come to the palace to prepare meals for a short, while due to the Empress's preferences, as he intended to return home. The royal kitchen abandoned any attempts to recruit him, but sent 2 apprentices to assist, claiming they would learn Master Zhang's culinary skills. So the Empress would not need to trouble him for home-style dishes. Zhang Yufeng would not allow others to learn his signature skills, and upon reporting to Wei Xiangwan, he selected 4 young eunuchs to train under him, ensuring they would remain in the palace to serve the Empress for a lifetime. Yang Muqing had yet to contemplate the future, but the matter of the Empress's pregnancy could certainly be disclosed to the court official, thereby providing assistance in concealing the nurturing remedies prescribed for the Empress. On the 12th day of the 12th month, the Princess of Changzhou and her husband returned to the capital from Yangzhou. The princess, supported by attendants, did not immediately return to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, citing her pregnancy and the need for rest. Qi Zhao expressed his astonishment to Wei Xiangwan. The princess is with child. How fortuitous at this juncture. He gazed at Wei Xiangwan's belly, hoping she would bear a son, for he did not wish for her daughter to become his daughter-in-law. You have at least a decade before your son weds. Your concerns are rather premature, Wei Xiangwan laughed. Nudging him playfully, I have prepared a gift for the princess, reduced by 20% from the emperor's list. That is inconsequential, Qi Zhao replied nonchalantly, still believing the prince consort to be formidable and resolute, yet he had evidently softened. I find it unlikely that it is so simple. If the prince consort and the princess have reconciled, yet it is known that they still reside separately and do not interact, it would suggest they have not truly reconciled. However, with the intimacy they have shared, and now that the princess is pregnant with the prince consort's child, it appears he does not even extend the most basic care and consideration. Does the prince consort harbor such disdain for the princess that he neglects his own offspring? Moreover, if she is capable of walking independently, What prevents her from entering the palace to pay her respects? Citing the instability of her pregnancy as an excuse to refrain from visiting seems more like a display of defiance towards the Empress Dowager. Wei Xiangwan absent-mindedly traced the edge of her teacup, waiting patiently to uncover the true nature of Qi Lingyue's unborn child. The absence of the princess from the palace did not concern the Empress Dowager in the slightest. She had prepared an abundance of nourishing remedies for the pregnancy, enlisting the expertise of seasoned wet nurses, female physicians, and imperial doctors. Furthermore, she had conveyed the message that while the future of a daughter remained uncertain, a son would undoubtedly be favored as a potential heir. The eldest princess, being of an age considerably older, had successfully given birth to the fourth princess, which was deemed quite satisfactory. Even in the selection of a husband, she insisted upon a family of reputable standing. Upon hearing the jubilant recounting from the wet nurse, Qi Lingyue's face remained devoid of any smile, and she coldly remarked, "Mother is quite shrewd. She simply does not realize whether a bastard can truly be acknowledged as an heir." The room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. "Get out," Qi Lingyue commanded, before collapsing onto her pillow, weeping. She had traveled to Yangzhou with Li Landau, yet on the journey, he had shown her no regard, and their relationship had not improved in the slightest. Despite her attempts to draw closer, he merely brandished a dagger at her. He truly carried a dagger with him, resolutely guarding his chastity. Qi Lingyue, filled with a mix of shame and anger, found herself thwarted once more by Li Landau. Seeking to drown her sorrows, she indulged in alcohol, only to awaken beside a stranger. She yearned to kill the man, but was stopped, for he was Li Landau's cousin. The man even proclaimed that it was Li Landau's inability to satisfy the princess that led him to compensate, ensuring that the child would still bear the blood of the Li family. Qi Lingyue found this utterly absurd. "You look down upon me, so? Is this how you choose to humiliate me?" she demanded of Li Landau. Naturally, Li Landau would not orchestrate such a scheme, yet he immediately discerned the machinations behind it. The married princess wished to keep a consort, fearing the scorn of her in-laws and society. By taking in someone from her husband's family, she could escape reproach. Why should the princess squander the Empress Dowager's good intentions? "Since the matter has already come to fruition, I am willing to step aside," he offered. Qi Lingyue cursed him as a despicable creature, allowing his wife to be sullied by another. Li Landau remained indifferent, asserting, "My wife is loyal." "You have never been my husband," Qi Lingyue retorted, driven to madness. Yet she was equally determined not to let Li Landau have an easy time. After indulging with that member of the Li family several more times, she confirmed her pregnancy and subsequently killed him. She even ensured that Li Landau was brought to witness the act. Dressed in her undergarments, Qi Lingyue committed murder in her bed, blood splattering across her face. With a smile, she addressed Li Landau, "Since the Duke enjoys being a despicable creature, I shall oblige. This child is of the Li lineage, thus it belongs to you. Duke, when the child is born, should you still refuse to touch me, I shall seek another from the Li family." Qi Lingyue's smile was terrifying. She hoped that the Li family would have enough male heirs to wait for the Duke to change his mind. Li Landau's expression darkened as he swept away in silence. Qi Lingyue laughed and then cried, realizing that there would be no chance of reconciliation with the Duke in this lifetime. "Why?" she lamented. "I merely liked him." Chapter 40. Fortuity at the Grand New Year banquet. Qi Lingyue returned to the palace once more. Wei Xiangwan observed the slight protuberance of her abdomen beneath the layers of her gown, a result of both the advancing months and Qi Lingyue's diminished form, her limbs having grown slender, thus accentuating the size of her belly. Li Lan had fallen ill and was unable to enter the palace. The imperial physician assessed her condition. High fever and cough had rendered her bedbound, making a palace visit impossible. It could be said that the prince consort had exerted considerable effort to avoid sharing a seat with the eldest princess, braving the icy winter to bathe outdoors in cold water. Yet he remained afflicted by fever and cough, which could be viewed as a testament to his youthful vigor. Qi Lingyue exhibited no trace of the embarrassment that often accompanies solitude. Instead, she flourished, radiating an air of fulfillment, exclaiming to Qi Zhao while toasting, Your Majesty must strive to produce a royal son soon, lest my little princess fall into the hands of Prince Chun. Qi Zhao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, drank from his cup. This year, the Wei couple had secured a more prominent position. Their newborn son, swaddled warmly, was brought into the palace, as Wei Lv wished for his sister to meet her nephew. Before Wei Xiangwan could discern the child's features, Qi Zhao had taken him into his arms, declaring he wished to bask in the boy's vitality, hoping to also hold his son by the same time next year. Bring your cousin here, and I shall grant you a title. When you mature, you shall serve as a companion to the crown prince, he jested. Wei Xiangwan noted Qi Zhao's increasingly erratic remarks, realizing the emperor had indulged in too much drink. Wei Lv merely chuckled foolishly, while Wang Yihui cast a glance at Wei Xiangwan's belly, pondering the emperor's words. Could it be that the empress was with child? Upon returning home, Wang Yihui shared her calculations with Wei Lv, who remained skeptical. Surely, the empress's pregnancy would not be concealed if it were indeed a good fortune. The empress was a prudent woman, and she must have her reasons. Wang Yihui pondered further. If the empress were with child, preparations for a wet nurse and a nanny ought to commence. Yet reliable caretakers were currently scarce. The ones she had were sourced by her mother. Surely, the palace would not lack in caretakers. Wei Lv contemplated, suggesting they call upon trustworthy servants from their household to assist in childbirth. Though it was already rather late for that. If the empress were indeed pregnant, Wang Yihui frowned, berating herself for not having prepared sooner. She resolved to find respectable and sensible expectant mothers to remain in the estate, while also having Granny Chui instruct them on the palace's customs and taboos. Your foresight is commendable. Proceed as you see fit. The unremarkable new year passed, and during the Lantern Festival, the Empress detected the scent of fireworks and feigned nausea. The physician's diagnosis confirmed her pregnancy, leading to joyous celebrations as the Emperor generously rewarded both the former and current court. All anticipated the arrival of the Emperor's firstborn son, particularly if he were to be born of the Empress, as it would be both legitimate and firstborn, a most fortuitous circumstance. After the Lantern Festival, during the first audience, Song Hanju appeared haggard, her makeup unable to mask her fatigue, likely due to a restless night. She cast envious glances at Wei Xiangwan's belly, lamenting, "The Empress is truly blessed. You too have the fourth princess. What need is there to envy another's fortunes?" Wei Xiangwan smiled. Whether it is a blessing or not will only be determined once the child is born. Du Yuzhen scoffed. What if another princess is born? A princess would also be a blessing for this palace. Following this, Du Yuzhen repeatedly mentioned the sixth princess, though it is well known that childbirth yields but two genders. Still, people tend to proclaim they are expecting a son to attract good fortune. Moreover, the emperor already had 5 princesses. Thus, a prince was indeed required. Du Yuzhen sought only her own pleasure, creating an awkward atmosphere. Wei Xiangwan merely smiled, unfazed by the situation. Yang Muqing examined her pulse, likening her to a son, yet candidly noted that pulse readings could be unreliable, suggesting it was quite possible she was bearing a prince. That would be splendid, Wei Xiangwan mused. You should communicate this with the court magistrate. Many will undoubtedly be curious about the gender of my child. If the magistrate insists it is a prince, you shall declare it a princess, ensuring that we maintain conflicting narratives to cloud the truth. The Empress Dowager was delighted to learn of Wei Xiangwan's pregnancy and summoned her for a close inspection, exclaiming over the fortunate child. As long as you deliver the crown prince safely, there will be no further tribulations, she proclaimed, invoking the blessings of their ancestors. However, the Empress Dowager was not jesting. The emperor currently lacked an heir, and the birth of a legitimate son would solidify his divine right in the eyes of the court as venerable scholars. The Prince of Chun had already severed ties with the throne the moment he departed the capital. The Empress Dowager had misjudged her investments. Since the emperor assumed power, he had rarely experienced joy, feeling like a marionette, a figure without substance. Wei Xiangwan remarked softly, "His Majesty is too young and impatient. There is no merit in his indignation." The Empress Dowager raised her eyelids, acknowledging that she would age and eventually pass away, unable to control the emperor for eternity. Yet, At this moment, the emperor faced considerable challenges, as most of the courtiers were appointed during the Empress Dowageress reign. Wei Xiangwan recognized the discontent of Qi Zhao. The Empress Dowager shook her head, declaring that the loyalty of the courtiers was as fickle as reeds swaying in the wind. They currently heed the Empress Dowager's directives. But should her power wane, they will swiftly turn to curry favor with the emperor. The emperor must learn patience. Once he calms his mind, he will see through these deceptions. He is the emperor, and all who exist in the court do so for him. If they displease him, they can be replaced. There are countless intelligent individuals in the realm, and he need not worry about a lack of capable advisors. The Empress Dowager regarded her, noting that her situation was indeed more precarious than his. Take care of yourself, she urged. I am quite well within the palace. Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. The Empress Dowager treats me kindly, and so does the Empress. The Empress Dowager scrutinized her. What do you wish to accomplish? While I am still here, pursue your desires. I will support you. At present, Wei Xiangwan felt incapable of action. Pregnancy was draining, and she would not engage in conflicts while her strength was diminished, sacrificing her own well-being for others. The queen, also expecting, received 2 matrons from the Qingshou Palace who were to attend to her during her pregnancy. Shortly thereafter, 2 matrons were dispatched from the Baozi Palace. Wang Yihue visited the queen, discussing the difficulties in finding suitable matrons, suggesting that perhaps matron Shui could serve the queen. The Chonglu Palace was not in want of matrons, and the emperor, fearing potential disputes between the matrons from Qingshou and Baozi, had appointed 2 matrons to act as mediators, establishing a balance of power. Wei Xiangwan chuckled. It is indeed true that you are arranging for several reputable wet nurses on my behalf. The queen does not lack for matrons. Could she possibly be short of wet nurses? Wang Yihue laughed. They may prepare as they wish, but I shall rely on those I trust. Wei Xiangwan sighed, acknowledging that initially, any wet nurse would suffice, but ultimately, it was crucial to have a reliable one for her child. I have witnessed how my brother obediently heeds the wet nurse. How could I allow someone with ulterior motives to remain close to my child? Wang Yihue nodded, understanding the queen's concerns. She now exclusively allows the wet nurse to feed the child, ensuring that the little one sleeps beside her every night. Otherwise, if the wet nurse lulls the child to sleep, the little one might become bewildered about who her true mother is. I shall prepare 8, sending 4 to the palace in the name of the family and the other 4 to the inner court for selection. Wang Yihue is meticulous in her planning, preparing for both scenarios. She instructs her brother to drink and feast with the officials of the inner court. Once the money is in place, acquiring information will be effortless. Wei Xiangwan requests Xiaoman to bring a box containing exquisite pearls, suggesting that aside from her own use, her sister-in-law should exchange the remainder for money. Wang Yihue declines, asserting that the family's shops and farmlands are flourishing, and her husband alone cannot exhaust their resources. The family's finances are sufficient, and there is no need for the Empress to worry. The Wei family's ancestral wealth is astonishing. Upon reviewing the accounts for the first time, Wang Yihue is both dazzled and apprehensive. She acknowledges her sister-in-law's prudent management, yet she cannot allow her brother to squander the family fortune on her behalf. Wei El's eldest son is named Wei Minxue by his maternal grandfather, with hopes that he will be both astute and studious, affectionately called Hao Ger. Wei Xiangwan is well aware of the family's finances, while they could spend endlessly if she were to be entirely oblivious. Constantly relying on her siblings for support without any reciprocation, it would inevitably create a rift over time. Relationships are reciprocal. Chapter 41. Scheme Song Hanju visits the Shangling Garden to admire the scenery, resting in a pavilion when she grows weary, dismissing the others. Shortly, a guard appears from a narrow path and enters the pavilion. Song Hanju immediately rises, "Father." The guard looks up, revealing an aged face that unmistakably belongs to her father. Song Yunzhang, the Minister of Revenue. He gestures dismissively, "Do not call me father. I am profoundly disappointed in you." Song Hanju bows her head in shame. "I have cleared every obstacle for you, yet you have failed to obtain the position of Empress and cannot even conceive a prince. What more can I expect from you?" Song Yunzhang frowns. Having removed Wei Xiangwan, There should have been no rival for Song Hanju in the hunt for the empress position. It was Rao Qingyun who ultimately ascended. Although Song Hanju entered the palace with the title of Gui Fei, suppressing Rao Qingyun without respite, it mattered little. For Rao Qingyun retained a trace of bloodline. Even if she were to eliminate Rao Qingyun, Song Hanju would still not ascend. He is at odds with the Du family, which has allowed Wei Xiangwan to gain an advantage. By the time he considers targeting the Wei family again, it is now solely Wei El, who is occupied with military duties, and his wife comes from a notably prudent family, leaving him at a loss. Fortunately, the emperor does not favor Wei Xiangwan, providing the Song family with a brief respite. Song Yunzhong has been waiting for his daughter to bear the emperor's first son. Yet his daughter remains silent while Wei Xiangwan receives good news. If the empress were to give birth to a son, it would be too late. All my life schemes would amount to nothing. Song Yunzhong gazes at Song Hanju, vowing that the empress must not safely deliver this child. Wei Xiangwan possesses a deft hand in managing the palace. No water can penetrate the Changla palace. Song Hanju does not wish to appear timid before her father. But the reality is daunting, and she feels helpless. Why did you personally intervene? Song Yunzhong exclaims in frustration. You took it upon yourself to eliminate the empress's son. You will fare no better. Du Yuzhen is a fool. You should have had her handle it. She is the emperor's cousin, and even if she errs, the emperor would not punish her severely, thus causing a rift between the empress and the emperor. Song Hanju nods, indicating her understanding. Song Yunzhong gazed at his daughter and declared, Father shall grant you 1 more year. Within this time, you must bear son. If you fail to do so, I will have no choice but to summon your sister to assist you. Song Hanju, filled with resentment, replied, Father, please do not blame me. All of this is for the sake of the Song family. Song Yunzhong patted his daughter's shoulder and continued, by the way, find an opportunity to express to His Majesty your desire to marry the 4th princess back into the Song family. Your elder brother's youngest child is 2 years older than the 4th princess, a perfect match. Why the urgency? She asked. Are we to wait until the eldest princess has given birth and then request the 4th princess? Song Yunzhong inquired. The Empress Dowager's discerning eye seeks only the finest. The age difference with the legitimate eldest princess is significant, while the 4th princess has the favor of a noble consort and a mother of good lineage. I do hope the Empress can bear a 6th princess, but it is prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Song Hanju shook her head immediately. His Majesty does not favor the eldest princess. As long as the Empress Dowager is present, all is well. Once she departs, the eldest princess is bound to fall from grace. Since you are aware, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Song Yunzhong nodded. I trust you will heed my advice. After watching her father depart along the narrow path, Song Hanju finally seated herself. After a prolonged silence, she was persuaded by a palace made to return to the palace. Wei Xiangwan was engaged in the delicate task of painting flower patterns, which would then be embroidered by the seamstresses to create garments for the child. Pregnant women were not to handle needles, so Wei Xiangwan could only express her maternal affection through these small tasks. Meanwhile, a physician was summoned to the morning radiance hall, as it was reported that the noble consort was unwell. Xiaoman entered to replace the charcoal. Wei Xiangwan instructed her to reduce the amount of charcoal, pondering the oddity that, despite her condition, she felt less sensitive to the cold. Later, have Bailu check on the morning radiance hall to ensure she can rest peacefully. She need not visit Chang'e Palace for her daily greetings in these days. Wei Xiangwan replaced her writing paper, remarking that during this time of fluctuating temperatures, one was most susceptible to catching a chill. Make sure to advise the palace attendants to exercise caution as well. Nowadays, anyone who sneezes must vacate Chang'e Palace for 3 days. Xiaoman chuckled. We certainly cannot let any illness be passed on to the noble consort. Wei Xiangwan laughed, asserting that she could eat and sleep well, showing no signs of being with child, and displaying no symptoms whatsoever. That is because the noble consort possesses robust health. An uncomplicated pregnancy leads to an easier delivery. Following the public announcement of Wei Xiangwan's pregnancy, the imperial household was set to construct a maternity chamber, ideally in the eastern wing, which is sunlit and well illuminated. However, half of the eastern wing had already been transformed into a playroom for the eldest princess. Wei Xiangwan insisted that no alterations be made and arranged for the maternity chamber to be set up in the western wing. The officials from the imperial household and the internal administration stood silently, and Wei Xiangwan curiously asked, "Is this not permissible?" "It is not that it cannot be done," the head eunuch of the imperial household replied with a smile, "but the eldest princess is already growing, and it would not be fitting for her to remain in the warm chamber. Why not convert the western wing into the princess's sleeping quarters? This way, her play area and living space will be combined, which would surely please her." Princess Yuan Zhao resided in the warm eastern chamber, while the eastern wing served as her place for play and study. She occupied such a vast space alone, and now that the Empress was pregnant, Changle Palace would soon welcome another legitimate young mistress. Given the limited space of the palace, this matter could certainly not be disclosed by the noble consort. It would be up to her subordinates to be astute and propose it proactively. "There is no need. You shall arrange the maternity chamber in the western wing. The arrangements for the eldest princess are a matter for this palace to determine, with the stepmother soon to have her own child." What fate awaited the daughter living in her shadow? The entourage surrounding the grand princess has undergone a complete transformation. While others may falter, they are well aware of the importance of discretion and prudence. Even if their hearts are anxious, they dare not reveal a hint of it, especially not before the princess. Qi Zhao finds himself troubled by this situation. Yuan Zhao, his firstborn, lost his mother at a tender age, and Zhao feels a profound sorrow for him. However, when Wei Xiangwan insists that she cannot reside with Yuan Zhao for the sake of her own child, he finds himself with little ground to refuse her. He can only await Wei Xiangwan to broach the subject of that day. As March transitions into May, Wei Xiangwan's belly begins to swell, and the birthing chamber has been meticulously prepared. The Grand Princess continues to reside serenely in her western warm pavilion, while the eastern wing is filled with her toys for amusement. Because Wei Xiangwan has promised that once her younger brother is born, he will be able to play with her, Yuan Zhao has grown to cherish these toys, anticipating the joyful playtime to come. During this time, the matriarch of the Rao family made a visit to the palace. Upon witnessing that the Longlu Palace has not neglected the Grand Princess despite the Empress's pregnancy, she felt a sense of relief. Nonetheless, she still insisted that if the Empress found it inconvenient, the princess could temporarily move out. There was no need for the old matriarch to test the waters. Yuan Zhao, being a girl, posed no hindrance to the palace. Wei Xiangwan smiled, exuding the regal presence befitting her station, ensuring that the Grand Princess would lack for nothing. The old matriarch expressed her gratitude, realizing that she would no longer need to enter the palace and garner resentment. Wei Xiangwan, with her integrity, rendered the old matriarch's shadowy schemes futile. She was determined that Yuan Zhao should always remember her birth mother, the woman who endured countless hardships during her 10 months of pregnancy. If Yuan Zhao could hold her biological mother in her heart, then she would not wholly accept a stepmother. No matter how virtuous Wei Xiangwan may be, could she forever nurture a child who harbored doubts? So be it. If Wei Xiangwan could genuinely care for Yuan Zhao, then it mattered not if Yuan Zhao acknowledged her as mother. What mattered was the living bond they shared. Chapter 42. Whisperings with Song Hanju's illness. The Qingshou Palace has been particularly attentive. Their relationship with the Empress Dowager has always been amicable, but recently, it has grown excessively cordial. Once Song Hanju recovers, the Empress Dowager will approach Wei Xiangwan, suggesting that previously, when she was slightly unwell, there was talk of transferring the power of the palace administration, urging her to tend to her health. Now, with her condition sapping her energy, why not suggest that concubine Song take over the palace duties, allowing her to focus on her pregnancy? Wei Xiangwan, caught off guard by the inquiry, can only respond with a polite smile, expressing her desire for concubine Song's assistance, yet explaining that it was inappropriate to ask while the concubine was still unwell. Since the Empress Dowager has raised the matter, it will proceed as before, with concubine Song and concubine Du sharing the responsibilities of the palace. The Empress Dowager frowned, questioning why they should mention Du Yuzhen now that she is absent. With 2 concubines in the palace, it would be unwise to favor one over the other. Wei Xiangwan maintained her smile, reminding them that concubine Song and concubine Du had cooperated quite well in the past, hadn't they? She turned to Song Hanju, who, with a forced smile, nodded in agreement, stating that she would discuss matters with concubine Du, and any disputes could be settled by the Empress Dowager. This implied that during their governance, they would completely exclude Wei Xiangwan. While Du Yuzhen had the Emperor's backing, Song Hanju had the Empress Dowager's support, which would likely tip the scales in her favor. Wei Xiangwan laughed and chatted, seemingly unaffected by the underlying tensions. Upon exiting the Celebration Longevity Palace, she donned a somber expression. The last time she relinquished her authority within the palace, it was a strategic retreat intended to assuage the Empress Dowager's doubts, allowing her to observe the ensuing turmoil from a distance. Once she regained her power, she never intended to yield it again, especially during her pregnancy, a time when her authority provided her with a sense of security. Yet, she cannot openly confront the Empress Dowager just yet. Wei Xiangwan closed her eyes, resting her hand upon her abdomen and inhaling deeply. Patience, composure. Qi Zhao understood that Wei Xiangwan's surrender of power elicited no response. This was for the best, as it allowed her to focus on her pregnancy without being troubled by trifles. Observing his demeanor and tone, Wei Xiangwan adjusted her words. The Empress Dowager's benevolence was something she naturally desired. Initially, the Empress Dowager wished for Consort Song to manage the palace, and I contended that with two consorts present, it was unreasonable to allow only one to hold authority. After much negotiation, the Empress Dowager finally acquiesced. Qi Zhao furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Empress Dowager harbored a certain disfavor towards Zhen'er. However, Zhen'er lacked the aptitude for managing palace affairs, and placing her in charge could lead to complications. Qi Zhao harbored concerns that Du Yuzhen's attempts might result in more errors. Though Consort Song had been in the palace longer and shared a close bond with the Empress Dowager, Du Guifei was not her equal. Yet, as a consort, she was expected to take her place. If she did not engage, she risked becoming merely a figurehead. Wei Xiangwan smiled, remarking on the fierce hierarchies within the palace, suggesting that His Majesty possessed far greater insights than they. Even sympathy for Du Guifei must be tempered with discernment. Qi Zhao appeared contemplative. Wei Xiangwan continued, expressing a request of His Majesty. Speak, Qi Zhao responded, immediately attentive. The condition of a pregnant woman often leaves one fatigued, and with my authority stripped away, personnel arrangements and item mobilizations required her approval, leaving me too drained to scrutinize or verify. I wish to implore His Majesty to pay heed to the matters concerning Chonglu Palace, ensuring the safety of both myself and my child. Such a plaintive plea. Qi Zhao embraced Wei Xiangwan, assuring her, rest assured, you shall remain safe in Chonglu Palace. No one can harm you. I cannot articulate my fears. Wei Xiangwan replied softly, recalling how the Empress had entered the palace strong and healthy, only to face difficulties shortly after childbirth. This left her with trepidation. Do not fear. Qi Zhao comforted her. I shall ensure your longevity. He dispatched imperial physicians and eunuchs from Wuji Palace to Chonglu Palace, mandating that all personnel and item changes within the palace be reported to him first. During a greeting, Song Hanju made a pointed remark, suggesting that His Majesty's arrangements implied suspicion towards both her and Du Guifei regarding the Empress. This power, whether relinquished or reclaimed, was preferable to being treated as a thief by His Majesty. This was an insinuation that Wei Xiangwan had alerted His Majesty to grievances. It was a manifestation of His Majesty's protective sentiments towards the unborn child within her. How could Song Guifei interpret this as a reflection on herself? Did she truly harbor intentions of seizing control of the palace? Wei Xiangwan regarded her with a smile, having heard the adage of the thief crying "Stop thief." Song Hanju's expression soured immediately, and upon glancing at Du Yuzhen, who appeared to find amusement in the situation, a thought struck her. The more His Majesty cherished the Empress, the more they appeared like mere cabbages in the field, neglected and overlooked. Du Yuzhen's expression also darkened. Wei Xiangwan surveyed the others present. At this moment, there were few individuals within His Majesty's harem. She hoped they would diligently strive to serve His Majesty well, for while the opportunity remained, they might still hope for a son or daughter. I surmise that by the end of this year or the beginning of the next, the Empress Dowager shall select candidates for His Majesty. In this chamber, only 3 or 5 have gained favor, and a similar number are with child, while the rest merely possess pleasing appearances, languishing in vain year after year. Upon hearing of the impending selection, it is inevitable that anxiety shall stir within their hearts. One can only imagine the lengths they will go to in order to position themselves closer to His Majesty. The 2 favored consorts, busy managing the palace and vying for His Majesty's affection, are likely too preoccupied to harbor malicious intentions against her. Song Hanju, gazing at her reflection as she removed her hairpins, although still youthful and beautiful, felt an inexplicable air of age enveloping her. She was among the earliest to enter the palace. "Your Highness, shall we still have Zhao Zhaoi attend to His Majesty during your inconvenient moments?" A maid inquired, for no one could monopolize His Majesty indefinitely, and he would surely desire to sample new delights. The favored consorts would relinquish a night or 2 of His Majesty's attention to other concubines as a means of cultivating relationships. Last year, as Song Hanju presided over the palace, she lacked the time to serve His Majesty, thus calling upon Zhao Yiren to attend to him, which fostered a bond between them. Not inviting her was fortunate enough, as she had already borne the 4th princess. Any further offspring would likely be a burden for her. Song Hanju called for Rong Pin, who had not served His Majesty since moving from the Sanyu Palace. A demure personality, she rarely ventured beyond her daily greetings, and over time, she had been forgotten in the palace's memory. Rong Pin's position was secured solely through the Empress. The maid, puzzled, wondered why she would benefit another. You only see her connection to the Empress, yet fail to recognize that she remains a thorn in the flesh of Sanyu Palace, Song Hanju remarked with a smile. Du Yuzhen suffered greatly at Rong Pin's hands. How would she react upon seeing Rong Pin regain His Majesty's attention? Her curiosity would be insatiable. Qi Zhao had recommended 2 formidable wet nurses to the Sanyu Palace, prompting Du Yuzhen to pout. Why must it always be wet nurses? Cousin, I dislike being monitored. Behave. Qi Zhao soothed her. You are now managing the palace alongside Song Guifei, and with the Empress Dowager overseeing matters, I fear she may set traps for you. The wet nurses are seasoned individuals within the palace, perceptive and wise. Keeping them close will ensure you think twice before acting. Du Yuzhen hofft in discontent. If you err and the Empress Dowager confines you, it will be quite some time before you see me again. In your absence, you'll be left to your thoughts, torturing yourself, and how that would pain me. Du Yuzhen wished that if she were not to share His Majesty with others, she would not be troubled by such thoughts. Yet she understood the impossibility of this notion and sighed in acquiescence. However, upon reflection, she realized that her cousin had arranged for someone in the Changle Palace. And now he was also providing for her in the Sangyu Palace. While Changle Palace was pregnant, she was not. She did not require a child to garner her cousin's protection and attention. His heart still favored her more. Du Yuzhen sweetly clung to Qi Zhao, playfully vying for his affection. Qi Zhao laughed at her antics. When she was in good spirits, she was as sweet as honey, but in her displeasure, she could be a fierce hornet, stinging with pain. Chapter 43. Provocation on a fine day. Wei Xiangwan did not restrain Yuan Zhao from playing within the palace. They ventured to the Shunlin Garden, the Flower Garden, and the Rare Beast Pavilion. As long as all were present, they could go anywhere. The little one, at the perfect age for amusement, was fondly adorned by Wei Xiangwan. Outings demanded meticulous coordination, a semi-length round-neck shirt paired with tapered pants, and a hood that was short in the front and long in the back, adorned with pearls and bells that jingled with every joyful sprint. This ensemble ensured ease for play and supervision alike. When Wei Xiangwan instructed someone to craft garments for Yuan Zhao, she insisted on utilizing the leftover scraps to create an outfit for Hua Diandian as well. As the pup matured, it transformed into an ordinary dog with a blend of black and yellow fur, losing the charming roundness of its youth. However, having been raised by Yuan Zhao herself, it was not deemed unattractive, and they wore matching attire each day. Hua Diandian, with her gentle temperament, was adored by all in the Chonglu Palace. Though she was most obedient to Yuan Zhao, Xiaoxue had once expressed concern that having a dog might hinder the princess's well-being, especially when the princess and the dog rolled about in playful abandon, often leaping towards the princess upon seeing her. The dog was bathed regularly, maintaining a clean coat, and Yuan Zhao was diligent in washing her hands and changing clothes before approaching me. Therefore, there was no cause for alarm. Wei Xiangwan remained unconcerned, believing that as long as the dog did not bite, it was a good companion. Zheng Yang personally selected caretakers from the dog yard, ensuring they were well trained to prevent any biting incidents. Xiaoman remarked that having such a playful little creature in the palace was quite delightful, as the maids and eunuchs would occasionally entertain the puppy during the princess's rest. However, precautions were necessary when taking Hua Dindian outside. She should be leashed and supervised to avoid contact with strangers and to prevent her from consuming unfamiliar food. Xiao Xue cautioned that if any ill-intentioned individuals sought to exploit Hua Dindian, it would leave us with no recourse. Princess, princess! A chorus of shouts pursued Yuan Zhao's fleeting figure as she dashed inside. Wei Xiangwan raised her hand, signaling the attendants to silence. Soon, Yuan Zhao burst in, disregarding formalities, and flung herself at Wei Xiangwan, burying her head in her lap, speechless. Wei Xiangwan, slightly taken aback, gestured to indicate that all was well. As Yuan Zhao's maidens entered, they knelt in silence. Didn't you take the princess out to play? What has caused her distress? Xiao Xue inquired, her brow furrowed. Hua Dindian settled beside Wei Xiangwan, wagging her tail and gently nudging Yuan Zhao's leg. Wei Xiangwan stroked Yuan Zhao's head, pondering who could provoke such a temper from our grand princess. Yuan Zhao remained mute, while her maidens huddled timidly, resembling quail. Wei Xiangwan exchanged glances, instructing Xiao Xue to take them outside for inquiries. Xiaoman, check what snacks the kitchen has prepared for the princess and bring 2 plates. 4 plates, Yuan Zhao murmured, still not lifting her gaze, but extending her hand to indicate 4 with her chubby fingers. Remembering her appetite was a sign that all was well. Wei Xiangwan smiled and nodded. If the princess says 4 plates, then 4 plates it shall be. She patted Yuan Zhao's back in reassurance. And soon Xiaoman returned with the treats, followed by attendants carrying a basin and a mirror. Before eating, we must wash our hands, Wei Xiangwan reminded, gently patting Yuan Zhao's petite form. The resolute little girl finally raised her face, not in tears, but glistening with sweat from her run. Why aren't you wearing your hood? Wei Xiangwan inquired, touching the ends of her hair. The sun is quite harsh, if you get tanned. You shall be known as the Dark Princess. Are you afraid? I took it off while running back, Yuan Zhao replied softly. I wore it properly while playing. Wei Xiangwan nodded in understanding. Upon entering, Xiao Xue stood beside Wei Xiangwan and quietly replied that she had encountered 2 chattering palace maids in the Xianglin garden, who uttered unflattering remarks that incited the princess's ire. What unflattering remarks? Wei Xiangwan inquired of Yuan Zhao, fully aware that this day would inevitably arrive, as there were always those who wished to sow discord and undermine her maternal affection toward her daughter. Having been attended to with her face and hands washed, and her hair meticulously arranged, Yuan Zhao leaned on the Kong table, preparing to indulge in some treats. However, upon hearing the news, her excitement dissipated and she slumped back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Wei Xiangwan. Tell mother, what did you hear them say? Wei Xiangwan asked. In a hushed voice, Yuan Zhao sobbed. They said that once mother has her own child, she will no longer want me. Mother will cast me out of the Changlu Palace. I don't want to leave mother. Do you truly believe what they said? Wei Xiangwan maintained her tone, smiling gently at Yuan Zhao. Do you think mother would expel you from the Changlu Palace? After a moment of serious contemplation, Yuan Zhao shook her head. They said that once mother has her own biological child, she will no longer care for me. I am but a burden without a mother. With that, she shed 2 streams of tears, revealing her genuine sorrow. Wei Xiangwan beckoned with a handkerchief, and Yuan Zhao circled the Kong table, resting in her embrace as Wei Xiangwan tenderly wiped her tears. Although your mother left us early, you were born in the Changlu Palace, and there is always a place for you here. If anyone dares to say you cannot reside in the Changlu Palace, you must retort that you are a legitimate princess. As long as you wish to stay, no one can expel you from here. Yuan Zhao looked at Wei Xiangwan, her round eyes filled with vulnerability. Will mother still love me once she has her own child? Of course, Wei Xiangwan affirmed. No one has decreed that a mother can only love one child. So, will mother love me the same way she loves the second and third princess? Yuan Zhao asked softly. It was evident that such a young child was already aware of the nuances of familial affection, revealing her sensitivity. Wei Xiangwan sighed inwardly but smiled outwardly, saying, "That will certainly be different. You were raised before my eyes, day in and day out. Aside from not having emerged from my womb, you're just like my own. My kindness toward your younger brother is merely due to his tender age. Not because he is my biological child. I will treat you both the same." Gently cupping her small face, Wei Xiangwan added, "Above all, you must trust that mother will always cherish you." Yuan Zhao nodded through her tears, affirming, "I believe in mother." Wei Xiangwan embraced her, recounting that her own mother had also passed away early, and though her father had not remarried, he was unreliable, often preoccupied with frivolities, neglecting them. Fortunately, mother had an elder brother and a grandmother, ensuring that love was never lacking. Though maternal affection could not be replaced, having more people to care for oneself was undoubtedly a boon. Wei Xiangwan pinched Yuan Zhao's little face, assuring her, "Mother will always shower you with love." Yuan Zhao buried herself in her embrace, holding tightly. Wei Xiangwan chose not to confront the gossipers from the Shangling Garden directly, but instructed Xiao Shui to send Yuan Zhao's attendants to Wuji Palace to report the incident. Qi Zhao, naturally incensed, reprimanded those attending to the princess for their negligence in failing to immediately silence the gossipers, administering 10 strikes to each palm. He warned that should such behavior occur again, they would be promptly expelled from Chonglu Palace and barred from serving the princess ever again. As for the gossiping palace maids in the Shangling Garden, Qi Zhao did not expend effort to ascertain who was responsible or under whose orders. All the servants attending to the Shangling Garden were sent to the Yeding, and during that period, any consorts visiting the Shangling Garden had their monthly allowances deducted for 3 months, with the attending palace maids also dispatched to the Yeding. It mattered not if an innocent was harmed. The aim was to serve as a warning to others. The Empress had performed her duties sufficiently well, and Qi Zhao would not permit anyone to sow discord between the two. Wei Xiangwan's willingness to care for Yuan Zhao was commendable. Chapter 44. Tuning the zither, the Emperor's sudden and thunderous actions sent shockwaves through the inner palace. Qi Zhao was indifferent to the affairs of the harem. In the past, the late Empress managed them, and now the current Empress was in charge. To him, jealousy and rivalry were trivial matters. Shi Tsui reported to Song Hanju that the Emperor had erupted in anger without seeking the reasons, suggesting that the matter concerning the Zhongyu Palace had been in vain. It was unexpected that the Emperor held the Grand Princess in such high regard. Song Hanju scoffed, noting that Wei Xiangwan appeared rather dim-witted. If she did not seize this opportunity to distance herself from the Grand Princess, did she truly intend to nurture a mother-daughter bond? One cannot possess such affection for a child not born of one's own flesh. The fourth princess was raised under Song Hanju's care and went in good spirits. She would allow the child to be brought over for playful interaction. Most of the time, the wet nurse took care of her in the side chamber, and she remained unconcerned. Once her own child was born and grew up, could she possibly allow her child to be wronged in any rivalry? Song Hanju held no belief in such a notion. The matters of Chonglu Palace could be disregarded for now. As for the Zhongyu Palace, it was clear that Longyu was ineffectual. A replacement was needed. Shi Tsui interceded on Longyu's behalf, as she had some influence in the Zhongyu Palace. Yet the maidservant brought by the noble consort Du, who typically did not contend with her, always restrained the consort from acting impulsively. Longyu, though selected from the internal palace, was in effect a confidant of Song Hanju. She keenly discerned the Emperor's intentions and displayed her sharp wit before Du Yuzhen, providing a sense of relief to her. Presently, the most favored individual in the Zhongyu Palace was He Yin. Even He Sheng had to avoid her brilliance. However, whenever He Yin incited Du Yuzhen's ire to take action, He Sheng would intervene and dissuade her. He Sheng had served Du Yuzhen since childhood, and Du Yuzhen would still heed her counsel. If He Sheng were disobedient, then she could be dealt with easily. Song Hanju felt displeased. Did such trivial matters require her guidance? Shi Tsui acquiesced, but inwardly lamented that if it were so easy to dispose of her, Why had it taken so long to accomplish? He Sheng was a warning bell set by the Du family for Du Yuzhen, should she be touched. Not only the Du family, but even Du Yuzhen would sense something amiss. My mother's medicinal concoctions must be nearly finished. Song Hanju recalled another concern. Madame Song had provided her with a secret medicine for childbirth, which she had consumed continuously for nearly 2 years, yet it seemed ineffective. Perhaps next time, she should request a different physician. Longyu remarked that the Zhongyu Palace was also suffering from bitter medicine. Seizing the opportunity, Shizue sought to credit Longyu, asserting that she had not been idle. It was not merely the imperial physician's prescriptions, and every time they prepared the medicine and dealt with the residues. It was He Sheng who undertook the task. The noble consort Du, in good health, could only be drinking something ineffective. I had thought she was more patient. Having served the emperor numerous times without any joyful news, she must have been secretly consuming medicine. I deem her simply lacking in fate, Song Hanju sneered. The newly appointed imperial physician at the Tai hospital, who diagnosed the queen at Changle Palace with a pregnancy pulse. Is it not curious that the queen became with child shortly after his arrival? Song Hanju pondered this question. After all, how could a mere junior physician, lacking both lineage and reputation, be singled out by Changle Palace and entrusted with their medical care? Might he possess some secret remedy? And has the queen ingested his formula, which has led to her condition? I shall inquire further, she resolved, seeking to uncover the pulse records from Changle Palace. As summer approached, Wei Xiangwan, feeling the warmth of pregnancy, donned summer attire, her figure blossoming gracefully without any sign of excessive bulk. Clad in delicate gauze, her fair skin and elegant form captivated Qi Zhao, who found it difficult to avert his gaze. His hand lingered on her arm, caressing it tenderly. I observe the emperor is not idle, yet he seems restless, as if he had been long deprived. Wei Xiangwan teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Who could compare to you? Qi Zhao lifted her arm, inhaling her scent. Seeing you is akin to encountering a piece of Tang monk's flesh. I yearn to savor you wholly, to feel complete. Wei Xiangwan, upon hearing his words, playfully offered, then partake. If the emperor desires, I shall oblige. Qi Zhao pressed a gentle kiss upon her before relinquishing her. Contemplating the consequence of consuming such beauty, he desired her presence beside him for eternity. Wei Xiangwan rose, taking hold of his sleeve and guiding him toward the inner hall. What is our purpose in the inner hall? Qi Zhao inquired, perplexed. I merely wish to accompany you for dinner, she whispered sweetly into his ear. The physician has mentioned that as the months progress, a slight indulgence now and then is harmless. Understanding her implication, Qi Zhao's expression shifted, and he lifted Wei Xiangwan into his arms, carrying her toward the bed, savoring every inch of her from head to toe. As night descended and lanterns were lit within the Zhongyu Palace, Du Yuzhen, feeling a sense of ennui, inquired who had attended the emperor that day. A palace maid replied that a young beauty had been wrapped in a blanket and sent to Wuji Palace. Du Yuzhen's demeanor soured at the mention of a young beauty. What made him suddenly think of that girl? Tomorrow, you must show me who she is. I wish to see what kind of enchantress she could be. The maid, candidly responding, said, the emperor dined at Changle Palace and has yet to return. Du Yuzhen's eyes widened. Since Wei Xiangwan's pregnancy, Qi Zhao had never spent the night at Changle Palace to avoid disturbing her rest. She gazed out the window, the night deepening. Still not gone? Is the food at Changle Palace that delectable? The emperor seems to relish it. The maid replied. When the emperor lacks time to visit Changle Palace, he has meals sent from there. Which chef? Du Yuzhen scolded, commanding. Spread the word for my father to find several skilled chefs to send over. I never realized my cousin was so indulgent. How embarrassing for it to be said that Changle Palace has won the emperor's favor solely through one chef. Qi Zhao, fully content after spending the night at Changle Palace, departed, while Wei Xiangwan, observing the marks left upon her, decided against wearing sheer fabrics, opting instead for a more modest appearance when paying her respects to the consorts. Consort Song summoned the young beauty who had presented her respects the day prior, lamenting, how unfortunate for her, having finally been favored, to be sent to Changle Palace only to await the emperor all night without his presence. Since you are aware the emperor rests there, why did you not send word? Even a return home would have been preferable to waiting in vain all night. To spend a night in the Wei Xiangwan Palace is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, and I do not wait in vain. Fortunately, the clever little beauty understands that when Consort Song speaks on her behalf, it is not out of affection, but rather a means to wield her as a weapon. Gathering her courage to explain herself, she recognizes that while the consort may be fearsome, and it is regrettable not to serve His Majesty, the paramount concern remains to avoid offending the Empress. The little beauty dares not raise her gaze to the Empress, the sovereign of the harem who governs the fates of the concubines. How could a mere beauty dare to feel jealousy towards the Empress or place blame upon her? I was unaware you awaited summons in the Wei Xiangwan Palace yesterday. Wei Xiangwan remarked with a smile. The palace attendants, knowing that His Majesty was stationed here, must have escorted you back, correct? My aunt allowed me to return in the latter half of the night. The beauty replied obediently. Wei Xiangwan nodded, aware that lower-ranked concubines, upon receiving an imperial edict to serve His Majesty, must forego meals and, after grooming themselves in their thin garments, be sent to the Wei Xiangwan Palace. Left hungry for half a day, only to return empty-handed, which is indeed pitiful. Serving His Majesty could occur today or tomorrow. You are still young, and better days lie ahead, Wei Xiangwan encouraged, deeming the matter settled. Chapter 45. The delivery of the Grand Princess endured labor for 3 days and nights without yielding, prompting the Empress Dowager to set aside her other concerns and discreetly leave the palace to attend to her daughter. The Grand Princess, plagued by worries and a tempestuous temperament during her pregnancy, faced great difficulty in childbirth, ultimately delivering a frail child. The midwife, fearing to exert too much force, handled the newborn delicately, lest they extinguish its fragile breath. The imperial physician hastily took the infant for resuscitation, while the Empress Dowager sat at Qi Linghue's bedside, lamenting. My dear child, you have suffered greatly. Fortunately, a son was born, ensuring a continuation of the lineage. Mother would never compel you, she assured. Once you recover, you may pursue whatever you desire, and I shall no longer pressure you into endeavors you abhor. The Empress Dowager displayed a truly maternal heart. Qi Linghue, exhausted and lacking vitality, gazed weakly at the canopy above, unmoved by her mother's cries. Why do I not hear the child's cries? Qi Linghue inquired. The imperial physician is attending to it. The Empress Dowager comforted her. Do not worry. The esteemed Dr. Huang can revive even a lifeless child. Your precious one is merely weak and will recover with some nourishment. She instructed that the child be sent to the prince consort. Qi Linghue had yet to lay eyes on her offspring, once delivered to the prince's residence. She instructed that he might choose to care for the child or abandon it at his discretion, for it could perish in a single night. What do you intend to do? The Empress Dowager scolded, her tears still flowing. You have endured so much to bring this child into the world, only to mistreat him? Have you lost your senses? I have not lost my senses, Qi Linghue replied, her gaze piercing. I wish to see if he can truly accept an illegitimate child without distraction. If the prince consort refuses to acknowledge this child, will the Li family do so? I also wish to avoid letting my mother's careful plans come to naught. Even regarding her own daughter, the Empress Dowager could not help but think her mad. She instructed that the princess be well cared for, allowing her to rest. Upon leaving, she cautioned the nurse that regardless of the princess's erratic behavior, the child's life must be preserved. If all else fails, bring the child to the palace to seek me. She tenderly held the child for a moment, leaving behind an agate ring for blessings. Having donned her hood, she returned to the palace. Since the child was safely delivered, the court would naturally bestow rewards. Qi Zhao was aware that the eldest princess had given birth to a son, a matter both fortunate and ominous. I have no desire to see him become my son-in-law. It is far too premature to contemplate marriage when the child has just been born. Wei Xiangwan chuckled, suggesting that perhaps the eldest princess herself harbored intentions of marrying into the Chun family. Impossible. Wei Xiangwan shook her head. The Prince of Chun had no legitimate daughters. Even if that concubine were to be elevated, unless her child inherited a title, Qi Linghue would not regard it favorably. I have heard whispers of the fierce temperament of the Prince of Chun's consort. Should her child meet an untimely end. She would likely not let the matter rest easily. But what could she do? Qi Zhao observed. The prince favored his concubine, and in the inner quarters, she held sway. The Prince of Chun's wife and her son were relegated to a corner, their future uncertain. Qi Zhao inadvertently revealed that he had been closely monitoring the affairs concerning his brethren in the fief, paying attention to every detail. "What do you think of me selecting suitors for the princesses?" Qi Zhao inquired of Wei Xiangwan, reminiscent of how Consort Song had expressed her desire to marry the fourth princess into the Song family. "If I secure a match for my daughter, I would have something to say if the Empress Dowager inquires." What if the Empress Dowager were to say that His Majesty was hastily arranging marriages for the princesses, perhaps indicating a lack of regard for the eldest princess? What would His Majesty respond? Wei Xiangwan countered. Even if the Empress Dowager were to inquire, His Majesty could easily acquiesce verbally. After all, the child is still young, and words spoken may not hold weight. Regardless, I do not agree with you hastily securing a marriage for Yuan Zhao. There are still 10 years ahead, and circumstances can change tremendously. It is possible that half of the current officials may be replaced by then. Very well, Qi Zhao extinguished his thoughts. Indeed, he did not hold a favorable view of half the court officials. The notion of selecting in-laws from among them seemed unreliable. "Do you wish for your sister-in-law to accompany you during your confinement?" Qi Zhao asked, having heard that Qi Lingyue endured 3 days of labor before delivering her child. "I must consult the physician to devise a way to alleviate your suffering." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. I was just about to mention that I would like my sister-in-law to come into the palace to accompany me. However, she cannot leave my nephew alone at home. I wish to bring him into the palace as well. He has recently begun to walk and is quite energetic on his little legs." "Then bring him along." Qi Zhao agreed, for having a robust cousin nearby would surely prompt the little one in your womb to eagerly anticipate playing with him. As for Wei Xiangwan's pregnancy, the palace speculated equally about the child's gender. Only Qi Zhao steadfastly believed it would be a son. He had calculated the timing of Wei Xiangwan's conception to be on that day in Wuji Palace, precisely when he wished for a son. His desire manifested in the arrival of his beloved son. Wang Yihui was packing her belongings to enter the palace for the delivery, and Wei El furrowed his brow. "What do you think about me telling His Majesty that I will take the night shift in the palace? It will only be a month at most before the princess gives birth. Can you not endure such a brief separation?" Wang Yihui laughed gently, urging him to remain at home and wait. Once the princess had delivered, she would return, with both you and our son in the palace. I would be all alone at home, and I fear I might fall into bad company. Wei El sighed, adhering to propriety while his sister entered the palace. He had married and taken on serious responsibilities, having long distanced himself from the company of his former rascally friends. He too had once been renowned as a dandy in the capital. Since his arrival in the imperial city, he has not been as isolated. Those acquaintances have come forth to engage him, even jesting about Wei El's new status as the royal uncle, suggesting he may now look down upon them. Wei El could only deny such notions, inviting them to join him on outings. It would be inappropriate to decline every invitation, as even these friends possess their own esteemed identities, with family members who have achieved much. The usual excuse for his refusals was his need to accompany his wife, as there were no elders at home to ease her burden. With his wife now preparing to enter the palace, he found himself devoid of such justifications. A little merriment would not lead one astray. Wang Yihui approached, wrapping her arms around Wei El's neck, remarking how joyful he must be while playing with them. Wei El led the way. Recognizing that their thoughts were quite simplistic, they were forthright in their intentions, eschewing any vague expressions. They could indulge in food and leisure without reservation. Wang Yihui generously stated that the boundaries of propriety had already been imparted to Wei El by his grandmother, and should he stray, the Empress would undoubtedly intervene. Wei El felt reluctant that the Empress should worry for him during her time of impending motherhood. He understood the guidelines well enough to avoid missteps in their revelries. Naturally, while enjoyment was encouraged, he must return home in the evening to safeguard the household in their absence. Wang Yihui feigned magnanimity, assuring Wei El that he could freely enjoy himself while she was away. In truth, She instructed the servants that once her husband finished his duties, he should not be left unattended. Should there be concerns about him being encouraged to partake in improper amusements, they were to inform him that someone from the Wang family sought him urgently. After arranging everything, Wang Yihui took her son to the palace, first intending to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager had recently embraced her role as a grandmother and delighted in playing with children. This one appeared robust, well nourished by his wet nurse, deserving of reward. Reflecting on her own grandson, who appeared frail and sickly, she inquired about the source of Wang Yihui's wet nurse and the daily dietary regimen. Wei Xiangwan seized the opportunity to express his admiration for his sister-in-law's wet nurse, even suggesting that she procure two for him. The wet nurses from the imperial household are well managed, should you not require them. Those in the household would face dire consequences. The Empress Dowager dismissed the notion outright, yet did not wish for Wang Yihui's efforts to be in vain. She decided to send the two wet nurses to the residence of the princess, promising substantial rewards for their good service. Upon exiting Qingxiu Palace, Wei Xiangwan rolled his eyes, regretting his earlier words, having unwittingly offered two away for free. The wet nurses from the imperial household had already been prepared. It was no great loss to part with the couple. Wang Yihui consoled Wei Xiangwan. He sent word to Baozi Palace, suggesting to Wang Yihui that perhaps the Empress Dowager might wish to meet little Hao. That would indeed be a stroke of luck for young Hao. Wang Yihui assisted Wei Xiangwan as they strolled leisurely, pondering that the Empress Dowager might prefer girls who resembled her. Then you should hasten to bear another daughter. Wei Xiangwan laughed, asserting that gaining the favor of the Empress Dowager could even lead to a title of princess. I do not wish to dwell on such matters, Wang Yihui replied, smiling, for having an empress aunt was more valuable than any title, whether a princess or not. Chapter 46. A united couple upon meeting little Hao. The Empress Dowager praised his good looks and took a moment to examine Wang Yihui closely. Wei Xiangwan introduced her, stating that this was the granddaughter-in-law chosen by their grandmother before her passing, the daughter of the Wang family, a worthy young lady. The Empress Dowager nodded, acknowledging that her father was known for his integrity and erudition, and it came as a surprise that he would betroth his daughter to the Wei family. Their grandmother had once suffered from a grave illness, and it was through the grandmother's administration of medicine that she was saved when all medical avenues had been exhausted. Upon meeting the legendary Empress Dowager, Wang Yihui felt a wave of nervousness, speaking slowly in hopes of avoiding any missteps. Her father had offended someone. It was their grandmother who had intervened to reconcile matters. Her father often expressed that he would never forget the kindness of their grandmother, which is why he consented to the union she proposed. She had always been benevolent, never turning a blind eye to the suffering presented before her. The Empress Dowager lamented that while many in the capital benefited from her grandmother's benevolence, few remembered her goodness or repaid it to her descendants. Today, I have the privilege of entering the palace as Empress, and my brother has also established a family, all thanks to our grandmother's blessings. Wei Xiangwan, fearing that the Empress Dowager might recall her grandmother with sorrow, sought to comfort her. In truth, she had a fine eye for selecting a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter-in-law, though it was the Empress Dowager who chose an ill-fated husband for her beloved foster daughter. The Empress Dowager felt a pang of regret, realizing she had destined her cherished adopted daughter to marry a man of short life, leaving her to raise her only son alone and eventually part from him in old age. Wei Xiangwan exchanged glances with Wang Yihui, and the three took their leave, leaving the old matron to console the Empress Dowager, offering her comfort in the solitude of the palace. Once outside the Baozi Palace, Wei Xiangwan sighed, recognizing that the early passing of her grandmother weighed heavily on the Empress Dowager's heart, and it was best to refrain from mentioning it to prevent further sorrow. Wang Yihui was unaware of the relationship between her grandmother and the Empress Dowager, so Wei Xiangwan explained that her grandmother had grown up in the presence of the Empress Dowager. Wang Yihui was taken aback, realizing that the Wei family matriarch held such significance, even though she was rarely seen mingling socially, maintaining a reputation as a low-profile widow. The Empress Dowager lived alone in Baozi Palace, which must have been quite lonely. Wang Yihui suggested that once the child was born, if the Qingshou Palace wished to nurture it, it might be better to send the infant to Baozi Palace. However, that would depend on the birth of a prince. Wei Xiangwan placed a hand on her belly, contemplating whether a princess would indeed warrant the attention of Qingshou Palace. The young Prince Hao was quite popular in Chonglu Palace, and Yuan Zhao wished to take him to his amusement park, while Qi Zhao expressed a desire to hold the plump child to savor the feeling of fatherhood. Fortunately, Prince Hao was sturdy enough to withstand the playful antics of both father and daughter. Qi Zhao even jested about keeping Prince Hao in the palace, suggesting that Wei Xiangwan's brother and sister-in-law should have another child. This was the eldest son of the Wei family. Wei Xiangwan frowned, noting that if His Majesty liked him, he could be invited to the palace, but it was inappropriate to keep him there permanently. Qi Zhao laughed off the comment, suggesting that he would eventually enter the palace to accompany the crown prince in his studies. They only hoped that the young prince inherited his maternal grandfather's love for learning. As if he were to resemble his elder brother, who viewed study as a form of punishment, it would be challenging for him to serve as a companion in learning. Not all individuals surrounding the crown prince need be scholars. Qi Zhao, however, was unconcerned, feeling at ease with his blood relatives close by. He aimed to elevate his own nephew, and naturally, Wei Xiangwan would not obstruct him, merely offering a verbal concession. As Wang Yihui stated that having an aunt as Empress would ensure everything would be arranged for him. Currently, there were 6 matrons in Chonglu Palace, but Wei Xiangwan preferred to employ female officials, as many could foster harmony, and, for the moment, no one had caused any trouble. As July approached, Wei Xiangwan ceased allowing the palace ladies to pay their respects. Yet there was no such edict from Qingshou Palace, and daily visits there for greetings remained essential. Though the palace appears indifferent on the surface, Wei Xiangwan is well aware of the events transpiring within. Song Hanzhu has been pushing concubine Rong to attend to the emperor's bedchamber for 3 consecutive nights. As a consequence, concubine Rong was punished by Du Yuzhen, who made her kneel for an hour under the sweltering sun, claiming she had offended the favored consort. Initially, Du Yuzhen intended to impose a 3-hour penalty, but concubine Rong, unable to withstand the ordeal, fainted, her face becoming sunburned and peeling. Du Yuzhen even refused to allow the royal physician to provide treatment, leading many to speculate that concubine Rong's beauty would be irreparably damaged. Wei Xiangwan instructed Yang Muqing to devise a way to apply medicine to her face to prevent disfigurement. When Song Hanzhu leaked this incident, an official from the imperial censorate lodged a complaint, claiming that Du Guifei was arrogant due to her favoritism, unable to tolerate others, and possessed a cruel disposition unworthy of her high station in serving the emperor. This time, Du Yuzhen was shrewd enough to counter-question Qi Zhao, asking how such trivial matters among the concubines had reached the ears of the censorate so swiftly. She dismissed the implications, suggesting that it was improbable for Qi Zhao's household to be free from scandal. Rather than blame her, he should question the gossiping individual who brought this matter to light, and ponder why they did not assist him, but instead spread his family's private affairs. Though Qi Zhao was indifferent to the rivalries among the concubines, he was wary of news leaking from the palace to the outside world. Furthermore, since concubine Rong's face was treated in time, there was no serious harm done, and he chose to let the matter pass lightly. Concubine Rong's offense against the favored consort was met with only minor punishment, and the censorate's scrutiny on the court officials should not extend to the emperor's inner circle. Outsiders speculated that Du Guifei enjoyed excessive favor, and the emperor was biased. Upon visiting concubine Rong, Qi Zhao learned that the empress had intervened to safeguard her beauty, for which concubine Rong felt immense gratitude, though Wei Xiangwan had not mentioned this to her. Since Wang Yihui's entrance into the palace, Qi Zhao had ceased dining in Chonglu Palace. Yet he continued to visit Wei Xiangwan each afternoon to play with Hao Gu'er. Why, with opportunities available, did she not confide in him? When Qi Zhao inquired, Wei Xiangwan responded with curiosity, questioning if such trivial matters warranted a report to the emperor. While Du Guifei was indeed somewhat domineering, she had assumed that at least a minor complaint would be appropriate. Wei Xiangwan shook her head, stating that she had never spoken ill of Du Guifei before the emperor. Acknowledging her flaws while still offering protection, she felt there was no need to voice concerns and risk appearing petty. Do you not seek recognition for your good deeds? Qi Zhao chuckled. It was well known that Du Guifei harbored a deep disdain for concubine Rong, wishing her dead. And the emperor's continued affection for her over 3 days would undoubtedly drive Du Guifei to madness. Wei Xiangwan felt a sense of resignation. Yet she also empathized with concubine Rong, who had done nothing wrong but merely be favored by the emperor. Having sacrificed her own child, she was innocent and sincere, only collapsing when she could no longer endure. Had she knelt for just an incense stick's duration after Du Guifei departed, she could have avoided such suffering. Du Guifei acted without mercy, and should concubine Rong truly become disfigured, the emperor would find it difficult to resolve the matter lightly. I arranged for medicine to be sent to her, both out of pity and a desire to prevent their conflict from tarnishing the emperor's reputation. Qi Zhao was deeply moved. Grasping Wei Xiangwan's hand, acknowledging her unwavering support and kindness. As one, it is my duty to care for you, he expressed. Wei Xiangwan reciprocated his grip, affirming their bond. She seeks not to vie for affection. Her only desire is for Qi Zhao to understand that the Empress is his wife, standing steadfastly by his side, sharing his thoughts and anxieties, akin to grasshoppers on the same string, passengers on the same vessel. Chapter 47. The Prince Wei Xiangwan found herself with child at an inopportune moment, destined to give birth during the sweltering heat of summer. Upon hearing the midwife's warnings of avoiding drafts and foregoing bathing, Wei Xiangwan lamented, "Will I not stink?" The midwife insisted that such measures were for her health, averting ailments during confinement that would lead to suffering in later years. If I must endure this for an entire month, I shall perish from the stench before that time arrives. There was no way Wei Xiangwan could tolerate such an existence for a month. Despite the midwife's assurances of incense to mask the odor, others may not perceive it, but surely I am not oblivious to my own condition. I'm already feeling unclean. Fuming, Wei Xiangwan commanded the imperial physician to devise a solution, declaring that in no more than 7 days, she would be allowed to wash and groom herself. Wang Yihui, while inspecting the birthing supplies, grumbled upon discovering that the bedding prepared was still the heavy quilts meant for winter. In August, such bedding is wholly unsuitable. As long as one avoids drafts and chills, it suffices. Under such heavy covers, even the healthiest could be smothered. Wei Xiangwan smiled and gestured toward Xiaoman, who had arranged additional bedding, stating, "These are merely to placate the midwives. When the time comes, what we use inside will be of no concern to them." Childbirth is a time of utmost vulnerability for women, and Wei Xiangwan was resolute in not allowing anyone to exploit this moment. The delivery room was stifling and poorly ventilated, and with the child not yet in her sight, she would rely on her sister-in-law to have 2 midwives from the Baozi Palace attend to the baby, ensuring they would not leave its side for even a moment. Rest assured about this. Wang Yihui looked at her, noting that the wet nurse was indeed one of their own, albeit 2 others were unknown to her. Nonetheless, she had spoken with Grandfather Zhang to ensure that the meals provided to those 2 included certain ingredients that could provoke a reaction. The wet nurse must take the child's pulse before feeding. If she is overheated, she must not nurse the young prince. Wei Xiangwan untangled her string of red beads, selecting 4 beads to tie together with a red thread, which she handed to Wang Yihui. "When the time comes, please tie this around the child's limbs. Should they change color, inform Dr. Yang immediately." Wang Yihui recognized the beads, recalling that her husband possessed a similar string, which he had given to their son, upon his birth, although it was too large to wear and had been kept aside. "This is a fine talisman," Wei Xiangwan remarked, returning the remaining beads to her wrist. Mr. Long had invested considerable effort to create just 2 strings and 2 thumb rings, one for herself and one for her brother. She wore the bead string, while the thumb ring would be reserved for her child, be a son or daughter, and her brother would wear the thumb ring, with the beads intended for her sister-in-law, though he had likely forgotten, only recalling after Hao Guer's birth. Wei Xiangwan explained that these beads would change color upon contact with toxic substances. The deeper the hue, the more poisonous the item. "My husband never mentioned this to me. I thought it was merely an ordinary agate string." Wang Yihui was taken aback, declaring, "I shall promptly thread it for Hao Gu upon our return." As a mother, one is perpetually anxious about the safety of their child. Every morning and evening, Wei Xiangwan would stroll in circles in the front hall of the Changel Palace, while Yuan Zhao would frolic around her, playing with flowers. Whenever a thought crossed her mind, she would caution, "If I give birth, make sure to restrain the flower, for amidst the chaos, it may become frightened and bite." The palace attendants nodded in agreement. "Yuan Zhao." Wei Xiangwan waved her hand and suggested, "How about you stay in the Ru Fei Palace for a couple of days and play with your second sister? She's older than Hao Gur and will be more entertaining." Yuan Zhao inquired, "Can the second sister come to the Chonglu Palace?" "Not for now, but later it will be possible," Wei Xiangwan replied, fearing that the sight of her giving birth might frighten Yuan Zhao. "Perhaps you could accompany the Empress Dowager in the Qing Shou Palace instead?" After her mother's passing, Yuan Zhao had spent some time in the Qing Shou Palace, during which the wet nurse always covered her mouth to prevent her from crying. Yuan Zhao shook her head. "Then I shall go to the second sister's place. I will take Hua Diandian with me. I wonder if the second sister is afraid of dogs?" Wei Xiangwan thought for a moment. "In that case, take Hua Diandian to pay respects to our Yufei. If the second sister is not afraid, you may bring the dog along. If the second sister is afraid of dogs, then I won't go. Then you can only go to the Song Gui Fei Palace, where the fourth sister is of similar age to Hao Gur. She merely drools and cannot speak." Yuan Zhao found herself in a dilemma, as she did not wish to go anywhere, but wanted to remain in the Chonglu Palace, even if only for 1 or 2 nights. "Yes, you. It will only be for a short while," Wei Xiangwan explained. "Mother is about to give birth, and as a child, you cannot witness it. It might frighten you." "Any place will do. It makes no difference," Yuan Zhao replied. Every day, Wei Xiangwan pondered the impending childbirth, how to arrange, prepare, and adjust everything, fearful of any oversight. The atmosphere in the Chonglu Palace was tense. Even while she slept, the palace attendants kept vigil at her bedside throughout the night, lighting a small lamp to monitor her closely. After much contemplation on the difficulties of childbirth, Yang Muqing suggested that the Empress should sleep in the delivery room. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to move if labor began in the middle of the night. Thus, she spent her first night in the delivery room. Awakening in the middle of the night, she felt the mattress beneath her damp and called for someone to light the large lamp to investigate. The palace maid, after feeling and sniffing, determined it was not from incontinence and immediately shouted, "The Empress's waters have broken." The entire Chonglu Palace sprang to life. Water was boiled in the kitchen, and the midwife took her position. Yang Muqing and the head of the courtyard were also summoned, rushing over in a disheveled manner, their official robes not properly worn. Wang Yihui leaned over the bedside, holding Wei Xiangwan's hand. "How does your majesty feel?" A faint pain lingered. Wei Xiangwan frowned, pondering that there would be considerable pain before the birth. "Do not rush. Wait until dawn to inform his majesty and the Empress Dowager." The head of the courtyard checked her pulse and found it steady. Thus only prepared ginseng soup for her to drink when she was exhausted, saving some wood ash from the kitchen in case of bleeding. Although it was her first childbirth, Wei Xiangwan's composed nature kept her from crying out in pain. When it became unbearable, she merely let out a muffled groan. The midwife thought to herself that with the Empress cooperating so well, the child should be easy to deliver. As dawn broke, Wei Xiangwan began her labor. Zheng Yang timed his visit to the Wuji Palace to report, "The Empress is in labor." By the time Qi Zhao hurriedly arrived at the Chonglu Palace, he was met with the sound of a baby crying. Surely that is not how Gurus cry? Qi Zhao wondered, as it was commonly said that childbirth was arduous. How could the Empress give birth so swiftly? The joy emanating from the delivery room quickly spread throughout the palace, announcing that the Empress had delivered a prince. As Qi Zhao approached the delivery room, all present knelt before him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empress has given birth to a young prince." Qi Zhao trembled as he extended his hands. "Bring the child to me. Let me see him." A wailing infant, swathed in a brilliant yellow swaddling, was presented before Qi Zhao, mouth agape, crying lustily, with a face flushed red and eyes tightly shut. Qi Zhao gently unwrapped the swaddling, and the child kicked out his legs, continuing to cry as he did so, displaying remarkable vigor. Qi Zhao cradled the child with utmost care, and upon glimpsing the little prince he yearned to see, he was suddenly overcome with an urge to weep. He had a son, he had an heir. The kneeling attendants cried out in exultation, "Long live the emperor!" Chapter 48. A display of joy as the birthing process proved more effortless than anticipated. Wei Xiangwan felt quite well. Her fatigue was negligible, and her spirits were high. The palace maids swiftly replaced the bedding with fresh linens. And while the matrons stepped outside to share the joyful news, Wei Xiangwan requested to be refreshed with warm water, having her hair wiped down before it was wrapped in a cloth. Yang Muqing, with his eyes covered, was guided in to take her pulse, declaring her health sound and that with proper rest she would soon regain her vigor. "What of the young prince?" Wei Xiangwan inquired. "I have yet to check the young prince's pulse, but from his cries, it seems he is thriving," Yang Muqing replied with a smile. "The Empress's successful delivery allows me to breathe a sigh of relief. When the opportunity arises, please examine the young prince's pulse. I have greater trust in you." Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. "Now, do hurry out. His Majesty is in high spirits and will surely bestow generous rewards." "Xiaowen, the reward from Changlu Palace will be distributed as previously arranged," Wang Yihui said, entering with a bowl of chicken soup noodles. "The ladies have already prepared everything. There is no need for further concern. You must take care of yourself and rest." "I can rest," Wei Xiangwan smiled. "You all awaken at midnight with me, and there is still much to do." Seeing the young prince invigorates one endlessly, Wang Yihui chuckled. Xiaoman entered, reporting that His Majesty intended to take the heir to court. Wei Xiangwan asked, "Has the young prince been fed yet?" "Currently, he is still in His Majesty's arms. Tell His Majesty that while it is permissible to take him to court, he should first allow the wet nurse to feed him." The swaddling, crafted by sister-in-law, features a red embroidery of fish playing among lotus flowers. Since he is to accompany His Majesty to court, this current yellow fabric is also quite suitable. Wang Yihui appeared puzzled. His Majesty is in high spirits. One can only wonder what he might say in court. If he were to declare the child as the crown prince on the spot, it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, as yellow is far too conspicuous. Wei Xiangwan instructed the palace attendants, regardless of what His Majesty may say, without a formal decree, the child shall be referred to only as the young prince within Changlu Palace. "The Empress is overly cautious," Wang Yihui sighed. "How can the Emperor's firstborn not be recognized as the crown prince from birth?" Wei Xiangwan merely smiled, refraining from lengthy explanations. The Emperor, having long awaited a son, would naturally feel an affectionate closeness. As the child matures, and with the Emperor not yet old, the complexities of power struggles may turn a beloved son into a source of strife, revealing the premeditated nature of the crown prince's position. The act of birth is merely the first challenge. Ensuring the child grows up to inherit the throne is fraught with innumerable trials and tribulations, warranting utmost caution. Contentedly, Qi Zhao took his newly born son to court to display his joy, while those sent to convey the happy news to Qingshou Palace and Baozi Palace returned bearing rewards for both palaces. The attendants of Baozi Palace explicitly stated that the Empress need not rise from her bed to receive her rewards, and though Qingshou Palace verbally acknowledged the Empress's hardships, stating she need not get up, Wei Xiangwan descended to receive her rewards without any objection. The Empress Dowager spoke at length, offering her encouragement and congratulations to the Empress, departing only after a quarter of an hour. Xiaoman murmured, noting the hypocrisy in her words of affection, for those who profess to care often burden the Empress instead. What kind of mother-in-law would demand her newly delivered daughter-in-law to stand and receive admonishment? Wei Xiangwan, reclining comfortably on her bed, recognized that her previous interactions with the Palace of Longevity had been simple. Henceforth, they would become intricate. "For your Empress, I have transformed from a position of utter vulnerability to one of formidable reliance." The Empress Dowager would subsequently suppress and humiliate her, reminding her that even after bearing a prince, the authority within the harem would not rest with her. Qi Zhao, cradling his son, entered the court, eager to boast to the officials, "Esteemed lords, the Empress has given birth to the crown prince this morning." The child, having just been fed, had started to cry, but at his father's call, he awoke once more, wailing loudly. Observe this momentum. Qi Zhao could scarcely remain seated upon the dragon throne. He descended to the court to present the child to Prince Ping and the noble relatives, even forgetting that his uncle, Duke Changrua, also had a daughter in the harem yet to bear a child. This was sheer boasting. The crown prince is robust. Your Majesty is blessed with a son, a fortune for our dynasty. Prince Ping promptly knelt to offer his congratulations, prompting all the civil and military officials to follow suit. Qi Zhao laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Neither my father nor my grandfather has had a legitimate eldest son. Who would have known I would be so fortunate? I shall establish my legitimate eldest son as the crown prince. The Ministry of Rites shall prepare for the enthronement ceremony, awaiting the crown prince's first birthday for the formal proclamation. Your Majesty," an official interjected, "it is only natural for your legitimate son to be the crown prince. Yet he is still too young to participate in the enthronement ceremony. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until he is older for the formal proclamation." The suggestion that the child was too young for the ceremony subtly implied concerns over the risk of early demise. It would be prudent to delay until the child was sturdier. Qi Zhao, oblivious to the underlying meaning, waved his hand dismissively. "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Once the crown prince reaches his first month, I shall present him to the ancestral temple." With the Empress having delivered a child, the fate of the palace's concubines seemed irrevocably sealed in that moment. Song Hanju's complexion turned ashen, contemplating how displeased her father would be. Du Yuzhen, the cowardly fool, dare not take action, thus jeopardizing a significant matter. There is no need for the Empress to fret, Shizue reassured Song Hanju, unless Du Yuzhen remains childless forever. As long as she bears her own son, the crown prince will be intolerable to her. Once she disposes of the crown prince, the Empress can then strike decisively, ensuring that the final advantage lies with her. Upon hearing of Qi Zhao's establishment of the crown prince, Du Yuzhen stood momentarily stunned. What did her cousin's crowning of a crown prince mean for her own son? Had her cousin ever contemplated allowing her child to ascend to the throne? Yan, sensing an opportunity, promptly devised a matter of moderate significance for He Sheng to attend to, while she approached Du Yuzhen, remarking, "The emperor must have longed for a son," leading to this impulsive decision. The crown prince, without a doubt, should be reserved for the child born of his beloved. The late emperor had known to bequeath the throne to Consort Li. In truth, Qi Zhao's ascension had nothing to do with Consort Li. The Empress observed the lives of the senior consorts in the Palace of Longevity, regardless of how splendidly they lived during the emperor's reign once he departed. It all came down to their sons. He uttered words that pierced the heart. The Empress, having entered the palace as a noble consort, had already placed herself beneath the queen. If the crown prince were indeed the queen's son, then the Empress would have no hope of rising again. Du Yuzhen's complexion grew increasingly pale as she clutched the fabric of her abdomen, pondering the fact that she had never been pregnant. Was she to expect her cousin to leave the position of crown prince vacant for her future child? Historically, no dynasty had ever appointed a crown prince so early. The Empress needed to restore her health and bear a child. As long as there was not a significant age difference, there was still a chance. Yan's eyes flickered. Whether the Empress could ascend to the position of Empress Dowager depended entirely on His Majesty's affection for her. Qi Zhao carried the child to the Baozi Palace to present him to the Empress Dowager, who beamed with joy upon seeing him. This son had arrived at the most opportune moment. Qi Zhao was filled with delight, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this son truly came at my call, as if destined by the heavens to be my child." He had been so preoccupied with joy over the birth of his son that he had yet to inquire about the queen. The Empress Dowager chuckled. "You must express your gratitude to the queen. Without her, His Majesty would still be in a state of anxiety." His Majesty expressed intentions to appoint a crown prince. There was no opposition in court, was there? Qi Zhao shook his head, acknowledging that a few had remarked on the crown prince's youth and advised against such an early decree. However, he thought to himself that without proper legitimacy, it would be wise to act sooner and refer to the crown prince as such. The rightful heir should inherit as a matter of course. Those with ulterior motives could only delay matters and wait for misfortune to befall the child. The Empress Dowager cautioned him, "Since you have chosen him, You must steadfastly support him. Should you ever waver, it may cost him his life. Qi Zhao's overly excited mind was sobered by her words. Your grandson understands. He took the child to the Qingshou Palace to show the Empress, insisting that there was no need to leave the child there. If the Empress expressed a desire to raise the child, he would explain that the Empress Dowager wished to see the child and had agreed to care for him during the Queen's confinement. The Empress Dowager leaned on her dragon-headed cane, lamenting, I am old and do not know how many more times I can care for you. Without the Empress Dowager, your grandson would not be here today. Qi Zhao suddenly knelt before her, resting his head on her lap as he had in his childhood, wishing for her longevity to protect him. Chapter 49. The Qilin Child, after a moment of calm in the Baozi Palace. Qi Zhao finally managed to compose himself before proceeding to the Qingshou Palace, where his expression softened as he presented their grandson to the Empress. She took the child, observing his small nose and eyes, pondering whom he resembled. It matters not whom he takes after. If he embodies the majesty of his father or the beauty of his mother, he shall be a striking young man. The Queen, still recovering from childbirth, was fatigued, and Qi Zhao interjected before the Empress could finish. I have already decided that during the Queen's confinement, the child shall be raised by me. You intend to raise him? The Empress was taken aback, for although she had borne 5 daughters, not one had she raised herself. The crown prince is of such precious worth. Are you not concerned about spoiling him? There is always a first time, Qi Zhao replied with a smile. Do not be deceived by his current slumber. When he awakens, his cries will be such that even the most ordinary of women would struggle to calm him. I find him manageable in my arms. Your Majesty wishes to be a loving father. I would not wish to dampen your enthusiasm. Very well, you may raise him for now. When you tire of the endeavor, you may return him to the Qingshou Palace, and I shall look after him. The Empress Dowager first beheld Wei Xiangwan, then the Crown Prince, both robust and healthy boys. Reflecting on her granddaughter's frail appearance, she sighed inwardly, wishing that this sturdy grandson were her own flesh and blood. Qi Zhao returned to the Palace of Eternal Joy, inquiring if the Empress was awake. She has just fallen asleep, replied Xiaoxue, her face betraying concern. I shall wake her at once. No need to disturb her rest. Qi Zhao promptly interjected. I shall wait in the main hall. Inform me when she awakens. Cradling his son, Qi Zhao returned to the chamber, where Zheng Heng suggested he lay the child down. Your Majesty, holding him like this is quite exhausting. I cannot always hold him, so I shall cherish these moments when I can, Qi Zhao replied, beaming with joy. Look how splendid the crown prince has grown. Upon waking, Yuan Zhao learned of her mother's new son, yet she could not see him, which left her sulking in the warm chamber, even refusing to attend her lessons. When she heard of her father's return, she dashed over. Father? Yuan Zhao exclaimed, noticing the bundle in his arms. Is that my little brother? Qi Zhao presented the child to his daughter. Yuan Zhao leaned in for a closer look. He is rather unattractive, isn't he? Father, why not discard him and get a more handsome brother? Mother is so beautiful. It must sadden her to have such an ugly child. He is not ugly. Qi Zhao chuckled. In a couple of days, he will look quite presentable. Besides, no matter how he turns out, your mother will never be disheartened. He is her own. Yuan Zhao frowned, stealing another glance, and concluded he is still quite ugly. What shall we name him? She inquired. The name has yet to be decided, Qi Zhao admitted, recalling that he had contemplated a few names beforehand, yet none seemed fitting upon seeing his son. The name is of little significance. In time, he shall be known simply as the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Yuan Zhao tilted her head. Is being the Crown Prince the best thing? Qi Zhao asked her. Following a moment's reflection, she leaned in again to scrutinize her brother, her expression turning solemn. Though he may be somewhat unattractive, since he is mother-s son, he is the best son. Indeed, Qi Zhao laughed heartily. Yuan Zhao lamented her inability to see her mother. Must I still stay in the palace of gentle concubine? Qi Zhao learned that Wei Xiangwan had intended to send Yuan Zhao away for a night or two during her delivery, to spare her from the commotion. However, the timing of Wei Xiangwan's labor was unexpectedly swift, and by the time Yuan Zhao was sound asleep, everything had concluded. Thus, there was no need to relocate to the palace of gentle concubine. Your mother will reside in the Western Hall for a month. When she emerges, you shall see her, Qi Zhao explained. During this month, your father and brother will stay here. How long is a month? Yuan Zhao queried, puzzled. Will my brother not sleep with mother? Won't he miss her? And won't mother miss him? She asked again. While father sleeps here, may I join you both? In truth, the crown prince was slightly more resilient than both his father and sister. Yang Muqing insisted that the crown prince should occasionally spend time with the empress, as their bond would foster better health for the child. Wei Xiangwan could tenderly embrace the flesh that had fallen from her own body, and no matter the hardship, it was all worth it. She urged Qi Zhao to name their child, desiring a name that exuded warmth. Unable to conjure anything, Qi Zhao suggested a nickname for now, calling the child Qiliner, as he was their auspicious child. Wei Xiangwan chided him for his lack of dedication as a father, lamenting that he could not even think of a proper name, and that his nickname was rather perfunctory. Qi Zhao defended himself, asserting that the Qilin is a creature of good fortune, and their son, the prince, was indeed destined for blessings. Thus, what was wrong with naming him Qilin? In contrast to Qi Zhao's endearing term, Wei Xiangwan referred to him simply as Liner. Liner was a boisterous infant, a fact that was evident from the moment of his birth. Yet, he was also a well-behaved child, spending his days in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Upon waking, he would cry out for nourishment, and once satisfied, he would drift into contented slumber, indifferent to the call of nature, only letting out a few cries if his needs were not promptly addressed. Qi Zhao claimed he would watch over the child, but soon realized that his presence was seldom required. Liner needed little more than to eat and sleep. On several occasions, Liner had been disturbed from his slumber by Qi Zhao, which resulted in his cries of displeasure. As for playtime, the infant was not yet at an age for such activities. With nothing else to occupy him, Qi Zhao found himself entertaining his daughter and nephew. Little Hao was at a delightful stage, beginning to learn to walk and talk, his chubby form bringing Qi Zhao immense joy as he envisioned his own son growing up. Daily, he bestowed gifts upon Hao. After a visit to the palace for the birth, Hao had become quite the little benefactor. Chapter 50. Anxiety. Wei Xiangwan did not attend the mid-autumn banquet, but upon hearing from Wang Yihui, she learned that the emperor had held the prince the entire time. His fondness unmistakable. The prince, too, had behaved well, not crying at all, and everyone praised him for his noble demeanor. Yet, how could an infant of merely a few days exhibit such gravitas? Wei Xiangwan shook her head, questioning if anyone else desired to hold the prince. Only the Princess Ping had dared to reach out, while others refrained. Wang Yihui chuckled, recounting that before the banquet commenced, 2 esteemed concubines had expressed a wish to hold the prince for good fortune, yet the emperor had not permitted it, and the expressions on their faces had been quite telling. Wei Xiangwan gazed at her son, peacefully sleeping in her arms, recognizing that his father was indeed sincere in his affections. After the mid-autumn festival, Wei Xiangwan instructed Wang Yihui to leave the palace, as it was long overdue. The emperor wished to spend time with his son, who could not be separated from his mother. Qi Zhao resided in Changle Palace, making it somewhat inconvenient for Wang Yihui, who had been staying in the outer chamber of the delivery room these past few days. The delivery room lacked proper ventilation, and with the heat of summer still lingering, it was rather uncomfortable. Wei Xiangwan felt helpless, wishing to spare Wang Yihui from such discomfort. Nonetheless, Wang Yihui, understanding the challenges Wei Xiangwan faced during her confinement, appreciated the companionship of a fellow experienced mother. Additionally, since Wei Xiangwan had invited her, it was only fitting that she respected her wishes to depart. Once Liner reached his full moon celebration, her sister-in-law would bring Hao back, which would not be long. With the emperor residing in Changle Palace, Wei Xiangwan felt at ease, and her sister-in-law could rest assured, for her brother must be missing her dearly. Wang Yihui left the palace, laden with generous gifts, while Qi Zhao hoped to keep Hao in the palace a little longer. However, Wei Xiangwan sent word that Hao, still unsteady on his feet, should wait until he was 3 years old before coming to the palace to accompany the prince in his early education. Qi Zhao nodded, contemplating the need to engage a distinguished tutor for the crown prince's enlightenment. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the future arrangements for the crown prince. As he meticulously oversaw the renovation of the Eastern Palace and the preparation of its staff, attending to every detail that came to mind, However, when Wei Xiangwan diverted his thoughts towards the tutor for the crown prince, he momentarily disregarded the fate of Hao Gu-er. Wang Yihui returned home, her face aglow with joy, for the Empress had indicated that Hao Gu-er would enter the palace to study alongside the crown prince. This was indeed a future determined from a young age. Hao Gu-er in the palace for his enlightenment? Wei El pondered, perplexed. Well, the tutor invited by your father-in-law, accompanying the crown prince in his studies, is no trivial matter. Consider this. While the crown prince is studying, the tutor would certainly refrain from discipline. Thus it would fall upon our son to bear the brunt. What if our son cannot keep up? Wouldn't that subject him to hardship? Wang Yihui was at a loss for words. The tutor would not dare strike the crown prince. Yet would he dare to chastise the crown prince's cousin? Surely, the Empress would not intervene if the crown prince were to be disciplined. But our Hao Gu-er would be safeguarded from any such treatment. The tutor engaged by her father would remain at home to provide additional lessons for Hao Gu-er. Wang Yihui thought long-term. With the crown prince's enlightenment, the emperor would surely not limit the reading companions to just Hao Gu-er, but would also select other noble offspring. The initial enlightenment would consist of merely half a day's lessons. As long as Hao Gu-er does not stand out too much, it would suffice that he does not lag behind, for bringing disgrace upon the Empress would be intolerable. Wei El sighed as he held his son. You still revel in joy, unaware that your days of comfort are dwindling to a mere year. It was pitiable indeed, for he had missed the fortunate era of his father. Wei El had commenced his own enlightenment at the tender age of 5, spurred by his sister's studies, while he himself was illiterate and coaxed by his grandmother to learn alongside her. In this era, noble offspring received their enlightenment at home, often attending their family's academy. Those possessing even a modicum of knowledge would aspire to the Imperial Academy or seek guidance from renowned institutions. Failing that, there were still several esteemed family academies within the capital. The Wei family's academy, however, was merely a gathering place for young lords to indulge in leisure. The tutor taught little beyond laws and recounted tales of debauched young masters who ruined their families, always interspersed with admonitions. In his youth, Wei L's family academy was located within a general's residence. Upon ceasing his studies, it relocated to the ancestral hall constructed in the outskirts of the capital. Initially, Wei El intended to hire a distinguished tutor for his child, yet the younger branches of the family could easily secure a place with such a tutor. Thus the family academy would once again shift to the general's residence. Yet, before Wei El could contemplate this arrangement further, everything had already been set in motion. Even if Wei Xiangwan had not suggested that Hao Gu-er enter the palace to study with the crown prince, Wang Yihui would not permit her son to remain in the Wei family academy. As the saying goes, one becomes red by associating with vermilion and black by associating with ink. She would send her child to her maternal home to learn alongside her nephews. With Hao Gu-er entering the palace as a reading companion, he would likely be allowed to bring along 2 attendants. Wang Yihui was curious about her sister-in-law's thoughts on the matter, regardless of Wei L's anxiety over the impending studies. She selected suitable gifts, planning to ask her husband to return home early the next day to accompany her back to her family. The day before the confinement period ended, Wei Xiangwan found the bathing tub too small and decided to cleanse herself in the emperor's grand bath. After indulging in the warmth and steam for 2 hours, she emerged, joking with Guyu that after such a thorough wash, she felt as though her skin had been reduced by 2 inches. The Empress's complexion was as delicate as porcelain. Guyu applied oil to her skin, ensuring that anyone who beheld her would never guess that she had just given birth. You only speak sweet words to flatter me. Wei Xiangwan laughed. I assure you it is the truth. Qi Zhao suddenly interjected, his presence unknown until that moment. Startled by his voice, while she was unclothed, Wei Xiangwan hastily grabbed a cloth from beside her to cover her chest and crouched down. Your Majesty, she stammered. Guyu, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew and sent away those waiting outside the palace, standing guard at the door. Your Majesty, you are being rather reckless. Even someone as composed as Wei Xiangwan felt her cheeks redden at Qi Zhao's unexpected arrival. It seemed he was intent on causing her embarrassment before the court. I do not fault you. How can this be considered a breach of decorum? Qi Zhao observed the beauty before him, his ardor intensifying with each glance. He lifted Wei Xiangwan into his arms. It has been a month since we last met, and only now do I realize how much I truly missed you. The celebration for the prince's first month was modest, attended only by relatives and members of the inner palace. Yet Wei Xiangwan's radiant presence attracted countless compliments. Although she had not yet been officially bestowed with a title, Qi Zhao had already issued a decree, and everyone now referred to her as the mother of the crown prince. As for the name, it had yet to be decided. But Wei Xiangwan mentioned that the emperor had given him a nickname, Qilin Heir. Qilin Heir is delightful, perfectly suited for the crown prince, remarked the princess of Ping. Though the empress dowager did not attend, she sent gifts in her stead. Rarely, the princess Lingwei appeared with her husband and child. While others praised the crown prince's good looks, she squeezed her way to Wei Xiangwan's side, urging the empress to take a look at the child. Once the crown prince begins his studies, I hope my little Yin AI will be brought to the palace to accompany him. What a peculiar name for a fine child. Wei Xiangwan mused. The matter of the crown prince's education is one for the emperor and the court officials to deliberate. It is not within my purview, she smiled. However, should the son of the princess wish to study in the palace, the emperor will surely make arrangements. Princess Lingwei let out a cold laugh. It seemed that having given birth to a son changed everything, and the empress spoke with newfound confidence. Indeed, the princess has much to share about the nuances of motherhood. Wei Xiangwan replied, maintaining her smile. As for me, I truly have little knowledge, having just emerged from confinement. I have not engaged in conversation with anyone for a month and find myself at a loss for words. A jest from her elicited laughter from the crowd, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. After handling the gathering for a while, Wei Xiangwan sought a moment of solitude away from the banquet, but encountered Li Landau on her way to the cleansing room. Li Landau was waiting for her. Chapter 51. Li Landau. Wei Xiangwan glanced back. Xiaoxue, discerning the situation, led the palace maids away, standing guard to ensure no one approached. Wei Xiangwan regarded him quietly. Li Landau's current demeanor could hardly be described as that of a gallant young gentleman. He appeared gaunt and fragile, the robe hanging loosely on him as if filled with air. His expression was sorrowful, devoid of the spirited confidence of his former self. I have yet to congratulate you on the birth of your Qilin child, he said. Your congratulations come rather late. Wei Xiangwan scoffed. Speak plainly. You have risked much to see me, so what is it? Li Landau's face showed signs of distress. The banquet is not far from here. It is only a matter of time before someone arrives. Wei Xiangwan looked into the distance. Perhaps it will be better for the prince to think carefully before seeking me out. Do not refer to me in such a manner. Li Landau suddenly exhibited an intense emotional upheaval. At the very least, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. You are fully aware of the truth. What truth do you speak of? Wei Xiangwan inquired. I am cognizant of your betrothal to Kong Miaozhen since childhood, and the deep affections you have shared as childhood sweethearts. Or should I remind you that I am well aware of your grand marriage to the princess, while Miaozhen has perished, leaving all hopes extinguished. Upon hearing that name, which pierced his heart like a dagger, Li Landau staggered back 2 steps, drained of color. You truly know, shouldn't I? Wei Xiangwan retorted coldly. Or perhaps I should join her ill-fated fiancé and spineless family in dismissing her death as an accident, merely offering her a stack of paper money during Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals as if that would bring me peace. Wei Xiangwan had believed she would confront Li Landau with composure and indignation. Yet when the moment arrived, she realized that her tears flowed uncontrollably. She mourned for that beautiful and unfortunate woman. Tilting her head toward the sky, she sought to prevent her tears from ruining her makeup. Speak your mind if you must. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. You need not explain your hardships to me. The one who truly deserves your explanations is already deceased. The princess is with child. Li Landau murmured. Then congratulations are in order. You shall soon be a father. Wei Xiangwan couldn't help but retort sharply. You had best live a long life, surrounded by your descendants, for Miaozhen will not be waiting for you in the afterlife. The child is not mine, Li Landau lamented. I have never even touched her. I am Kong Miaozhen's fiancé. I remember it well. I belong to her. Surely, a prince consort would not consider himself a foolish romantic merely for being loyal, would he? Wei Xiangwan shook her head. So why do you seek me? Does it matter whether you were involved with the princess? Does anyone care? She carries the bloodline of the Li family. Li Dao spoke softly. If it were merely an affair with someone from the Li family, I would be indifferent. But once she became pregnant, she would kill the father of her child. One was slain in Yangzhou, and just the day before, another was killed. It appears the violence has reached one's own kin, evoking sympathy. Wei Xiangwan scoffed. Knowing that the princess has an interest in you, why did you not speak up when it threatened Miao Zhen's life? Had you ended your engagement with her at that moment, perhaps she would not have met such a tragic fate. I regret it. I regret it every single day. Li Lan Jiao Glai. The moment I learned of Miao Zhen's death, I should have followed her into the afterlife. Now, every step I take feels like a mistake. Qi Ling used his parents' lives as leverage against him. Causing Miao Zhen's death was already a grave sin. Must he also bear the guilt of his parents' demise? When a person wishes to die, any means will suffice. Wei Xiangwan, with a hint of derision, remarked, if you have so many reasons for not dying, perhaps you do not truly wish to. I do wish to die, Li Dao replied in a daze. I desire to die with a clear conscience. Li Dao envisioned a life devoid of any contact with Qi Lingyu. Yet, he knew there would come a time when he would falter. The moment Qi Lingyu dismissed him, he would immediately take his life at Miao Zhen's grave, vowing to remain pure for her throughout his existence, hoping she would forgive him and that they might be reunited in another life. However, he never anticipated that Qi Lingyu would devise new ways to torment him. He felt utterly exhausted and could no longer endure. If I were to die in the capacity of a prince consort, could you allow me to rest beside Miao Zhen? Li Dao gazed at Wei Xiangwan with hope. Wei Xiangwan remained exceedingly cold. Once was not enough to harm Miao Zhen. You seek to inflict a second blow? You desire to be buried alongside Miao Zhen. Yet are you not afraid that killing you will exhume her remains and scatter her ashes? Wei Xiangwan departed with a sense of bravery in death, yet lacked the courage to seek vengeance against killing you. If you do not eliminate killing you, both you and Miao Zhen shall never find peace, and your family will remain in peril. Who could predict the madness that killing you may unleash? In the end, Miao Zhen would have died in vain, and the suffering you have endured would be for naught. Li Lan, in a state of desolation, could not discern how much of this he truly absorbed. Having tidied her appearance, Wei Xiangwan reappeared at the banquet, as if she had merely taken a brief respite, her words flowing like pearls and a smile illuminating her face. To the onlookers, the queen had just given birth to the crown prince, and her spirited demeanor was entirely fitting. As she paid her respects at Changlu Palace, Wei Xiangwan also intended to visit Qingshou Palace. Upon seeing her, the Empress Dowager briefly inquired about her health before stating, Your Majesty is now ensnared by Changlu Palace and seldom visits the inner court. This is not ideal. You must encourage His Majesty to bestow more favor and kindness. He currently has but one son, which is rather insufficient. I have also urged His Majesty. Wei Xiangwan replied sincerely. When it was inconvenient for me, His Majesty resided in Changlu Palace, and I did advise him, but he has only recently welcomed his son and is exceedingly devoted to him, unwilling to part for even a moment. If it truly cannot be helped, I might as well counsel His Majesty to bring the child to Wuzhigong. Wuzhigong is the Emperor's sleeping quarters. How could a prince reside there? The Empress Dowager expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting that after all these years there was only one son to bring such joy to the Emperor's heart. Once there are more sons, His Majesty will understand that it is not such a rarity. Wei Xiangwan lowered her gaze submissively. Perhaps His Majesty's reluctance to visit the inner court stems from the lack of novelty among the concubines. Then this autumn, we shall hold a selection of beauties to replenish the inner court for His Majesty. Indeed. Chapter 52. Misplaced anger. Wei Xiangwan conferred with Du Yuzhen and Song Hanju regarding the Empress Dowager's announcement of a selection in the autumn. With time running short, they resolved to keep it discreet, allowing the eunuchs to select from the Jingji region first, and then from Jiangnan after the new year. You are quite the prudent individual, Du Yuzhen remarked dryly. The Empress Dowager expressed concern over the Emperor's lack of sons, hoping that all the concubines in the palace would bear children, and mentioned that His Majesty avoids the inner court due to its monotony. Wei Xiangwan observed them with a wry smile. I too do not wish for an overabundance of individuals in the inner court. No matter how many there are, when divided among them. How often can one truly meet His Majesty? It is merely a waste of precious time. I sincerely hope you all take the time to contemplate His Majesty's preferences, that each of you may bear your own children, fostering harmony among sisters." Du Yuzhen scoffed. Song Hanju glanced at her, remarking, "It is truly regrettable for a concubine to be so inept at winning His Majesty's favor, causing concern for the Empress. It would be wise to inform the eunuchs to seek candidates resembling Sister Rome." Du Yuzhen's expression grew even more severe. "That matter I shall not oversee." Wei Xiangwan shook her head. "My strength has yet to fully return. Let you two lead the selection and ensure it is executed beautifully. The remaining affairs will be left for Song Hanju and Du Yuzhen to navigate through their subtle rivalries. For those they bring into the palace who earn His Majesty's favor will certainly bolster their own standing. In this interplay, each party's fortunes rise and fall, all bound by mutual interests. After bidding farewell to the two esteemed concubines, Wei Xiangwan sent someone to inquire about the recent circumstances of concubine Rome. Known for her gentle disposition, concubine Rome rarely mingled with others aside from formal greetings, lacking close relationships with other palace women. Previously, she would occasionally stroll alone in the Xiangling garden, but ever since the incident with concubine Du, she had ceased her visits. Except on her nights of service, she spent her time alone in her chambers, as Guyu reported. "And what of her clothing and treatment?" Wei Xiangwan asked. "Has anyone been harsh towards her?" "Not at all," Guyu replied. "The servants are quite astute, even if concubine Du attempted to make things difficult for her. Concubine Rong is frequently summoned to serve His Majesty, which clearly signifies her importance in his eyes. While they may appear stingy at face value, they subtly compensate behind the scenes, indicating their understanding of her plight. Concubine Rong does not hold grievances against them." Wei Xiangwan nodded, reflecting. "I never anticipated that His Majesty would favor someone like concubine Rong, so contrasting with the fiery nature of concubine Du, although Du Yuzhen has openly expressed her dislike. Qi Zhao merely shifted his affections from public to private, forsaking the brazen displays of favor for a more subtle, enduring regard. Concubine Rong excels in her respectful demeanor and compliance, while the temperament of concubine Du, intense in her affections yet demanding when fatigued, can indeed be exhausting. In contrast, the presence of the gentle, warm-hearted concubine Rong is refreshing. Guyu elaborated. Concubine Rong possesses fair skin and delicate features, remaining inconspicuous in the palace. Much like a bowl of plain rice at a lavish banquet, easily overlooked yet utterly indispensable in daily life. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiangwan smiled at her, surprised by her insight. "And what do you perceive my role to be in His Majesty's eyes?" Without hesitation, Guyu replied, "Your Highness sits beside His Majesty, sharing meals with him. His preferences are dictated by what you provide." "You flatter me," Wei Xiangwan chuckled. "If only I held such significance. What you can achieve solely depends on your desire." Guyu's words bordered on audacity. As Wei Xiangwan's close maid, she clearly understood her mistress's indifference towards vying for favor. With both beauty and cunning, it would be effortless for Wei Xiangwan to capture His Majesty's heart if she so wished. Shaking her head, Wei Xiangwan reflected. "Had I not faced setbacks during the initial selection and entered the palace smoothly, perhaps I would have recklessly pursued His Majesty's affection. But that was not my fate. By the time I entered the palace 3 years later, the naive girl who believed that love could be reciprocated had long vanished amid familial turmoil and the loss of a dear friend. Now, as Empress, I desire only what I can achieve without overstepping." Her grandmother's adage rang true. A woman must see her man as heaven. Yet that heaven can often resemble a tattered umbrella riddled with holes. "I will forge my own path and not rely on anyone." Qi Zhao, aware of the Empress Dowager's plans for a selection, merely nodded. "Do not seek candidates too far afield. Simply find a few hundred within the capital's vicinity. Should there be a larger selection, let it wait until after the new year." "Indeed, the little prince has quite the appetite," Wei Xiangwan remarked, transitioning from official matters to familial concerns. "With 4 wet nurses rotating, it seems insufficient. I worry he may overindulge. Perhaps we should impose some moderation. We can always find more wet nurses. How can we allow the crown prince to go hungry?" Qi Zhao was astonished, his expression reflecting disbelief. "Am I not allowing him to eat?" I simply wish for him to consume less. What if he becomes excessively corpulent? Wei Xiangwan interjected, expressing her discontent. A man of stature cannot be called fat. Rather, it is a sign of majesty, Qi Zhao elaborated. As the crown prince, the favored son of heaven, he must embody an imposing presence that commands respect from all quarters. But the emperor is the son of heaven as well. Should he not be corpulent? Wei Xiangwan countered. His majesty is indeed the most majestic man in the realm. Does that imply he ought to be the most portly? Then I shall eat, Qi Zhao declared, gesturing animatedly. From this day forth, I shall add an extra bowl of fatty meat to every meal, ensuring that I am resplendent with grandeur for your viewing. I shall not look. Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile, playfully rebuffing him. If his majesty becomes corpulent, I shall no longer attend to him. My slender frame cannot endure such majesty. Then I shall see whether the empress can withstand it or not, Qi Zhao said as he lunged toward her, the two tumbling together onto the imperial couch. The palace maids, witnessing the scene, promptly withdrew, drawing the curtains to shield the vivacious spectacle from view. News soon arrived that the eldest princess was with child. But before the Palace of Longevity could prepare gifts to celebrate, the princess's household reported that she had suffered a miscarriage. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this happen so suddenly?" The messenger stammered, unable to provide a clear explanation. All that was known was that the child was lost. The Empress Dowager, consumed with a desire to see this misfortune firsthand, could not leave the palace at will, and thus sent a wet nurse along with a physician to examine the situation and ensure proper care, lest lasting ailments ensue. She summoned Wei Xiangwan, reproaching her for her lack of concern for the eldest princess. The princess merely wished for her beloved child to enter the palace to accompany the crown prince in his studies. What harm is there in that? As empress, cannot you take charge? She publicly undermined Wei Xiangwan's authority. Is the eldest princess's son not worthy to serve as a companion to your son? Mother, that is unjust. The eldest princess enjoys free passage within the palace. Her son is certainly able to do the same, Wei Xiangwan replied, feeling aggrieved. This matter should not have been directed at me. First, the child is still young, far from the age of enlightenment. And second, it was a family banquet with relatives present, and her words left many murmuring in their hearts. They all wished to send their children to the palace. If I were to voice an objection through the eldest princess, it would be inappropriate, hence my response. Is it inappropriate to object to anyone? And you presume to be empress? The Empress Dowager scolded. Such weakness cannot suffice for the mother of a nation. Wei Xiangwan regarded her, sensing an undercurrent of distress. Mother, is there something troubling you that your foolish child cannot discern? The eldest princess was so angered by you that she suffered a miscarriage, the Empress Dowager huffed. Only a few days ago, we received good news, and I was preparing to send her nourishing medicine for her pregnancy. Now it must be transformed into restorative remedies for her confinement. Do you know the cause of the miscarriage? Wei Xiangwan ignored the unjust accusations. In truth, the eldest princess's miscarriage is not entirely a misfortune. After all, she had only recently given birth. Immediately conceiving again could harm her health. Women who bear children in quick succession often suffer. The last depletion may not yet be replenished, leading to an ongoing cycle that often results in premature demise. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager seemed to consider the validity of her words. Indeed, the loss of a child can cause significant harm to the body. Yet it is not the same. A child within the mother's womb consumes her essence for 10 months. Wei Xiangwan remarked, I believe this child's actions reflect filial piety. Sensing the inopportune moment, he chose to depart, awaiting the restoration of my elder sister's health before returning. The Empress Dowager found this reasoning somewhat sound. Wei Xiangwan continued, I shall dispatch the imperial physician to attend to the eldest princess and send a lady-in-waiting to extend my condolences. Some matters are difficult to convey to your majesty, yet may be easier for me to address. He instructed, send someone to check on her, but refrain from probing. It is certain that Yuerer is feeling disheartened and should not be further provoked. Chapter 53. The selection Wei Xiangwan instructed Bai Lu to accompany Li Xiaowen out of the palace to visit the eldest princess, advising her to seize the opportunity to meet with Li Landau, though he was uncertain what she might say to him. A sense of unease lingered. Li Lando's fate was inconsequential, but it was vital that peace was preserved for Kong Miaojin after her demise. How Wei Xiangwan contemplated matters within the palace remains unknown. Upon Bailu's return, her expression revealed confusion. The prince consort and the eldest princess had reconciled, with the prince consort residing in the eldest princess's quarters, personally attending to her following her miscarriage. Their affection seemed palpable. Did the prince consort confide anything to you in private? Wei Xiangwan inquired. Bailu replied that he had assured her he would die alongside the eldest princess, urging the empress to remain at ease. Wei Xiangwan pondered over the circumstances of the eldest princess's miscarriage. It appeared that the situation had been shrouded in secrecy, as if the miscarriage had occurred abruptly, leaving no one aware of the true cause. With Qi Lingyue's temperament, if external factors had been at play, word would have spread far and wide by now. Wei Xiangwan surmised that the child must have been discarded by her own hand. Yet, what could have prompted such an action? Li Landau had only recently entered the palace, claiming the child was not his, expressing a desire for death in his anguish. Why then had he suddenly softened and rekindled his affection for the eldest princess? Shaking his head, Wei Xiangwan set aside these thoughts. The situation regarding the salt administration in Jiangnan could no longer be concealed. It was time to find someone to inform Lord Jing. Our dynasty already has a crown prince, and His Majesty's rule is secure. I find the title of Prince Chun rather disagreeable. It is time for a change, he stated. The collusion between the Prince Chun and the eldest princess, aimed at usurping the salt administration, was not a recent development. The eldest princess had leveraged her advantageous connections. 1. Her noble mother, and 2. Her close ties with Prince Chun, which granted her considerable influence. I shall first dismantle your influence and observe who in the court would still align with you in pursuit of illusory glory, he resolved. Upon learning of Kong Miaojin's passing, Wei Xiangwan began plotting her revenge, meticulously deliberating over the years. Having expended considerable resources to gather information regarding all matters related to the eldest princess. Entering the palace and bearing a child marked the inception of his meticulously crafted plan. He felt prepared to confront the eldest princess. Du Yuzhen and Song Hanju were swift in their actions. Within a fortnight, 50 maidens had been selected for the final decision by Qi Zhao. Wei Xiangwan, seated at the head of the table, cast his gaze upon them, noting that 2/3 were fair-skinned, with delicate brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. The remaining third possessed slender figures and expressive gazes. Wei Xiangwan furrowed his brow slightly, finding them not entirely suitable as proper ladies. He requested to see their origins, discovering they were all recorded as residents of the capital, raised as adopted daughters. When he inquired about their original homes and how they had arrived in the capital, Yin Yang softly replied, "We are all from Jiangnan. Our families fell into misfortune, leading us to wander to the capital, where we were fortunate to encounter kind-hearted individuals who took us in, sparing us from the hardships of displacement. Are you all from the same village?" Wei Xiangwan inquired, marveling at their good fortune of not getting separated along the way and being taken in by kind-hearted individuals. Before entering the palace, they were strangers to one another, only discovering their shared background through casual conversation. Yin Yang, eager to clarify, mentioned that there were many more sisters who, despite their entrance into the palace, had not been fortunate enough to stand before the emperor. Wei Xiangwan glanced knowingly at Qi Zhao, indicating that those specially prepared for His Majesty should remain. This implied that she was not to be kept. Qi Zhao leaned in and whispered, "Is it truly so?" "Of course, if the emperor fancies them, let them stay." Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. These were ladies trained from a young age in the art of pleasing men. She feared that the emperor, having experienced such, might find the palace consorts rather dull. Qi Zhao understood they should not stay, yet upon a quick glance, he noticed that most of them bore a striking resemblance to one another, with only a few standing apart. "I shall keep them for my amusement," he decided. Wei Xiangwan straightened herself. Qi Zhao chose 2 gentle women as beauties and 5 young and nurtured girls as attendants, dismissing the remainder. Of the 300 selected to enter the palace, only 50 were filtered out, and ultimately, the emperor selected 7, all of whom held lowly ranks. Song Hanju, feeling anxious before Wei Xiangwan, wondered if the selection of concubines had not met the emperor's approval. In truth, the emperor had his eyes set on others, yet they were unable to present themselves due to scheming. Perhaps the empress could grant them another chance to remain in the palace and await the grand selection next year. She suggested, subtly aiming a jab at Du Yuzhen. The selected girls were no match for the grand selection and would be of little use if retained until then. Wei Xiangwan shook her head. If you truly favor them, keep them in your own palace. You still possess that power. Song Hanju smiled thinly. The palace maids were limited in number, and retaining these newcomers would necessitate releasing her own well-trained maidservants. A poor trade for a few girls whose futures in the palace were uncertain. Those Jiangnan girls, one glance, and it's clear they don't follow the proper path, she remarked. She continued, yet Du Guifei insists on keeping them. I know it's a scheme orchestrated by the Du family. While it was indeed true that those girls were arranged by the Du family, Du Yuzhen was genuinely deceived, believing that the selection was for women of refined character. Noting that many of the candidates appeared gentle and demure, she intentionally had her family select individuals of differing temperaments. She truly believed they were merely nurtured girls, without a hint of the stories lurking behind that title. Once she had secured 5 attendants, who ranked slightly above maids, Du Yuzhen thought little of it, until she observed the emperor spending his days in their company, prompting her to summon her mother to the palace for an explanation of her choices. Chapter 54. Educating the daughter. Lady Du entered the palace to see her daughter, tears streaming down her face as she grasped her hands. My child, you have lost weight again. However, Du Yuzhen was not in the mood for sentimental exchanges. Before the palace attendants could withdraw, she furrowed her brow and asked her mother, where exactly did the people you prepared come from? They do not seem like proper individuals. What are you saying? Lady Du immediately retorted, they are all respectable young ladies from good families. Otherwise, they wouldn't have passed the first hurdle to enter the palace. She gestured to Hisham, who promptly escorted all the palace attendants out. Madame Du gazed at her daughter, cautioning her about the walls having ears. Why must you speak so carelessly? What do you mean by saying that those prepared by the family are unworthy? His Majesty's selection of consorts is the purview of the eunuchs, and it bears no relation to our Du family. This is my palace. Du Yuzhen stamped her foot, exclaiming, must I dance around the subject when speaking with you? This is your palace. Yet can you truly guarantee that your servants are loyal to you and have not been bribed or coerced into spying on you? Madame Du admonished her, my child, how many times must I tell you to maintain composure within the palace? Yet you remain unable to control yourself, leaving me at home anxious about your well-being. Please, stop speaking like this, Du Yuzhen replied, exasperated. Who are those people? Have they bewitched His Majesty to the point of distraction? My cousin has not visited me for several days. Their identities matter little, Madame Du reassured her. They are merely the lowest-ranking attendants, here to amuse His Majesty. They have just entered the palace. His Majesty may find them novel for now, but that will soon fade. Madame Du continued, since you have entered the palace, you ought to understand that His Majesty possesses a harem of 3,000. If you choose to envy other women, it will be an endless endeavor. Mother, Du Yuzhen retorted, you speak as if I'm still a child. With a sigh, Madame Du remarked, in certain regions of Jiangnan, it is customary to adopt girls, meticulously training them in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and dance. Your second uncle specifically sought them out from Jiangnan to compete for your favor within the palace. Those are mere courtesans. Du Yuzhen erupted. You bring such individuals into the palace without informing me? What have I become? A mere pimp? Your words are exceedingly harsh, Madame Du replied, astonished. They entered the palace as innocent maidens. However, they have been trained from a young age to serve men, and what distinguishes them from the girls raised in brothels? Thinking of the few individuals left from a rivalry with Song Hanju, who also had unworthy origins, Du Yuzhen felt anger surge within her. How will the other consorts perceive me? They must be laughing at me behind my back. Confident in His Majesty's favor, Du Yuzhen had stormed through the palace, disregarding all in her path. Yet the disdain from those above and below her, particularly the remarks from Consort Du in the Zhongyu Hall regarding her lack of upbringing, lingered in her mind, though she feigned indifference. However, The Du family's foundation was too fragile. Only now did they attempt to nurture a proper young lady. She was far from the likes of Song Hanju or Wei Xiangwan, and even further from the likes of Consort Bai or Zhao Yiren. Although their families may not hold as significant a position as the Du family, they belonged to generations of officials, and their manners and etiquette were ingrained in their very being, evident in their speech. Everyone already looks down on me, and now you want me to become even more despicable, Du Yuzhen cried. I do not require anyone to vie for my favor. I will tell my cousin tomorrow to have them all expelled. Seeing her daughter in distress, Madame Du could only attempt to soothe her, saying, You are the consort. Who within the palace would dare to belittle you? If they disdain you due to the Du family status, it is merely jealousy. You think that when I socialize outside, those noble women do not secretly mock me? Yet, no matter how they might ridicule her in private, they must maintain decorum in her presence. For she was the emperor's maternal aunt, her husband held a high position, her son had a promising future, and her daughter was a revered consort. They all sought to curry favor with her. To flatter in person while speaking ill behind one's back, is it not a humiliation to remain unhappy for such individuals? Madame Du embraced her daughter, saying, You are a favored concubine. Those who look down upon you can only dream of occupying your position. Their envy stems from their inability to attain what you possess. What do their thoughts matter? Within the palace, securing the affections of His Majesty is all that is required. Du Yuzhen wept in her mother's embrace, lamenting the elusive nature of her cousin's heart. Ever since I secluded myself for introspection, he no longer seeks me out as he did when I first entered the palace. Now, I must extend invitations for him to visit. I find myself increasingly at a loss regarding how to interact with him. Now you realize your regrets, sighed Madame Du. His Majesty has released you early. You ought to express your gratitude to him. After such a long separation, he surely longs for you. Yet you have caused discord, squandering his affection. Consider the timeline. Had you not quarreled with him, mightn't the crown prince have already been conceived within you? I am merely infuriated. I am confined within the Tsanyu palace, unable to see him, while he frolics in the rear palace, entangled with others, showing that I hold no place in his heart. Du Yuzhen cried more vehemently. I adore my cousin so deeply that I would willingly play the role of a lesser partner. Yet he has betrayed my affections. Enough! You must cast aside such thoughts. Warn Madame Du, gripping Du Yuzhen's arm. His Majesty is not merely your cousin. He is the emperor, the ruler of all under heaven. Even with your aunt's presence, your status as his primary consort remains uncertain. Now that His Majesty has granted you the position of favored concubine, second only to the Empress, what more could you desire? You entered the palace to wield power, and yet you feel wronged? Must His Majesty's affection be reserved solely for you? Your father maintains concubines. Have you ever seen me harbor jealousy toward them? Look at the Chonglu Palace. Has jealousy ever taken root there? With such a childish heart, I fear it is best you return with me. Remaining here will only invite calamity. I love my cousin. Why cannot he love only me? Du Yuzhen pouted defiantly before her mother. I cannot abide the thought of him sharing his bed with other women. The Chonglu Palace may not harbor jealousy, but that is only because she does not truly love him. Has her lack of love not affected her status as Empress? Has it not influenced her ability to bear the crown prince? Madame Du pressed on. Before you even entered the palace, she was suppressed. On the night of their wedding, their union was never consummated, and 3 months in, she is yet to spend a night with the emperor. At that time, who did not laugh at her misfortune? But now, she has a crown prince and sits firmly on the empress's throne, while you remain here, entangled in the affections of a few favored attendants. Those women have been rendered barren by their childhood ailments and are your ideal rivals for His Majesty's favor. Had you kept them in the Tsanyu Palace, would His Majesty not be visiting you daily? Others may not care whom the emperor entertains in the Tsanyu Palace. They only know that you, the favored concubine, do enjoy unyielding favor. Do you lose your composure in my presence, only to present the same madness before His Majesty? What will you do when he grows weary of you, and you find yourself begging for his attention? As the favored concubine, how will you maintain your dignity? Madame Du, aware of her daughter's stubbornness, worried that a single conversation might not suffice. Thus, she feigned illness, wishing to remain in the palace to care for her. There is nothing wrong with that. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager expressed her disdain, aptly reflecting the old adage that like mother, like daughter. The unruly demeanor of Du Yuzhen clearly indicated the influence of her mother's upbringing. It is customary for the Empress to summon her family to the palace only when she is in labor. Yet here is a mere concubine, whose health is compromised, insisting on having her mother stay in the palace to attend to her. Such audacity is remarkable. It is indeed a lamentable reality for all parents. Wei Xiangwan sought to defend Madame Du, likening her situation to that of the eldest princess, whose mother also worries for her well-being while in the palace. Even if the Empress Dowager yearns for her daughter, she would not venture outside the palace to see her. Such is the decorum. The Empress Dowager remarked coolly that since Madame Du is so concerned for her daughter, she should bear the burden of visiting the palace daily. However, residing within the palace is out of the question, as no concubine possesses the privilege to host family members overnight. Chapter 55. An unexpected turn due to Madame Du's frequent visits to the palace. The recent gatherings of the Qingshou Palace and the Chaohui Hall have often included family members. Life in the harem is often mundane and unremarkable. However, those elevated to the status of concubine or higher enjoy the notable privilege of summoning family members to the palace at will, which is indeed a tangible benefit. While it is said that such summoning is casual, everyone is acutely aware that excessive visits could lead to scrutiny from officials, who might cite the palace women for being discontented with their domestic roles and colluding with those outside the palace walls. The Empress may not meet her family more frequently than the Empress Dowager, and a concubine must never surpass the Empress in visitation frequency. Thus, they all tread carefully to maintain a delicate balance, ensuring that visits are neither too common nor entirely absent. Since Kang Yudian was initially unaware of the established protocols, others would take advantage of her situation to increase their own visitations. This way, if any official were to lodge a complaint, all would face equal reprimand, leaving none unscathed. Wei Xiangwan, adhering to her own rhythm of thought, decided to summon Wang Yihui to the palace, though such meetings were infrequent. With only her sister-in-law managing both household and familial duties, already burdened with the care of her brother and nephew, a visit to the palace would consume a precious day, especially as the year-end approached with numerous obligations. Thus, Wei Xiangwan refrained from disturbing her. Wang Yihui entered the palace cradling her son, and after exchanging pleasantries, she entrusted her child to someone to play with the crown prince. Observing her demeanor, Wei Xiangwan sensed she had something to discuss and dismissed the others. Personally pouring tea for Wang Yihui. Your Highness, my husband has noticed something amiss in the capital and is uncertain. He wishes to seek your guidance on a course of action. Wang Yihui held the teacup, her brow slightly furrowed. Was of such importance? Wei Xiangwan inquired. My husband has observed many unfamiliar faces in the capital, all skilled in martial arts and bearing fierce expressions. It seems that someone in the capital might be summoning these assassins for nefarious purposes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yihui was filled with trepidation. As the daughter of a civil servant, she had never encountered matters of violence, and her imagination ran wild, filling her with dread. Where did your brother discover this? My husband's former acquaintances sometimes invite him to revelries after his shifts, and you know how those establishments are. Rumors spread like wildfire. Wei Xiangwan traced the edge of her teacup. Has your brother discerned the movements of these individuals? Were they primarily active? My husband has been vigilant since noticing the irregularities and has observed that many linger in the eastern part of the city, where most officials reside. Who do you think they are targeting? Wei Xiangwan suddenly harbored a suspicion. She instructed someone to inform Jingyang about the affairs of the Jiangnan Salt Administration. However, despite the passage of several days, there had been no notable developments within the court. Given Jingyang's cautious nature, even if presented with incriminating evidence, he would likely seek to discern its authenticity himself. Perhaps in the course of his investigation, he had inadvertently alerted those with vested interests, prompting them to take desperate measures and attempt an assassination in the capital. Since her brother had discovered such a critical matter, he would naturally inform the governor at the earliest opportunity. He was responsible for the security of the capital, overseeing every detail. Wei Xiangwan remarked that her sister-in-law should send someone to discreetly monitor Lord Jing, hoping that she was merely overthinking and that these individuals were not targeting him. Lord Jing? Wang Yihui was taken aback to hear that name. Had they not come to the capital to assassinate His Majesty? Wang Yihui pondered that those who arrived in the capital with nefarious intentions must surely be focused on the emperor, especially given the public knowledge of the tense relationship between His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Should the emperor unexpectedly pass away, the Crown Prince would ascend to the throne. The palace was heavily guarded. How could her sister-in-law believe that desperate outlaws would dare to attack the emperor? Wei Xiangwan chuckled, asserting that even if someone were audacious enough to attempt such an act, the timing was not right. During the autumn and winter, the emperor remained within the palace. But come spring, when he favored the hunting grounds, there would indeed be opportunities for mischief. In truth, even now, such an endeavor would be futile. Wei Xiangwan shrugged, indicating that there was already a crown prince, and even if the emperor faced misfortune, it would not benefit anyone else. Wang Yihui blinked, understanding the situation. She felt embarrassed for having overreacted. Wei Xiangwan called for the children to come in, and Yuan Zhao entered as well. Pretending to be angry, she said, "Yuan Zhao, shouldn't you be in class at this time? I haven't seen Hao Guer for a long time. I missed him, so I sneaked out to take a look." Yuan Zhao explained, "I spoke with the teacher, and this is my break time. Once Hao Guer leaves the palace, I'll make up the time. There are rules for attending class," Wei Xiangwan said sternly. "Now that you've seen Hao Guer, return to your lessons." "Mother," Yuan Zhao whined, elongating his tone. "If the teacher finds that you perform well, next time Hao Guer comes to the palace, the schedule will be adjusted to allow him to play with you. But for now, it's time to return to class." Reluctantly, Yuan Zhao left. Wang Yihui remarked, "Your Highness, you are rather strict with the eldest princess. She is not even your biological child. Why must you be so harsh? It will only lead to resentment." "It is necessary to be strict with her," Wei Xiangwan replied. "We must cultivate her into a fine young lady, so that her calling me mother is not in vain. Indulging her is not an act of kindness. She is a pitiable child who will ultimately have to rely on herself." Looking around, Wei Xiangwan added, "If I were to purposely spoil her, I would not dare reside in Changlu Palace, fearing her mother might return to confront me." Wang Yihui quickly dismissed the notion, saying, "Nonsense, nonsense. The princess's kindness reflects her nurturing spirit, caring for the young as she would her own." In light of Wei Liu's suggestion, the following day, he invited his superior, General Guzhigao, known for his battlefield prowess, to share a drink. Guzhigao maintained a measured distance from Wei Liu, who was clearly a well-connected individual. As long as Wei Liu did not cause any trouble, Guzhigao would treat him as if he were invisible. Previously, Wei El had always been discreet and perceptive, maintaining a low profile and avoiding any actions that might provoke anger within the military. To his surprise, he approached with an unyielding invitation, seemingly oblivious to various polite refusals, insisting that Guzhigao join him for a drink. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the night began to envelop the surroundings, Guzhigao, feeling exasperated, conceded, "Fine. If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you for an unrestrained revelry. We shall not part until one of us falls." After changing their attire, Guzhigao followed Wei El to the bustling streets lined with flowers and willows. He grasped Wei El's arm and whispered sternly, "Let us find a respectable establishment for our drinking. Do not indulge in any frivolities. The court has clear laws, and I do not wish to be summoned by the censors on the morrow. Rest assured, as long as you maintain your propriety, we shall conduct ourselves appropriately wherever we go," Wei El replied. "Have you never been to this place, General? One must familiarize oneself with all walks of life to ensure the safety of the capital." Guzhigao released his grip, a look of skepticism crossing his face. It seemed that Wei El's invitation extended beyond mere drinking. They boarded a pleasure boat, swaying gently amidst the rippling waters. Passing lively taverns along the banks where alluring maidens beckoned with crimson sleeves, the fragrant breeze intoxicating yet tinged with a sense of foreboding. "Do you not perceive, General, that the patrons in these establishments do not resemble the inhabitants of the capital?" Wei El reminded him through the gauzy curtain. Guzhigao followed his gaze. his military background allowing him to discern at a glance that those individuals were seasoned fighters with blood on their hands. Without further prompting from Wei El, his gaze flitted back and forth between the banks, scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces that bore the weight of lethal experience. "What did you notice?" Gu Zhigao inquired. "I realized it while drinking with friends." Wei El scratched his head, recalling the uncomfortable aura emanating from those individuals. As the festive season approached, the influx of outsiders to the capital was indeed suspicious. However, I could not pinpoint the oddity, hence my desire for the general to come and assess the situation. "Do you often drink here? Have you not inquired with any familiar associates?" Gu Zhigao took a sip, his eyes fixed intently on Wei El. "It is peculiar. I consulted several acquaintances, yet none could ascertain the purpose of these individuals' presence. Some claimed to be in business, with no goods or partners in sight, while others professed to be visiting family, yet no interactions were seen. Some reside at inns, others at brothels, but their movements are erratic. To watch them closely would draw too much attention, and should others question me about it, I would have no explanation, merely a vague suspicion." Wei El chuckled nervously. "Perhaps I am worrying for naught." "Your concern is not unfounded," Gu Zhigao replied, "yet it is fortunate you did not dispatch anyone to surveil them. These individuals are seasoned operatives who would surely detect any signs of scrutiny." Indeed, Wei El breathed a sigh of relief. "Now that the general is aware, I feel assured that you will find a way to address this matter." Upon his return, Gu Zhigao dispatched 16 men, divided into 2 groups, to disguise themselves and blend into the marketplace, gathering intelligence. 4 were assigned to guard the ends of Linha Alley, ready to pursue any fleeing individuals should turmoil arise in the capital. 1 would follow while another returned to relay messages. Simultaneously, the Imperial City Guard intensified their patrols, re-evaluating routes and staggering shift changes to eliminate any blind spots. As the year drew to a close, it was reasonable for the Imperial City Guard to tighten their defenses. "Elder brother, this is untenable. The guards are too vigilant now. We cannot find an opportunity." Such discussions arise within various groups. Although they converge upon the capital for a shared purpose, each operates independently. The astute individuals sense the potential exposure and promptly disperse, recognizing that while wealth may be tempting, one must safeguard one's life. However, the substantial remuneration from their patron emboldens some to exclaim defiantly, dismissing their fears and deeming the enterprise no longer worth their while. They deliberate on the consequences of delaying action until Lord Jing exposes the Salt administration in Jiangnan. Even if they were to assassinate him, no financial gain would be secured. The leader of the group gathered everyone to devise a plan for the assassination. On November 10th, Prime Minister Jing Yang was attacked in an alley just a street away from his residence. Fortunately, the nearby patrolling guards of the royal city heard the commotion and rushed to the scene, swiftly transporting Jing to the medical hall for urgent care. Though gravely injured, he managed to survive. Upon receiving the news, Qi Zhao stormed back to the Wuzhigong, convening the officials and expressing his outrage. In broad daylight, a minister of the state is assaulted under my very nose. This is a blatant disregard for my authority. He commanded an investigation into who sought Jing's life, vowing retribution upon their clan. Such punishment is second only to treason. As Jing Yang was the first individual promoted by Qi Zhao since he took power, an upright and capable man, albeit occasionally blunt in his speech, yet one whom Qi Zhao trusted. Now, with an attempt on Jing's life, Qi Zhao could not help but indulge in conspiracy theories, suspecting that the orchestrators were targeting him, and he demanded severe consequences for the offenders. With the assassination of the esteemed minister in the capital, the primary accountability fell upon the royal guards. How could they have allowed such a grievous blunder? The seasoned Xiao Xingyang suggested that they should also send someone to inquire at Jing's residence to determine if he had inadvertently offended anyone. The paramount concern, however, was Jing's health. Lu Sang remarked that once Jing recovered, he would surely reveal the identity of his assailant, and speculating in the meantime would prove fruitless. Qi Zhao, observing their detached demeanor, scoffed, "Summoned General Hu Wei to see me." Gu Zhigao entered the palace, still bearing traces of blood, and reported, "Your Majesty, I have apprehended the assailants responsible for the attack on Lord Jing. Only a few accomplices have managed to escape. I have sealed the city gates and am conducting thorough searches of every street and alley. Qi Zhao clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. How did you manage to capture them? As the year drew to a close, the royal guards intensified their vigilance, increasing patrols throughout the streets. The Hu Bin officer timely discerned that something was amiss with Lord Jing's carriage and pursued it, fortuitously encountering the assailants in the act. He sounded the alarm, and the nearby royal guards rushed to apprehend the culprits. Aside from a few who fled, miscreants were captured and are currently in custody of the royal guards. Since they are not adept at investigating cases, it would be prudent to transfer these four to the Dali Temple, allowing the junior minister there to formally investigate and ensure that Lord Jing does not suffer in vain, proposed Xiao Zhengyang. Ge Zhigao cast a downward glance at him, but remained silent, waiting for Qi Zhao to command the Dali Temple to proceed with the investigation before he took his leave. News from outside the palace arrived, confirming that Lord Jing had survived and returned home to recuperate, though the physician cautioned that due to excessive blood loss, it was uncertain when he would awaken. Qi Zhao waved his hand, instructing the chief physician to take medicine to Jing's home, stating that they would return once he regained consciousness. Upon returning to the barracks, Wei Lu immediately stood upon seeing Ge Zhigao. General, please sit. Ge Zhigao waved his hand, acknowledging the significant contribution made this time. His timely discovery of the anomaly and the swift rescue of Lord Jing were commendable. Capturing the culprit so quickly spared them from idleness and even afforded them a reward. This success was largely attributed to the general's leadership. Wei El chuckled, expressing his surprise at how many had responded to the whistle, skillfully dispersing to prevent the culprits from escaping, as the general had effectively barricaded all avenues. Let us refrain from discussing trivial matters, Ge Zhigao interjected. His Majesty has instructed us to deliver the criminals to the Dali Temple for trial. That would not be prudent, Wei El replied, furrowing his brow. The brothers have already conducted an initial interrogation. An additional night's delay would ensure their compliance. Sending them to the Dali Temple would only benefit them. I have stated before that we apprehended 4. Wei El paused, realizing their actual capture count was 6. We shall send 4 minor offenders, and for the remaining, we can claim they were apprehended later. The merits we have earned shall not be relinquished so easily, Ge Zhigao asserted. Wei El gave a thumbs up, affirming that the general was indeed astute. Before His Majesty today, with the other 2 lords present, I refrain from seeking a reward for you. However, once His Majesty inquires, it will be clear that it was you who saved Lord Jing's life, and the reward shall not escape you. What need have I for a reward? Ye Shigo replied. It would be more fitting to share it with everyone. Wei El chuckled, noting that his lack of desire for accolades was genuine, even if he were to receive recognition. It would elevate him no higher than the Duke of Assistance to the nation. Such an elevation would not only be met with resistance from court officials, but would also be disapproved by the Empress Dowager, making it a more substantial honor than that of the Duke of Grace. As a commander of the Tiger Band, he bore a similar level of authority and responsibility, which suited him well. Further promotion would entail greater burdens, a concern he was wary of. Concerning the rewards, Wei El was not boasting. The Wei family was not numerous, yet they were well off. Seeking honor through rewards was unnecessary when he had a sister who was the Empress and a nephew who was the Crown Prince. Chapter 57. The Value of Sibling Bonds. Qi Zhao visited the Chonglu Palace, where the timely rescue of Jing Yang from an assassination attempt had saved his life. How could such an attack occur? Wei Xiangwan inquired, puzzled. Although Lord Jing may have been somewhat radical in his political stance, he held valid reasoning. Who could he have offended to warrant such a hired attack? You share my thoughts, Qi Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It cannot merely be a personal vendetta. It must stem from political grievances, a quest for revenge. Has His Majesty dispatched a physician? Wei Xiangwan expressed concern. If Lord Jing requires any medications, they must be delivered from the palace. Such a loyal and devoted minister must not fall victim to treachery. Rest assured, I have already sent the court physician with supplies, and once Jing Yang recovers, he shall return. That is appropriate, Wei Xiangwan nodded. His Majesty could also send a trusted eunuch to visit the residence, demonstrating his concern and care. Let's have Zheng Heng make a trip tomorrow. Fortunately, the Imperial City Guards detected the situation in time, rescuing Jing Yang and apprehending the assailant. A stroke of fortune amidst calamity, Qi Zhao remarked, leaning back. Your brother has certainly earned commendation this time. My brother? Wei Xiangwan tilted her head in curiosity. He was the first to notice the attack on Jing Yang, and upon delivering him to the physician, the doctor indicated that only a century-old ginseng could save his life. He promptly sent someone to fetch it from home. Without his quick thinking, Jing Yang's life would have been in grave jeopardy. My brother apprehended the assailant without injury, I hope? Wei Xiangwan asked anxiously. Qi Zhao, taken aback by her singular concern, hesitated momentarily. I do not believe so. I have not heard of any injuries. Since it was not mentioned, even if he were hurt, it must be a minor wound. Wei Xiangwan immediately summoned someone to inquire about her uncle's condition at the Wei family residence. Qi Zhao chuckled at her concern, saying, Your brother has achieved merit. Instead of pondering how I should reward him, you worry about his health? The Wei family relies on him as its sole pillar. We cannot afford any mishap. Wei Xiangwan expressed her anxiety, suggesting perhaps the emperor should allow my brother to return home and live as a leisurely noble, rather than remain in the imperial city's military, where I still harbor some worries. Do you lack faith in your brother? Qi Zhao replied with a hint of exasperation. A man must strive for accomplishments. Keeping him at home is a waste of his potential. I know my brother's capabilities better than the emperor does. Wei Xiangwan pouted. My grandmother merely wishes for him to be a dandy, while I only want him to amuse the emperor. If the emperor truly intends to utilize him as a pillar, and something goes awry, do not blame me. It matters little if he lacks skill. As long as his heart is in the right place, it won't lead to misfortune. Qi Zhao took Wei Xiangwan's hand gently, saying, Do you think the crown princess uncle is merely a frivolous wastrel? Sometimes. The crown princess uncle is simply a target. I sincerely hope no one uses his flaws to attack the nephew. In a hushed tone, Wei Xiangwan remarked, The crown prince is of the Qi lineage, much like the emperor. Qi Zhao believed that the crown prince's uncle should have a respectable future when the crown prince matured. He might resent having an uncle in such a powerful position. Wei Xiangwan had long resolved that once her nephew was engaged, Wei El would resign from all official positions, retaining only his title. Qi Zhao squeezed her hand, appreciating her cautiousness and clarity of thought. She neither sought rewards nor coveted riches. It could be said that whatever Wei Xiangwan undertook aligned with his desires. Jing Yang's injuries were stabilizing. He occasionally regained consciousness, feeling an urgent need to speak, yet found himself unable to articulate. The physician had diagnosed lung damage, compounded by excessive blood loss, leaving him too weak to converse. The physician advised Jing Yang to rest and recover. Once his health improved, he could express himself clearly, as any hesitance might lead to misunderstandings and further anxiety. Jing Yang's son reassured him, Father, do not worry. The assassin has been apprehended by the Imperial City Guards and is currently being interrogated by the Dali Temple. The Emperor will certainly uncover the truth and provide you with justice. However, Jing Yang remained anxious, yet words eluded him. The physician administered a tranquilizer, warning that excessive worry was detrimental to his recovery. After taking the medication, he slept, intending to discuss matters once his health was restored. Qi Zhao summoned Wei El to the palace, inquiring, You have accomplished great deeds. What reward do you seek? Wei El chuckled softly, responding, This hardly qualifies as merit. I was fortunate to be closest to the situation. If the emperor wishes to reward anyone, it should be our general, were it not for his decisive actions. The culprit would not have been so easily captured. Furthermore, it would be appreciated if the emperor could bestow some silver upon our brothers in the imperial city's military. As the new year approaches, it would bring joy to many families. What about you? Do you desire nothing for yourself? Qi Zhao asked. I do not. Wei El waved his hand dismissively. Once the crown prince is officially in theft, the emperor will reward me then. There is no need for rewards now, as excessive praise breeds jealousy. Qi Zhao laughed heartily, remarking, You claim not to care for fame and fortune, yet you are aware that you will be rewarded upon your nephew's enfeoffment. The emperor's reward for the crown prince's enfeoffment is not for me, but rather a testament to the crown prince's significance. Wei El replied with a smile, I accept the emperor's reward not for my sake, but for the crown prince. Your words are quite convoluted, Qi Zhao noted. Qi Zhao waved his hand, expressing that the matter had not yet been thoroughly investigated by the Dali Temple, and thus he could not lavish rewards. Here, I shall give you this reward. You may decide how to distribute it among yourselves. Then I shall convey my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of my brothers, Wei El replied, half kneeling in respect. Before leaving the palace, make a visit to Changlu Palace. The Empress is anxious about your injuries and wishes to see you to ease her worries. Qi Zhao added, if the Empress suggests you resign from the Imperial City Army, you must not consent. I have observed your commendable service there. In such a short time, you have already achieved merit. Seize this opportunity to distinguish yourself further, and in due course, you may become a general, rightfully earning your place in the general's residence. As Wei El exited the Wuji Palace, he encountered Du Qining, the guard at the entrance. Ignoring the latter's sour expression, he strode confidently past. Upon reaching Changlu Palace, Wei Xiangwan inquired about the events of that day. After Wei El recounted the tale, she expressed her concern. I wonder if brother has concealed any fears for my sake. He was unscathed this time, but what about next? Holding Wei El's hand, she implored above all, remember that your life is paramount. No matter the circumstance, it is not worth sacrificing your existence. These trifling skirmishes do not threaten your life. Wei Xiangwan, what did you discuss with His Majesty? He seems worried I might resign. Do you wish to leave the Imperial City Army? It is quite intriguing, Wei El responded, giving a thumbs up. Although the brothers of the Imperial City Army may not possess the illustrious backgrounds of the Imperial Guards, they are far more genuine. At least, none have spoken ill of me after enjoying my hospitality. Chapter 58. Suicide by Guilt. Du Qining encountered Wei El at Wuji Palace. Returning home in a foul mood. I no longer wish to remain in the Imperial Guards. It is merely a gatekeeping position, devoid of prospects. Then resign and dedicate yourself to your studies at the academy. I do not expect you to follow in your brother's footsteps to become a genshur. Aim instead for a jurin and start from a local official position. Du Changruo had originally envisioned such a future for his younger son, unaware that a conversation with his daughter would alter his aspirations. Du Changruo did not wish for his son to become a mere gatekeeper, particularly since he lacked the intelligence to engage in meaningful discourse. Having reached the gates of Wuji Palace, if asked about matters concerning His Majesty, he would be utterly clueless. The Du family had no intention of pursuing the martial path. His time in the Imperial Guards was merely squandered. I refuse to study. Du Qining declared, disinterested in academics. I intend to join the Imperial City Army as a lieutenant. If Wei El can do it, so can I. How could I possibly be inferior? Du Changruo rolled his eyes at this remark. He felt inclined to scold him, but deemed it not worth his breath on a blockhead. He turned to his elder son. Did you speak with your brother today? Did you see Wei El at Wuji Palace? Du Qining asked. Du Qining nodded. If His Majesty can transfer Wei El, why can't I be reassigned? After all, I am his cousin. Wei El entered the palace today to receive His Majesty's commendation. Correct? Du Qining looked at his father. Wei El achieved a remarkable feat by saving Jing Xiang, which is a significant accomplishment in His Majesty's eyes. He was merely fortunate. Had I been in the Imperial City Army, such glory would have been mine. Du Qining leaned closer to his elder brother. Life in the palace is mundane, and there are no great achievements to be had. The Imperial City Army, however, offers abundant opportunities for distinction. Indeed, the Imperial City Army presents numerous chances for merit. The opportunities for accountability are plentiful. If Jing Xiang were to be successfully assassinated this time, the Imperial Guard would face dire consequences from top to bottom. Du Qining shook his head, stating that one cannot merely focus on the merits of others without recognizing the inherent risks involved. As for the Imperial Guard, do not even entertain the thought. Du Changru sternly remarked that Wei El was placed in the Imperial Guard at the behest of His Majesty, while you entered through the influence of your sister. His Majesty's removal of Wei El signifies a desire to prevent further discord among you. Does he not find the previous embarrassment of being struck enough? Du Qining is fast flushed crimson. He had suffered a loss in the previous encounter and had longed for an opportunity for retribution. However, With Wei now in the Imperial Guard, such chances eluded him. Does father believe I cannot defeat that worthless fool? Or does he regard me as a worthless individual in his eyes? Consumed by rage, Du Qineng stormed out, while Du Qizhen pursued him momentarily, but was halted by Du Chongru's command. You will draft his resignation letter tomorrow. Such a temperament only breeds enemies in the official realm. Your younger brother still requires guidance, so do not lose your temper. By your age, you had already passed the imperial examination. He has simply been spoiled by your grandmother and mother. Du Chongru, in frustration, proposed that after his resignation, he should return to the countryside to repair the ancestral home and tend to the family grave, suggesting a stay of 1 to 2 months before returning. The matter of Jingxiang appears to be quite complex, and I do not wish to concern myself with whether he will incite further trouble. Du Qizhen agreed. The 4 heinous criminals detained in the Dali Temple had committed suicide out of fear of their crimes. When the minister of the Dali Temple reported this in court, he prostrated himself on the ground, unable to raise his head. Qi Zhao remained silent, and the atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The censor emerged to accuse the Dali Temple of lax discipline. Xiao Zhengyang remained composed, rubbing his hands together. The recent cold weather necessitated extra layers beneath his official robes for warmth. Du Chongru questioned, since the criminals took their own lives out of fear, did the Dali Temple manage to compile any confessions or uncover any leads for further investigation? Qi Zhao's reliance on his uncle stemmed from the fact that Du Chongru, to a certain extent, served as Qi Zhao's spokesperson, articulating many things that Qi Zhao found difficult to express. Some trivial details, however, could not be pursued further. Is it the implication of Lord Bo that Jingxiang's assassination was in vain? Du Chongru inquired. The minister of the Dali Temple could only repeat his inadequacy. Du, must you be so confrontational? Xiao Zhengyang interjected, asserting that since the minister of the Dali Temple took custody of the 4 criminals, he had been tirelessly interrogating them day and night. Minister Xiao, Qi Zhao began, his expression inscrutable, yet no one could mistake his displeasure. If I recall correctly, these 4 individuals were insisted upon being sent to the Dali Temple by Minister Xiao, claiming that they would be more swiftly dealt with there. The case remains unresolved, and they are now dead. Should not Minister Xiao provide me with an explanation? Xiao Zhengyang immediately adopted an innocent demeanor. Your Majesty, the Dali Temple oversees all criminal matters. My advice to transfer the offenders there was entirely reasonable and compliant with regulations. I do not know how they disappeared once they arrived at the Dali Temple. You do not know, the Dali Temple does not know, and I do not know. It seems that my court is filled with incompetent fools. Qi Zhao struck his side. I demand an investigation of the Dali Temple from top to bottom until it is determined whether the criminals committed suicide out of fear or were silenced by someone. Qi Zhao was exceedingly cold and pragmatic during these tumultuous times. The Ministry of Justice and the Chief of Jingzhou were unorthodox in their methods. Whoever could uncover the identity of the assassin who attacked Minister Jing would be appointed as the new chief of the Court of Judicial Review. The position of Chief of the Court of Judicial Review held a third-rank status, and this extensive purge within the court would undoubtedly create numerous vacancies. Your Majesty, the Minister of War, Zhao Zhengqi, stepped forward. The assailant has been apprehended by the Imperial Guards, who are currently on high alert, attempting to capture the remaining suspects. I believe the Ministry of War should also be involved in the investigation. Let all investigations proceed, Qi Zhao replied with an impassive demeanor. If you uncover the truth, I shall grant you the position of Chief of the Court of Judicial Review. The attempt on Minister Jing's life cannot be swept under the rug. It is imperative that we ascertain the facts clearly. The officials knelt and proclaimed, "Long live the Emperor." Returning to the palace, Qi Zhao remained incensed. He vented his frustrations in the Wuji Palace, only to find no relief. Subsequently, he made his way to the Chonglu Palace, his expression stern, and sat in silence upon entering. Wei Xiangwan would not allow her son to appear at such a critical moment, so she had him taken to a side chamber for his lessons with the princess. She instructed her servants to remove the incense and replace it with the refreshing scent of Buddha's hand, opening the windows slightly to disperse the stifling heat with a brisk breeze. Once the invigorating fragrance filled the room, Wei Xiangwan approached Qi Zhao, Who has angered the emperor? Fools. A bunch of fools. Qi Zhao could no longer contain his fury. The suspects detained in the Court of Judicial Review had all taken their own lives before being interrogated. Is it truly so easy to succumb to guilt? Wei Xiangwan expressed her disbelief. Could it be that they were silenced? Such a blatant act, and they feign guilt-induced suicide to deceive me. They do not regard me as a fool. Rather, they treat me as one. Qi Zhao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Wei Xiangwan grasped his hand, applying too much pressure, causing his palm to redden. Your Majesty, why stoop to their level? If they're disobedient, then replace them all. She gazed into his eyes. The entire realm serves your Majesty. Is there any need to worry about finding a few astute individuals? If it were not for external constraints, I would replace all those in the court with capable individuals who are diligent and effective. Qi Zhao had contemplated replacing the court officials with a more vigorous and pragmatic cadre early in his reign. However, the Empress Dowager had swiftly disabused him of such notions. She did not outright forbid him, but subtly indicated that the individuals he wished to promote either met with misfortune or had their family scandals exposed. This realization extinguished Qi Zhao's ambitions for replacement. Though the emperor held an esteemed position, without allies in the court, he was but a solitary figure, and his commands would not resonate beyond the palace walls. Who has the authority to restrain your Majesty? Wei Xiangwan retorted. The assassination attempt on Minister Jing is a grave matter. Must your Majesty endure their deception? If they cannot accomplish their duties, they ought to be removed and replaced with those who can. Chapter 59. Testing the waters. Zhao Zhengqi visited the Imperial Guard's encampment to speak with Guzhigao. Although the Ministry of War oversaw military affairs, orders, personnel, and provisions, the commanders generally held the final say in large military operations, leaving little room for the ministry to intervene. I am aware you must have a contingency plan. You have spoken to His Majesty on your behalf. As long as we can identify those responsible for the assassination of Minister Jing, we need not concern ourselves with the position of Chief of the Court of Judicial Review. Arranging for 12 or 20 individuals should pose no issue. Zhao Zhengqi rode in, the wind slicing against his face like a blade, and huddled by the fire to warm himself. You overestimate my capabilities. If the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review cannot uncover the truth, do you truly believe I can? Do not play coy with me. Zhao Zhengqi shot him a glare, expressing their shared concerns. He warned against any trickery. The court prioritized scholarship over martial prowess, leaving military leaders to only gain recognition during wartime, while living in penury during peace. When a conscientious general considered the welfare of his troops, the situation became even more dire. The numbers in the barracks were limited, and not everyone could be housed in the general's residence. Once enlisted, soldiers relied on farming for sustenance in peacetime. Yet if they owned land, they would not have enlisted in the first place. Most could only toil in menial labor to support their families, leading to a life of hardship. Zhao Zhengqi and Guzhigao pondered how they might secure positions for these individuals within the court. After all, those who had survived the battlefield possessed both strength and skill. Alas, His Majesty had presented them with a benefactor in the form of the renowned General Wei Xiangwan, known for his affluence. He was quite decent, refusing the silver awarded by the emperor and instead distributing it among the brothers. Guzhigao examined the confessions before him. The accused in the Dali Temple had committed suicide out of fear, while the two he had concealed had already confessed. Yet, upon reviewing the statements, Guzhigao hesitated, uncertain whether to involve himself further. It seemed unlikely they would gain any advantage. With a sigh, he remarked, "Do you know where these individuals hail from?" Jiangnan. Jiangnan's salt administration? Zhao Zhengqi retorted immediately. Who else could afford to hire someone for murder besides them? Guzhigao nodded, acknowledging their precarious ascent to power. They needed to tread carefully, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. If they fell, what would become of those who depended on their survival? It was clear that the Jiangnan Salt administration would not attempt to assassinate Minister Jing without cause. They must have evidence against him. Zhao Zhengqi clenched his fist, proposing, "Let Wei Xiangwan make a trip to Minister Jing's residence. If he can obtain a definitive statement from Minister Jing, then we shall investigate ourselves. If not, we can claim that others have been apprehended and wash our hands of the affair." Do you think Wei Xiangwan can manage that? Of course he can, Zhao Jingqi replied confidently. Previously, when the Dali Temple sought to question Minister Jing, they were denied entry. Now, however, he is recuperating and reportedly spends more hours in slumber than awake. Various factions are eager to consult him as they lack alternative leads. Wei El is his savior. He will surely gain access. Upon receiving Gu Zhigao's instructions, Wei El did not rush. He wanted to consult his sister first. Wang Yihui had gone to the palace to convey messages. The emperor was determined to thoroughly investigate the assassination attempt on Minister Jing, regardless of the family's reluctance. Minister Jing could no longer afford to rest. He undoubtedly held incriminating evidence against the Jiangnan Salt administration. My brother can go. He may even reassure General Gu to investigate boldly. This is an opportunity for merit, Wei Xiangwan laughed, adding, but my sister must remind him that while everything else is permissible, he must not venture to Jiangnan for verification. Wang Yihui nodded in agreement. In this day and age, her brother could also muster a few soldiers for protection, and she cautioned him against acting alone. If he could gain entry to Minister Jing's residence upon his return, many would seek to converse with him. He could relay everything he learned from Minister Jing's office to Du Changrua, informing him alone while leaving the rest to handle it. But how should he convey this? Wang Yihui was perplexed. The Empress stated that this was a divinely bestowed merit, which would only benefit the Du family. Setting aside the rivalry between the Du family and myself, Du Changru still held interests aligned with the emperor, sharing both fortune and misfortune. The affairs of the court were exceedingly intricate, woven with myriad relationships, and I wish for my brother to refrain from being the first to expose himself. Let Du Changru deal with those cunning old foxes. Wei LV, accompanied by his wife, visited the esteemed Minister Jing, whose residence, long closed to visitors, now opened its doors. Wang Yihui went to greet the ladies, while Wei LV was led by Jing Yang's eldest son, Jing Suifei, to the bedside of Jing Yang. Jing Yang appeared relatively well, not displaying signs of physical debilitation. Jing Suifei clasped his hands, stating that once their father regained consciousness, he would insist on attending court, prompting their grandmother to decisively administer calming herbs, ensuring he fully recuperated first. This was indeed a direct attempt to pacify Minister Jing. Jing Yang was unfortunate to encounter such circumstances. Wei LV sighed. It had seemed only Minister Jing could find himself in such predicaments. Wei LV pointed to his chest, indicating that Minister Jing was burdened with the weight of the court. Jing Suifei was moved by this straightforward remark. Everyone knew their father was a good official, but must a good official perish? A good official certainly should not meet their end. Wei LV responded promptly, asserting that those who assassinate good officials deserve death, and once we apprehend these evildoers, Minister Jing could serve as a stable and virtuous official. While Jing Yang lay in a slumber, Wei LV could not inquire further after a brief exchange. He prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, Jing Suifei discreetly slipped a letter into Wei LV's sleeve, stating it was a correspondence their father had received previously, unsure if it bore any relevance to the current situation. Suddenly, the threads of a clue came together. Exiting the Jing residence alongside Wang Yihui, she inquired about Minister Jing's condition, wondering if it was truly as dire as rumored. How do you know? Wei LV replied as he unfolded the letter. I observed the old matriarch of the Jing family. Her sorrowful demeanor seemed feigned. Wang Yihui noted the scent of ginger on her handkerchief. The absence of tears necessitates the stimulus of ginger. Surely, her improved health inhibits her tears. It appears there is no grave concern. Yet the matters Minister Jing is currently investigating are quite perilous. Thus his elderly matriarch ensures he consumes calming herbs to remain in a state of deep slumber. Chapter 60. The incident Wei LV had spent the first 20 years of his life indulging in pleasures and idleness, making it difficult for someone of such disposition to suddenly awaken to maturity and decisiveness at the age of 20. Upon meeting Jing Yang, he intended to heed his sister's advice and share his intelligence with Du Changru. However, clutching the extraneous letter, Wei LV hesitated on whether to reveal it to Du Changru. When the carriage halted at the Du residence, Wei LV simply handed the letter to Wang Yihui. Hold this for me. I shall speak a few words and return. Wang Yihui was puzzled. Du Changru is astute. I fear that if I possess the letter, he might discern its contents and use it against us. If it is not in my hands, I have no such fear. Wang Yihui chuckled softly, adjusting Wei Lv's attire. Hurry along. General Gu should be awaiting us at home. Wei Lv nodded, feeling a sense of tragic resolve akin to the melancholy of the river's chill. He entered the Du household. His intent clear. He wished to avoid dealings with the Du family for the rest of his life, yet he must heed his sister's counsel. Upon learning of Wei Lv's visit, Du Changru expressed surprise, wondering what business Wei Lv had with him, yet still gestured for him to be ushered inside. Lord Du, General Wei. Du Changru was genuinely surprised that Wei El had come to inform him about his visit to Jingxiang. Not wishing to linger, Wei El allowed Du Changru to personally escort him out. Du Changru pondered why General Wei would share such information with him, especially when the entire court was devising ways to visit Jingxiang, while he had the privilege of meeting Jingxiang in person. Ultimately, Du Changru resolved to be direct. He knew that Wei El preferred subtlety in his inquiries, fearing that straightforwardness might elude his understanding. The court's concerns regarding the concubine's disrespect towards the Empress were trivial in comparison. Wei El was reluctant to elaborate further, stating that His Majesty was currently distressed over Jingxiang's situation, and he could not be of assistance. Surely, Lord Du would aid His Majesty in this matter? Without hesitation, Du Changru affirmed that he would. After all, the Emperor was his own nephew. Who else would he support if not him? That suffices. It is all for His Majesty. Wei El replied with a bow, hastening towards his carriage. Du Changru remained at the spot, watching the carriage depart when Du Qizhen approached. Was he attempting to divert attention? The entire capital was fixated on Jingxiang's residence. After Wei El's visit, he did not return home, but headed straight to the Du estate. It was likely that many would soon come to inquire about news at the Du residence, risking wear on its threshold. This was a matter of open strategy. Du Changru sighed, acknowledging that their early acquisition of information necessitated gratitude towards him. Speak to your mother, and urge her to enter the palace to advise your younger sister to show greater respect towards the Empress in the future. Du Yuzhen's arrogance in the inner palace stemmed entirely from the Empress's indifference. Should a rivalry arise, their naive daughter would not last long. Madame Du was still gently persuading her daughter to quell her jealousy, advocating for acceptance of the Emperor's other women, assuring that as long as she held his heart, it sufficed. In the past, this was true. Now, it seemed far from the case. Du Yuzhen, feeling bitter, lamented that as soon as the Empress bore a son, he was immediately designated as the crown prince, while she had never entertained the thought of elevating their son. Her mother had once assured her that once she bore a crown prince, she would be favored and need not concern herself with the Empress. Yet now it was the Empress who had both a position and a son, leaving Du Yuzhen feeling perpetually overshadowed. What I mean is, if you had given birth to a prince, would there still be a need for concern regarding the Empress? Madame Du replied helplessly, His Majesty already has 5 daughters. The birth of the first son, regardless of the mother, is of utmost significance. If it were your child, His Majesty would surely declare him crown prince, even if he were the son of a concubine. Du Yuzhen, glumly gazing at her abdomen, clenched her fist and struck it in frustration, blaming herself for not being more assertive and questioning why she could not bear a son. Madame Du could only comfort her, assuring her that a child would come. She now regretted not having dissuaded her daughter from engaging with the Emperor, having only considered the palace's wealth and status, never realizing the hardships that accompanied such a life. Had she not married into the palace, given her family's standing, she could have lived comfortably with any suitor, avoiding this torment altogether. Gu Zhigao, dressed casually, awaited Wei El's return at the Wei residence. Upon his arrival, he handed him a letter, which Wei El read before tucking it away. You need not rest any longer. Come with me to the palace to see His Majesty. You can handle this matter. I shall refrain from attending. Are you afraid of entering the palace? Gu Zhigao inquired. I am not afraid of entering the palace. Wei El frowned. I fear the prospect of making a name for myself. Noticing Gu Zhigao's bewildered expression, he added, I am the crown prince's maternal uncle, an outsider. Do you think there have been few calamities caused by ambitious relatives? For the sake of my dear nephew, I must maintain a low profile. Gu Zhigao hesitated momentarily before delivering a firm pat on Wei El's back. The crown prince is still quite young. It is premature for you to be overly cautious. You are the sole representative of the Empress's family. It is high time you step up, lest you leave the Empress to bear the burden alone in the palace. What a commendable brother you are. Wei El was ushered into the palace to meet the emperor by Gu Zhigao, who mentioned he had visited Minister Jing, who was still in a deep slumber. Minister Jing's son also yearned to swiftly uncover the true culprits behind the scenes. Wei El relayed his own correspondence, stating that he could not decipher it, and thus sought Gu General's assistance, who then brought him into the palace. Gu Zhigao, have you apprehended the accomplices who fled that day? Subsequently, 2 more were captured, but they have yet to be transferred to the Court of Judicial Review as we sought to ascertain if there were additional conspirators. Gu Zhigao, being a military officer, understood the sequence of discourse. There is no need for transfer. You may investigate it yourself. Qi Zhao remarked that the official circles in Jiangnan are deeply intertwined, and even an investigation there would yield little. I hereby grant you a secret edict. Dispatch personnel to contact the Jiangnan Imperial Guards and ensure that all individuals associated with the Jiangnan Salt Administration are apprehended and sent to the capital for interrogation. Is it to be done immediately? Ye Shigao inquired tentatively. Yes, it is to be done at once. They are to be sent to the capital without delay. Qi Zhao rose, stating that once they arrive in the capital, they will be placed under watch in the Imperial military camp. I do not wish to witness any further instances of individuals taking their own lives out of guilt. Qi Zhao was resolute in his quest for clarity. While those in the capital observed and analyzed, or futilely participated in street searches, hoping to locate the rumored accomplices, His Majesty had discreetly stationed cannons in Jiangnan. The Jiangnan Salt Administration, from the highest officials to the clerks, were all apprehended and dispatched to the capital. The gates of the Salt Administration were locked, and the accounts were closed early this year. All matters would be addressed in the new year. The guards at the gates were personally overseen by the Jiangnan Imperial Guards, preventing any entry. Both Jiangnan and the capital erupted in turmoil. Xiao Xingyang earnestly urged Qi Zhao against such actions and sought an audience with the Empress Dowager and the Empress, lamenting that His Majesty's reckless behavior had truly disheartened the elder statesman. The Empress summoned Qi Zhao, questioning, "Your Majesty, you no longer heed the Prime Minister's counsel. What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" I listened to the Prime Minister's words. Yet the result was that the assailant of Minister Jing committed suicide out of guilt while in the Court of Judicial Review. Following the Prime Minister's advice, the Ministry of Justice labored for several days, but there has been no progress regarding the assassination of Minister Jing. Qi Zhao retorted, "What more do you expect of me? I am prepared to relinquish this imperial throne to you." Xiao Xingyang hastily knelt, proclaiming his unwillingness to assume such a role. "I am aware of the assassination attempt on Minister Jing. I understand your anxiety. However, governing a nation is akin to cooking delicate dishes. Haste can ruin the outcome. Your reckless actions not only fail to clarify the incident concerning Minister Jing, but also entangle us further in the crisis of the Salt Administration. Whatever course of action is taken seems erroneous. This time, I intend to proceed according to my own convictions, and whether it succeeds remains to be seen." Qi Zhao shrugged off his sleeves and departed. The Empress, infuriated, thought to herself, "Very well, it appears you have completely disregarded my authority. I shall see if you can indeed accomplish this task." Xiao Xingyang urged the censors to admonish the emperor, asserting that even the emperor must not act with impunity. Detaining individuals without evidence and bypassing protocol are grave transgressions. Jing Yang approached the throne, pallid, and declared, "Your Majesty, I have a report to present. I must accuse the Jiangnan Salt Administration of colluding with the salt merchants of Yangzhou, engaging in underhanded dealings and embezzling salt funds." Chapter 61. The eldest princess as a victim. Jing Yang has made his accusations known, and his assassination attempt has been addressed. The Salt Administration in Jiangnan, aware of his investigation into the matter, resorted to hiring assassins. It is inconceivable that within the court there exists not a single honest individual within the Salt Administration. Should His Majesty apprehend all the culprits, the operations of the Jiangnan Salt Administration would come to a standstill, leaving no one to manage it. Is there truly no one within the court willing to serve in the Jiangnan Salt Administration? Qi Zhao casually inquired. Are those listed in the Ministry of Personnel awaiting assignments also reluctant to accept positions in Jiangnan? Furthermore, are there no sons of the ministers who aspire to seek a future in Jinling? How formidable can the Salt Administration be? Is it impossible for anyone outside the Salt Administration to handle its affairs? I have compiled a list of officials from Yangzhou who are well acquainted with the Salt Administration. We could assign 1 or 2 unaffected individuals to Jinling to oversee the situation, while the remaining appointments can proceed once His Majesty makes a decision, Du Changru suggested. Does this not resolve the issue? Qi Zhao addressed the ministers, asserting that if the Salt Administration has faltered, new individuals must be appointed. If you, in your positions, neglect your duties, do not blame me for making changes. Everyone prefers to employ clever and capable subordinates. What purpose does it serve to retain those as foolish as pigs who refuse to listen? Typically, as the year draws to a close, the court would adopt a more relaxed demeanor, joyfully awaiting the new year. However, this year, due to the assassination of Jing and the Salt Administration scandal, the atmosphere in the court has become exceedingly tense. Qi Zhao's sudden display of firmness caught the Empress Dowager's faction off guard, leading to imprisonment and the replacement of officials. The court was filled with unease, yet this, paradoxically, fostered greater loyalty towards Qi Zhao. The winds of change began to favor Jingyang, with Du Changru and others aligning themselves with him. Qi Zhao maintained a facade of calmness within the court, radiating unspoken authority. Once he arrived at Changel Palace, holding his son, he laughed heartily. You see, when I approach them with kindness, they disregard me. Now that I am more severe, they instead flock to me, professing their loyalty. Matters in court are proceeding smoothly, devoid of the prior sense of frustration. First, allow me to congratulate Your Majesty on your resounding success, Wei Xiangwan remarked, refraining from interrupting his playful interaction with the child. Although it may appear perilous to outsiders, a father must engage with his child to foster affection. However, given that Minister Xiao has been entrenched in court politics for years, if Your Majesty were to undermine his authority this time, he would be relegated beneath Jing's stature, which he might find unacceptable. Should he be unwilling, I shall replace him. I have long harbored discontent towards him, Qi Zhao retorted. Your Majesty, Wei Xiangwan cautioned, furrowing her brow, please choose your words carefully in front of the child. If Lena were to imitate you, I would not condone it. The Crown Prince is still too young to comprehend such matters. Qi Zhao lifted his son high, and the little Qilin kicked his legs joyfully, drooling as it fell onto Qi Zhao's face, prompting a chuckle as he called him a saliva baby. Wei Xiangwan offered him a handkerchief, noting, Your Majesty's elaborate efforts may lead to an investigation uncovering a scapegoat, someone hired to commit murder, embezzlement, and dereliction of duty. One may perish, while the rest of the issues are concealed. I care not for those who previously conspired within the Salt Administration. I shall remove them all, severing ties. As for those who come after, it matters not, Qi Zhao scoffed. Greed for wealth is insatiable, and corrupt officials are inexhaustible. If the wealth seized from the household and the actual funds recorded in the accounts differ significantly, one must ponder, Your Majesty, where has the missing money gone? Qi Zhao, lost in thought, recalled that when I instructed the Imperial Guards to apprehend individuals, I also ordered them to confiscate the accounts from the Salt Administration and transport them to the capital. It appears now that I must dispatch someone to safeguard the assets of Cui Sui and the others, lest a fire consume them, leaving us without evidence. Some individuals merely wish to uncover the mastermind behind the assassination of Minister Jing, believing that apprehending the principal embezzler suffices. However, Your Majesty desires a deeper investigation, and the outcome will depend on your own deliberations. Qi Zhao contemplated this thoughtfully. Wu Yang entered, hunched over, and reported, Your Majesty, the princess of the Tsangyu Palace has been suffering from a persistent fever and has been calling for you. Why has she not summoned the imperial physician? Qi Zhao inquired. What good is it to call for me? The imperial physician has already been sent, Wu Yang replied, not anticipating this response. lowering his head even further. The princess refuses to take her medicine and insists on seeing you. Not this again, Qi Zhao frowned. Why can't she be more understanding? It is only natural for the favored concubine to seek your affection when unwell. Wei Xiangwan advised, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to visit her. You have been preoccupied with state affairs and may have neglected her. She has her mother to accompany her daily. What more could she want? After a moment of silent contemplation, Qi Zhao finally rose to visit Du Yuzhen in the Tsanyu Palace. However, it was evident that this tactic was becoming increasingly ineffective. Wei Xiangwan hinted to Qi Zhao that there were still others behind the Salt administration, though whether they could be unmasked remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Qi Zhao was correct in stating that severing connections on this front would cause significant losses, even if he could not directly expose the puppeteer. Wei Xiangwan possessed leverage beyond this single matter. One by one, no one would escape accountability. The Empress Dowager, sequestered in the inner palace, found it inconvenient to orchestrate affairs from the previous dynasty, as Qi Lingyue had previously acted as her intermediary. Longing to see her daughter, the Empress Dowager summoned her to the palace. Initially, Qi Lingyue did not comply. Only after the Empress Dowager dispatched individuals to forcibly bring her did Qi Lingyue arrive at the Qingshou Palace. Upon seeing her daughter, the Empress Dowager was taken aback, noting her haggard and emaciated appearance. What has happened to you? Are you unwell? I am not, Qi Lingyue replied coldly. How can you say that? Just look at yourself. The Empress Dowager insisted, calling for a physician to examine the princess's pulse. Could it be that the last miscarriage left you with lingering ailments? Do not concern yourself with me, Qi Lingyue retorted impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. I must return home. My husband is waiting for me. Have you reconciled with your husband? The Empress Dowager questioned skeptically. Yes, Qi Lingyue responded sharply. I have always had a good relationship with him. Nonsense. The Empress Dowager exclaimed angrily. If you're truly well, would you be in this state? Look at you. You are a shadow of your former self. You are the nation's princess, second only to the emperor, yet you have reduced yourself to the appearance of a resentful woman. You were never like this during your disputes with your husband. And what is wrong with me? Qi Lingyue could no longer contain her outburst. Chapter 62. Confrontation. Qi Lingyue's sudden accusation startled the Empress Dowager. What is wrong with me? Qi Lingyue repeated. If it were not for you, I would not be in this condition. What kind of mother are you? Qi Lingyue questioned, while other mothers hoped for their daughters to enjoy marital harmony and familial bliss. You, on the contrary, arranged for your own daughter to have an illicit lover, turning her husband into a mere fool. You simply cannot bear to see me thrive. In her fury, Qi Lingyue disregarded all decorum, shouting at the top of her lungs. The Empress Dowager, initially perceiving this as a routine mother-daughter encounter, did not clear the hall. Thus, every maid in attendance overheard the princess's provocative remarks. They all bowed their heads in embarrassment. The Empress Dowager clutched her chest, exclaiming, What hysteria is this? Utter nonsense. Someone, take the princess to the side hall for a rest. Where's the physician? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Qi Lingyue, in her frenzy, struggled against 4 matrons who had managed to restrain her. It was only when the physician finally arrived and administered a needle to her head that she succumbed to a deep slumber. The matrons reported back to the Empress Dowager that the princess's condition was indeed quite peculiar. Why won't she enter the palace when I call her? This should have been anticipated, the Empress Dowager scowled. What did the physician say? The physician merely stated that the princess's health was somewhat depleted and that, if this continued, it would surely deteriorate. But why did the princess suddenly become so agitated and speak irrationally? The Empress Dowager, skeptical, reflected on her daughter, proud and domineering. Never once had she seen her display sorrow, melancholy, anxiety, or indignation. Even during the years of discord after her marriage to Li Landau, such expressions had never crossed her face. She had seen these emotions far too frequently for the women confined to the inner palace. Aside from a fortunate few or those who, like her, had outlived their husbands, such expressions were common, reflecting their tears, heartbreak, and burdens. However, Qi Lingyue should not display such a demeanor. Even during her period of estrangement from Li Landau, she remained haughty, confident in her superiority, believing she could indulge his whims without fear of repercussion. His suffering, in her eyes, was a form of triumph. If she could not attain his love, then his pain would suffice. Such a brazen individual could not possibly show the face of a wronged wife. Qi Zhao, concerned that the Empress Dowager might use the princess to convey messages outwardly, hurried to the palace upon hearing of Qi Lingyue's entry. But he did not even manage to cross the threshold. The Empress Dowager, already fraught with anxiety, was further irked by his interruption and promptly ordered him to leave. Qi Zhao, puzzled, detoured to Wuzhigong to gossip with Wei Xiangwan. Does His Majesty wish to know? Wei Xiangwan inquired with a smile, suggesting they simply send someone to inquire. Who would you send? Qi Zhao retorted, that is Qingshou Palace. It would not be so easy to obtain information. Then let us have a competition with His Majesty. We shall each send someone to investigate and see who can gather information first, Wei Xiangwan proposed. What is the wager? Qi Zhao, intrigued, asked. Wei Xiangwan glanced around. If I succeed, Your Majesty shall personally inscribe this year's spring festival couplets for Changla Palace. And if I win? Qi Zhao, suddenly struck with an idea, pointed a finger at Wei Xiangwan's nose. I shall have a handkerchief made from your undergarment. Wei Xiangwan's face flushed with embarrassment. Why did he suddenly bring that up during a serious conversation? She turned her head slightly. Your Majesty should prepare to write. When in a position of power, she found it easy to be coy and flattering as means to achieve her goals, remaining composed. However, in a position of vulnerability, flirting felt entirely unfamiliar to her. Wei Xiangwan had consistently isolated herself within a safe, emotional distance from Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao instructed Zheng Heng to investigate, then turned his gaze away from Wei Xiangwan. Wandering within the inner palace, contemplating what colors would be suitable, ensuring they were not new. Wei Xiangwan sighed. Your Majesty, must you behave like a reckless libertine? What is it? Qi Zhao feigned ignorance. Is the Empress afraid of defeat? It is permissible to concede now. If you wish to play this way, I shall not let the next reward pass so easily, Wei Xiangwan retorted in feigned anger. As evening dinner concluded, Qi Zhao reclined on the couch, watching their daughter play with their son, while Wei Xiangwan watered the potted plants. The warmth of the palace had allowed the plants to flourish splendidly. Wei Xiangwan admired the beautiful blossoms, particularly a few pots of chrysanthemums nurtured by the inner servants, one of which, the Yao Tai Jade Phoenix, bore a flower as large as a plate, exuding unparalleled fragrance. At this time of year, there should be plum blossoms and orchids to admire, and yet, why are there still only these 2 pots of chrysanthemums? Qi Zhao remarked, is the inner servant negligent? I have painstakingly cared for these chrysanthemums. It has taken great effort for them to survive until now. They shall remain until they wilt, Wei Xiangwan replied. At that moment, Zheng Heng and Xiao Man entered from outside. Realizing they must have gathered news, Wei Xiangwan instructed the palace attendants to take the princess and the crown prince to wash up, as it would soon be time for bed. She approached Qi Zhao and sat beside him, dismissing the others first. Who will speak first? Ladies first, Qi Zhao smiled. To avoid accusations of me bullying someone if I lose. 1 sentence each, Wei Xiangwan was unperturbed by him. Otherwise, Xiao Man would finish speaking, and Zheng Gonggong would have no chance to interject, risking Qi Zhao's reproach for his inefficiency. Wei Xiangwan signaled to Xiao Man, who began with the condition of the eldest princess. The physician had warned that the eldest princess's health was gravely depleted, and if she did not rest, it might jeopardize her longevity. Zheng Heng continued to explain that the quarrel between the eldest princess and the Empress Dowager today stemmed from the latter's concern for the eldest princess's waning health. While the eldest princess insisted she was thriving with her husband and that the Empress Dowager need not worry. Isn't that a trivial remark? Qi Zhao couldn't help but interject. If she were truly flourishing, how could she appear so emaciated? A woman deserving the finest in sustenance and attire. Would her husband treat her cruelly? Would he deny her food? Let them finish before we speak, Wei Xiangwan soothed him. Xiao Man then recounted that during the dispute, the eldest princess accused the Empress Dowager of arranging for her to have a lover. Qi Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. The lover was from the Li family, which prompted the prince to begrudgingly accept the situation. Zheng Heng added that the miscarriage was not even the prince's child. Qi Zhao found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. How could this be? I know the eldest princess has always acted recklessly, but I did not anticipate such audacity. Disregarding propriety and moral standards, Wei Xiangwan poured herself a cup of tea, bringing it close, but refraining from drinking, merely savoring the fragrance of the leaves. What does she intend to do? Li Lan questioned. This is excessive. Qi Zhao slammed the table, exclaiming, even if she is the eldest princess, once married, she should adhere to her duties as a wife. How can she engage in such disgraceful acts, bringing shame upon the royal family? And what does her disgrace have to do with your majesty? Wei Xiangwan replied coldly. In truth, the eldest princess and her husband are but a mismatched couple. Since the prince has acknowledged the situation, your majesty should let nature take its course. Qi Zhao inquired about some details from Zheng Hong and learned that the princess's first two lovers were both for the collateral branches of the Li family, and both had died after the princess became pregnant. He slammed the table, wondering if she was akin to a black widow, eliminating her lovers to conceal her depravity. He was aware that the princess was currently on good terms with the prince consort, who had moved into her residence. They were together day and night, harmonizing like a perfectly tuned lute and harp, prompting him to strike the table again. He had underestimated Li Lan Dao. Previously, he thought him merely a madman for not consummating the marriage with the princess. Now, having worn the green hat twice, it seemed he was a fool for knowing that the prince consort was well with the princess. Wei Xiangwan gestured for them to leave first and pushed the tea she hadn't drunk toward Qi Zhao, suggesting that he should calm down over someone else's affairs. She found it puzzling and questioned why such actions were taken, for it was not something a rational person would do. The prince consort was initially coerced into the relationship, indifferent to the princess's feelings. If one day he decided to genuinely connect with her, then the previous appearances of other men and children would become thorns in their relationship. Wei Xiangwan quickly comprehended the situation, yet she struggled to understand Li Lan Dao's motives. Did he genuinely wish to foster a relationship with Qi Lingyu, or was he merely feigning goodwill to torment him? Matters of the heart are the most elusive to decipher. Wei Xiangwan glanced at Qi Zhao, realizing that given the princess's current predicament, the Empress Dowager likely lacked the energy to concern herself with other matters. Qi Zhao, still seething with anger, was jolted back to reality. Qi Lingyu's personal affairs had no bearing on him, and she could not stir up trouble in the court for it to concern him. He suddenly recalled some unfinished business and decided to head to Wuji Palace, instructing the Empress to rest without waiting for him. After speaking, Qi Zhao hurriedly departed. Chapter 63. Restraint. The court was abuzz with the turmoil surrounding the Salt administration, leaving everyone on edge, yet did not dampen the festive spirit of the new year. Wei Xiangwan speculated that Qi Zhao, having achieved his desires this year, would be in high spirits, thus ensuring that the preparations for the new year were even more lavish than usual, so as not to spoil his mood. Qi Lingyu was forcibly retained in the palace for recuperation, while the prince consort stood at the palace gates daily, returning home if he could not meet the princess. It was unclear whether his intentions were sincere. Some, seeking respite from the Salt administration debacle, observed this situation and advised the Empress Dowager that the princess was now married and should not reside long in the inner palace. The Empress Dowager promptly dismissed him, stripping him of his position. This action incited discontent among the court officials, leading to widespread petitions against the Empress Dowager. Qi Zhao clarified that the princess's health was poor, and the Empress Dowager, being a caring mother, wished for her to recuperate in the palace for a while. The Empress Dowager had no objections, nor did the Empress, so why were they raising such a fuss? He insisted that they promptly investigate all individuals related to the Salt administration case, as he did not wish to leave this matter unresolved until the following year. The attempt to shift focus bore no fruit. Qi Zhao was resolute in his intent to rectify the situation, while the Empress Dowager, preoccupied with her daughter, could not afford to be distracted. How could Xiao Zhengyang contend against such a force? By the 12th day of the 12th month, the Salt administration case was settled with the chief offender, the head clerk of the Salt administration, sentenced to immediate execution, his assets confiscated. The remaining accomplices received varied sentences based on their crimes, including exile for 1,000 miles. 2.5 years of hard labor, and 20 lashes. In any case, even the most innocent officials transported from Jinling were stripped of their positions without compensation. In the capital, aside from the initial misfortunes at the Dali Temple, where most officials were replaced, the supervisory court also saw a change in its leadership. Several mid-level officials who accepted bribes were dismissed. Du Changru's household was bustling with visitors. Qi Zhao observed the influx of fresh faces within the court, noting a shift in their demeanor. A single remark from him could elicit a sharp retort from Xiao Xingyang, indicating that those who supported the chancellor outnumbered the emperor's loyalists. With spirits lifted, discussions of merit and rewards ensued. The most commendable contribution came from the imperial city guards, leading to Ge Zhi's promotion to the rank of marshal general, along with a bounty of 100 taels. The minister of war, Zhao Jingqi, and the minister of personnel, Du Changru, were elevated to the positions of left and right censors of the supervisory court, while the minister of justice, Tao Luo, was appointed as the vice minister of the Dali Temple. Other official positions experienced various promotions or demotions, resulting in a mix of joy and sorrow. This marked Qi Zhao's first successful reshuffle since assuming power, and regardless of the outcomes, it heralded a breath of fresh air. Among the most noteworthy appointments was Qi Zhao's direct selection of Wei Xiangwan, the vice minister of the Taichung Temple, to be the tutor of the crown prince. The role of crown prince's tutor is crucial, and while the responsibilities of the Taichung Temple are significant, its position is often detached from court intrigues. However, being the crown prince's tutor is a remarkable opportunity, one that allows for the nurturing of a future emperor. It is not merely an honor. The satisfaction derived from such a role is unparalleled. The court's members envied Wei Xiangwan, who initially declined the offer, modestly claiming his lack of qualifications to instruct the crown prince. "You are too humble, my dear Lord Wang," they said. "The crown prince is but a mere infant, with his enlightenment still 2 years away. In the meantime, we hope you will seek out a suitable teacher for him. It would be unwise to confine a learned scholar to merely teaching the child basic characters." Wei Xiangwan could only express his gratitude. Qi Zhao summoned Wei El, declaring, "You have accomplished a significant task. I wish to reward you. If you are unwilling to accept, I shall bestow the honor upon your father-in-law." "How's that sound?" "That would be most agreeable," Wei El replied. "Your Majesty, my wife had originally intended to send our son to his maternal grandparents for education. Since your Majesty has invited his grandfather to the palace to enlighten the crown prince, might we also bring our son along for his studies? Where else would you send him, if not to the palace?" Qi Zhao laughed. "Your son shall be the crown prince's first companion in learning. Return home and strive for success. Perhaps you might even have a daughter. She could become the crown princess," Qi Zhao said excitedly, speaking without restraint. However, Wei El immediately shook his head. "Even if I were to have a daughter, I would not permit her to marry her cousin." "What? Is the crown prince unworthy of your daughter?" Qi Zhao inquired. "Naturally, the crown prince is deserving of every fine maiden in the realm," Wei El replied honestly. "But my daughter has a noble aunt, the Empress, and the favor of the crown prince. She would thrive wherever she goes. If she were to marry her cousin, the Empress and her cousin might not treat her as well, leading to an unfavorable outcome." "How could it not treat her well?" Qi Zhao countered. "If your daughter marries elsewhere, the crown prince would surely still care for his cousin. If a son-in-law were to misbehave, wouldn't he, the crown prince, be able to exert some influence?" Wei El responded, "If she were to marry her cousin, that would be the end of it. She could not rely on favoritism. She would have to excel beyond others. Those who once indulged her would now expect her to behave with decorum. The bond of childhood friendship cannot compare to the complexities that follow. If my daughter were to become narrow-minded, it could ruin her life." Wei El was indeed sincere. Amir just turned into a lengthy explanation. He had no daughter, yet it now seemed he truly intended to marry one off to the royal family. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he nearly forgot he was conversing with the emperor, almost succumbing to tears at the thought of his sister entering the palace and the life she would endure there. Qi Zhao expressed a myriad of emotions, and as Wei El departed, he continued to ponder his cousin. Recently, he had indeed neglected her, which was inexcusable. The bond he shared with his cousin was unlike any other. Had Wei El foreseen the consequences of his words, he would have slapped himself in disbelief. Qi Lingwei was delightful at times, but could appear deranged when troubled. Mother, allow me to return. The prince awaits me at home. Look at you, unable to eat or sleep. How have you endured such suffering since your birth? What kind of enchantment has Li Landau cast upon you, that you would forsake your own mother for him? I've already tolerated this once, bearing a child out of wedlock. What more do you desire? I am your own daughter. Must you drive me to despair? Qi Lingwei cried out. Tell me, what is truly happening between you and the prince? The Empress Dowager inquired. Your current state makes it hard for me to believe all is well between you and him. If I neglect you further, I fear I will be left to mourn my child lost to the shadows. Qi Lingwei hung her head in silence. The Empress Dowager approached, embracing her and stroking her hair. My dear, do share your thoughts with me. I am heartbroken for you. You're my only child. How could I not care for you? The Empress Dowager's voice trembled with emotion. Qi Lingwei fell into her embrace. The prince has come to understand. He wishes for us to live harmoniously. Yet, he cannot overcome his inner barriers. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. She understood the nature of the prince's struggles. But why should it be that after neglecting Yuer for 4 years, he now sought to mend their relationship without fully committing to it? The Empress Dowager wished for her daughter to be more resolute, but seeing Qi Lingwei weep, she realized her daughter was incapable of such strength, hence her torment. What has occurred cannot be undone. What does he wish to achieve? If he continues to dwell on this matter, it indicates he lacks the desire to truly reconcile with you. He merely uses it to manipulate your pain. Have you consummated your marriage? Qi Lingwei nodded. After each time, he bathes in hot water, and though he says nothing, I know he finds me unclean. How dare he? I am his wife, yet I bear another's child. It is only natural he would look down upon me. Qi Lingwei sobbed. Mother, what should I do? Is there a way to turn back time? I do not wish to be with anyone else. I only desire to bear the prince's child. Time cannot be reversed, and Qi Lingwei's anguish cannot dissipate. Even the Empress Dowager, the instigator of this turmoil, found herself powerless. She summoned Li Landau to the palace. Li Landau remained as slender as before, his expression neutral and devoid of emotion. The Empress Dowager could discern no change in his attitude towards Qi Lingwei. Regarding the incident in Yangzhou, the princess was unaware. It was arranged by me, the Empress Dowager stated plainly. You have been married to the princess for 3 years without a word of concern for her. I am merely a mother planning for her daughter's future. What you refuse to provide, I shall ensure another fulfills. If you must place blame, direct it towards me. Do not use this matter to torment the eldest princess, inflicting her with suffering. The one who brings her pain is not I. Li Lanzao Ziplit Gan Li, can you alleviate her suffering? The Empress Dowager inquired. The residence of the eldest princess is filled with your people, your majesty. I trust you understand that I have done nothing to her. You have done nothing? How could the eldest princess be so deeply troubled if it were not for your concern? Why would she care if you did not? The Empress Dowager retorted angrily. Do not assume that just because you do not speak of the eldest princess's miscarriage, I am unaware of it. It is the eldest princess herself who did not wish to bear the illegitimate child. How is that connected to me? Li Landau replied with a hint of sarcasm. Do not use that term, illegitimate child. The Empress Dowager slammed the table. Is it not an illegitimate child? Li Landau countered. Is it not a matter of lost virtue? For an ordinary woman, being subjected to such disgrace would be a calamity. Yet for the eldest princess, it is deemed an honor. If it is indeed an honor, why fear the words of others? You are brazen. The Empress Dowager struck the table again. Do not think that I would hesitate to take your life. I have long awaited your attempt to do so, Li Landau smiled. He had devised a plan, regardless of how he might perish. The frenzied Qi Lingwei could not foresee it. However, if he were to die at the hands of the Empress Dowager, Qi Lingwei would unleash her madness upon her mother, sparing the Li family and those who lay in eternal rest. If his body were destined for the princess's tomb, he had arranged with a trusted confidant to incinerate him and scatter his ashes around the grave of Kong Miaozhen, a form of companionship in itself. He would rather be reduced to ashes than remain tethered to Qi Lingwei. The Empress Dowager's eyes glinted with malice. What was Li Landau? If not for Qi Lingwei's affection, would she be so easily manipulated? Yet, should he be executed, it must be done with utmost caution. Li Lan Dao could perish easily. But Qi Lingwen must not be harmed. Li Lan Dao departed the palace in the same manner he arrived, taking Qi Lingwei with him. When Qi Lingwei inquired whether her mother had troubled him, Li Lan Dao shook his head, merely stating that the Empress Dowager acted for her benefit. However, her derisive expression did not convey goodwill. Qi Lingwei leaned back, recalling how she had previously mentioned that the man was arranged by her mother, that she had been unaware beforehand. You said you believed then. Why this expression now? Because your mother explained. Do you now disbelieve? Qi Lingwei knelt humbly by his side, resting her head gently on his lap, a gesture of complete submission. Li Lan Dao did not reach out to touch her, nor did he push her away. Chapter 64. Teaching my cousin Qi Zhao harbored a desire to mend his relationship with Du Yuzhen. Of course, both parties refused to acknowledge the rift that had formed. Qi Zhao found himself visiting the Tsangyu hall more frequently, yet he discovered that the once unending conversations with Du Yuzhen had dwindled to silence. It seemed that Du Yuzhen cared only whether Qi Zhao's affection for her was the foremost in the entire harem. She continued to indulge in her petulance and jealousy, once unabashedly disregarding the opinions of others, even intruding upon the imperial wedding. But now she learned to gauge Qi Zhao's mood and complicate matters for certain concubines, stopping just short of what he could endure. When she expressed her displeasure, Qi Zhao would not chastise her. Has your aunt come to the palace daily to teach you such things? Qi Zhao lamented. You have made no progress at all. What kind of progress do you desire from me, cousin? Du Yuzhen inquired. As a favored concubine, I can only ascend to the position of Empress. Yet, my cousin seems unwilling to permit me such an elevation. Perhaps it is for the best that I remain stagnant. Do you still aspire to become Empress? Qi Zhao chuckled and shook his head. If you could cultivate the grace and wisdom of Song Guifei, I would feel at ease. Du Yuzhen feeling indigné, retorted. Does my cousin now believe I am inferior to the Empress? It was you who once encouraged me to enter the palace as Empress. Otherwise, I would not have cared to step foot in this place. Now, having failed to become Empress and relegated to a concubine, you claim I am not her equal. You have deceived me into the palace and then abandoned me. Indeed, Madame Du had been in the palace for quite some time without imparting much wisdom. Despite countless admonishments, she still spoke without restraint. Qi Zhao's expression hardened as he regarded Du Yuzhen with calmness. And only when he saw her cease her feigned tears and awkwardly settle down did he speak. Han Wudi's beloved Jiao Jiao was a cousin, an empress and emperor, yet ultimately, she remained in Chongmen Palace, never to be seen again. Do you believe Han Wudi genuinely cherished her when he married her? If not for Jiao Jiao's reliance on her mother, her haughtiness and favoritism, what could have transformed such youthful affection into a sorrowful conclusion? I brought you into the palace out of fondness, and I endeavored to make you empress. Yet, Song Guifei's lineage and character surpass yours. She too desired the title of empress, yet I did not heed her, and she bore me no grudge. How is it that you perceive I owe you? Qi Zhao spoke calmly, observing Du Yuzhen tremble slightly from fear, tears unwittingly cascading down her cheeks. Du Yuzhen had never wept in such a manner. Her tears were typically bold and intended to elicit sympathy. Yet now, Qi Zhao felt a pang of sorrow for her. However, he knew that the truth must be addressed. The Empress was correct. Much of Du Yuzhen's misfortune stemmed from his indulgence. He could not permit her to err and then chastise her with a stern countenance. To speak now was merely closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. He could not bring his cousin into the palace and simultaneously jeopardize her life. Though you cannot become Empress, I have made amends on your behalf. You enjoyed a grand entrance into the palace, and your favored status surpassed that of the Empress. On the day she entered the palace, you feared I favored her and clung to me, neglecting to consummate with the Empress. Your disdain for Rong Pin led to the misfortune of her unborn child. Tell me, what more do you believe I owe you? I once did not favor the Empress because she was chosen by the Dowager Empress, but today I must concede that the Dowager Empress made an astute choice. When will you acknowledge that you are my favored concubine and nothing more? The tears of Du Yuzhen flowed more freely. If you refuse to accept this truth and continue to resent me for deceiving you and betraying you, what do you desire? Ascending to the role of Empress is impossible. nor can I solely cherish you. Should you wish to leave the palace to become another's legitimate wife, I shall not hinder you." Du Yuzhen slid from her seat, kneeling before Qi Zhao, shaking her head as she wept. "I do not wish to marry another. I belong to your majesty. I will change. I shall no longer harbor jealousy, and I will heed the Empress." Qi Zhao lifted her into his embrace. "If you obey, I shall only cherish you more. Please do not place me in a difficult position. I dread the day when I no longer wish to enter the Sangyu Palace." Du Yuzhen clung to his neck. "I will change. Please do not avoid the Sangyu Palace." Upon hearing Shi Sui recount this, Song Hanju raised her brows. Did His Majesty truly say such a thing? Shi Sui nodded. And Long Yu mentioned that after His Majesty departed, concubine Du wept alone for a long time, and even He Sheng could not console her. She deserved it. Song Hanju felt a sense of delight. Taking advantage of her relationship as the emperor's cousin, she regarded everything with disdain. Now, having been personally admonished by the emperor, she was reminded that as a consort in the palace, she must adhere to the prescribed rules and heed the lessons imparted. However, if concubine Du were to continue in such a state of despondency, we would lose a useful tool. Song Hanju was not one to be easily trifled with. She had fought for favor in the harem herself in the past, but now, with concubine Du in the forefront, she had planted a thorn beside her to whisper in her ear. The individuals that concubine Du chastised within the palace were, in fact, thorns in Song Guifei's eyes. Rest assured, Song Hanju thought lightly of it. A woman who does not feel jealousy is hardly a woman. Du Yuzhen could not contain herself. She was curious to see how concubine Du would bring about her own ruin, to the point where the emperor would harbor no lingering affection for her, marking the beginning of her misfortunes. This year, due to the emperor's good spirits, the atmosphere in the harem was also quite pleasant, complemented by favorable weather. From New Year's Eve to the Lantern Festival, there was a stretch of clear skies. Qi Zhao hosted various banquets every day, and, aside from the grand feasts, Wei Xiangwan simply used the excuse of caring for the two children to refrain from participation, allowing the consorts to vie for the emperor's affection. Qi Zhao enjoyed himself at the banquets with the concubines, but once they concluded, he returned to Chang'an Palace, where he felt inexplicably at ease, far more so than anywhere else, even more than in Wujigang. If it feels comfortable, then why not stay? I cannot simply drive the emperor away, Wei Xiangwan remarked with a smile. I have put much effort into making Chang'an Palace so inviting, after all, to hold a unique place in his heart. Regarding the upcoming selection of new consorts, I no longer desire it, Qi Zhao suddenly declared. Having so many people in the palace serves no purpose. I cannot sleep with so many around. Nor do I wish to. A few are sufficient. Wei Xiangwan was somewhat taken aback. She had thought Qi Zhao had uttered those words out of jealousy towards Du Yuzhen. After considering, she responded, "This selection is arranged by the Empress Dowager. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it should be the last one she orchestrates. And the emperor is merely complying with her wishes, fulfilling his filial duties. As for the future, the emperor can choose whenever he feels inclined." Wei Xiangwan smiled curtly. The consorts are in their prime. It is perfectly acceptable for the emperor not to select anyone. After a few years, should he find the palace lacking in youthful vigor, he may hold another selection, which would present an abundance of freshness. "You are all aging, and so am I," Qi Zhao muttered. In the 5th year of his reign, he had only just begun to grasp the edges of power, and his enthusiasm for governance was unparalleled. For now, women would have to take a back seat. Chapter 65. Memories regarding the Salt administration. Qi Zhao was greatly satisfied, yet it did not shake the foundation of the princess's influence, which left Wei Xiangwan somewhat discontented. On the day of the beginning of spring, the emperor and empress were to travel to the outskirts of the capital to perform agricultural rites, praying for bountiful harvests and favorable weather. After the ceremony concluded, as they prepared to return, Wei Xiangwan changed her clothing and stealthily ventured to a nearby, insignificant hill. A rather ordinary and obscure little mound, devoid of any nearby dwellings, save for a path worn by firewood gatherers. After a quarter of an hour, she arrived at a grave. The grave bore no headstone, resembling a wild burial site, adjacent to a smaller grave. Wei Xiangwan reached out to clear the wild grass encircling the grave. "Your Highness, let me handle this," Bai Lu interjected, blocking her path. "Allow me to proceed. Apart from the day of her burial, this marks my first visit to her. Not being able to personally do something for her, I fear she might blame me for my negligence." Wei Xiangwan offered a bitter smile. If Miss Kong were aware from beyond, she would only appreciate the kindness of the princess and would never fault her. Wei Xiangwan would forever remember that day. It seemed like an ordinary afternoon when she was copying the filial scriptures enshrined in the ancestral hall, when Ingu rushed over, her face pale, exclaiming that something was amiss. Miss Kong had passed away. Wei Xiangwan, bewildered, could not comprehend what had vanished. "Miss Kong has met with an accident," Ingu insisted, stamping her foot. It was Aunt Liang, who had gone shopping for the kitchen, who first mentioned it. Wei Xiangwan immediately rose, her pen smudging the meticulously copied scriptures. She was too preoccupied to care. "Bring in Wei Liang's family to inquire," she commanded. Aunt Wei Liang, a round-faced young woman who managed the kitchen, had been gossiping with the staff when Ingu fortuitously overheard and dragged her towards the young lady's courtyard. Now, standing before Wei Xiangwan, she seemed at a loss, stating that she had merely heard something on the street and could not confirm its truth. "Find someone to inquire," Wei Xiangwan insisted, clutching her chest in disbelief. How could such a calamity befall Kong Miaozhen, a lady of high standing? Soon, word returned confirming the tragic news. Miss Kong had indeed met with an accident. As she was unmarried, the Kong family had no intention of keeping her body. The burial was to take place the following day. Wei Xiangwan fell back in shock. What sort of accident was it? "It seems she drowned," came the reply. Wei Xiangwan sat there, rooted to the ground, her heart wrenched in agony. With her father missing and her grandmother having passed away, she thought she had faced all the farewells life could offer. Little did she know she would have to bid farewell to her dearest friend. Tears streamed down her face. Wei El, upon hearing the news, rushed over, his heart aching at the sight of her distress. In life, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Some matters are beyond human control. You must find a way to accept this. "I must see her off." Wei Xiangwan wept. "I must go." "Indeed, you should go. As it is a funeral, she would not disdain our mourning," he replied. On the road outside the city, where the burial was to take place, Wei Xiangwan set up a makeshift altar for roadside memorials. Upon catching sight of the Kong family in the distance, she swayed. Had it not been for Ingu supporting her, she would have collapsed. The Kong family, too, appeared surprised that someone would hold a roadside memorial. Yet, adhering to decorum, they approached to pay their respects. Ru Yi, Miss Kong's personal maid, led the way. Numbly bowing her head, Wei Xiangwan steadied her arm and inquired, "Was it truly your young lady who met with such a fate?" Ru Yi, with eyes swollen and red, upon recognizing Wei Xiangwan beneath her veil, bowed deeply again, exclaiming, "Miss Wei, my lady did not die by accident. She was murdered." The Kong family disregarded her. But Ru Yi implored, "Miss Wei, you must avenge my lady." With horror, Wei Xiangwan was taken aback. She wished to press Ru Yi for more details. But soon the Kong family's servants arrived to assist her onward, dismissing Ru Yi's claims as mere hysteria. "Your lady would wish for you to live well." In that moment, Wei Xiangwan could not press further, only reassuring Ru Yi, "Rest assured, I'll hold a bond with your lady. If you ever find yourself in need, do come to me." As the funeral procession moved away, Wei Xiangwan lingered in place, unable to depart for a long while. "Sistering, summon 2 maids to accompany you and await the return of the Kong family," seeking an opportunity to clarify the meaning behind Ru Yi's words. Yet, it is fated that Wei Xiangwan shall not receive a response. Upon Ying's return, her eyes are still swollen from tears, as the members of the Kong family announce that Ru Yi has died for her master. Wei Xiangwan trembles, and Ying supports her, saying, "Miss, please accept my condolences. Miao Zhen and her brothers have never been involved in any scandal, yet today, not a single one is seen in the funeral procession." Overwhelmed by sorrow, Wei Xiangwan's rationality emerges. She sends someone to observe the Kong family's back courtyard, intending to purchase any maidens they might sell during this time. If Miao Zhen did not perish by accident, I must seek retribution on her behalf. However, Miss, even if Miss Kong did not die by misfortune, The Kong family has accepted it. Your actions may prove to be a fruitless endeavor, Ing expresses her concerns. I have known Miao Zhan since we were 8 years old, and our bond has remained unbroken through the seasons, with messages sent by swift couriers. I regard her as my confidant and dearest friend, Wei Xiangwan chokes out. If she met an untimely demise, and I feign ignorance, how can I justify our friendship? If she was harmed by another, I shall not allow her death to be in vain. Thus, upon discovering that the one responsible for Miao Zhan's death is the Grand Princess, Wei Xiangwan's singular objective in marriage becomes clear. She yearns to enter the palace, to become Empress, to wield power and ensure that those who abuse it face the consequences of their actions. I am truly sorry. Wei Xiangwan gazes at the mound before her. For so long, I have failed to avenge you, but rest assured, that day is not far off. Once she is gone, I shall erect a monument in your honor. Even if you were a girl who passed before marriage, you were nurtured at my side for over a decade. The Kong family is truly heartless to inter you in this desolate location. Bai Lu remarks casually. The Kong family does not bury their dead here. Wei Xiangwan retorts with a sardonic smile. Fearing to offend the Grand Princess, they claim that unmarried women cannot be laid to rest in the ancestral tomb. That day, they intended to inter her in a pauper's grave. Rui herself did not know if she was willingly sacrificing herself or being compelled to do so. They did not even prepare a second coffin, merely discarding her alongside Miao Zhan for burial. Upon hearing this, I arranged for a nighttime exhumation to relocate them to this site. Wei Xiangwan gazes into the distance. Do not underestimate this place. It was chosen with the guidance of a feng shui master. This site overlooks the capital, when the once mighty Grand Princess falls from grace. She must witness it with her own eyes. Their time outside is limited, and Wei Xiangwan tidies the area around the grave, placing offerings and lighting 3 incense sticks. I shall not visit you during the Qingming festival, but rest assured, I will remember you while offering sacrifices in the palace and burning joss paper. If you do not receive my offerings, come to me in a dream. Miao Zhan, why do you not visit me in my dreams? Returning to the procession, no one is aware that the Empress had quietly departed. Chapter 66. The selection of talented young ladies as the weather transitions from the chill of early spring to warmth. The candidates for the imperial selection enter the palace. This time, they are not all fair and delicate like Rong Pin, nor do they appear unrefined. They are young maidens, merely 15 or 16 years of age, tender as spring onions. Even though Wei Xiangwan considers herself in the prime of her youth, this comparison makes her feel inexplicably aged. Skipping dinner, she survives solely on a bowl of tea. In the Chonglu Palace, the chef felt a sense of trepidation. The Empress seemed to have reduced her intake, perhaps due to their lack of attentiveness. Immediately, a spirit took it upon themselves to send Silver out of the palace to seek Zhang Yufeng, requesting his guidance. Zhang Yufeng was aware, as was Wei El, upon hearing that the Empress's appetite had diminished. Wei El promptly instructed Wang Yihui to enter the palace and inquire whether it was due to ill health or the inadequacy of the chefs, if necessary. They would send Zhang Yufeng back in. After listening to her sister-in-law's message, Wei Xiangwan chuckled helplessly, acknowledging that there truly were no secrets within the palace. It was also a sign of concern for the Empress. Wang Yihui asked why the Empress had suddenly reduced her meals. With so many youthful beauties in the palace, I thought perhaps losing a bit of weight would prevent me from feeling self-conscious in their presence. My goodness, Wang Yihui laughed. The Empress is already a paragon of beauty and need not fret over a few minor details. Even if they were reborn, they could not compare to her. After giving birth, I often feel as though I am no longer youthful, Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. Children tend to make one feel older. Indeed, Wang Yihui concurred, but seeing them call me mother makes it all worthwhile. After all, one cannot remain eternally youthful. It is better to bear children sooner rather than later. If I were still childless, I would be anxiously yearning for a child, prioritizing beauty over anything else. Wei Xiangwan nodded, instructing Yang Muqing to come and take a pulse, relaying the findings to Wang Yihui, which brought her peace of mind so she could return with something to discuss. Subsequently, Wei Xiangwan asked Yang Muqing to examine Wang Yihui's pulse as well. I need not any examination, Wang Yihui declined. Why, dear sister-in-law, do you shy away from seeking medical advice? Wei Xiangwan inquired. Not only do my brother and sister-in-law care for me, but I also hold you in my thoughts. Yang Muqing examined the pulse, noting it to be somewhat weak. Madam, please return in half a month and consult a physician. Good news should be forthcoming. Really? Wei Xiangwan exclaimed with delight, as this was indeed a harbinger of good tidings, and she felt inclined to reward the physician handsomely. Wang Yihui was equally pleased. Amidst her joy, Wei Xiangwan recalled that Madame Long had once remarked that childbirth depletes a woman's vitality and blood. Having multiple births could be detrimental to one's health. She couldn't help but voice her concerns. Madam, if you space your births by 2 years, your vitality will have been restored, and your body will not suffer any deficiencies. Childbirth will not be harmful, Yang Muqing reassured her. Weakness is the true barrier to conceiving. If one does conceive, it is difficult to sustain. With this, Wei Xiangwan felt reassured. Following the physician's visit, the Chonglu Palace was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Qi Zhao, believing that Wei Xiangwan had received good news, hurried over. Aware that Wei Xiangwan had a custom of withholding information for the first 3 months, he discreetly inquired, "But has the prince's brother arrived?" "It is the prince's cousin." Wei Xiangwan chuckled. "Today my sister-in-law came to visit, and fortuitously, the physician was present, so I had him take a look, resulting in some delightful news." Alas! It is not that Wei Xiangwan is with child, Qi Zhao murmured, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he placed his hand on Wei Xiangwan's abdomen. "The prince has been born for 6 months now. Why is there still no news? Your Majesty wishes for a child. You should seek assistance elsewhere. I have only just given birth, and it is hardly feasible to expect immediate news," she replied. "Eventually, the prince will have a younger brother, but for now, having a biological sibling is preferable," Qi Zhao muttered under his breath, and without waiting for Wei Xiangwan to respond, he hoisted her into the inner chamber. "The Empress is not pregnant. It is my lack of effort," he declared. "I shall endeavor more vigorously." With the palace now teeming with fresh and alluring beauties, Qi Zhao still found himself drawn to the Chonglu Palace. The Empress Dowager, discontented, motioned for Qi Zhao to step forward, instructing Wei Xiangwan to accompany the crown prince to the Qingshou Palace for a leisurely visit. Naturally, Qi Zhao, having been set aside, would seek refuge in other palaces. It was then that the Empress Dowager permitted Wei Xiangwan to return with the child. Wei Xiangwan understood that her harmonious rapport with the Empress Dowager had irrevocably waned. The emperor required no second woman of influence by his side. The Empress, as the primary consort, held significant weight in her words, bolstered by the emperor's favor. The criteria for selecting the Empress, as dictated by the Dowager, centered on obedience in her presence and silence in front of the emperor. Just as Rao Qingyun was expected to comply, so too was Wei Xiangwan. Initially, Qi Zhao had been inclined to honor his first wife. But Rao Qingyun lacked the courage to oppose the Dowager, often acquiescing to her whims, which led Qi Zhao to gradually withdraw from her. This cycle of neglect and subservience became the tragic foundation of Rao Qingyun's married life. When Wei Xiangwan entered the palace, the Dowager initially intended for her to compete with Du Yuzhen. However, Wei Xiangwan found herself at a disadvantage, prompting the Dowager to orchestrate opportunities for her to interact with Qi Zhao, often tinged with disappointment. As Wei Xiangwan established her footing within the palace, the Dowager soon realized that she was far from the docile figure she appeared to be, especially after the birth of the crown prince. She emerged as the most powerful woman in the harem. Even in the event of an unforeseen calamity befalling the emperor, Wei Xiangwan could swiftly ensure her son's ascension to the throne, rendering the Dowager a mere Grand Empress Dowager, stripped of her direct oversight of the emperor. Currently, the Empress Dowager had no intention of supporting the Empress. Rather, she aimed to suppress her until compliance was achieved. Wei Xiangwan remained undeterred by such pressures. On a splendid day, she took Yuan Zhao and the crown prince to the Shangling Garden to fly kites. Yuan Zhao flew the kite while she and the crown prince observed, who, now able to sit steadily, beamed with joy, his chubby cheeks adorned with a silly grin. "You must not possess a disposition that is both carefree and portly," Wei Xiangwan mused as she wiped her son's drool. reflecting that such a temperament might not be entirely unfavorable. The crown prince bore heavy responsibilities. Had he not been naturally easygoing, he would have inevitably succumbed to strain. Lost in her thoughts, Wei Xiangwan failed to notice the commotion brewing near Yuan Zhao. When she turned her gaze, she found Xiao Shui explaining that a young lady from the harem had come to play in Shangling Garden and, upon seeing the eldest princess flying kites, wished to join her. How can one accompany another in kite flying? The string can only be held by one, Wei Xiangwan remarked. The bold young lady was revealed to be Qiu Zhen, the granddaughter of Minister Xiao and the daughter of Qiu Fulong from the Ministry of Works. Such a name is inappropriate. It offends the favored concubine. Let her choose another. Wei Xiangwan rose and called for the princess, instructing her to return to the palace. Yuan Zhao, dissatisfied with the abrupt end to her kite flying, appeared glum. Observing this, Wei Xiangwan instructed someone to craft a small kite for the princess, tying it to a short string, allowing for unrestricted play. Yuan Zhao was ecstatic, dashing about with her little kite in hand. It was clear to Wei Xiangwan that her daughter simply wished to run and revel in the moment. As dusk approached, Qi Zhao arrived, prompting Wei Xiangwan to stand and greet him, initially believing that the emperor had already settled in. Originally, I intended to visit the Hall of Hidden Jade, but the Empress Dowager sent someone to inform me that the noble consort requested a name change for a certain lady-in-waiting, as her name clashed with the consort's. It was not a significant matter, yet the lady in question happened to be the granddaughter of Minister Xiao. Qi Zhao, feeling exasperated, remarked, "When will the noble consort ever understand? Once one enters the palace, titles are all that matter. No one addresses anyone by their name. So why must she insist on a name change?" The emperor had misjudged the noble consort in this matter. Wei Xiangwan, composed as ever, replied, "It was I who suggested the name change for Qiu Zhen. After all, she ought to have known better than to interrupt while Yuan Zhao was playing." It was a rare occasion for Yuan Zhao to have a half-day off to enjoy himself, and she angered him by seizing the kite string. Qi Zhao regarded her thoughtfully before shifting the conversation. As for that lady-in-waiting, a name change is quite normal. Why does she feel so aggrieved as to report to the Empress Dowager? I underwent a name change myself. When I was a prince, I was called Qi Zhao. But upon becoming emperor, I felt the character Zhao was overly common and could invite bad omens, so I changed it to Zhao. I didn't complain. The Empress Dowager was merely reminding the emperor to bestow a favorable position upon Minister Zhao's granddaughter. Wei Xiangwan smiled, saying, "Respecting the conventions of naming is a customary practice. There is no need for the Empress Dowager to bring it up specifically to remind the emperor that Qiu Zhen suffered an injustice due to noble consort due, and that he ought to make amends. Bestow a favorable position upon her?" Qi Zhao scoffed. "Minister Xiao is merely being prudent. Look at how the emperor selected consorts during his grand wedding and the subsequent minor selections. Minister Xiao never sent anyone in. Why now, all of a sudden, does he wish to present his granddaughter?" Wei Xiangwan replied nonchalantly, "Minister Zhao's allies have become unreliable. He seeks to submit to the emperor." In the end, Qiu Zhen only attained the rank of Zhao Yi, which was not particularly high. However, among this group of ladies-in-waiting, her family background was the most distinguished. Despite her status as merely a Zhao Yi, the remaining selected individuals were nothing more than noble ladies and beauties. The palace buzzed with excitement for a few days, and once the ranks were established, there was a bit more commotion. As the first new concubine to share the emperor's bed, Zhao Yi paid her respects in the Hall of Eternal Happiness, where Du Yuzhen inquired, "What is your given name?" "Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi responded quietly, "My given name is simply Zhen, bestowed by my grandfather. The Empress Dowager advised me to avoid the character used by the noble consort, so I took the nickname Ru Bao for myself. Gold and jade are precious Avon, yet Ru Bao is not without its worth. Du Yuzhen smirked, Zhao Yi, do you believe that having a respectable grandfather will grant you favor in the palace? Such thoughts are quite naive. As a mere Zhao Yi, how could I ever enjoy such favor?" Zhao Yi looked at Du Yuzhen and said, "The noble consort already holds a position of great power. Why must she be so aggressive toward the mere Zhao Yi? Is asking a few questions being aggressive?" Du Yuzhen laughed and replied, "Oh Zhao Yi, you are indeed precious. I must tread lightly in our conversations. Today marks your first visit to the Hall of Eternal Happiness as a new concubine, and the Empress hasn't even had the chance to speak yet. The gentle consort intervened to ease the tension. All eyes turned to Wei Xiangwan, who observed Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, calling herself Zhao Yi repeatedly, seemed dissatisfied with her rank. Just moments ago, she had presented a well-reasoned argument to the noble consort. Yet her expression changed abruptly as she knelt and said, "Your Highness, please discern my true intentions. Once one enters the palace, one becomes the emperor's woman, and one's rise or fall is entirely dependent on him alone." Wei Xiangwan smiled, observing that in the imperial harem, status and offspring were of paramount importance. It was prudent for all to focus on how to serve His Majesty well. The concubines ought to heed this. Although Wei Xiangwan had not shown deference to Qiu Jiaoyi in the Palace of Eternal Harmony, in a swift turn of events, the Empress Dowager restored Qiu's dignity within the Palace of Longevity. Low-ranking concubines lacked the privilege to pay their respects at the Palace of Longevity. Du Yuzhen, disfavored by the Dowager, seldom crossed its threshold. Typically, the residents of the palace were the Empress, Song Fei, and Rufei. However, now they were joined by Qiu Jiaoyi. The Dowager remarked with a smile that she had once held Qiu as a child upon her entrance to the palace, never anticipating the bond that would form between them as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wei Xiangwan watched with a smile as the Dowager and Qiu Jiaoyi conversed amiably, their rapport evident. The Dowager invited Qiu to visit the Palace of Longevity whenever she could, expressing her own boredom and delighting in the company of the younger generation. Qiu Jiaoyi, youthful and ambitious, wished to reclaim her lost prestige in the Palace of Eternal Harmony, now buoyed by the Dowager's support. Though she lamented her low status might prevent her frequent visits. "Your maternal grandfather is Prime Minister Shao. Who in this palace would dare to regard you as lesser?" The Dowager reassured her, gently patting her hand. "His Majesty's granting you the title of Jiaoyi is not a slight, but a gesture for your benefit. Once you bear a prince, His Majesty will surely elevate you to the rank of a favored consort." Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment as she gauged Wei Xiangwan's expression, which remained cheerful. She averted her gaze, attributing it to the Empress's composure. Upon leaving the Palace of Longevity, Wei Xiangwan instructed someone to inform Zheng Heng to revoke Qiu Jiaoyi's title. Still hoping for prince? Best to cling to the Dowager's support, she mused. She had once thought Prime Minister Shao had grand ambitions. Sending his granddaughter to the palace without imparting any knowledge was akin to a feudal gift. A slight smile curved Wei Xiangwan's lips. Subsequently, the favored beauties and noble consorts had their turns with the emperor, while Qiu Jiaoyi, after her initial consort night, had not encountered His Majesty again. Even if she visited the Palace of Longevity daily, it mattered little. Now even Du Yuzhen did not trouble her. And those who had recently shared the emperor's bed were more concerned with avoiding her displeasure than seeking her favor. In this palace, those consorts who lacked favor were merely ornamental, their presence scarcely acknowledged. Witnessing those of lesser rank enjoying repeated consort nights filled Qiu with bitterness that she could not voice. Although Shao Zhengyang had secured his granddaughter's place in the palace, the emperor had not regarded her with any special favor. Shao understood that past actions in the court had earned him the emperor's resentment. Rationality urged him to withdraw gracefully, biding his time until the emperor and the dowager settled their rivalry, confident that the emperor would not revisit old grievances against a loyal elder statesman. Yet, as the powerful chancellor, the head of the officials, he was loath to relinquish his authority and prestige. With no success in pleasing the emperor, he resolved to remain closely aligned with the dowager. Optimistically, he considered that, given his age, he might pass away before the emperor and dowager resolved their contest, achieving a peaceful end and perhaps earning a commendable posthumous title. The eldest princess remained at home, indifferent to the affairs of the court, while keeping watch over her husband, the prince consort. The empress dowager had grown accustomed to the princess relaying messages back and forth, yet now, with the use of female palace attendants, she felt a sense of unease. Shao Zhengyang requested his elderly wife to present a memorial to the Empress Dowager on his behalf, ostensibly to inquire about their granddaughter. But in truth, she served as a bridge between the Empress Dowager and Shao Zhengyang, ensuring clarity regarding certain developments in court affairs. Amidst this, the Empress Dowager summoned Qi Zhao to the Qingshou Palace, during which she instructed Xiao Jiaoyi to attend her. "What type of woman does His Majesty currently favor?" she inquired. "Such a fine young lady remains in the inner palace, yet His Majesty chooses to neglect her." Qi Zhao observed Xiao Jiaoyi, a striking beauty, whose appearance was not particularly remarkable within the palace. "Who is this?" he pondered, having forgotten her identity. Xiao Jiaoyi felt a deep sense of humiliation, clenching her hands tightly to suppress their trembling, and replied with her head bowed, "This humble servant is Qiu. This young lady is the granddaughter of Minister Shao." The Empress Dowager remarked, casting a sharp glance at him. "Surely, Your Majesty was only jesting. How could you not recognize her?" "Ah, it is you," Qi Zhao nodded, though he had indeed failed to recall her, having only encountered her once in the past 2 months, which rendered his forgetfulness somewhat excusable. "Bring forth the selection board. I wish to see it," the Empress Dowager suddenly declared. "I refuse to believe that in all these days, not a single card for her has been turned." Upon hearing this, Zheng Heng prepared to leave, but Wu Yang hastened ahead, stating, "This servant shall fetch the esteemed card for Her Majesty's perusal." Wu Yang relished showcasing himself before the Empress Dowager, particularly as he often felt overshadowed by Zheng Heng in the Emperor's regard. Thus, he was determined to make a strong impression. Zheng Heng stealthily approached Qi Zhao, wishing to inform him in advance that if he were to retrieve the card, he would certainly place Xiao Jiaoyi's card on display. However, Wu Yang would undoubtedly overlook this detail. Should the Empress Dowager discover it later, the Empress would not be able to conceal the truth. Yet, as the Empress Dowager continued her conversation with the Emperor, Zheng Heng found no opportunity to intervene. When Wu Yang entered, he closed his eyes, realizing that concealment was futile. If the Empress Dowager were to become enraged, he would simply step forward to claim he had accidentally broken Xiao Jiaoyi's card, and the new one was yet to be prepared. The Empress Dowager examined the selection board closely, questioning, why is it that there is no card for Xiao Jiaoyi? Surprised, Xiao Jiaoyi raised her head, realizing that her prolonged self-reflection and suffering had left her perplexed as to why the Emperor had ceased to summon her. It turned out that it was simply due to the absence of her card. Zheng Heng was about to respond when Qi Zhao interjected, "If it is not present, then it must have been removed. Who would dare remove her card?" The Empress Dowager countered, "Could it be concubine do? Your Majesty forgets. Only the Empress has the authority to remove cards," Qi Zhao replied with ease. "That is preposterous. Xiao Jiaoyi has committed no offense. Why would she have her card removed? There need not be a reason," Qi Zhao stated helplessly. "She is the Empress. It is her prerogative to remove any card she chooses." Chapter 68. The Empress's stance. The Empress Dowager was filled with fury. Is it her right to wield such power without restraint, without justification? It is not entirely without reason. Qi Zhao defended, despite not knowing the Empress's intentions. "Your Majesty, you are not familiar with the Empress since her arrival in the palace. She has been most gracious and fair. Her decision to remove Xiao Jiaoyi's card must surely be for a reason. When did Xiao Jiaoyi offend the Empress?" The Empress Dowager inquired. Xiao Jiaoyi's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented her ignorance of any offense she may have committed against Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress Dowager, in a fit of exasperation, demanded that the Empress be summoned to clarify the matter before His Majesty. Qi Zhao felt a headache forming. Such trivialities hardly warranted a three-way confrontation. After all, it was merely a favored concubine's title. Could His Majesty not simply add her name to the list? If the Emperor continued to indulge the Empress in this manner, chaos would surely ensue within the harem. Is there chaos in the harem now? Qi Zhao inquired helplessly. The Empress had managed the palace with remarkable order, and among the multitude of concubines, if she chose to revoke Xiao Jiaoyi's title while sparing others, was it not indicative of Xiao Jiaoyi's own shortcomings? At that moment, Xiao Jiaoyi knelt down in submission. The Empress Dowager, noticing Qi Zhao's steadfast defense of the Empress, sighed deeply, remarking that her son had grown and was no longer under her guidance. She could hardly expect obedience from a son, let alone from a daughter-in-law. "Very well. You may handle it as you see fit. However, Your Majesty, I must remind you that Xiao Zhaoi's maternal grandfather is a high-ranking minister. The harem has never been a mere reflection of your personal preferences. Your cold treatment of Xiao Zhaoi may very well alienate those loyal to the previous dynasty. Upon arriving at Chonglu Palace, Wei Xiangwan presented a different perspective. I perceive that Xiao Zhaoi harbors discontent regarding her status, and thus I took it upon myself to gently remind the concubines that entering the palace is an endeavor to win His Majesty's favor and secure their position and offspring. With her title of Zhaoi, she enjoys privileges that others do not, all thanks to her esteemed grandfather. Wei Xiangwan chuckled. I wish for her to understand that while others may show deference to her grandfather, His Majesty is under no obligation to do the same. It is not a time of upheaval, when the power dynamics are such that the ministers are strong and the sovereign weak. His Majesty may indulge the favored concubines as he sees fit, without regard for external matters. You are correct, Qi Zhao affirmed. My willingness to allow her to remain in the palace is already a concession to the Prime Minister. Must I also bestow upon her a high rank and favor? The Prime Minister, having been elevated by the Empress Dowager, shares her political ideologies. As Wei Xiangwan poured tea for Qi Zhao, she remarked on the Prime Minister's advanced age, questioning whether His Majesty wished to endure his incessant ramblings. Do you think I desire that? Qi Zhao responded candidly, having grown accustomed to conversing with Wei Xiangwan. He was astute and cunning, steering clear of any unsavory dealings himself. Finding leverage against him was a daunting task. Having served as a chief examiner for several terms, most officials in the court considered themselves his protégés. Without substantial grounds, taking action against him would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. While he may not be engaging in unsavory business directly, there are always those who will. Wei Xiangwan laughed. I find it hard to believe that his students, so fiercely loyal, would remain silent even when facing death, failing to implicate Xiao Zhengyang. Even if their loyalty is unwavering, severing Xiao Zhengyang's connections would render him powerless. Qi Zhao pondered this deeply, contemplating Xiao Zhaoi's continued absence from the emperor's bedchamber. The Empress Dowager, observing that the emperor had yet to hold the empress accountable, instructed those within the palace to spread word of the empress's unjustified revocation of Xiao Zhaoi's attendance, hoping to incite resentment among the concubines, uniting them against the empress. However, for those ranked above Ruan Fei, the withdrawal of titles bore little consequence. His Majesty frequently remembered to visit Ruan Fei. Those ranked below her could not afford to offend the empress. Moreover, given that His Majesty tacitly approved of the empress's actions, it would be wiser to curry favor with her rather than challenge her authority, especially since the empress was not excessively harsh towards the other concubines. The two esteemed consorts of the Song and Du dynasties could tolerate one another, so how could they not accommodate a mere minor consort? At this moment, the thoughts of the imperial concubines aligned with those of His Majesty. The Empress's singular focus on troubling one individual surely indicated that individual's wrongdoing. The Empress Dowager's actions were counterproductive, inadvertently enhancing the Empress's reputation. Qiu, the minor consort, donned simple attire and removed her hairpins as she approached the Chonglu Palace to seek forgiveness from the Empress. What offense have you committed? Wei Xiangwan, seated regally, smiled gently and said, Please rise. Your kneeling is an affront to me. Qiu, anxious, crawled forward a few steps, exclaiming, I truly recognize my faults. I should not have disrespected your highness due to my lineage. I beseech your highness, in consideration of my youth and ignorance, to forgive me this once. I shall never dare again. It is not a matter of my forgiveness, Wei sighed softly. On the day you came to pay your respects at Chonglu Palace, I was attempting to teach you. Yet, you turned around and brazenly appeared in the Qing Shou Palace, disregarding my instruction and showing contempt for me. If you are so confident in your maternal grandfather's influence to thrive in the palace, why then do you come to me to admit your fault? Rest assured, with the Empress Dowager's protection, your needs will be met. Implicitly, no one has wronged you. However, to seek closeness with His Majesty is out of the question. I was wrong, Qiu replied, bowing her head to Wei, but was restrained by Xiao Shui, who prevented her from prostrating. I truly recognize my error. I implore the Empress to forgive me. Tears streamed from Qiu's eyes as she sobbed silently, evoking pity. I have stated that this matter is no longer mine, Wei observed. After you sought the Empress Dowager's intervention on your behalf, you have forfeited any chance of redemption before His Majesty. I have rescinded your title without His Majesty's prior knowledge. Should you carelessly disclose this to him, out of a sense of obligation to me, he may grant you an audience on several occasions. Yet, you have chosen the most inappropriate person to confide in. His Majesty will not speak ill of me before the Empress Dowager, since I have done nothing wrong. How could His Majesty feel remorse towards you? Wei chuckled. The Empress Dowager will certainly side with me, given your attempts to complicate matters for me. Whom do you suppose His Majesty will support? I never intended to oppose your highness, Qiu protested. Initially, I was somewhat proud, but I never sought to compete with you. Compete? What do you possess to contend with me? Wei laughed, as if she had heard the most amusing jest. Your waning familial influence? You may not have grasped your grandfather's intentions, rendering your efforts in the palace futile. However, should you muster the resolve to take drastic measures, it may still yield some consequence. If you were to perish now, I would bear the blame for your demise, thus allowing your grandfather to exert his influence effectively. The question is whether you have the courage to follow through. With a laugh, Wei departed, leaving Qiu in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Shui, concerned, wondered why the Empress had spoken thus to her. It did not seem wise, and if Qiu truly sought death, it would only complicate matters for the Empress. I have spoken as such for a reason, and I shall ensure she does not meet her end, Wei replied with a smile. Do you think that, by my silence, others would overlook this? With one piece already rendered useless, who would care for her insignificant life? The Empress Dowager's heart is far harder than mine. I am merely providing her with a warning. Qiu Jiahui had yet to comprehend the full implications of the Empress's words when disturbances arose once more at the residence of the Grand Princess. In Chapter 69, The Death of the Prince Consort, the Grand Princess unexpectedly announced her intention for the Prince Consort to take a wife, specifically the already deceased Kong Miaojin. She insisted that the Prince Consort welcome the spirit tablet of Kong Miaojin into the household, recognizing her as the Prince Consort's first wife, while she herself would be regarded as a subsequent spouse. Although this matter was intended to be conducted in secrecy, the Kong family deliberated extensively. Given the Grand Princess's influence, they had already sacrificed one daughter. They surmised that the Empress would never approve of such a union and, should the truth come to light, would not hesitate to punish others, despite her reluctance to act against her own daughter. Thus, they revealed the situation. Upon learning of this, the Empress was naturally incensed and summoned the Grand Princess to the palace immediately. The Grand Princess was resistant, prompting the Empress to order that Li Landau be forcibly brought to the palace. Qi Lingyue, unable to intervene, could only enter the palace, questioning why her mother would bind the Prince Consort. It is I who wish for him to marry. He is the one obstructing me. The Empress coldly regarded her daughter, asserting her role as the legitimate wife, while expressing her disdain for such disgraceful behavior from the Qi family. It is not about being a secondary wife. It is merely about welcoming a spirit tablet. She is significant, and so am I. Qi Lingyue attempted to clarify that Kong Miaojin was deceased, and the Prince Consort's marriage to her would not affect her. Rather, it would allow him to forget her shortcomings. From now on, we could live peacefully. Kneeling, Qi Lingyue implored the Empress, "Please, Mother, grant me this request. I feel indebted to the Prince Consort. If he can marry the spirit tablet of Kong Miaojin, I will no longer owe him anything. Do not even think about it. I would rather you remain a widow than allow a spirit tablet into the household." Qi Zhao and Wei Xiangwan arrived upon hearing the news. Qi Lingyue knelt on the ground, weeping, while Li Landau stood bound, unresponsive. "Is this true?" Qi Zhao inquired. "Is eldest sister truly intent on bringing a spirit tablet for the Prince Consort? Your Majesty, please persuade Mother on my behalf. This is a matter of my family. Cannot it be resolved according to my wishes?" Qi Lingyue, having exhausted her options, turned to Qi Zhao for assistance. "This is not advisable." Qi Zhao frowned. "Eldest sister, do not act impulsively. This is utterly impossible." The Empress then took a seat, placing a hand over her heart. "Your Majesty, please speak to me about this. Such matters cannot be treated frivolously." Wei Xiangwan remained silent behind Qi Zhao, listening to their discourse, aware that this was contrary to propriety. Should this be permitted, others would follow suit, leading to chaos throughout the realm. Qi Lingwei, accustomed to her obstinate ways, would not be swayed by such reasoning. I see this is all the prince consort's doing. The Empress glared at Li Landau, suspecting that his heart lay solely with that woman, tormenting the grand princess for her sake. Since the wedding, he has grown distant. Now, he has made her anxious, transforming her entirely. Scholars are indeed cunning. Li Landau maintained an expression of indifference. Qi Zhao, somewhat frustrated, asked, "What do you truly think? Did you indeed encourage eldest sister to pursue this course?" "It was not him. It is I who wish to do this," Qi Lingwei cried. "I feel guilty towards him, and I desire to make amends. There are other ways to atone. Marrying a spirit tablet is absurd. You must consider whether he would even agree to it," Qi Zhao replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing these words, Wei Xiangwan returned from her reverie and cast a glance at him. "Since this matter has already come to light, it will not unfold as you wish. You might as well abandon all hope," Qi Zhao remarked, looking at Qi Lingwei. Qi Lingwei was on the verge of losing her composure. Indeed, Kong Miaojin had passed away, but it was likely far more complicated than the princess had anticipated. Merely marrying her spirit tablet, Wei Xiangwan spoke up, and as all eyes turned toward her, she continued, "Since they have wed her and acknowledged her as the legitimate wife, her remains must be relocated to the ancestral grave of the Li family." At the mention of Kong Miaojin's coffin, Qi Lingyue's expression flickered, avoiding direct eye contact. The Li family, being a prestigious lineage, would never acquiesce to such an absurdity. The Empress Dowager seized the opportunity to inquire why Qi Lingwei concealed this matter from her, only for it to be ultimately revealed. This was because the Kong family had no desire to enter into such a dark alliance. Qi Lingwei seized upon the key term. The Kong family lacked Kong Miaojin's coffin, as their customs dictated that a deceased unmarried daughter would not have a memorial stone erected. They likely could not even locate their daughter's coffin now, which explained their refusal. Li Lan appeared to be just realizing this, his face pale, swaying unsteadily. Even the Kong family lacked her spirit tablet. "We could simply create one ourselves, conduct a private ceremony at home, fulfilling the desires of the prince consort without disturbing anyone else. Why is there such opposition?" Qi Lingwei fumed. "I care not for your agreement. I shall proceed regardless. Allow the prince consort and the princess to speak separately," Wei Xiangwan whispered to Qi Zhao, asserting that regardless of the prince consort's intentions, Qi Lingwei would not change her stance in his presence. Qi Zhao nodded and instructed his men to escort the prince consort away. Qi Lingwei immediately stood up, anxious. "What are you planning to do?" "I shall have him released and examined by the imperial physician. His complexion is alarmingly pale. I wish to accompany him." "Accompany him where?" "Remain seated here. Until you relinquish that foolish notion, you shall not leave the Qingshou Palace," the Empress Dowager declared angrily. "Your Majesty and Mother, please gently persuade the princess. If we speak slowly, she will eventually listen," they implored. Wei Xiangwan departed, feeling out of place in such a setting. The imperial physician arrived to check Li Lan's pulse. It could not discern even two distinct pulses. Despite his outward appearance, the chaotic signs indicated a state of madness and despair. Wei Xiangwan, from behind screen, inquired about his condition. The physician humbly admitted his limitations, suggesting that perhaps the head physician should be summoned for a more discerning eye. "Then go fetch the head physician," Wei Xiangwan instructed. As the physician exited, Wei Xiangwan remained, peering toward Li Lan through the screen. "I know not what madness has seized you, but Miaojin wishes to sever all ties with you and the princess. Do not indulge in your own delusions." Li Lan stared blankly into space. Recalling the moment the news of Miaojin's death reached him, he could hardly believe it, yearning for a final glimpse of her. Yet at that moment, the palace summoned him with an edict, selecting him as the prince consort. Naturally, I resisted. My father had me bound, and with the decree issued, should I defy it, the entire Li family would face ruin. I sought to see Miaojin, but could not. I wished to know where she lay to rest, yet remained ignorant. I had hoped you might know where Miaojin was buried, for if I were to die with a name untainted, Perhaps you would be willing to grant me that wish. I manipulated Qi Lingyue, instilling a sense of indebtedness in her, all in pursuit of discovering Miaozhen's final resting place. Alas, my efforts were in vain. It was all for naught. The carefully laid plans have crumbled, and his time is running short. Wei Xiangwan took a deep breath. The Kong family, in fear of the princess's influence, hastily buried Miaozhen without a tombstone, leaving her a wandering soul. Qi Lingyue was not mistaken. Even now, the Kong family cannot locate her coffin. Li Landau let out a choked sob. The last ones who knew of Miaozhen's burial site have all passed away. Wei Xiangwan regarded him. Yet they did not perish on the day of the funeral, but rather the day after your wedding with the princess. A sardonic smile crept onto Wei Xiangwan's lips. Because you shunned her, she sought out Miaozhen's burial site, opened her coffin, marred her face, tore her garments, and cast her aside in a mass grave. The pure and innocent girl met such a tragic end because of you. Are you satisfied? An overwhelming wave of sorrow and rage engulfed Li Landau, his vision blurring, a bittersweet sensation rising in his throat. I know you're innocent in this matter, but when I contemplate the possibility of Qi Lingyue harboring feelings for you, and you breaking your betrothal with Miaozhen, would she still have perished? Tears streamed down Wei Xiangwan's face as she lamented. At this moment, I cannot help but despise you. Were it not for your own struggles with pain, I would have avenged Miaozhen long ago, taking your life. Xiao Xue appeared at the palace entrance, alerting them to an approaching presence. Wei Xiangwan dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, asserting, I am of more use than you think. I accompanied Miaozhen on her final journey. The vengeance you cannot pursue, I shall exact. Hope ignited within Li Landau upon hearing her words, for Wei Xiangwan had taken Miaozhen to her resting place. She would undoubtedly ensure that Miaozhen was not buried in such a disgraceful location, as long as she acted swiftly to relocate Miaozhen. She would not endure further indignities after death. He gazed at Wei Xiangwan with eager anticipation, yet she was unwilling to elaborate further. The court physician approached to check the pulse. The prince was in a state of agitation and must take care of his health, lest he face a grim fate. The royal physician must exert every effort to treat him, for the princess would not be so forgiving. Wei Xiangwan departed. Shortly thereafter, Li Landau followed her inside, his eyes shining with intensity as he approached Qi Lingyue. I have long been too timid to ask you, but now, with Miaozhen's fate uncertain, having survived all these years in secret, I must inquire, was it you who caused Miaozhen's death? Qi Lingyue recoiled at the accusation. What do you mean, prince? Miaozhen's demise was an accident, and I was unaware. Years ago, you sought me out, professing your affection and requesting me to become your consort. I informed you of my engagement, and you granted me 3 days to annul it. I refused, and 3 days later, the news of Miaozhen's unexpected death reached me. Li Landau scrutinized her. Was it merely coincidence that all these events unfolded so perfectly? Was the princess truly innocent in this affair? Qi Lingyue averted her gaze, insisting that the past should remain in the past. Did you not declare your desire to live a good life with me? Why must we remain entangled in bygone matters? What good life could we possibly share? Li Landau scoffed bitterly. Do you think I harbor affection for you? Each moment of closeness to you fills me with revulsion. Not because of your past with other men, nor because of your illegitimate child, but because of you. Every glance and every interaction repulses me. I have endured for so long, only to find it all in vain. I am but a worthless soul. The very thought of spending each day in your presence fills me with weariness. Miaozhen, I shall seek you in the realms beyond. Li Landau silently cried out in his heart and collided heavily with a pillar, blood splattering across his face, his eyes wide open, fixed on Qi Lingyue, unable to close them even in death. Qi Lingyue screamed. Chapter 70. Into the dream, even if the imperial physician was present in the palace's celebration, he could not save the prince's life. However, he was just in time to attend to the fainted princess. The Empress Dowager's face turned ashen. Li Landau dared to take his own life in the palace of celebration, and she vowed to have his body torn asunder, bring his corpse, and cast it outside the palace gates, so that all may witness. Wei Xiangwan tugged at Qi Zhao's waistband, bringing him back from his shock. Mother, Everyone saw that the prince was brought into the palace bound hand and foot. To expose his corpse now might invite scandal. His self-inflicted death was indeed a grave crime. Yet, should others inquire about his motives, the explanation would be difficult to articulate. Qi Zhao felt troubled. He had merely acted upon the Empress Dowager's decree of marriage. Although Qi Lingyue's union with the prince had been fraught with discord, the prince was her own choice, and others could not be blamed. Now, having learned of the secrets surrounding this marriage, namely, that the prince had a fiancée who had been harmed by Qi Lingyue, and that Qi Lingyue had borne an illegitimate child, too many shocking revelations came to light. He had always held disdain for Qi Lingyue's offspring, only to discover it was indeed an illegitimate child. The thought that the Empress Dowager was aware, yet insisted on marrying her own daughter to her illegitimate grandchild, ignited Qi Zhao's ire. He resolved to first send the prince's body out of the palace for preservation, attributing the cause of death to an accident. The Empress Dowager's expression remained grim, unwilling to accept this outcome. Wei Xiangwan finally spoke. The prince's death came so suddenly. One wonders how the princess feels. She has committed many errors in her distress over him. Now that he is gone, must you continue to quarrel with her over a deceased? It is a misfortune that has met a fitting end. The Empress Dowager gestured, tacitly approving Qi Zhao's course of action. The palace attendants swiftly entered to carry Li Lando's corpse away. Li Landau lay rigid, his eyes wide open, carrying the resentment of his life into death. A gust of wind blew from outside, causing one of the attendants to slip, dropping Li Lando's upper body to the ground, his gaze fixed on Wei Xiangwan. She understood his unwavering spirit. With a sigh, she thought, in the afterlife, if you meet Miaojin, she would forgive you. I shall find a way to unite your resting places. Qi Zhao stepped in front of Wei Xiangwan, urging the attendants to be more careful, worried she might be frightened. When Li Landau was lifted again, his eyes had finally closed, as if that fall had been a plea for Wei Xiangwan's words. A sense of unutterable sorrow enveloped Wei Xiangwan, and Qi Zhao turned to see her eyes glistening with tears, asking, "Are you frightened?" She shook her head. Kong Miaojin and Li Landau, childhood sweethearts, were mere steps away from happiness, yet that step proved to be an insurmountable distance. Miaojin's death was unjust, and Li Landau ultimately followed her in pursuit. May there be no malevolent spirits in the netherworld to further thwart their union. You should return to the palace to rest. Let the imperial physician examine you. I shall remain here. As Qi Zhao tenderly leaned closer to Wei Xiangwan, he whispered, Qi Lingyue has awakened. Yet we cannot predict how she will react. Ensure you do not become entangled in this. Wei Xiangwan cautioned him, noting that matters concerning the prince consort should not be handled too recklessly. I am well aware, Qi Zhao replied, gently guiding her outside. It is often said that an emperor must witness bloodshed upon the golden throne. Yet I never anticipated my first encounter with such turmoil would occur within the hallowed halls of the palace. Qi Zhao remained by the Empress Dowager's side, awaiting Qi Lingyue's recovery. During this time, he gestured for Zheng Heng to summon a master to recite prayers for the Empress, as his concern lingered. Upon returning to the Changle Palace, Wei Xiangwan found herself lost in thought. The wet nurse, cradling the young prince, attempted to approach, but was halted by Xiaoxue, who advised, "The princess is in a delicate state. Allow her some solitude." A messenger was dispatched to the princess's quarters to ensure she was not disturbed. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zhao, upon hearing the news, requested the wet nurse to bring the young prince to her. Now that he was awake, he desired company for play. Should he discover his mother was present yet ignoring him, he would be utterly discontent. Thus, Yuan Zhao summoned him, positioning him nearby to observe his sister's lessons, allowing him to remain composed for a moment. He understood that once her lesson concluded, she would be free to play with him. Within the Changle Palace, it was remarked how considerate and understanding the princess was, resembling a daughter born of the Empress herself. In a daze, Wei Xiangwan drifted into a slumber and found herself approaching a Buddhist temple. In the center, the Bodhisattva gazed down compassionately upon the sentient beings, surrounded by countless eternal lamps flickering like a river of stars. Before the Bodhisattva knelt a small girl, her hands clasped in prayer. As Wei Xiangwan approached, she recognized this scene as the moment she first met Kong Miaozhen. Kong Miaozhen's mother, gravely ill, had come to the temple to light a lamp for her daughter, while Kong Miaozhen prayed earnestly for her mother's health. Before my mother passed away, she too had commissioned an eternal lamp here, proclaiming that even in her absence, the light would protect me, ensuring my longevity. Do you believe there are truly bodhisattvas in this world? Asked the little Kong Miaozhen. Isn't the bodhisattva right here? Wei Xiangwan replied, gazing upward. Sister Zhen'er, called the youthful Lilan from outside the hall, it is time for us to depart. My mother fears my marriage may be hastily arranged by my father. I have come today to discuss potential suitors. Kong Miaozhen confided softly. Our mothers were close friends. Do you like him? Wei Xiangwan inquired. Kong Miaozhen glanced back at the handsome young man and smiled gently at Wei Xiangwan. Of course, I like him. He is so wonderful. It is only natural that the eldest princess would take a liking to him. Kong Miaozhen's figure had grown graceful and poised, and she continued. I had intended to write to you, but time slipped away. In truth, I felt a pang of happiness when those sent by the eldest princess harmed me, for it meant that third brother had not forsaken me for her. Had he truly issued a letter of withdrawal, I would not have survived, burdened by sorrow. The best outcome for third brother and me is merely this. Kong Miaozhen reached out to wipe away Wei Xiangwan's tears. Do not cry. This is my fate. I have come to terms with it. Live well, and I shall pray for your enduring beauty and prosperity. With that, Kong Miaozhen rose to leave, crossing the threshold with Lilan, hand in hand, stepping into the radiant light. Do not go, Wei Xiangwan cried out, awakening. A warmth enveloped her as Qi Zhao comfortingly patted her hand. I shall not leave. I am here with you. Wei Xiangwan's eyes brimmed with tears as Qi Zhao gently took the warm handkerchief offered by the palace made to wipe her tears. You must have been frightened at Qingshou Palace today. Do not fear, he reassured her. Do you hear the chanting outside? I will summon a master to recite for you. It will keep the malevolent spirits at bay. Lost in thought, Wei Xiangwan gazed out the window, pondering the elusive Miaozhen, whom she had yearned to dream of for so long, now seemingly whisked away by the incantation. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she could not articulate the reasons for her tears, and instead clung tightly to Qi Zhao, soaking his chest with her anguish. Qi Zhao silently embraced her until she regained her composure, then teased, I thought you feared nothing. Turns out, you fear death. Who isn't afraid of death? Wei Xiangwan replied, diverting her gaze. Due to her prolonged posture, her walk became somewhat awkward, but fortunately, Xiao Man stepped forward to support her. Has Qi Lingyue awakened? What does she say about Li Lando's death? She has said nothing. Upon waking, she simply wept. Qi Zhao shrugged. You speak of a tragic fate. Yet it seems Qi Lingyue truly harbored feelings for Li Landau. Must she love him simply because he loved her? Wei Xiangwan scoffed. Li Landau would rather die than be with her. Who is she trying to impress with her tears? The Empress Dowager, fearing that she might take her own life, decreed that Li Lando's body would remain unburied for 3 days before interment. After a brief pause, Qi Zhao continued. It is likely they will not allow her to leave the palace for a few days. She may only show her face during the funeral. And where will Li Landau be buried? Wei Xiangwan inquired. The Empress Dowager had allocated a spot in the mausoleum for Qi Lingyue. Yet now she firmly opposes Li Landau being laid to rest there. The mother and daughter still have their disputes. Who knows if a resolution can be reached by the day of the funeral? Chapter 71. A delayed reunion. Li Lando's death was abrupt, and the morning hall set up at the Duke's residence remained desolate, devoid of visitors. Luo Pingyan caressed her son's face. Ever since Kong Miaozhen's demise, he had grown thin and despondent, failing to regain his former vitality over the years. She had sensed the impending loss of her son, yet nothing could prepare her for the heartache that accompanied that fateful day. Unable to restrain herself, she leaned into the coffin, pressing her face against her son's. The flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months. The graceful young man she had nurtured with care. How could she bear to send her black-haired son into the realm of the departed, her heart shattered into pieces? Mother. A young woman entered the morning hall and immediately assisted her out. Mother, if third brother learns of this, it will trouble his heart. My son, Luo Pingyan sobbed, leaning against the coffin. My son. Mother, Li Yin'er choked back her tears, attempting to console her. I overheard father and uncle discussing that third brother will not be buried in the ancestral grave. They said the long princess has not spoken. They dare not decide his resting place. Then where will he be buried? The palace has offered no certainty, Li Yun'er fretted. Surely we cannot let third brother wait in vain, unable to find peace even in death. To suffer while alive and remain tormented in death is unbearable. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping'an wiped her tears away. Once, she had been unable to save her son. Now, even in death, must she merely watch him suffer? Change your clothes and secretly visit General Wei's estate, Luo Ping'an instructed, producing a token. Seek the matriarch and ask her to convey a message to Her Majesty the Empress. I wish to send Sanlang to his rightful place. I hope she can grant my request. The Empress? Li Yun'er queried, puzzled. Since when did you have ties with the Wei family? Do not concern yourself with that. Luo Ping'an instructed her to keep the matter of finding someone to herself, urging her not to disclose it to anyone. Li Yun'er felt puzzled as she proceeded. Luo Ping'an sat silently before her son's spirit, doing nothing else. The time spent with her son in this lifetime was so limited. Wang Yihue entered the palace. Having been granted access by Qi Zhao, His Majesty expressed concern for the Empress, stating that she had been startled the previous day and requested Wang Yihue to console her. It was not fear, but merely a moment of distraction brought on by memories of a departed friend, Wei Xiangwan remarked. Genuinely apprehensive that if she appeared lost in thought again, Qi Zhao would have her drink a potion. His Majesty is indeed concerned for the Empress. Wang Yihue was pleased to see the bond between the Emperor and the Empress flourishing. The previous day, an unexpected visitor, the wife of a minor official, sought an audience with her, presenting her with a hairpin and asking her to deliver it to the Empress. This lady was the elder sister of the prince consort, likely acting on her mother's wishes. Wang Yihue produced the hairpin box, inquiring if the Empress was aware. In my opinion, it would be best for the Empress to avoid this murky situation. The eldest princess harbors strong biases towards the prince consort, and even a mere inquiry could offend her. Not to mention the considerable ambitions of the prince consort's mother. Wei Xiangwan opened the box, revealing a familiar ornament. This hairpin was part of Miao Zhen's dowry, used to formalize the betrothal to the Li family, and it was to be returned to her during her coming-of-age ceremony, after which she would be brought into the household. This matter need not concern you, sister-in-law. Wei Xiangwan closed the box. Upon your return, please inform Ingge to speak with Madame Li. She will know how to proceed. Ingge did not accompany her into the palace, but married into the Wei family, managing Wei Xiangwan's dowry estates and shops. This hairpin box should also be entrusted to her. Although Wei Xiangwan held Li Landau in low regard, she had already resolved that, even in the act of relocating Kong Miaozhen's remains, she would ensure Li Landau's body was exhumed for a joint burial with Kong Miaozhen. Should Li Landau remain steadfast in his affections, they would be interred together, creating a shared marital tomb. However, if his heart were to waver, he would be buried in a kneeling position beneath Miaozhen, condemned to eternal remorse. Thus, during the period when Li Landau and Qi Linghua were newlyweds, Wei Xiangwan and Ingge repeatedly devised plans to covertly retrieve Li Landau's corpse. Ingge had devised ample contingency plans. Now, they merely needed to identify a suitable approach given the current circumstances. Wang Yihue handed the hairpin box to Ingge, instructing her to seek out Madame Li, who understood the task. Wang Yihue suppressed her curiosity, refraining from further inquiries, but that night, as she lay down to sleep, she asked Wei El if he knew of a woman named Miaozhen. Kong Miaozhen? Wei El looked at her, noting that he had not heard her name in some time. Where did you hear it? From the Empress. Kong Miaozhen was the Empress's closest friend. Wei El sighed, lamenting her tragic fate. She had met with misfortune just as she was about to marry. At that time, they were still in mourning, yet the Empress still paid her respects during the funeral. Just as the sorrow from their grandmother's passing began to ease, they were struck with her death news. During that period, the Empress wept daily, losing considerable weight. Since you say she was to be wed, who was she promised to? Wang Yihue pressed. It was. Wei El abruptly halted, not of a reputable family. Best not to inquire further. Reluctant to divulge more, Wei El left Wang Yihue with an unsettling intuition that Kong Miaozhen's fiancé was none other than the recently deceased prince consort, Li Landau. Does the gentleman intend to visit the mourning hall of the prince consort? Wang Yihue spoke of other matters. He ought to go. After all, there are still distant relatives present, are there not? Wei Lu sighed. However, his death was suspicious, and the palace remains shrouded in secrecy. The princess has simply chosen not to appear. It is said that currently, only his parents are at the mourning hall, and not even the other sons have been permitted to come, likely out of fear of offending the princess and incurring her wrath. Death brings an end to all affairs. Why can he not even be granted a modicum of dignity in his final moments? Wang Yihue sighed once more, suggesting that the gentleman observe how the other relatives behave before acting, rather than going alone. In the dead of night, Inge donned her hood and entered the prince consort's residence through the side gate. Has Lady Li truly made up her mind? My lady is taking a great risk for the sake of this loyalty. If all goes well, and Lady Li retract her words, it is certain that my lady will suffer, but I fear you shall also face dire consequences. You're Inge, are you not? Luo Pinyin inquired after careful recognition. Back in those days, your young lady often met with Jean Eyre at the temple. She held you in high regard, and often listened to your counsel. After the passing of Kong Yaozhen's mother, her father swiftly remarried, following the birth of 2 sons and 2 daughters by the stepmother. Kong's father paid even less attention to his eldest daughter. Only Luo Pingyin's invitation to Kong Yaozhen for religious observance allowed her to escape her home and find some respite. Although Kong Yaozhen had lost her mother, she was not without close friends and a future mother-in-law who treated her like a daughter. Life did not seem so harsh then. Following Jean Eyre's unexpected demise, I intended to go to the Kong residence to retrieve Rui, only to be told that Rui had returned home after releasing her contract. She was a steadfast girl. With her young lady gone, where could she possibly return? Rui knew how Miss Kong had met her end, and thus others would not allow her to survive. When it comes to old acquaintances, Inge was not so sharp-tongued. She now accompanied her young lady, nestled in a serene and blessed place by the mountains and waters. The Kong family would not risk offending the princess for a daughter without a mother. They would rather comply with her wishes, ensuring Jean Eyre's remains were left unburied. I know that your young lady will make proper arrangements for Jean Eyre after the rituals. With a friend like her, Jean Eyre's life has been worthwhile. Luo Pinyin pressed at the corner of her eye, urging reassurance that this matter remained between them. She had not even informed the father of the child, as he was overly concerned, while she merely bore the title of mother. When he was forced to marry the princess, I witnessed his death once. Now that he is truly gone, I do not wish for him to endure further humiliation. Inge then leaned closer to Luo Pinyin and whispered the plan. When the time comes, the lady need only ensure that the path is clear. I will take care of the rest. Inge straightened up, but I will not disclose where I bury him to the lady for the time being. As long as I know he has achieved his desires, it is best not to disturb him. After signaling, Inge departed. Luo Pinyin gazed at the coffin, pondering how soon the child would meet Jean Eyre, feeling both joy and sorrow. When she sees Jean Eyre, please let her not blame me. Let her not hold it against me for not seeking her out. On the 3rd night after Li Lan's death, a fire broke out in the alley near the prince consort's residence, engulfing it in flames and destroying the mourning hall completely. When the fire was extinguished, only a charred corpse remained. Luo Pinyin, hoarse from shouting for help, fainted upon witnessing the tragic scene of her son, who among the onlookers did not utter words of pity. When the news reached the palace, the Empress Dowager frowned with disdain. I told you this person is a calamity. If you insist on being buried alongside him, who knows if the tomb would be robbed? Reduced to ashes, he would no longer resemble the one you cherished. Let the Li family take him back for burial. The Empress Dowager glared fiercely, asserting, if you continue to resist, there will be no need for you to be buried alongside me. You may choose wherever you wish to be laid to rest. Qi Linghua had been in a state of wandering spirit these past few days. She could neither believe nor accept the demise of her husband, nor could she fathom that Li Landau was now nothing more than a disfigured corpse. She murmured to herself, unresponsive to all external utterances. The Empress Dowager proclaimed to the outside world that the young couple was separated by the veil of death, and the grieving princess had suffered too greatly to endure a meeting with her husband, now unrecognizable in the afterlife. Thus, the husband would be buried back in the Li family ancestral grave. The young princess, still in mourning, remained within the palace. The atmosphere in the harem grew solemn. The concubines ceased their bickering, and the maidservants dared not speak loudly. In the Qingshou palace, all formal greetings were dismissed, and Wei Xiangwan found herself at an advantage. Enjoying a moment of leisure, she took the crown prince to the Bao Ci palace for recreation, where the Empress Dowager had him set aside, providing him with various seals to play with of all shapes and sizes. Is His Majesty still determined to confer the crown prince with titles at his first birthday? The Empress Dowager inquired. Wei Xiangwan nodded, expressing her belief that it would be suitable to grant him titles at the age of 3, as he would at least be able to walk steadily by then. The Empress Dowager pinched the crown prince's chubby thigh, noting his strength, and remarked that he had not yet been taught to walk. He can stand for a while, but walking. Wei Xiangwan shook her head, concerned that amidst the throngs in the grand hall, if startled, he might fall and cry, making for an undignified ceremony. It would be best not to rush. Let him be carried in. What of leading him to walk? The Empress Dowager suggested, this son of yours was born during a fortuitous time. Perhaps you should create more opportunities for him. Wei Xiangwan nodded. I shall return and see. Whose child is Qi Yue's after all? The Empress Dowager inquired suddenly about another matter. Although the events in Qingshou Palace had not been reported to her, she was aware. She cared little for the love and hate between the princess and her husband. Her concern lay with the offspring. It belongs to the Li family. Wei Xiangwan could only respond. I understand, the Empress Dowager replied, frowning. Lu has been foolish to wish for such a child to take the throne. It would truly bring disgrace to the imperial family. The emperor was well aware of this matter. He absolutely did not wish to marry his daughter into the princess's household. Yet his reluctance would be of no consequence. The Empress Dowager's decree could bind him with filial piety. The emperor has not experienced such matters. While you can bear responsibilities, your heart is too soft, the Empress Dowager remarked. I shall handle this matter, ensuring no future calamities arise. Wei Xiangwan pondered how the Empress Dowager would approach the situation, whether she would directly arrange a marriage for the child or issue an edict preventing the child from ascending to the throne. However, the following day, news arrived from outside the palace. The princess's eldest son had unexpectedly passed away. That child had been frail since birth, and the princess had little affection for him. He had mostly been cared for by a wet nurse and spent more time in the duke's residence. With the duke's demise, half of the duke's residence had burned down, rendering it uninhabitable. Having just returned to the residence of the princess, due to the observance of mourning, the child who had begun to eat could only revert to nursing and drinking soup. Such a frail infant, having endured a night of wind, succumbed to a high fever by morning. By the time the physician arrived, administering medicine was no longer possible. Wei Xiangwan finally comprehended the meaning behind the Empress Dowager's remark about her soft heart. The most expedient solution to this predicament would be the child's demise. His arrival had never been welcomed, and an early return to the afterlife would spare him from further suffering in this world. Wei Xiangwan approached the Qingshou Palace to discuss the matter. The Empress Dowager felt that her efforts were in vain, yet she maintained a facade of indifference. The untimely death of a child was hardly a matter worth her special attention. It was decided to return the infant to the Li family, allowing him to be buried alongside the prince consort. Generally, such children were not interred in ancestral graves, especially since the prince consort's parents were aware that the child was not their grandchild. Even for a princess, this was an overreach. Li's father paced anxiously, while Luo Ping'an remained unconcerned, for the child interred in the ancestral grave was not her son. She understood that her husband was not merely her spouse, but also the Aura of the Li family's grand vessel. When needed, one must offer their very flesh and blood, no matter the sorrow or reluctance, ultimately yielding to the greater good. She rose, disinterested in her husband's display of distress. Regardless of his turmoil, the child would inevitably be laid to rest in the Li family grave, for they could not afford to offend the princess or the Empress Dowager. The crown prince, robust since birth and nurtured with utmost care, appeared almost a year and a half old, though he had yet to reach his first birthday. The wet nurse could hardly hold him for long without straining her arms. Wei Xiangwan once lifted him to stand on her legs, causing her thighs to bruise from his bouncing. She instructed someone to place him on the ground, supporting himself as he moved towards a low table, while others watched closely, fearful of his potential fall. "Your Highness, perhaps we should lay a mat on the ground to soften any falls," Guyu suggested. "Is there to be a soft road everywhere the prince goes?" Wei Xiangwan retorted. "Even if he falls, it matters not. What child learns to walk without stumbling?" The upcoming ceremony for the crown prince's formal investiture required him to maintain composure, as any misstep would reflect poorly. Bai Lu aptly noted, "If your highness wishes for the prince to learn to walk, why not try a simple method for my household? We could bind cloth strips under his arms, allowing an adult to assist him, lifting him before he hits the ground. Let us proceed with that." Wei Xiangwan laughed. "Otherwise, with all of you gathered here watching him, I shall struggle to breathe." However, the prince's walking practice was to be discreet, for once His Majesty arrived, he would be carried. Had it not been for the investiture ceremony, Wei Xiangwan would not have allowed Qi Zhao to miss the process of their son learning to walk. Yet now, with the ceremony looming, she feared that if her son had not mastered walking, His Majesty would expect him to do so during the investiture. Boldly hypothesize, yet practice with caution, she mused. The ceremony for her son's investiture must be flawless. "Your Highness, the inner court has sent the ceremonial robes for the crown prince's investiture," Li Xiaowen announced, leading a group of palace attendants into the room. Though the prince was small, he was adorned in all the requisite ceremonial attire, including a crown. To alleviate the weight of the cap, 9 strings of pearls were attached. Wei Xiangwan weighed it in her hands, intending for the prince to wear it now, allowing him to grow accustomed to it, so that he would not impulsively remove it during the ceremony. Wei Xiangwan was not mistaken. The crown prince was determined to remove the hat at once. Seizing the beaded ornament at the front, which elicited soft gasps from the palace attendants, fearing he might break it. "Let the maids fashion a replica for trial. We cannot afford to ruin this singular crown." Bai Lu promptly took the crown away, anxious that any delay might jeopardize it. Wei Xiangwan chuckled, picking up a pair of shoes adorned with intricate dragon embroidery, suggesting the crown prince try them on while reclining. Clad in layers of ceremonial garb, the prince could hardly bear the weight. Underneath, he wore his own inner garment, with the collar adjusted for a seamless appearance. Wei Xiangwan, smiling, gestured with the clothing until her gaze drifted to the red beads adorning her wrist, revealing faint traces of purple. Her smile faded. She covered the bracelet with the fabric, suddenly feeling a slight headache and summoning Dr. Yang. She then rewarded Li Xiaowen and others, instructing Guyu to carefully store the prince's ceremonial attire. Observing her son's unrestrained glee, Wei Xiangwan pondered the prince's intentions. She would see if he possessed the fortune to pursue them. Chapter 73. Awakening. Yang Muqing arrived at Changle Palace to check the pulse. Wei Xiangwan extended her hand adorned with a red beaded bracelet, causing Yang Muqing to pause. Having observed no disturbances during her confinement, she had assumed the matter had been quelled or was merely coincidental. "I did not anticipate it was directed towards the crown prince," Wei Xiangwan remarked coolly. "The pulse of the esteemed lady is known only to me and the head of the court. It is impossible for those behind the scenes to concoct a suitable remedy," Yang Muqing explained. "However, what might have triggered this reaction? If you permit, I would like to examine it." Wei Xiangwan summoned the prince's ceremonial garments. Yang Muqing meticulously examined each piece, noting the faint scents that were indiscernible. He borrowed Wei Xiangwan's bracelet, ensuring close contact for over 15 minutes, observing the beads' color variations. The inner garments and the hat's lining exhibited the deepest hues, with red and black fabrics being sparse compared to the yellow ones. With her consent, Yang Muqing placed a small piece of fabric in his mouth, discerning a bitter taste. "We can ascertain further details once the fabric is boiled, but my preliminary assessment suggests it has been dyed with alisma, which is slightly yellow and bitter, known for its diuretic properties, often used to treat urinary difficulties and dizziness. I understand that the fabric may not necessarily be poisonous, but should it be confirmed, the outcome would be dire. I merely wish to know how this might affect the crown prince," he continued. "There are records indicating that contact can cause redness and blisters. while ingestion may lead to abdominal pain and diarrhea. But these effects pertain to the raw form. Processed alizma does not exhibit such reactions. Yang Muqing shook his head, suddenly recalling that this herb is colloquially known as mad dog grass, named for its association with rabid dogs that consume it. However, it does not drive normal dogs to madness. As his master once said, all creatures possess a spirit, and dogs consuming grass generally benefit from it. Rather, mad dog grass might cure a rabid dog. Yet, others may not know this. The presence of mad dog grass, coupled with a dog in Changle Palace, makes it an apt choice. Wei Xiangwan replied coldly, harming others is still harm, regardless of the extent. Yet, my lady, these are the crown prince's ceremonial garments. He must wear them. Xiao Xue was consumed with worry. The auspicious garments were irreplaceable. What would happen if the crown prince encountered issues while donning these garments treated with medicinal substances? The hat's interior could be removed and re-sewn, and the inner garments could be crafted by oneself. Wei Xiangwan turned to Yang Muqing, inquiring whether the royal physician had any methods to neutralize the fabric's medicinal properties. Invariably, herbal remedies yield the best results when ingested directly, secondarily through close contact. The toxicity of these garments, concocted with unknown quantities of poison, could only manifest over prolonged wear. However, with the precautions now in place, donning the garments occasionally would not harm the crown prince. Furthermore, the crown prince did not wear these auspicious garments daily. If the empress was truly apprehensive, she could steam them over a vaporizer, spritzing them with vinegar while ensuring adequate air circulation to mitigate the medicinal effects. The craftsmanship of these garments was intricate. They could not be washed and required careful handling. Wei Xiangwan instructed Xiao Xue to follow these precautions. After another day, Wei Xiangwan summoned Zhao Ping'an, who has handled the crown prince's auspicious garments. Do you possess any records for tracing? Zhao Ping'an nodded and returned with the documents. Observing the empress's countenance, he felt a sense of unease. Is there an issue with the crown prince's garments? He inquired. What do you believe could be the issue? Wei Xiangwan countered. Zhao Ping'an reflected carefully. The fabric was directly cut from the material used for His Majesty's robes, and the embroiderers and tailors were specifically designated for creating garments for the emperor. I cannot fathom where a discrepancy might arise. Were the garments made exclusively for the emperor, or did others also receive them? Only for the emperor. Have any of those involved ever crafted items for the Changlu Palace? Wei Xiangwan queried. During my tenure in the palace, even when the empress was present, were there any items produced for the Changlu Palace? Zhao Ping'an acknowledged the short duration of his service in the Bureau of Garment Production and requested 2 more days to clarify any underlying connections. If I cannot uncover the truth, I shall have others investigate, he assured. As Zhao Ping'an departed, a cold sweat trickled down his back. The empress's pointed inquiries suggested she possessed incriminating evidence or suspicions. If he failed to uncover the truth, he could very well spend a lifetime in the bureau. Clenching the papers in his hand, he resolved to uncover the connections among the individuals involved. Qi Zhao entered the Changlu Palace with a grim expression. Wei Xiangwan recognized his recent enthusiasm regarding the crown prince's upcoming conferment had soured. Clearly, someone had spoken ill of the crown prince. With the crown prince's birthday approaching, why does the emperor wear such a stern countenance? Are you displeased with your son or with his mother? Wei Xiangwan teased. I am displeased with the crown prince's maternal grandmother, Qi Zhao retorted angrily. It is unreasonable for her to deny the crown prince a grand celebration after the death of her own grandson. It infuriates me. Wei Xiangwan gestured for the others to leave and sat beside Qi Zhao. Such words can be easily misconstrued. You would undoubtedly face severe reproach from the celebration palace if they were to hear you. Can you still celebrate your son's birthday? If I must tiptoe around you, there would be no peace to be found anywhere, Qi Zhao huffed. Are you not angry? Anger serves no purpose, Wei Xiangwan replied with a smile. On your son's auspicious day, you wouldn't want others to claim he is unfilial, would you? Who would dare to say such a thing about a child so young? The crown prince's father is lacking in filial piety. How could the crown prince fare any better? Wei Xiangwan, leaning on Qi Zhao's shoulder, remarked that if His Majesty does not flaunt his favoritism toward the crown prince, the world will still recognize the blessings bestowed upon him. A simple ceremony should suffice. merely to accumulate good fortune for the crown prince. The child cannot even walk on his own, requiring others to carry him. Such a grand display only serves to elevate the nursemaid status. If we were to wait until he is 3 or 7 years old for the formal proclamation, only then would the crown prince be capable of showing his merit, and I would not impede his majesty. Early recognition of the crown prince is beneficial for him. Why persist in postponing it? The Qilin child is the emperor's legitimate firstborn. No matter when he is proclaimed, his status remains unshaken. Wei Xiangwan turned to Qi Zhao, expressing her concern that the Empress Dowager has been in a foul mood lately, and she did not wish for His Majesty to become the unfortunate target of her frustrations. A simpler approach would suffice, even if it means slighting the crown prince. Qi Zhao pondered that his own position was not entirely upright. From ascending the throne to governing and marrying, his ceremonies had been understated. When it came to his son, the legitimate heir, born a crown prince, why must they still proceed with trepidation? More than anything else, he yearned to know what name His Majesty had chosen for his son, wondering why it was still being kept from him. I have chosen an excellent name for him, one that will not require alteration upon his ascension, Qi Zhao declared proudly. Observing his delight over the name, Wei Xiangwan mused internally about how the Empress Dowager's discontent should not be allowed to bring His Majesty down as well. Since everyone is feeling discontented, perhaps it would be better to exacerbate the Empress Dowager's discomfort. Wei Xiangwan discreetly spread rumors that the death of the prince consort was shrouded in mystery, alleging that he had discovered the Long princess's infidelity, leading to the child not being his own. In a fit of rage, the Long princess had driven him to his demise. Otherwise, how could those who once relentlessly pursued the prince consort now hide away in the palace, not daring to show their faces? Furthermore, that unfortunate child was also a target of the Long princess's machinations, meant to eliminate evidence. The Long princess's reputation, already tarnished, has now worsened. The Empress Dowager summoned the Princess of Ping to the palace, hinting at her desire to find a new suitor for the Long princess. The Princess of Ping smiled, but offered no response. When paying respects to the Empress Dowager, she remarked that the Empress might be too hasty in seeking a new match for Ling Wei, considering how recently the prince consort had passed. She was fortunate that she had not given birth to a son. Otherwise, her indulgent nature could have led to the Qi family's downfall. The Empress Dowager snorted softly. In the past, His Majesty was raised at his mother's knee, while the Prince of Chun was nurtured by the Empress. His Majesty is known for his steadiness and generosity, whereas the Prince of Qin's reputation for indulgence is well known throughout the capital. The Princess of Ping paused before commenting that the Prince of Qin's favoritism towards concubines at the expense of his wife is lamentable. Initially, to bolster the Prince of Qin's standing, the Empress Dowager had chosen a consort from an illustrious lineage, a descendant of the renowned General Wang, a woman of such caliber that she would have sufficed as Empress. Yet, the Prince of Chun failed to cherish her. The Prince of Chun believed he could leverage the consortess' influence. However, after General Wang's passing, the Zhu family merely held a ceremonial title without any substantial achievements. Eventually, they changed their focus entirely, training their offspring in scholarly pursuits rather than martial skills. This was a prudent choice, and one cannot fault them for it. The Prince of Chun sought the aura of General Wang, but now finds the Zhu family's wealth and gentility unappealing, leading to his disinterest in the consort. The Empress Dowager understood. The Prince of Chun had once been so close to the throne, and his discontent was not entirely unjustified. Yet his lofty aspirations and lack of talent rendered him incapable of attaining greatness. Chapter 74. The Prince's Enfeoffment on the 6th of August. The Prince's birthday coincided with the ceremony of his enfeoffment. The Prince of Chun arrived in the capital at the beginning of August to celebrate the Prince's enfeoffment. Wei Xiangwan encountered this legendary figure for the first time. He was nearly as tall as His Majesty, but had a waistline twice that of the Emperor, his rotund belly giving him a rather jolly appearance. Despite the effects of indulgence in wine and revelry, he was not entirely unappealing. However, his eyes bore a rather mischievous glint. Upon seeing Wei Xiangwan, the Prince of Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had fancied that his freedom in the fief was greater than that of His Majesty, believing that true beauties seldom made it to the palace. He had reveled in the company of many maidens, enjoying the pleasures of life, only to find that the former empress was rather unremarkable, while this new consort truly possessed extraordinary beauty. Although she had borne a child, her captivating visage rendered the notion of motherhood irrelevant, regardless of age. The Prince of Chun gazed longingly at Wei Xiangwan, affectionately calling her sister-in-law. It was quite endearing. Qi Zhao urged him to visit Qi Lingwei, turning back to Wei Xiangwan to advise her that, in his absence, she should avoid meeting the Prince of Chun alone and should keep her distance if she spotted him. Wei Xiangwan obediently nodded. She had heard that the Prince of Chun had brought a concubine to the capital and was curious as to why she had not accompanied him to the palace. She wished to meet this formidable woman who could overshadow the prince's consort. Why would you want to see her? Qi Zhao frowned. The Empress Dowager has forbidden her entry into the palace. A concubine who oversteps her bounds and seeks to overshadow the legitimate wife will not be indulged by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was hosting a banquet to welcome the Prince of Chun, and it was likely that she would allow the concubine to attend. Wei Xiangwan pondered this, noting that the Empress Dowager had not been very active lately, and the Empress was adept at feigning compliance, so the Empress Dowager would not truly hold her accountable. Thus, I informed the Empress that I would not attend the banquet for the Prince of Chun. If a feast were to be held, it would be more appropriate to celebrate on the prince's birthday instead. Qi Zhao thought that, given the auspicious occasion of the prince's birthday, the Empress Dowager would likely not object. The prince's birthday was already set to include a banquet for the officials and the royal kin. The Prince of Chun had already requested a concubine for himself, and attending the palace celebration would grant her a certain status. On the 5th of August, His Majesty, accompanied by the Empress, made offerings to heaven and earth, as well as to the ancestral temple and the state gods. On the morning of the 6th, His Majesty dispatched the Duke of England, Zhang Yunrong, as the principal envoy, with General Wei Lu as the deputy, to the Palace of Eternal Joy to present the prince with the golden decree, the prince's treasured seal, and the ceremonial regalia. Dressed in a bright yellow ceremonial robe, the prince was guided to the incense table to prostrate himself and receive the decree with gratitude. Wei Xiangwan donned the full ceremonial attire of the Empress and accompanied the Grand Princess, Yuan Zhao, to witness the proceedings. After the rites were concluded, the prince changed into his coronation attire and was carried in a palanquin to the Grand Hall of Audience. Wei Xiangwan knelt to adjust the pearl strings on the prince's headpiece, as he had undergone rigorous training and was momentarily allowed to refrain from grasping the pearls on his hat. However, this could not last too long, as the pearls obstructed his view, and he would grow